Chapter 921. After all, if that was the case, why were all the 20-man team fully armed? Hui Yao even felt that even zombies couldn't bite through those people's armor. So even though she didn't know much about Qinyu now, Hui Yao knew one thing better, that is, the two people she pretended to send out before actually failed to assassinate Qinyu. Although Hui Yao herself didn't expect the mission to succeed, and the people she sent out were not the most powerful, but according to the description of the last survivor at that time, Qinyu's reaction ability was indeed very strong. In addition, Hui Yao was very sure that Qinyu was the person at that time because of his ease in killing zombies at the resort. There are not many people alive nowadays, and it is not easy to find two people with similar height and appearance. In this case, Hui Yao naturally did not want to be an enemy of Qinyu, not to mention that Qinyu had saved her. Even if Hui Yao became cold and ruthless later, she would not easily point the knife at the person who had helped her. Just when Long Jia was about to fall asleep on the stone, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side. In an instant, Long Jia pulled out his dagger, then turned on the flashlight, and immediately a snake 3 meters away on the right came into view. The next second, he was about to kill the snake directly for a snack, but he found that the pattern was a little unusual, showing yellow patterns, and there was also a smell. Long Jia muttered, "Cauliflower snake?" Thinking of this, Long Jia took back the dagger, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it over, scaring the snake away. If it was another snake, Long Jia would definitely kill it, but the rat snake is different. This thing will eat poisonous snakes. The reason why he knew it so clearly was that Shang Wenjing had released this kind of snake in the woods near the camp to drive away other snakes, so that they would not sneak into the camp. Before the apocalypse, as a professional killer who often performs missions in various extreme environments, Long Jia is quite familiar with many creatures on Earth. Even if many people have never seen them, Long Jia still remembers their characteristics and habits in his mind. After all, if you are not careful and get bitten by some poisonous creatures, you may die without knowing how you died. For some highly poisonous creatures, even if you can call a helicopter, it may not be possible to save them. So although Long Jia is brave, he is not stupid. Just after the rat snake left, Long Jia's flashlight also flashed a few times, and then it ran out of power. He pressed the switch and found no response, then continued to carry it with him. Although he had been out for so long, he used the flashlight sparingly. When he could use a torch, the flashlight would never come in handy. When he turned his head to look at the road on the left, he found that a light suddenly appeared on the uphill position ahead, and then Long Jia took out the walkie-talkie and pressed, "They are coming." Got it. Qinyu picked up the telescope again and stared at the road outside carefully. 10 seconds later, a car with sharp sticks stuck in the body appeared in front of us, moving very fast. Following behind was a dump truck that often pulled cement before the end of the world, and there were people standing behind it. 1, 2. For dump trucks drove straight to the resort. Seeing this, Qinyu frowned slightly and said, "They actually sent no less than 40 people at a time. It seems that we have to fight quickly, otherwise they may not be able to cope with it. Let's go." Long Jia responded with the intercom, then stood up and ran down the mountain. Then Qinyu quickly packed up the cans and put them in the car and led the horse out. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. If it was daylight, it would be even harder to get water, so Long Jia whipped the horse with a whip, making it go faster. Just as the two climbed over the slope, they instantly met eyes with 4 people on the side of the road. They squatted on the side of the road, 3 of them were smoking, and 1 was changing a tire. Like the car Qinyu saw before, this somewhat dirty car was still full of sticks, and there was blood on it. The next second, one of them pulled out a gun and was ready to shoot. Long Jia's eyes condensed, and he threw out the dagger in his right hand instantly, piercing his throat on the spot. At the same time, Qinyu took out the pistol from his waist, loaded it, and quickly pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots were heard, and bullet holes appeared on the foreheads of the 3 people, killing them on the spot. Qinyu looked at the corpse a few meters away and said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, the gun provided by the Salvation sect to Hui Yao had a silencer, and it happened to be stolen by Yang Yu, otherwise it would have been really bad just now." After the voice fell, Long Jia touched the 2 horses to signal them to stop, then walked over, drew out the knife, and stabbed it into the head of the corpse again, whispering, "It's scary to change tires here in the middle of the night." Cursing bitterly, Long Jia put the knife in his pocket, and then dragged the body to the roadside with Qinyu and threw it away. After finishing, Long Jia was ready to put the car in neutral and push it down the slope, but Qinyu called him to stop. "If you have a car delivered to your door, you should drive it. What about these 2 horses?" Long Jia looked puzzled and said, "I won't leave them in the wild." "Of course I won't." Qinyu shook his head, thought for a while, and then said, "There is an abandoned house on the roadside ahead. I will park the car in the yard and drive away later." After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard. He found that although the oil was not full, it was half full. After parking the car, Chin-Yu took the plastic film that the family had used to block the rain and put it on the car. Of course, the wooden sticks on the door and glass were still there, and the film covered it, and it was completely unrecognizable as a car. After a delay, the two continued to rush over there. The rest of the journey was smooth, and no one was encountered, and even zombies were rare. Near the water source, Chin-Yu was struggling with how to lure the 6 people out. There were traps buried nearby, but it was not known whether they were explosives. This place was about 100 to 200 meters away from the camp of the group of people. The surrounding walls were also expanded, which meant that if a fight broke out here, those people would be able to rush over to support within a few minutes. "How about I attract their attention?" Long Jia squatted beside the flower bed and whispered. "Can it work?" According to what Hu Yao said, there are more than 140 people in this camp. Counting the 40 people who just went to the resort, there are still many people left here. Chin-Yu was a little worried. Hearing this, Long Jia said, "It would be difficult for me to fight them, but it shouldn't be a problem to hold them off for 10 minutes. Seeing that Chin-Yu still didn't speak, Long Jia smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Brother, I'm not only good at fighting, but I'm also good at escaping." After saying this, Long Jia hung the rifle around his neck, put away the only 2 magazines, and turned to walk in another direction. Chapter 922. Chin-Yu's current level of using firearms is not bad, but it depends on who he is compared with. If he is only compared with Dong Jun and others, Chin-Yu's shooting skills are of course good. But it is definitely not good enough in front of Long Jia, so handing all the spare magazines to him can also play a greater role. After he left, Chin-Yu also took the gun and ran to the alley on the left. Currently, Chin-Yu only has an automatic rifle and a silenced pistol. The rifle has only 1 magazine and about 30 bullets. Including the pistol, Chin-Yu had a total of 36 bullets available, which was indeed a lot, but he didn't plan to use them all. In other words, these people had no grudge against Chin-Yu. Even if they had a lot of equipment, it belonged to others, and Chin-Yu had no interest in competing for it. What he cared about was how to replenish the water source on the way back and condense the last 2 camps. But Hu Yao said that she already knew about this matter at this time. After destroying this group of people and Wei Huanhuan's team, she would personally come forward to negotiate with the 2 forces. At least on the surface, Hu Yao still has a lot of say. Although Chin-Yu did not express anything on the surface, he did not want to stay outside for too long. He knew very well that Hu Yao did not want him to leave like this, and this would inevitably take a lot of time. In the current environment, Chin-Yu did not care much whether he was in the wild or not. What he cared about was that Long Jia was Shang Wenjing's man, and he was always taking him to do things like this, and it would be bad if he got hurt. The people in the manor camp took good care of Chin-Yu and Lin Yi, so no matter what, Chin-Yu could not let Long Jia get into danger, even if Long Jia's skills were a little better than his. After all, this is a matter of attitude. This made Chin-Yu very entangled. At the same time, there was another thing, which was a certain place mentioned by Hu Yao. Although Chin-Yu refused to tell her no matter how he asked, it must be an area where some supplies were piled up. While thinking about these things, Chin-Yu got closer and closer to the 6 people guarding the water source. He shook his head and stopped thinking. He planned to solve the problem in front of him first. It was 3 o'clock in the night. Chin-Yu looked around and found a pile of garbage on the side of the road, which looked like many books. This water source flows down from the mountain, not far from the city below. Before the end of the world, it should have been a high-end community built halfway up the mountain. There is a basketball court nearby, as well as various convenience stores and facilities. Of course, they are now abandoned. Chin-Yu picked up a broom from the ground and shoveled a pile of books. Although the ones outside were severely rotten, some of the books below were still intact. Picking up a book casually, Chin-Yu wiped the dust with his hand and found that it was a fashion magazine, which seemed to be a photo album. The beauty on the cover was wearing a bikini, with a hot body and very charming movements. After thinking for a moment, Chin-Yu thought of a good idea. He picked up all the similar magazines in the pile of garbage, and then walked down the mountain. The carriage had stopped in the backyard of a restaurant before. Soon Chin-Yu found the can of hydrogen sulfide that Long Jia had picked up before. This stuff is extremely toxic. When it is in high concentration, it will instantly paralyze people's nerves and cause them to faint without knowing it. Just as he was about to process it, Chin-Yu thought about it, and got up to look for it in the back kitchen of the restaurant. It was a little dark and not very convenient, but he couldn't get a torch. It would be bad if he was seen by people on the mountain. About 2 minutes later, Jinyu found a pair of rubber gloves behind the door, which seemed to be the kind that dishwashers often used in the past. After putting on gloves, Jinyu found a large paper box. This thing can be found everywhere, and no one will sell it in the doomsday. He put plastic paper inside to ensure that it was tight and seamless. Somewhat worried, Jinyu went to search in several abandoned houses around again. Although he encountered 2 or 3 zombies, they did not pose any threat to him. Soon he found a roll of transparent tape. Jinyu took it and walked back to the backyard of the restaurant, muttering, "Except for food and drink, other resources are really everywhere." He even found a lot of cash in the restaurant drawer. Since hydrogen sulfide is highly corrosive, Jinyu had to make sure that the carton would not leak before opening it. Wearing plastic gloves, Jinyu untied the plastic bag outside the can, took out the cloth, and quickly threw it into the carton, and then quickly sealed it with tape. During this process, Jinyu was holding his breath all the time. He would not gamble with his health. As the tape was wrapped several times, the carton was also sealed tightly, looking like a courier box. Due to the sound of tearing tape, a zombie walked into the abandoned restaurant and was standing by the door, banging on the glass. Jinyu looked up and found that the zombie happened to be carrying a bag on his back. He estimated that it seemed that it could fit into the paper box. After thinking for a moment, Jinyu walked over and pushed the door open, and the zombie immediately walked towards him. Unfortunately, it had no intelligence and stumbled subconsciously on the threshold. Then Jinyu grabbed its hair and pulled it forward, with its right leg across the front, and the zombie fell forward directly. Without thinking, Jinyu quickly stepped forward and stepped on its neck with his left foot, making it unable to move. Although the zombie struggled hard, Jinyu had changed a lot now. Picking up the cardboard box on the ground and putting it into the bag, Jinyu threw the photo albums into it, and then zipped up the backpack a little. This can explain why the things in the backpack still did not fall out when this zombie walked in the apocalypse. Of course, before that, Jinyu sprinkled a lot of dust on the cardboard box to make it look dirtier. And Jinyu used expired shampoo he found to smear it on the bottom, which could barely dilute some of the odor, but it would not reduce the lethality. These things may have been useless in the past, but they are still attractive to men in the doomsday. Jinyu knew very well how much curiosity people have. When he saw these magazines in the open, he didn't believe that anyone could resist opening this package. Late at night, a skinny zombie walked on a deserted road. Every once in a while, a small stone would appear on the road ahead, as if guiding it on its way. Jinyu hid in the dark, making sure that the zombie could walk towards the people on guard. At the same time, Jinyu saw that there seemed to be movement in the distance, and various lights appeared. Because it was night, and there was no electricity in the city, he could see it from a long distance. It seems that Long Jia has taken action. Jinyu whispered to himself, and sped up his movements again. Then he saw someone talking on a walkie-talkie, and then walked out, which happened to attract the attention of the zombie outside. Chapter 923. Most of the survivors now have experience in killing zombies. Even if they have guns, no one is stupid enough to use them when facing a zombie. So as expected, the man came up with a knife. Jinyu hid in the bushes, staring at him intently. Soon the zombie was killed, and the body fell to the ground. Jinyu saw the man stop, and then he was happy. Sure enough, the man squatted down, cut the straps with a knife, and walked towards the water source with the bag. Seeing this, Jinyu frowned slightly. He was now worried that this person would be too close to the well. If he accidentally dropped the paper box into the well when he fainted, it would be a waste of effort. But it was obvious that Jinyu was overthinking, because he saw the other 3 people gathered around, flipping through the photo albums with flashlights. One of them even stretched out his tongue to lick the pictures, and laughed obscenely from time to time. Seeing this, Jinyu felt nauseous, because he knew how dirty the place where these things were originally stored was. Soon, someone was curious about the package, and cut it open with a knife. Then, someone came closer to take a look. In order to prevent these people from throwing it away after opening it, Jinyu also put 2 women's underwear in it. The reason for such trouble is to ensure that all the people nearby can be trapped. It took only about 10 seconds, and the 4 people fell to the ground one by one. Soon, the remaining 2 people were startled and ran over to check. Jinyu held his breath and followed the steps he had memorized before, quickly walked through the trap area, and touched the back of the last 2 people. One of them took out the intercom of the fainted man, and was about to report the news when he was knocked unconscious by Jinyu. The other one was startled and wanted to shoot, but he didn't have time. Then Jinyu took out the belts and shoelaces of these people, and asked them to lie on the ground in groups of 2 and tie their hands and feet together. Somewhat worried, Chinyu took off their shoes and stuffed the sour socks into their mouths to block them. After finishing his work, Chinyu collected the weapons carried by the 6 people, a total of 3 shotguns and 2 pistols. It seems that Hui Yao's intelligence was not wrong. These people were indeed well armed, and their guns were fully loaded with ammunition. Then Chinyu picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and walked towards the open space. He stood a few meters away and threw the stone directly. There was no other way, because if he wanted to get water, Chinyu needed to bring the carriage to the water source, but the only passage here was obviously trapped. Even if there were really explosives buried, Chinyu could only let them explode, then directly destroy the water source here, and then drive the car to Hui Yao's camp to get water for the 2 horses. As the stone was thrown, Chinyu also quickly stepped back. But there was only a click, and no movement. Seeing this, Chinyu went forward to check and found that it was a trap made of some wooden boards, with many spikes underneath, all smeared with zombie blood. Seeing this, Chinyu was relieved. He picked up the surrounding stones, and quickly smashed the wooden sticks in the trap. Fortunately, this place was on the mountain, and there was nothing missing except stones. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu had filled half of the several buckets in the carriage. Previously, he saw someone holding a scoop to catch the flowing water and drink it directly, so Chinyu knew that the water must be very clean. Before filling the water, he drank it himself. This mountain spring water really tastes sweet. Chinyu wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, holding the scoop, and muttered contentedly. Even Chinyu was reluctant to destroy it. After the water flows down from the mountain, it will gather in the well, and then be led to the camp of these people by a long pipe. This area has also been rebuilt. No wonder 6 people were sent to guard it. When the water bucket of the carriage was full, Chinyu found the basins used by these people to wash their faces, and filled them with water, and placed them on the ground to feed the 2 horses. At this time, some people began to wake up, but their hands and feet were tied, and their mouths were stuffed with smelly socks, so they could only struggle. Seeing this, Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and walked over with a brick. "Who woke you up?" "Pa!" A brick went down, and the man fainted again. Chinyu was about to leave, when he noticed someone moving his fingers. Without thinking, he hit the person with another brick. It was past 4 in the morning, and the sky was about to get light. Every minute was crucial. After the 2 horses had enough water, Chinyu led them down the mountain quickly. After locking them in the yard of the abandoned restaurant, he ran up the mountain again. Suddenly, Long Jia's voice appeared on Chinyu's intercom, and it sounded quite urgent. "Chinyu, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer." Before he finished speaking, another roar came from the intercom. These bastards actually have C4 explosives? As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu suddenly turned around and looked at the camp over there, quickly picking up the telescope on his neck and looking over. At the same time, within the field of vision, a fierce explosion sounded, and then the 3-story building collapsed with a loud bang, and a lot of dust rose from the ground. Chinyu's eyes instantly turned red. He turned around and threw the cardboard box on the ground into the well, then rushed to the top of the mountain, but when he reached the spring, he was in trouble because he couldn't stop the water from flowing here. At the critical moment, Chinyu looked at the watch on his hand. If he remembered correctly, his watch used a button battery. Once the button battery comes into contact with water, it will cause permanent pollution. The damage can affect hundreds of thousands of liters of water. The reason why Chinyu knew so clearly was because he had learned a lot from Shang Wenjing's people during this period. Leander looked gentle, but he knew a lot. Thinking of this, Chinyu took off his watch, took out a small flashlight from his trouser pocket, and placed it on the stone, then carefully inserted the tip of the dagger into the groove of the watch backpack. Because he had killed zombies with a knife, Chinyu was very cautious, and even sweat flowed down his forehead. At this time, he had to quickly complete the task here, and then rush over to support Long Jia. After trying almost a dozen places, Chinyu finally pried open the watch, took out the button battery, and squatted near the spring with it. Using the dagger to dig a little hole, Chinyu buried the battery in it, and then put the flashlight in his pocket, and left here without looking back. Down the mountain. On a dilapidated street, there were only a few zombies wandering around. At this moment, a dusty figure suddenly jumped out from the balcony of the second floor of an abandoned house on the roadside. It was Long Jia. He quickly jumped to the abandoned car below. The moment he landed, he rolled towards the ground. His movements were very standard, relieving most of the force, and then he ran desperately. Chapter 924. You play with eagles every day, and now you're going to get blinded by an eagle. Long Jia dodged the arrows shot by the people behind him, turned his head, and spit on the ground. Previously, He led more than 30 people around in circles, and was finally forced to the rooftop of a 3-story building. He originally planned to jump to the next building, but what Long Jie didn't expect was that those people suddenly threw out something very familiar. Although Chen Yu didn't expose himself when he dealt with those people, and even failed to let them report the news successfully, Long Jie's trip was not in vain. Because if he hadn't appeared, when Chen Yu went over to knock someone out, another group of people were just about to change shifts. If the two of them went to get water at the same time, they would definitely be discovered. Due to the terrifying power of C4 explosives, those people just happened to explode the load-bearing wall, and there were more than one, causing the building to collapse directly. If Long Jie hadn't reacted quickly and jumped up with his rifle to hook the wire, he would have been buried alive. Unfortunately, the rifle couldn't be hooked steadily, so Long Jie could only buffer for a while, and then landed on a roof. Thanks to the secondary buffer and the pile of cardboard below, he didn't die on the spot. It's said that Long Jie is lucky. The first floor of the building he hid in happened to be a waste collection place before the end of the world. If there were iron tools outside, they would be pierced like hedgehogs. After escaping with great difficulty, the people behind him kept chasing him. Long Jie tried to press the intercom to ask for help, but found that it was out of power. He ran into a dead end, leaned against the wall, panting, and stared at those people. A few seconds later, a burly man appeared, holding a shotgun and a cigar in his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "A young bastard dared to come to my camp and make trouble, and you killed more than 10 people." As soon as he finished speaking, almost 50 people surrounded the alley. Long Jie looked at his scratched arm and sneered, "If the building hadn't collapsed and the magazine hadn't fallen, I could have killed another 20 of you." The burly man held the cigar in his hand, then pulled the bolt and taunted, "I don't talk much, don't expect anyone to save you, die." After saying that, the sturdy man pulled the trigger directly. At the same time, Long Jie burst out with terrifying power, kicked a wall to the left, then jumped to the right, grabbed the wall behind him and prepared to climb over, but it was full of glass fragments. The next second, Long Jie instantly saw someone holding a gun on the other side of the alley. Without thinking, he leaned back and barely avoided the pistol bullet, and his back fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the sturdy man instantly frowned, squinted his eyes, and said, "Such abnormal skills? Humph, I want to see how you can dodge this second wave of bullets." Then he waved his hand, and 5 people took a few steps forward with their hunting rifles, ready to pull the trigger again. Long Jie lay on the ground, looking at the gradually brightening sky, with a hint of fascination and reluctance in his eyes. At the moment the gun went off, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof next to Long Jie's eyes, and threw down dozens of kilograms of iron plate vertically. The bullets fired by the 5 people were actually all blocked, and because they were shotguns, and because of the range, they could not shoot through the iron plate. Then, a rifle with a new magazine fell on Long Jie's stomach, and Chen Yu even slid down from the 3-meter-high roof by grabbing the wire. He quickly supported the iron plate that was about to fall, holding the automatic rifle in his right hand, and instantly knocked down several people, while turning back and saying in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" Long Jie's murderous intent was fully revealed at this moment. He turned over and joined the battle with a gun, saying seriously, "I owe you a life." The sturdy man quickly retreated to avoid the bullets, and he shouted angrily, "Where's the explosives? Throw them in." Halfway through his words, a bullet flew from behind the sturdy man, instantly piercing his temple, and then his head fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, someone looked back and shouted in panic, "Get out of the way!" As soon as he finished speaking, an RPG shell flew in with a whistling sound, instantly hitting the wall, and dozens of people were torn into pieces on the spot. About 300 meters away, a Lei stood on the roof of an SUV with a cannon on his shoulder. Then he held the walkie-talkie and said expressionlessly, "Zhang Yin, my mission has been completed, and the next step is up to you." "Got it." Zhang Yin, wearing a camouflage uniform, rushed into the street quickly with a rifle at an angle, and Hui Yao followed him. In the distance, Yang Yu was lying on the roof, holding a sniper rifle and calling out the names of those people one by one. With the intermittent gunshots outside and the previous explosion, Chen Yu and Long Jie were both confused. "Who is helping us?" Long Jie asked in a low voice, pressing his left foot. "I don't know, I don't see anyone else." Chen Yu didn't know either. Just then, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. It was already dawn, and the light was much better. Chen Yu looked at the familiar face, stood up suddenly, and blurted out in surprise, "Zhang Yin, why are you here?" Then Hui Yao took the pistol and shot at other places. She shouted, "I explain it to you slowly later, hurry up." Hearing this, Jinyu looked back at Long Jia and found that his ankle seemed to be injured. He then squatted down and patted his shoulder, saying, "Come up." Seeing this, Long Jia did not refuse and lay down directly. He was injured when he fell from the roof before, and the pressure on his ankle was indeed serious due to the rapid running. Long Jia has a strong physical fitness, but he also knows his limits. Although he can still run for at least 10 more minutes, if he does so, it is likely that he will suffer irreversible damage. The medical environment in the Doomsday is not as good as before. There is no point in being brave at this time. Jinyu ran out of the alley with Long Jia on his back. Zhang Yin held a rifle in both hands and suppressed the fire. He turned his head and looked at Jinyu. The two looked at each other and nodded. There was no need to say more about the Brotherhood. Both sides knew that this was not the place to talk. At this time, Jinyu followed Zhang Yin and Hui Yao with his back on his back. He also remembered the letter he had sent to his family before. The content at that time was to let the pigeons be brought over after training. If the pigeons are hatched and trained, it will take more than a month. With the addition of Zhang Yin and Lei, Hui Yao is even more confident, shooting as if he is not afraid of bullets. Soon, those people crawled back to the camp, and Jinyu carried Long Jia to a safe place. Chapter 925. In the abandoned yard, Jinyu put Long Jia on the cart. It was already daybreak, but gunshots could still be heard occasionally in the distance. Zhang Yin searched around with a gun, and then returned to the yard. Jinyu stood beside the carriage, and when he saw him come back, he walked over and hugged Zhang Yin. "How is your family? Is everything okay?" After saying this, Jinyu noticed that Zhang Yin's eyes dodged for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "Everyone misses you in Shaolin, and everything is fine." Hearing this, Jinyu frowned slightly, but did not say it directly, but nodded. "Are you alone? Has Lei come?" Hearing the name of the eldest brother, Long Jia looked around, trying to find his figure. After not seeing each other for more than 7 months, Zhang Yin has changed a lot. The most obvious thing is that his beard has grown a lot. He whispered, "Lei is here too, and he was the one who fired the rocket launcher before." After the voice fell, Jinyu turned his head to look at Hui Yao, wondering, where did this thing come from? The reason for asking this is that Jinyu knew that the camp in the villa area had no stock left, and it was most likely provided by Hui Yao. The Savior sect once provided us with 2 shells for self-protection, and we took one with us this time. Hui Yao was wiping the dust off his body with a towel, and he answered casually, "Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear." Lei climbed over a wall with the barrel in one hand. But his change was no less than Zhang Yin's. At this moment, Jinyu was stunned, and even Long Jia got up from the cart excitedly. He looked over with disbelief. "Brother, what's wrong with your hand?" Ali now has a long scar from his left shoulder to his wrist. Although it looks like the wound is healed, it still looks quite shocking. Hearing this, Ali reached out and touched his face, only to find that the face towel seemed to have fallen off. He turned back to the fence, picked up the piece of cloth on the ground and put it in his pocket, then walked towards Long Jia, shook his head slightly, and said, "I encountered something before, nothing." Jinyu looked at Zhang Yin again, frowning. Zhang Yin's eyes were somewhat evasive, not daring to look directly at Jinyu. At this moment, Jinyu was finally sure that something big must have happened, because Zhang Yin never had this attitude. Suddenly thinking of something, Jinyu stood in front of Zhang Yin and asked, "Why didn't Rui come with you? Don't lie to me. Tell the truth." But what Jinyu and Long Jia didn't expect was that the moment Zhang Yin heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red and his fists clenched into a ball. Lei walked over and patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder, saying, "Let me tell you." Zhang Yin nodded, turned around with his gun, and left. "I drive the car over." After he left, Lei turned around and looked at Jinyu, whispering, "Do you still remember the 2 organizations called Wanderers and Scavengers?" "Of course." Jinyu nodded and said, "Didn't I help them severely injure the Scavengers before I left? Logically, they shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Under normal circumstances, they are really useless." At this point, R's eyes dimmed, and he continued, "But for some reason, the 2 organizations actually shook hands and made peace. Secondly, R recalled the bloody scene before, and murmured. Secondly, they were later supported by a certain force, and received a large amount of weapons, ammunition, manpower, and even tanks. I haven't heard of any forces around that have such strength." Jinyu thought carefully, and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Our camp is hundreds of miles away. If there is a camp like this, it should have been discovered long ago, right?" At first, they split into 3 camps to confuse others. Lei's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness, and he said softly, "The Wanderers and the Scavengers were originally one family, But as time went on, conflicts of varying sizes broke out between the two sides. Xiao Jiao and I tried our best to catch one alive, and after torture, we got a lot of clues. Alei glanced at Qinyu, and then said with a cold look, after a year of development, the scale of those three forces has not weakened at all. Two of them are the Wanderers and the Scavengers. Because they don't know each other's details, they hate each other very much. But about 4 months ago, the third camp appeared as if it had fallen from the sky, carrying a large amount of weapons and ammunition, and almost swallowed up the other two camps like a tornado. At this point, our paused for a moment, and then whispered, and the organization behind the third camp is said to be called Pan Yuan. As soon as these words came out, Qinyu instantly looked at Hui Yao. She frowned and said nothing. Why? Have you heard of it, or have you come into contact with it? R caught this detail and asked immediately. Qinyu shook his head, but soon nodded and said, I only heard her mention this name in the past 2 days. 10 seconds later, Hui Yao frowned and said, I haven't come into contact with it, but Wei Huan mentioned it twice. The first time she said that Pan Bay is the neighbor of the Savior Gate, but it is far away from us. Even the Savior Gate can't get involved too much here. How did its neighbor do it? Hearing this, R turned around and looked in a certain direction, and continued, according to the information we tortured out, that person once said that Pani Bay is not weaker than the Savior Gate. Some time ago, civil unrest broke out in Pani Bay. But I heard that those people were too well planned. The only entrance and exit were locked. A large number of people were sent out to recruit various forces, and planned to gather the survivors in the north in one go. When saying this, even Alei felt a little heavy. I don't know who has such a big ambition, but maybe some zombies can be eliminated, so that humans can rebuild civilization. Hearing this, Qinyu pondered for a few seconds and said, in this way, many places will be destroyed. In the current world situation, some lands are already of little use to humans. Long Jie said with a wry smile. Alei looked at him and said, you have regressed. These rookies can actually hurt you. Long Jie muttered, you don't know how dangerous I was before. Who would have thought that those guys could actually make C4? I once warned you that unless you see your enemy die with your own eyes, you can't underestimate anyone. Even if there is only one person left, you should do your best. I know. Long Jie lowered his head and muttered, not daring to look up and look at Alei. Although Long Jie can be better than Alei in close combat, if it comes to comprehensive combat power, Alei can press him to the ground with one hand. Chapter 926. Brother, I still want to ask, what happened to your hand? Long Jie couldn't help asking. After the three camps merged, they came to attack us. In order to protect Xiaoi and the other children's retreat, I could only lead some of the enemies to a jungle. How many people? Qinyu asked. About 100. Alei's face was calm, as if it was not a big deal. This is just one of the teams. Hearing this, Qinyu felt heavy-hearted. He could actually guess that it must have been very dangerous at the time. Alei's arm was so seriously injured that the situation must have been difficult to deal with. Why didn't you notify me? Qinyu said this subconsciously, but soon realized that something was wrong. He whispered, I forgot that our two camps haven't established communication capabilities yet. I should have trained Sheng Wenjing's pigeons first. Hearing this, Alei shook his head and said, it's useless. Those people blew up the 2 roads near our camp. Huh? Qinyu was surprised. Blow up the road? How can they do such a vicious thing? It's hard to repair it now. R said, those people seem to know the instructor. Before he finished speaking, he paused and changed his address. They also know where Sheng Wenjing's camp is. They may be worried that they can't deal with 2 forces at once, so they cut off the support first. How many people are there in those 3 camps now? Qinyu thought quickly in his mind and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, R raised his right hand and opened it, saying, about 500, but we killed 127 of them. Doesn't that mean there are still more than 300 people left? Long Jie was stunned. It might sound like a small number, but if we only consider the number of people in the camp, it is actually quite a lot. After all, whether it is the camp where Qinyu or Sheng Wenjing is located, there are less than half of these people. And there are even fewer people in Qinyu's villa area. Qinyu glanced at Alei's left hand and whispered, how many have we sacrificed? After saying this, Alei fell into a rare silence. Just then, the sound of a car engine sounded outside the yard. It should be Zhang Yin driving the car over. R put the rocket launcher on the cart, and said with a heavy heart, after you left, we also received a lot of survivors, and the number of people also increased, so we managed to survive later. But there were still heavy casualties. Among them, Lao Cheng and Fu Qian died of 7 bullets in order to save Chen Shi, and the 3 babies in the camp. Hongwu was blinded by glass fragments in both eyes in order to save the doctors. Most of the people brought by Song Chung died. The one named Qin Min accidentally saw Zhang Yin's pocket watch and finally blocked the bullet for Zhang Rui. But a stray bullet still hit her, and she fell down, causing craniocerebral injury. Fortunately, our hospital has been completed in advance, and there are 2 more doctors later. It was because of these conditions that Zhang Rui's life was saved, but she has been in a deep sleep and has not woken up yet. The reason why Zhang Yin followed you was because he believed that you would not be able to swallow this breath. It was also because of your suggestion, Xiaoyu, that we hid the zombies attracted by the last corpse shepherd, and relied on the zombie tide to repel the group of people. After the voice fell, Qinyu kicked the plastic bucket next to him. Although he was very angry, he still said calmly, "I'm sorry, I made you suffer during this period. If I hadn't left, maybe it would have been better. But don't worry, this matter will never be over so easily." Zhang Yin stood by the door and said calmly, "If it was just you 7 months ago, it wouldn't be of much use even if it was you now. At least we survived, and you have become much stronger." Qinyu looked at Zhang Yin, but found that he seemed to have suddenly become a stranger, and there seemed to be no smile on his face anymore. The changes in Alay and Zhang Yin made Qinyu very sad. He really didn't expect that so many things had happened when the 2 camps were only less than 200 kilometers apart. And even if he wanted to seek support, he couldn't do it. Now Qinyu finally understood why the Wanderers were so kind to send them pigeons. Because in this situation, Qinyu only thought that he could communicate by pigeons, and then ignored the importance of information transmission. In other words, as long as Qinyu didn't receive any news, he would subconsciously think that his home was safe. After all, the current villa camp has Alay and Xiaojiu, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang, as well as Uncle Hua and Qi Hao sitting in charge, and ordinary forces have no means to come and provoke. Another point is that Qinyu had a basic understanding of the nearby forces, and he knew how many people there were, but he didn't expect that there would be several camps that developed separately. Besides these people, how many casualties were there? Qinyu took a deep breath and was mentally prepared. "Tell me everything, rest assured I can bear it." Hearing this, Alay glanced at Zhang Yin, who nodded, and then he continued to add, "Zhang Cixi Xiuhu, Teacher Lily and Wang Tianhai." Hearing these names, Qinyu even exuded a bloody aura all over his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did they all sacrifice?" Alay shook his head slightly and said, "Wang Tianhai's only left hand was amputated to save Yufeng. The other 3 died. These are just the names we used to be familiar with. There are still 20 people you don't know. Fortunately, the villa area is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the enemy has a tank, Brother Xiaojiu relied on his strong military qualities to break out of the encirclement alone and blew off the tank's tracks. In the end, Uncle Hua used his anti-material sniper rifle to shoot through the heads of 3 people at the same time, intimidating them. However, due to the high intensity of his use of firearms, his right hand is shaking uncontrollably." Qinyu stood there in silence for a few seconds, then turned his head to the right and said, "Sorry, Hui Yao, I may have to break the contract temporarily." Hui Yao had been listening quietly for so long, and she suddenly said seriously, "In fact, I should have realized it from the beginning. Since the Salvation Sect can arrange a branch force, why can't their neighbors?" And according to what Wei Huanhuan said at the end, what she mentioned at the time was, "The Savior Sect conquered Pawnee Bay, not took it down." When these words came out, a gleam of light flashed in Qinyu's eyes, and he squinted slightly and said, "Could it be that these 2 are similar to those who attacked our camp and developed separately? Do you want to hear the truth?" Hui Yao looked into Qinyu's eyes, his expression fluctuating. "Yes. You have to hit the snake at its weakest point. Since the Savior Sect has conquered Pawnee Bay, let's just pretend to be the Savior Sect and let the forces that attack you think they are going to be wiped out." Chapter 927. Qinyu thought carefully about what Hui Yao said and found that it was indeed feasible. Because according to Hui Yao's description, the team brought by her former best friend wore special clothes that only the Savior Sect had. Although it was just a set of armor, it was difficult to imitate it now. And according to the information that Alay said before, they captured a person and got a lot of information. The other party said that they came here after the rebellion in Pawnee Bay. That is to say, before that, those people must have dealt with the people of the Savior Sect. Maybe he would recognize such clothes. Just then, the 2 horses in the yard suddenly cried, instantly pulling Qinyu back to his thoughts. Seeing this, he said, "Let's go first, it's not safe here." Then Qinyu said to Hui Yao, "Did you drive back the 40 people who went to the resort earlier?" "Of course." Hui Yao nodded. "We killed almost 5 of them, and 3 were crippled by your grenade." The rest ran as fast as rabbits. We drove behind them. Shinyu continued, in that case, I leave this to you. The zombies shouldn't need our help, right? No, you guys go back to the resort first. I'd probably be back after dark. I'm very experienced in trapping these people to death. Okay. Shinyu turned around and walked over to open the chain hanging on the iron gate, and then prepared to lead the horse away. He didn't ask Wei Yao how he met Lei and Zhang Yin. Anyway, he would have plenty of time to ask after he returned. At this moment, the first thing to do is to leave. Lei returned to Zhang Yin's car, and the two drove straight out of the city. Shinyu continued to drive the carriage, and Long Jia sat next to him. After walking for about 10 minutes, Shinyu suddenly asked softly, Is your foot injury serious? How about I take you to Dongjun and Ez, and let them take you back first? After the voice fell, Long Jia looked at his ankle and said, I just need to rest for 3 days, it's okay. Then, without waiting for Shinyu to speak, he added again, Let me follow you to take revenge. It sounds like your losses this time are a bit serious. Hearing this, Shinyu looked at the weed-covered streets and the rotting corpses on the ground and slowly said, I originally thought that after this training, I could lead everyone to live a better life. To be honest, I have even made plans to integrate all nearby forces, expand the camp, develop industrial areas and large-scale planting bases, etc. But I didn't expect that things have changed. Time waits for no one, and no one can guarantee what will happen the next day. Long Jia wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He was silent for a few minutes, then whispered, The greatest powerlessness of a person is to watch his relatives and friends die one by one. All beings are equal. But they shouldn't have died. When Shinyu said this, his voice revealed a little chill. But what you said makes sense. Things in the world are unpredictable. No one dares to be sure that their life will be beautiful. Most people will live with more or less regrets. As long as you still remember them, they have never died. When you think of a certain name one day, they will live in your world. Long Jia patted Shinyu on the shoulder, and said from the bottom of his heart. Shinyu looked at the taillights of Zhang Yin's car in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Yes, as long as these people still remember those names, then in a sense, they are still alive. Everyone's death made Shinyu feel a little sad, because he didn't want to experience the separation of life and death. Therefore, Shinyu has always tried not to make enemies with other survivors. He believes that he will negotiate if he can, and he will definitely root out the enemies if he can't avoid it. In this way, Shinyu doesn't want to hurt the people around him one day. Soon the four of them returned to the resort, and the girls were making a fire and preparing food. Seeing Shinyu coming back, they greeted him warmly. Shinyu nodded slightly in response, and then led the horse to the shaded area and tied it up. Long Jia's left foot was hanging in the air, and he was about to jump into the house, but suddenly found Lei coming over, and then supported him. Are you injured? Although Lei is not good at speaking, that is only for other people. For people like Long Jia and Long Dai, Lei is still willing to care about them. No. Long Jia shook his head and laughed. Hearing this, Lei said nothing more, and helped him to sit on the steps. Then Zhang Yin also took some food from the car, and walked towards Shinyu. This is the wheat we planted ourselves. It was harvested 2 months ago. Fengyi said that we must bring it to you and Shaolin to taste. Shinyu turned around and looked at the dark bread in his hand. After taking it, he smelled it and found a faint smell of wheat. How do you process wheat into flour? Because Shinyu had been wearing gloves before and washed his hands with spring water, he just tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The taste was different from the bread bought before the doomsday. It tasted a little rougher, but the taste was also very good. Zhang Yin said, a group of people saw that we had built a small hydropower station, and then they got a flour mill from somewhere as a ticket to join us. After it was powered on, it could be used normally. Shinyu nodded slightly, looked at Long Jia who was sitting far away, and then prepared to walk over with the bread, intending to give him some. Seeing this, Zhang Yin stretched out his hand to stop him, lifted the bag in his hand, and said, I give it to him, you can eat it yourself, there is still some in the car, and there is a lot of food in the camp now, because there are few people. After saying this, Zhang Yin's eyes became a little dim again. Life is getting better and better, but so many familiar people died last time. Zhang Yin and the others actually blamed themselves for this. He and Xiao Jiao had served in the military, and Uncle Hua and Lei were also very skilled, but in the chaos, they could not save everyone. Saving one person might cause the other to miss the opportunity. Since Shinyu and Lin Yi left, Xiao Jiao has been training everyone, but after all, they have received too little training time, and unless the difficulty is increased, the progress will be slow. The camp is in the stage of vigorous development, and everyone is full of expectations for the future life. Until now, Zhang Yin still can't forget what Lao Cheng said to him at that time. At that time, Lao Cheng was already with Chen Shi. One afternoon, Lao Cheng squatted beside Chen Shi, stroking her slightly bulging belly with his left hand, and turned his head with gentle eyes to tell Zhang Yin that he must learn more skills and protect Xiaoxi and Ling Ling. Chapter 928. At that time, Zhang Yin also smiled and nodded, saying that he would definitely help him with all his strength. But Lao Cheng was already 30 years old after all, and he had never been exposed to similar training before, so he couldn't handle a little more intensity. In addition, there were more and more people in the camp, and it was no longer the small force that was at the mercy of others before, so Zhang Yin didn't force him to practice, as long as he was familiar with the guns. But that morning, something that no one expected happened, that is, the enemy actually opened fire at full power right away. Hundreds of people attacked from all directions, and Zhang Yin's bullets had long been used up. He held a dagger and killed dozens of people by himself. When he rushed to support, he only saw Lao Cheng desperately pushing Chen Shi into the secret passage. Then, Lao Cheng was about to get into the secret passage, but a child suddenly sprained his ankle out of fear and fell to the ground. Lao Cheng couldn't bear to watch him die, so he turned around and helped him. At this moment, a bullet hit him. In the past, Lao Cheng would probably not care about the survivors who had just joined the camp. He would prioritize self-protection at the critical moment of life and death. But after being with Chen Shi, his personality was gradually affected, and Chen Shi became pregnant after saving her life, so Lao Cheng completed the transformation of his identity early. Because he was a father, he did not stand by and watch him die. But he also lost his life because of it. Chen Shi could not bear this stimulation and wanted to crawl out to save him, but Lao Cheng desperately blocked the gap in the secret passage before he died. Then the enemy rushed forward and shot Lao Cheng in the chest and head again. The shooting method of 2 shots in the chest and 1 shot in the head almost killed Lao Cheng instantly, and no matter how fast Zhang Yin reacted, it was useless. Finally, Zhang Yin picked up the gun next to the enemy's body and killed all the remaining dozen people, but he was also shot. This is also the point that Zhang Yin and Xiao Jiao find it difficult to change. No matter how much the people in the camp receive training, once they encounter an enemy with a large number of people, they are basically unable to resist. Even if Qinyu appears here, facing the attack of 30 people, he is still powerless. The last time Qinyu was able to kill so many people, it was not because of his skills and force, but because of his brain. He used the flower bomb very calmly to complete the counterattack. But every time at a critical moment, you will not have such good luck and have all the conditions at the same time, such as prepared flour and a sealed room. It can be said that if Qinyu had not been quick-witted, Zhang Yin would have been able to collect his body even if he rushed over to the abandoned examination room. This is also why Qinyu regretted it when he faced Hu Li later. He once said that if he had known that a Lei would be injured like that in the end, he would rather not save Wang Tianhai. Although it is selfish to say this, after all, Wang Tianhai and Qinyu and others did not have a good relationship at the time. He had no obligation to save him. The reason he went was that he was worried that Wang Tianhai would betray the community. When he found out that he was captured alive, Qinyu did not turn around and leave. This is his personal charm. After all, with the personalities of a Lei and Zhang Yin, they would never do such a thing. Although Zhang Yin might have been able to save him in the past, he never trusted anyone else after being deceived that time. Because of these things, everyone else was convinced by Qinyu. He did not worry about whether he would die. What he regretted was not this, but he did not want to see a Lei seriously injured. He even thought that even if he had shot Wang Tianhai with a sniper rifle, it would have been better than rushing in like this. Will he correct himself after going to the gambling king Tianhai, and then put himself and the people around him in danger? In the end, any leader of any camp in the Doomsday would hardly do this. Zhang Yin took a piece of bread for Long Jie, and when he turned around, he found several girls looking at him eagerly. Seeing this, Zhang Yin thought about it, and took out 4 more from the bag. Nana limped forward, stretched out her hand and took only 2, and then said gratefully, "Thank you, but I don't need that much." After she finished speaking, Nana broke the bread in half and gave it to the other 3 people. Zhang Yin nodded slightly without saying anything and put the bag in the car. This time they drove a sedan. Nowadays, people rarely drive SUVs. After all, they rarely go to some bad roads. Everyone ate something simple to replenish their energy. Qinyu took some grass from the cart and put it on the stairs, and the 2 horses ate the grass quietly. Soon Zhang Yin continued to walk over and whispered, "Xiao Jiao has been making various bombs in the room because of Shu's death. He is preparing. At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly stopped. What are you preparing for? Qin Yu touched the horse's head and asked. Brother Xiaojiu wants to start a war against those people. I feel that he wants to slaughter all the remaining enemies, but he is too short of resources. Last time he accidentally caused an explosion. If he continues like this, it will be very dangerous. So I told him to slow down and discuss the next step after finding you. He can't force the materials to be refined like this. It is very likely that he will be killed before the smokeless gunpowder is made. What do you think? Qin Yu pointed to the eaves and asked him to sit down and talk. Zhang Yin thought for a moment and said, It's not a pity for those people to die. I understand. Qin Yu nodded slightly, put his hands on his knees, and said calmly, It's very stressful for anyone to get rid of so many enemies at once. Large-scale killing will only lead to a situation where both sides will fight to the death. Zhang Yin fell silent after he finished speaking. He knew very well that Qin Yu would never let these people go. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Qin Yu whispered again, Either we don't interfere with each other's development, or we will fight the enemy so hard that they will never be able to turn over. The war has begun. Since they are backed by that ghost Pani Bei, and we are planning to deal with the Savior sect, we can just use these people to attract some attention for us. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was obviously stunned, and then he felt a little hot inside. You have been outside recently just for this? Yeah. Qin Yu nodded, and waved to Lei. After he came over and sat down, Qin Yu explained softly, and told him all the plans. After all, they are his own people, there is nothing to hide. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin nodded and said, In this case, it is indeed better than facing the Savior Gate alone. After all, there is strength in numbers. Qin Yu turned his head to look at Lei, who said expressionlessly, I have no objection, but before that, we must destroy the group that attacked us. Chapter 929. Hearing this, Qin Yu said seriously, Of course, it's not my character to not take revenge. Don't leave for the next 2 days. I have a task for you. The two nodded without asking what it was. Qin Yu habitually looked at his watch, but found that his left hand was empty. Then he remembered that he had taken the watch apart. At this moment, Nana came over, took off her watch and handed it to Qin Yu, saying, This is for you. I don't need it. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't reach out to take it, and was a little confused, Nana pointed to her feet, and said with a smile, It's not convenient for me to move around outside, and I basically don't go out alone. The watch is dispensable to me now. After all, I can live one day at a time. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about it, stood up and took it. Thank you. You're welcome. Nana smiled slightly and turned away. After Qin Yu put on the watch, he felt that the time was not right, and checked the time with Zhang Yin's watch. It seems that Nana did not lie to Qin Yu. She really didn't look at her watch very often, otherwise she would definitely find something wrong. It was past 7 in the morning. Qin Yu looked at the word Zheng engraved on the carriage, and estimated that it had been almost a month. Then he looked at Zhang Yin and Lei and said, I have to go out to do something. Which way is it to get back to our camp now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin took out a homemade map from his trouser pocket. Qin Yu took it in his hand and looked at it, then closed it, and gave it to him and continued, A month ago, I had some interactions with people from a certain camp. At that time, I promised to take them away when the time came. I want to know what the conditions are for my family to accept survivors now. Hearing this, Zhang Yin put the map in his pocket and said softly, You can arrange it, we will have no objection, and home is not just our home. You have been away for a while, but you are not expelled. Everyone still recognizes you as the leader of the camp. Hearing this, Qin Yu did not say anything polite, and nodded slightly. In this case, let me see if they are willing to go. These people have strong survival ability, but it's a pity that many people died because of their trust. After a few simple words, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the car that was stuck like a hedgehog before, and sat directly in. When he followed back earlier, he asked Long Jie to drive the carriage, and Qin Yu drove the car back himself. Sitting in the car and nodding to Lei, Qin Yu drove the car away from the resort. Time passed by, and Qin Yu did not stop on the road and drove directly to Xiaoyun's camp. Parking the car on the side of the road, Qin Yu checked the pistol, and then continued to walk up the mountain with it on his waist. The weapons and equipment of the 6 people were still in the car, and one of the walkie-talkies was also in it, but he estimated that those people should have discovered this. Because Qin Yu never heard anyone talking on the intercom afterwards, the frequency must have been changed. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Qin Yu found that the road seemed a little different from before. He did not go up rashly, but waited where he was. Qin Yu knew very well that he must have been discovered when he arrived near the 2 trucks. After all, Their telescopes were not damaged and were still on it. Since Dong Jun returned here after being injured, Chen Yu and Long Jia also unloaded the millstone and hid it directly in the haystack on the side of the road. After some estimation, the car should be able to be towed away. Although Zhang Yin said that his family already has a flour mill, it still needs electricity. With a stone mill, it can be used normally even if there is a problem with the electricity in the future. After all, the environment in the Doomsday is not as good as before, and it is likely that the hydropower station will not be stable for long. About 2 minutes later, a girl ran down the mountain. Sorry, we just destroyed the road here and didn't have time to notify you. It's okay. Chen Yu shook his head and followed Xiao Yun to another direction. Before Chen Yu mentioned it, Xiao Yun took the initiative to explain. They both recovered well, and the situation has improved a lot. Thank you. I'm sorry for bothering you during this time. It's nothing. Without your help before, our camp here would have been destroyed, and even everyone would have died. The two of them walked and talked, and soon reached the halfway point of the mountain. Xin Meng was practicing archery. When she saw Chen Yu following Xiao Yun, she quickly ran over with a bow. You're finally here. I thought you'd just leave us alone. Chen Yu smiled and changed the subject. Pack up your things and follow me. Okay. Xin Meng was very happy, and turned around and ran into the room. After staying here for a month, Xin Meng was almost going crazy. Although there was food and drink, the environment was not very good. Even the toilets of these people were just a pit dug, and then 2 wooden boards were laid on it, leaving a gap. Every time she squatted on it, Xin Meng was afraid that she would fall down, especially because there was an extremely stinky smell that lingered, but she couldn't show too much disdain. After all, if they hadn't been able to rest here, De Jun and Dong Jun would definitely not be able to hold on until they could return to her community. Of course, even though this community was where Chen Yu and others had lived, he had no other opinions. At that time, Chen Yu went back to the community with Han Liyuan and Xiao Hu and checked it carefully. Even if the corpse tide was led away, it would be quite difficult to clean up later, so they put it aside. At this time, thinking of Xiao Hu, the familiar face seemed to appear in front of him again. Chen Yu was a little absent-minded, and his fists clenched subconsciously. Xiao Hu accidentally took the wrong road before, and Chen Yu took great pains to pull him back. After getting the prosthesis, Xiao Hu was originally thought to be able to continue to learn archery with Dazhuang and grow up slowly, but suddenly heard the bad news. When listening to a Lei's story, Chen Yu was actually very nervous. He didn't want to hear those familiar names, and was worried about hearing that something happened to Dazhuang's brother and sister. If possible, Chen Yu hopes that everyone in the camp can live well. But he knew very well that this was unrealistic. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was impossible to turn danger into safety every time. Thinking of this, Chen Yu became more determined to upgrade the weapons in the camp. Within the range of the artillery, all enemies would be quiet. But without channels, even Xiao Jiao couldn't find where to get missiles, let alone Chen Yu, but for some reason, Chen Yu felt that Wu Yao might bring him a surprise this time. A few minutes later, Xin Meng and Yi Jishu had packed their luggage, and Dong Jun also appeared in front of them. Chen Yu walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "When I have time, I will help you find a pair of prostheses." Hearing this, Yi Jishu lifted the bangs in front of his forehead and smiled. "Don't worry, the instructor has found this thing before, and there are 3 pairs at home." Chapter 930. Chen Yu nodded. "If that's the case, then you should go back as soon as possible, otherwise it's unsafe outside." Dong Jun looked at his bare left hand and smiled bitterly. "Fortunately it's not my right hand, otherwise I think it would be difficult to kill even a zombie." "It's okay, everyone will help you in the future, it's the same." Yi Jishu picked up the bag on the ground and said happily. Although Dong Jun lost one hand due to the last injury, he was lucky to survive, so Yi Jishu didn't want to show too sad. Secondly, before the end of the world, amputation is a very painful thing for any family, and it is basically difficult to accept. But if it is a choice between amputation and survival, everyone will automatically jump out of the answer in their hearts. At this time, Yi Jishu looked behind Chen Yu and asked curiously, "Where is brother Jia? Why didn't he come?" Hearing this, Chen Yu said, "Long Jia was injured, so wait until you check him, then you can go back to the camp." Hearing this, Yi Jishu was a little anxious and said quickly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Chen Yu waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay, the situation is not serious, wait 2 minutes." After the voice fell, he looked at the people standing by and continued to ask, "Have you thought about it?" After this, Yi Jishu and Dong Jun remembered what Chen Yu had said before. Although they were a little far away at the time and didn't hear it clearly, they could basically guess it. But the two did not have any other opinions. because they knew in their hearts that Qin would definitely not do such a thing as bringing strangers to Shang Wenjing's camp. Xiaoyun saw Qin staring at her. She hesitated for a while, then took a step forward and said firmly, "In the past month, we have not had as many people as before, and many facilities have been damaged. Now the development speed is getting slower and slower. After careful consideration, we decided to leave here. In addition, we believe that you are definitely not that kind of person. For such a person, the forces behind him must not be very bad." Qin nodded slightly and said, "Do you have a map?" "Yes," Xiaoyun responded, turning around and running towards a room. Qin was not surprised by this. After all, the camps that have survived to this day have basically looted the map. Moreover, the two camps like Qin and Shang Wenjing have long learned the ability to draw simple maps. Now the conditions are not so good. If you can't even draw a map, something will happen sooner or later. About half a minute later, Xiaoyun appeared with a wrinkled piece of paper. Then she squatted on the ground and spread out the big map. Qin walked over and squatted. Before he asked, Xiaoyun had already pointed out the location of their camp. "We are here." Seeing this, Qin felt a little more satisfied. Dealing with smart people can indeed save a lot of time. He took the pencil handed by Xiaoyun, and then slid it gently along a certain line. Since he didn't use much force, he could erase it directly afterwards, so that the map would not be damaged. Halfway through the drawing, Qin stopped and began to search for the approximate location of the camp in the villa area on the map. But in the end, the exact area was not found. After all, if the map is very detailed, it is impossible to mark too many areas. Thinking of this, Qin closed his eyes and began to simulate the road from the villa area to Shang Wenjing's camp in his mind. Fortunately, his memory has always been very good. Even after 7 months, Qin can remember it very clearly. This is mainly thanks to the relationship with Lei, so Qin carefully read the route map given by Han Liyuan several times. About a minute later, Qin opened his eyes, drew a circle on a road on the edge of the map, and then looked at Xiaoyun and said, "Go this way, the first fork goes right, the second one goes left, and the third one continues to go left across the bridge." After walking a few hundred meters, you may see a section of the road being blown up. At this point, Qin paused and continued, "We need to go back a little, and take the road down the mountain. If we go straight for more than 10 kilometers, we will see a river. If we go upstream along the river, we will find a camp." Xiaoyun carefully remembered what Qin said, and then nodded, "Okay." After the voice fell, Qin thought for a moment. In this case, he had to get her a token, but what should he use? Write a letter? As soon as these two words appeared in his mind, Qin directly denied it. Not to mention that Qin rarely wrote in the camp, and everyone had hardly seen him. Although he had sent a letter home last time, it was difficult for Qin to guarantee that the handwriting would be exactly the same both times. If the handwriting was not exactly the same twice, Xiao Jiao and his men would probably die instantly, considering that they had just been attacked. After all, he rarely wrote with a pen. If he just said a word, Qin could type it out on his phone quickly, but if he was asked to write suddenly, it would be a bit difficult. The reason why he was able to finish the previous letter was also thanks to Lin Yi, who often asked him to take notes. Qin would not do such a risky thing. Otherwise, it would cause Xiaoyun and others to get hurt, which would be a bit bad. After hesitating for a while, Qin waved to Xiaoyun, "Come closer." After she came closer, Qin bent down slightly and whispered in her ear, "If you meet the first person, just tell him directly, 'Is the dog meat that was killed by the hail last time delicious?'" After listening, Xiaoyun was stunned and said, "That's it?" "Yes." Qin nodded, "If he doesn't believe it, just keep talking, let them call out the man with the best archery in the camp, and then repeat the previous sentence." Qin didn't have much to do about this. After all, he had been out for a long time, and now, he didn't have anything he brought from the camp. Then, he reminded Xiaoyun of some precautions. At this moment, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Seeing this, Qin turned his head to the left, and found that it was Shenming. But she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Qin frowned slightly and said, "Is there something wrong? You are discussing cooperation with other camps. Can you take us with you?" Without waiting for Qin to answer, Shenming added, "After the matter is done, let us live in your camp. But your place is a bit far from where we are now. Even if we drive for a day, we can't get there." Hearing this, Shenming was silent for a moment, then raised her head. Her eyes were slightly red, and she murmured, "We have a large number of people, but few are powerful. You have seen the current situation. If it weren't for you and that handsome brother, Dejun and I would have died there." Chapter 931. Qin pondered for a while, then nodded. Okay, but you have to think clearly. This time, the situation will be very dangerous. But similarly, if the final victory belongs to us, then the living environment will definitely be improved. At this moment, Shen Meng was hesitant. She didn't know if this was just a pie in the sky, but at least she had seen Qin Yu and Long Jia's skills with her own eyes. If nothing else, ordinary people would find it difficult to catch up. When everyone gathered in the open space outside, suddenly another man appeared. Shen Meng turned his head and saw that it was the army holding a knife in his left hand. Now his right wrist was cut off, and now he could only practice killing zombies with his left hand. Seeing this, Shen Meng gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will accompany you this time. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, calculated, the day after tomorrow is the day for the meeting of the surrounding camps. You can bring your people here at that time. After the voice fell, Qin Yu continued to point to a certain area on the map. Shen Meng looked at the route, memorized it carefully, and nodded again, okay, I understand. Then Xiaoyan pulled Qin Yu's sleeve and whispered, what about us? After saying this, Qin Yu glanced at her and the rest of the people and said softly, you were just attacked, and most of you have just recovered from your injuries. If you are asked to help, you can only go to the front to block bullets, forget it. Hearing this, some people thought they were being disliked, so they raised their hands and said, we are not afraid of fighting, how about letting a few of us join in? Qin Yu looked over in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the man who helped lift the millstone last time. It seemed that his left hand had not yet recovered from the injury. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, it's really not that I'm shirking responsibility, but I have already decided on the person who will block the bullet. Having said this, it was difficult for others to continue talking. Soon Xiaoyun asked people to start packing up. After Qin Yu and Dong Jun and others said goodbye, they went down the mountain first. Anyway, the route has been marked, and Qin Yu believes that they should be able to walk through it. Qin Yu and Long Jia have visited almost all the nearby forces. They probably don't dare to attack the survivors passing by. Secondly, some small forces have fewer people, and those people basically don't deal with outsiders. Down the mountain, Qin Yu, Dong Jun and De Jun worked together to move the millstone into the trunk. Because it was too big, they couldn't cover it in the end. But it didn't matter. Qin Yu took a look and thought it would be fine as long as it didn't fall out. Yi Jishu looked at the car in front of him that was full of wooden sticks, and he was very curious. But after hearing Qin Yu say that there was zombie blood on it, she took a half step back with a pale face, not daring to touch it. Soon the 5 people got into the car. Qin Yu started the car and left the area. When they reached a fork in the road, Shen Meng sat in the back and said, just stop in front, De Jun and I can walk back. It's so far, is it possible? Qin Yu glanced at the dashboard. Fortunately, this car is more fuel efficient, and there is about 1/3 left. It's okay, I'm not only good at chasing people, but I'm also good at avoiding people. Hearing this, Qin Yu stopped insisting, and stopped the car on the side of the road. Then Shen Meng and De Jun left the car one by one. When they were about to close the door, Qin Yu said softly, there are some shotguns under the back seat. You can pick one for self-defense. As soon as these words came out, Shen Meng was stunned. She was moved and said, thank you so much. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and took out a shotgun, and then the voice sounded again in the car. There are bullets in the front seat storage bag. Take 4 more. If Shen Meng had not proposed to join the cooperation, Qin Yu would not have done so at this time. After all, they were about to launch a general attack on the Savior sect, and the more ammunition the better. But since Shen Meng had taken the initiative to show her goodwill, Qin Yu naturally could not watch her and the army get into trouble on the way back. When she took the bullets, Qin Yu nodded slightly and continued to start the car and drove away. Soon Qin Yu drove back to the resort. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Shishu ran inside with a small box, and because he was too anxious, he even fell down. But she just patted the dust off her body, and didn't stop at all. Qin Yu checked the remaining guns and ammunition, and then gave Dong Jun a pistol for self-defense. After all, he and Yi Shishu needed to take the carriage back to the camp, and they couldn't do it without a gun on the road. With a pistol on them, there would be basically no danger. Now that the doomsday has been going on for almost 20 months, most people don't have a pistol, let alone bullets. If you want to provoke Dong Jun and the others, you have to think twice. In one afternoon, Qin Yu also found out how Zhang Yin met Hui Yao. This was all thanks to Yang Yu. Because the road was blown up and could not be repaired, Zhang Yin and Alei took a detour to Shang Wenjing's camp. But the route was hand-drawn, so in order to avoid going wrong, they walked a little more according to the big map, and suddenly heard gunshots. Originally, the two did not intend to care, but Zhang Yin had better eyesight, and found a few stones on the ground. The red one was in front, and the two small stones were behind. At this moment, Zhang Yin fell into memories, and then subconsciously stopped the car. Alei was puzzled, so Zhang Yin explained that this was the marking method he and his comrades had used before. Put a wooden stick against the edge of the stone, and a small triangle will appear. At this time, put a stick on the left side of the red stone, and the position it points to is the route. Generally speaking, no one on the road will stop because of these stones. Secondly, even if they find something wrong, they will only mistakenly think that the direction pointed by the red stone is correct. After listening, Alei said that he could go and have a look. Seeing this, Zhang Yin hesitated. He originally planned not to contact Yang Yu in this life, but the camp was attacked. And Yang Yu is a very professional top sniper. In addition, Uncle Wa was injured. If Yang Yu could be brought back to the camp, it would definitely be a tiger with wings. At least long-distance combat would be guaranteed. Although the sniper bullets in the camp are now all used up, this thing is at least easier to find than a sniper, right? So Zhang Yin gritted his teeth and chose to drive the car over. They happened to encounter a melee, and the two did not intend to fight, but Alei suddenly found a familiar figure, and he also recognized Hui Yao. At the same time, there were two people. He and Zhang Yin knew each other, and this coincidence appeared in front of them, so they showed up. Later, they took advantage of the situation to find out more, and heard that Chen Yu and Long Jie were out, and they were worried that they would have an accident, so Zhang Yin and Alei chose to help. After all, they were idle anyway, and they were still a little lost at this time. If they could meet Chen Yu, they would not need a map. Chapter 932. Later, there were basically no surprises. Yang Yu had weapons stolen from Hui Yao, who also brought some of his own, and Zhang Yin and Alei were short of guns. With their help, those people were beaten and fled. After listening to Zhang Yin, Chen Yu didn't have any other comments. After all, this was good news that came by accident. But Chen Yu was thinking at this moment how Hui Yao was going to eat up the Savior Sex team. According to her description, these people wore armor, equipped with bulletproof vests, and automatic rifles and submachine guns. Under normal circumstances, it is simply difficult to resist this kind of firepower. But the only thing that Chen Yu was more relieved about was that the people around him were all quite extraordinary. Until dark, Hui Yao and his party returned to the resort in a mighty manner. Chen Yu went over to take a look and found that there were a lot of supplies, mostly knives and the like. At this moment, Chen Yu saw a bag in the corner of the ground, and then opened it, and there was actually a pile of shoes inside. Suddenly a foul smell hit him in the face. But fortunately, it was not as smelly as when a corpse rotted, so Chen Yu could still bear it. Hui Yao jumped off a truck and said with a smile, "These are all taken from corpses." Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly and said, "Aren't you afraid of athlete's foot? People nowadays don't pay much attention to hygiene." Hearing this, Hui Yao waved her hand, picked up a stick from the ground and inserted it into a crack in a stone, then took out a shoe and hung it on it. Then, under Chen Yu's gaze, she took out a lighter and lit the shoe in an instant. Well, some people have smelly feet. After wearing them for a long time, they are easy to catch fire. You can use them as torches in well-ventilated places outdoors, and occasionally you can use them as fireballs to bounce into a crowd of people. Chen Yu nodded slightly and changed the subject. Are those people surrounded? Of course. Hui Yao directed his men to bring the looted guns into the room, then thought of something and turned his head to ask, "By the way, how did you destroy their water source? Why don't I see any zombies in the pit?" After this, Chen Yu asked nervously, "You shouldn't have touched the water?" Hui Yao replied, "No, we are not stupid. The hydrogen sulfide I used has the same effect as throwing a corpse in. Anyway, the water has been polluted, and I have also destroyed the spring above." That's good. Hui Yao had heard of this thing before, so there was no need to explain it, but she was more curious about where Chen Yu got it from. But after all, everyone has their own secrets, and Hui Yao herself would not ask too much. About half an hour later, everyone sat cross-legged in the open space and began to discuss the next plan. Others were busy preparing food in the distance, and they should have meat soup tonight. Hui Yao was about to send his men away, but after thinking about it, he still called Xiao Yang. Although he and Nana have broken up, Hui Yao also admires Xiao Yang. Before starting the conversation, Hui Yao and Chen Yu looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then she coughed and said, "My plan is to let Nana and the others fight back with weapons, and I and others try to grab them, but the gap is too big, resulting in no ability to fight back, so I can only ask them to help. After the voice fell, no one said anything. Chinyu pretended to think for a while, and said, "It's best to make sure those people lose the ability to resist." Why? Hui Yao was puzzled. The clothes they wear cannot be damaged. Hearing this, Hui Yao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Chinyu is right, we should try not to conflict with Wei Huanhuan and others, and at the same time subdue them." Zhang Yin said, "But if these people can be sent out to such a far place to perform tasks, at least it shows that their vigilance and reaction ability are not weak. Can poisoning work?" Hui Yao snapped his fingers and said, "Just use the thing that Chinyu used to destroy the water source. I heard it's highly toxic." Hearing this, Chinyu stared at the ground and pondered for a while, then shook his head slightly and said, "In the current environment, the production of hydrogen sulfide requires the body to rot in a closed space and collect the gas at the same time, but we don't have such conditions now." At this time, Alei reached out to take off the mask and whispered, "There is another point, that is, except in low temperature weather, people will have corpse odor about a few hours after death, but this degree is far from enough." "How long will it take?" Chinyu asked. Alei was thinking. Long Jie yawned and said lazily, "About 2 days, or maybe 3 days. After saying this, Chinyu looked at Hui Yao, who shook his head and said, "If it takes too long, accidents are likely to happen. Wei Huanhuan is not as stupid as you think." Chinyu fell into deep thought. He raised his head and looked at the busy figures of several girls in the distance. A few seconds later, Chinyu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Nowadays, there are many things that can make people faint." Hui Yao turned his head and followed his gaze, then suddenly realized, "You want to use coal?" "Yes." Chinyu nodded and said, "When coal is burned, it will produce carbon monoxide gas. This thing is colorless and odorless. As long as there is no ventilation and a certain proportion in the air, people will experience dizziness and weakness in the limbs. And there is an abandoned coal plant over there, which is full of this stuff." Long Jie followed up and said, "If you burn coal without ventilation, the harm is indeed very serious. I heard Leander say that it seems that this thing can also produce gases such as hydrogen sulfide." Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "Both hydrogen sulfide and carbon monoxide can cause people to become unconscious. The difference is that the former is more lethal at high concentrations." "Yeah." Long Jie moved his nose and smelled the aroma of meat in the air. Then he stood up and said, "Let's eat first. I'm starving." "You go first," Chinyu said softly, and then continued to sit on the ground and ponder. He was recalling the knowledge points that Leander had talked about before. At this moment, Chinyu looked at the car in the distance. If he remembered correctly, gasoline seemed to produce a large amount of carbon dioxide and a small amount of carbon monoxide when it burned. Although the two seemed to be only different in name, Chinyu knew very well where the harm of the two was. For example, carbon monoxide can cause dizziness if inhaled, and people may die slowly at first, and they are almost powerless by the time they react. The reason why I remember it so clearly is that a long time ago, when Chinyu was still wandering, a few of his friends stole some coal in the winter, and built a fire in the bridge hole to keep warm at night. But because they were afraid of the cold, they blocked both sides. Chinyu went out to find food and just escaped. When he came back, he only saw a few corpses in the hole. Chapter 933. The scene at that time had a great impact on him. Later, when he had the opportunity to go to school, he even asked the teacher for advice. It can be said that Chinyu had seen life and death when he was a child, but he still did not become cold-blooded and ruthless, mainly because he was rescued by many kind-hearted people later. It took a lot of effort for Chinyu to survive. However, he seemed to gradually find that there were no more children wandering on the street, and at least they would be sent to welfare homes. Because of these experiences, Chinyu had a deep memory of these two gases, and Leander had mentioned them recently, so now he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. If we say that carbon dioxide is no less lethal than carbon monoxide under certain conditions. Because once the concentration is too high, people who enter rashly may faint instantly and lose their reaction. After thinking clearly about what to do next, Chinyu also got up to eat. After all, he is not an Iron Man, and still needs to replenish his physical strength. About 10 minutes later, everyone was full and took advantage of the cool night to get busy. Hui Yao took people to pull coal, but did not drive. Instead, they planned to use bicycles to carry the zombies. In this way, they could get a lot of zombies in 2 or 3 trips. Those people were surrounded by many zombies before, and now they can't get out. In addition, without water, they will be trapped to death in a week at most. Unless someone shoots outside to lead the zombies away. But Hui Yao left 4 people to watch over there, and there were guns on them, so generally no one would go there to cause trouble. Secondly, Hui Yao had a clear investigation of the people in that force, because they usually did a lot of evil, and many water sources around them were destroyed. Secondly, there were no other survivors. It can be said that as long as there is no accident, their death is inevitable. In this way, Hui Yao has more time to seek revenge on Wei Huanhuan. Although the two used to be good girlfriends, who talked about everything, and although Wei Huanhuan had saved Hui Yao before, she thought she had helped a lot. When the Salvation sect asked for the occasional delivery of living people, Hui Yao also tried her best to find those survivors, who did all kinds of evil. It can be said that what Hui Yao did for the Salvation sect later was not little at all. In the end, Wei Huanhuan even brutally killed more than a dozen people in Hui Yao's camp in front of her. This undoubtedly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hui Yao never thought of taking action against Wei Huanhuan, and even her secret development of other forces was just to protect herself in the future. But what she didn't expect was that the Savior sect actually sent Wei Huanhuan to kill and silence her. In this case, Hui Yao naturally no longer has any psychological burden, but in order to prevent wrongful killing, Hui Yao plans to give her former best friend a final test. As long as the other party can turn back, Hui Yao will not make the final killing. When Hui Yao led people to transport coal, Chen Yu also called Zhang Yin to leave the resort. But in the end, Yang Yu also expressed his desire to follow. Seeing this, Chen Yu thought about it, and did not refuse. Because he could feel that Zhang Yin was actually a little conflicted. Chen Yu was fine with this. The two people Yang Yu killed before were only guilty of their own fault, although they did not seem to deserve death. But Chen Yu later imagined that with their character, they would deliberately capture innocent survivors, and kill them just to join Chen Yu's camp, and then use them as tickets. Even if such people moved in, they would be cleared out by Chen Yu sooner or later. So for this reason, Chen Yu was not very repulsive to Yang Yu. At least this guy was quite comfortable to get along with, and he didn't mind Chen Yu's fight with him last time. He didn't even mention that to Zhang Yin. The three of them wandered around for a long time in the night. According to his memory, Chen Yu returned to a place he had been to before, a tunnel. This tunnel was not long, but quite short, only about 200 or 300 meters. Secondly, there was a pit at both ends, blocked by weeds at the edge. Chen Yu stood in front of the tunnel, holding a torch and looking at the dark passage inside, and said, "I haven't checked it yet, but there should be zombies." Hearing this, Yang Yu stood on his left and drew out a dagger, saying, "It's not easy to trick Hui Yao's best friend." "I know." Chen Yu nodded slightly and said softly, "So Hui Yao and I discussed in advance that she would betray Wei Huanhuan at the critical moment." Hearing this, Zhang Yin also understood, when angry, people are likely to lose their minds. For example, if Hui Yao attacked her and she was alone, then Wei Huanhuan would probably ignore the dangers of the surrounding environment. "That's what I mean." Chen Yu squatted down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it into the tunnel with force. "Pa!" The stone flew out for a distance, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly. It seems that the zombies are still further inside. Then he turned his head to look to the left, and Yang Yu immediately made an okay gesture. "I go to the opposite exit, and we will go in at the same time to lead the zombies out? There is also a pit on the right side over there. Lead the zombies in." Yang Yu was puzzled. "What do you keep this thing for?" "Don't worry about it, I find a way." "Okay." Seeing that Chen Yu was unwilling to say more, Yang Yu could only walk towards the mountain next to him, and prepare to go around to the other side of the tunnel. At this moment, Zhang Yin hesitated for 2 seconds and suddenly whispered, "If there is any accident, just shoot." After these words came out, Yang Yu's climbing figure was slightly startled, and his eyes were slightly hot. He turned his head and looked behind him, and replied with a smile, "Oh, I know, squad leader." Chen Yu patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder, said nothing, held a torch in his left hand, held a knife in his right hand, and walked into the tunnel. Time passed by minute, and the three of them were busy here for half an hour, and they almost figured out the situation inside. There were about 50 zombies, and 30 of them were led by Chen Yu to the pit at the entrance. And Zhang Yin had already cut down some small trees in advance, peeled off the bark, and blocked the surroundings. After the zombies went in, he carefully surrounded the pit to prevent the zombies from wandering out. When they were done here, the two went to help Yang Yu on the other side. Until the zombies nearby were dealt with, the three cut some leaves and blocked the two sides of the cave to prevent the zombies from wandering in again. About an hour later, Chen Yu clapped his hands, looked at the scene in front of him and said, "Next, set up some traps inside, so that as long as we delay Wei Huanhuan's team for part of the time, let Hui Yao run out first." "Then what?" Yang Yu touched his nose and asked curiously, although this tunnel is not long, it also meets the condition of poor ventilation, but how are you going to transport the burning coal in? Chapter 934. After this, even Zhang Yi nodded and said, I want to know too. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned and pointed to the pit next to him. Wouldn't there be ready-made helpers there? Then Qin Yu explained, in order not to arouse their suspicion, the surroundings cannot be too obvious. At least the coal cannot be lit before these people enter. After all, nowadays, everyone is not so stupid and will not rashly enter the location area. It is best for us to act at night, that is, tomorrow. After saying this, Qin Yu glanced at his watch and said softly, It's getting late. Let's go back and rest, and conserve our energy. There are a lot of things to do during the day. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the resort. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, everyone woke up one after another. Qin Yu wiped the sweat off his body, and even felt a little irritated. It was very hot last night, and he almost fell asleep in the second half of the night. Everyone just laid some wallpaper on the ground, and later even slept outside to keep cool. Fortunately, besides the garbage, this abandoned resort also has a lot of advertising papers. Although it is very dirty, the back is still clean. After a simple meal in the morning, Qin Yu talked with Hu Yao and others for a few words, and then continued to work. In this way, half a day passed quickly, and Hu Yao also left the resort and prepared to go to find Wei Huanhuan and others. If nothing unexpected happens, those people should be waiting at Hu Yao's camp now. Qin Yu looked at the materials on the ground, and then said to the two, These coals have been tied with wire. After you put on the zombie skins on your bodies, you can mix into the zombies, and hang the coals on the zombies one by one. The two had been following Hu Yao for a long time, and they would not be a drag on things on weekdays. They had no opinions at this time. They just asked how to hang it, and then went back to the car to get the zombie suit. Because although the coals burn very strongly, they are not easy to ignite at the beginning, so Qin Yu simply prepared to add some gasoline on them. Of course, in order to prevent evaporation too quickly, Qin Yu planned to wait until they entered the tunnel before pouring it on. At this time, Yi Shishu had packed all the luggage, and Dong Jun was sitting in the carriage. Although he lost his left hand, it was still not difficult for him to drive the carriage. However, the only thing Dong Jun was worried about was how to explain to his woman when he returned. Qin Yu stood beside the carriage, looked at the two of them, and nodded solemnly, saying, Take care on the way. Don't be reluctant to give away the ammunition when you meet someone. Just empty the magazine. I know, I'm not that stupid. Yi Shishu patted his chest, glanced at Long Jia again, and then sat on it reluctantly. Dong Jun shouted and drove the carriage away. After the two of them left, Qin Yu closed the resort gate again, and then got busy with the others. In the evening, at the entrance of the tunnel, except for Nana and the three girls, almost everyone was lying in ambush nearby. Long Jia had rested for a day and a night, and his left foot was almost a little better. As long as he didn't run continuously, it would be fine. Although Qin Yu asked him to continue to rest, Long Jia couldn't stay idle, so he had to agree to let him follow. Of course, the most important thing was that Alay said he would help keep an eye on it, so that Qin Yu didn't have to worry too much. But at present, Qin Yu and Long Jia's walkie-talkies have run out of power. Fortunately, the 6 people who attacked last time got one, and after adjusting the frequency with Hu Yao, it can still be used. The positions of the tunnel entrances on both sides have been fixed with bamboo strips, and they can be easily bent after being roasted by fire. Then some leaves are covered on top to prevent people from seeing it in advance. Time passed slowly, and everyone could only wait for Hu Yao to appear at ease. If you just want to kill them, there are actually many ways to use them. But Qin Yu is still preparing for revenge, and that camp may have a connection with the Salvation sect. In order to let them fight each other, you can only spend more time. Except for Qin Yu and his friends, everyone else was a little sleepy. At this moment, 2 shadows appeared in the woods and walked towards them. As they walked, the 2 men took off the zombies' skins on their bodies. Qin Yu waited for them to get closer and asked softly, Are they all hung up? Yeah. One of them answered, Hang directly behind the neck, 2 pieces of coal for each zombie. Thank you for your hard work. You can rest from now on. Leave this to us. Qin Yu nodded. Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and whispered, Since we are avenging our own people, we can still hold on. After that, the 2 of them folded the zombie skins and placed them under the tree roots, then walked to the crowd and squatted. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. For him and Long Jia and others, even in the environment of Doomsday, the death of more than a dozen people at a time is definitely not a small matter. Moreover, for Hui Yao and these people, those dead faces are probably once close partners and teammates. The tunnel Qin chose is not a common road tunnel, but the kind used by railways, which is relatively narrower. And there is a road next to it, only 20 to 30 meters away. Now the tunnel is full of traps, of course. This is set up by Hui Yao's people, that is, Xiaoyang. After all, they are more familiar with each other, and Hui Yao should be able to find something wrong as soon as he enters the tunnel, so that he can lead better. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, a loud noise suddenly appeared in the silent woods. At the same time, everyone instantly looked at the road next to them, as if a car accident had occurred there. Then a figure pushed open the car door, and climbed out directly from inside. The next second, a gunshot sounded again behind the car. Bang! The bullet hit the car body, leaving a deep pit. Hui Yao covered her left waist with her left hand, and fired back with her right hand holding the gun. According to the agreed location, she led Wei Huanhuan and others over. However, due to the huge difference in firepower between the two sides, Hui Yao went out with 3 people, and now only she is left. As expected, when she shot at Wei Huanhuan in the evening, the latter became furious and wanted to bury her alive. Fortunately, she drove over, at least it could delay for a while. In this way, Hui Yao was not caught up by relying on his familiarity with the surrounding roads. There was a click from the pistol, and the bullets were all used up. Hui Yao looked at the blood flowing from the gaps between his left fingers, and ran into the woods with a pale face. Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression was uncertain, and he glanced at Xiaoyang squatting next to him. The other 2 people wanted to go out to save people, but Zhang Yin held their shoulders with both hands. Chapter 935. They looked at the man behind them with some doubts, but Zhang Yin said expressionlessly, "Don't act rashly, she won't die for the time being." Hearing this, the 2 had to give up. Hui Yao, who was running wildly in the woods, soon reached the entrance of the tunnel, but she didn't see where the others were at this time. Looking at the dark tunnel ahead, Hui Yao gritted her teeth, took a few deep breaths, and resolutely ran in. She believed that Qin Yu was a person who could definitely arrange things well. Now Hui Yao's only worry is whether Xiaoyang has any problem. On the surface, Hui Yao has long regarded Xiaoyang as her own, and she has given him enough trust more than once. But after all, Xiaoyang was left to her by Wei Huanhuan. Although they have been together for more than a year, Hui Yao knows how serious the consequences will be if Xiaoyang is not right, so after careful consideration, she chose to get Qin Yu a shot of prevention in advance. After listening, Qin Yu did not say anything, but just quietly said that he knew. Now Hui Yao can only pin all her hopes on him. Inside the tunnel. As soon as she stepped in, the stench hit her nose. Hui Yao looked around, and walked forward along the rails. Not long after she walked, it became darker and darker inside. Hui Yao had no choice but to walk by feeling the wall to prevent herself from falling. After walking a few steps, her leg seemed to kick something, as if it was a bucket. Hui Yao squatted down and reached out to feel around, and there was a round object inside. "It's a flashlight." She tried to push the switch, but there was no response. Seeing this, Hui Yao opened the battery cover and found that it was empty. Thinking of this, Hui Yao's eyebrows flashed with a hint of coldness, and she continued to stand up and walk forward. At this moment, she stepped on empty air, and her left foot suddenly stepped into the trap, and her whole body tilted and was about to fall. But it seemed a little different. Hui Yao only heard a click, but there was no pain in her feet. She squatted down again and reached out to touch it, then pulled out 2 wooden sticks, and found that the sharp parts on them had been cut off, leaving only the sticks. At the same time, Wei Huanhuan and others had already chased to the entrance of the tunnel. She held a gun and shouted, "Let's see how far you can run." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the submachine gun from her subordinate and fired wildly at the inside, with bullets flying everywhere. Fortunately, Hui Yao was far away from the cave entrance, and it was difficult for the bullets to hit her. Without taking a rest, Hui Yao stood up and continued to run inside, but she fell from time to time. "Strange, I obviously walked to the right?" Hui Yao climbed up with a puzzled look on her face. Those traps made her fall several times, but without exception, the wooden sticks inside were cut in half. Although the left side seemed to be equipped, Hui Yao did not dare to go there rashly. After all, under normal circumstances, there must be danger there. Outside the tunnel, Wei Huanhuan did not take everyone in, but left 5 people outside to support them to prevent being surrounded. "What should we do?" Xiaoyang squatted and approached Qin Yu, then asked in a low voice, "There are still 5 people who haven't entered." Seeing this, Qin Yu also thought about it. Although 5 people were not many, they all had guns. Once Qin Yu and his men approached, no matter how fast they reacted, they would definitely be discovered, and at least someone would pull the trigger to report it. In this way, Wei Huanhuan inside would definitely hear it, and then the two sides would have to fight. But if this were the case, it would be a waste of so much time. At this moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but think, if Long Jie could have caught that silver ring snake, how great it would be. At this moment, Lei suddenly took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and put it on the ground in front of Qin Yu. What is this? Qin Yu looked at it carefully, reached out, and picked it up, and found that it was filled with some liquid. The poison I prepared. Lei said calmly. I was too busy recently and forgot to take it out. Now I remembered that I brought it with me when I went out. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yang's face changed slightly, and his right hand clenched unconsciously. Damn, did this guy really forget or pretend to forget? This thought flashed through his mind, and he was a little irritated at the same time. But under his nose, Xiao Yang did not dare to do anything. Now he finally gained Hui Yao's trust, and many things were entrusted to him, so Xiao Yang did not dare to break up with him. Secondly, he was betting on one thing, that is, Wei Huanhuan failed this time and was killed by Hui Yao. In this way, Xiao Yang could still stay with Hui Yao, at least he could live safely. And if Hui Yao failed, then Xiao Yang could also go to Wei Huanhuan. No matter how you look at it, he has a trump card to survive. But Xiao Yang underestimated the relationship between Hui Yao and Nana. No one except Hui Yao and Nana knew about the experience before the camp was established. Although Xiao Yang and Wei Huanhuan saw Nana lying on the bed with serious injuries, they didn't know about their previous experience. Since he got tired of playing, he unilaterally chose to break up with Nana, and Hui Yao became suspicious since then. She didn't believe that the scumbag would stay with her safely. But if it goes on like this, it will be backfired sooner or later, and Hui Yao can't leave the savior sect at that time, and she can't tear her face with Wei Huanhuan. After all, Xiao Yang was recommended by her. After thinking it over, Hui Yao ignored Nana and began to use Xiao Yang. This also led to Nana's disheartened heart, and gradually she wanted to escape from the service area camp. Hui Yao saw this completely, but didn't care at all, and let the situation develop. As a woman who developed rapidly with only a pistol, Hui Yao's methods are more cruel than most people imagine. Just as Qin Yu was looking at the bottle of poison, Xiao Yang suddenly raised his hand and said, "They are Sister Huan's people and know me. Why don't you let me go? How are you going to do it?" Qin Yu turned his head and looked at him. Hearing this, Xiao Yang took off the pin on his torn pants and said, "Use this to dip some poison, it should be fine." Hearing this, Qin Yu pretended to think again, and then handed him the glass bottle. Xiao Yang took it, opened the lid, held the pin in his right hand, and then slowly approached the bottle. But at this moment, his face changed, his brows slightly frowned, and he took a breath. The next second, Xiao Yang turned his left hand over, and a small spider lay on the back of his hand, as if biting him. In an instant, Xiao Yang put the back of his hand under the moonlight, and it began to swell. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, where did the spider come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu picked up the empty bottle that fell on the ground and frowned. "It's all spilled." Xiao Yang lowered his head and covered the back of his hand, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 936. But soon, his smile stopped on the spot. Lei smiled slightly, and for some reason, there was another transparent glass bottle in his hand. Then he said lightly, "Well, I seem to have remembered it wrongly. The previous bottle was alcohol. What I have in my hand now is poison." After these words came out, Xiao Yang was stunned. Qin Yu laughed and said nothing. Then he took out a pistol from his waist and pointed the gun at Xiao Yang. This scene made everyone else confused. They wanted to question, but Zhang Yin and Long Jie just took a look and everyone lowered their heads. Just kidding, they are not stupid, of course they know who Xiao Yang belongs to. If Xiao Yang gets into trouble, then it is obvious who is more anxious. Although they all follow Hui Yao to make a living, in fact, everyone is not as united as they seem on the surface. Xiao Yang pretended to be calm, without any fear on his face. He clasped the back of his left hand with his hand and chuckled, "Brother Qin Yu, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Qin Yu calmly loaded his gun and said, "Do you really treat us as brothers?" "What else?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. "We are all smart people. I am too lazy to say anything else to you. Only you know what you are thinking." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu turned his head and glanced at the 5 figures outside the woods, and added again, "Of course, I also want to see whether your skull is harder or my bullet is harder." Haha, brother Qin Yu is really a joker. Xiao Yang is a survivor who has lived since the beginning of the apocalypse. He was not frightened by Qin Yu at all. He even shrugged, "If you don't believe me, I can withdraw from this operation. Xiao Yang once successfully survived the massacre of the Savior Gate with some people, and later he was trained for half a month. It can be said that Xiao Yang is not very worried about his own safety at this time. At worst, he can provoke Hui Yao and Wei Huanhuan at the same time, and then he can run away alone. With the experience of more than 10 months, Xiao Yang was very confident that he could still survive with his skills and live a comfortable life. Little did he know that Xiao Yang didn't know Qin Yu's background, and even Hui Yao didn't know how many opportunities he had later. So how could Xiao Yang realize it? And at the beginning, Xiao Yang didn't have the opportunity to learn from Jiang Qin. On the other hand, Qin Yu was trained face to face with Shang Wenjing, and the gap between them had already been opened up a lot. At this moment, he still thought he had the upper hand and didn't admit any problems at all. Seeing that he was unmoved, Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, "In this case, I could only explain it to Hui Yao in person afterwards." "What do you want to explain?" Xiao Yang looked at him curiously. Qin Yu did not speak, but stretched out his left hand to the side. Long Jia was stunned and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" But as soon as he said that, Long Jia immediately reacted. He patted his knee and said with sudden realization, "Look at my memory. I forgot that it is not suitable to shoot now." After the voice fell, Long Jia took out the silencer from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. Then Qin Yu installed the silencer without any nonsense and aimed directly at Xiao Yang's forehead. At this moment, R quickly reached out and covered his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with fear, and he quickly raised his hands, even struggling desperately. But with his strength, how could he compare with R? When Qin Yu first arrived at the community where Dazhuang was located, he was once held down by R. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, even if Qin Yu tried his best, he thought he could not break free. Looking at Xiao Yang's expression, Qin Yu thought about it, and released the trigger that was half pulled in his right hand. Then he held the gun and asked expressionlessly, "Are you behaving now?" Then Qin Yu nodded slightly, and Alei loosened his right hand. But then a dagger was pressed against Xiao Yang's artery again, even pressing on the skin. At this time, Xiao Yang wanted to curse. What on earth is this guy behind him? With the knife on his neck, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and whispered, "I admit defeat this time. Although I tampered with the trap inside, only the left one was smeared with zombie blood. As long as Sister Yao doesn't walk around, she will definitely be fine." Now, Xiao Yang still thought that he could survive by moving Hui Yao out. As soon as this was said, the other people were a little angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. "How dare you attack Sister Yao?" Some people were so angry that they wanted to punch Xiao Yang, but did not dare to. After all, Zhang Yin and Long Jia next to him were staring at him like two killing gods. Qin Yu shook his head, indicating not to act rashly, and then he said again, "Eat this." After the voice fell, Qin Yu handed him a red pill. Xiao Yang took it and asked with gritted teeth, "Poison? Well, as long as you knock down those 5 people, I will give you the antidote." Qin Yu did not say why he didn't kill him. Then Qin Yu looked at his watch and said in a deep voice, "A few minutes have passed. Don't waste time, hurry up." Seeing this, Xiao Yang took a deep breath, threw the medicine directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, fearing that Qin Yu would not believe it, he opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Qin Yu nodded and urged, "I give it to you, but I feel it's difficult for you to knock down 5 people at the same time, so you only need to lead 3 away and leave the remaining 2 to us." Things have come to this point. Xiao Yang will naturally not say anything more. If it comes to saving his life, he will choose to live without hesitation, even if he attacks Wei Huanhuan's people. Xiao Yang has even decided to help Qin Yu and others to catch Wei Huanhuan and others in one fell swoop. In this way, no one knows that he is betrayed. In this way, Xiao Yang soaked the pin in the glass bottle, then held it in his left hand and ran towards the road. He had to come in from the direction of the road to avoid suspicion. About half a minute later, Xiao Yang panted and shouted towards the tunnel entrance with a red face, "Who's over there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 men aimed their guns at Xiao Yang. But soon someone recognized his voice and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang? How come you are here?" Xiao Yang walked over quickly and said seriously, "This afternoon, I found that Hui Yao had left the camp, and I also heard that she was not going to hand over the weapons. Because I was worried, I followed her out." Then, without waiting for the other party to answer, Xiao Yang asked coldly, "Where is that bitch Hui Yao?" Inside, Sister Huan has already brought people in. Chapter 937. Xiao Yang nodded after listening, stretched out his hand and pretended to touch his waist, then his face changed slightly and said, "Fuck, I don't know where my gun fell. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and go back to look for it. At the same time, Xiao Yang put his right hand into his trouser pocket without leaving a trace. At the moment he turned around, Qin Yu looked at him from a distance, nodded slightly and said, "This guy is quite smart. It's a pity that he can't keep it." Lei took a look and spoke calmly. "Haha, it depends on what Huiyao thinks. Qin Yu is okay, this guy at most wants to harm Huiyao, but it's a pity that Yang Yu is arranged at the exit of the tunnel on the other side." Xiao Yang never thought that Yang Yu and Zhang Yin were comrades in arms. And the relationship between Zhang Yin and Qin Yu is a place he missed even more. This also shows that when the information is not collected, how many mistakes will be made. As Qin Yu was whispering, Xiao Yang also welcomed the development of the situation. Sure enough, when he turned around, someone grabbed Xiao Yang's arm and said, "Why bother, Brother Yang? We have plenty of guns." After that, the man took a pistol from his waist, held the muzzle of the gun with his left hand toward himself, and handed it over. Xiao Yang turned around and looked at him, slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and nodded. "Thanks, buddy, I treat you to a good meal when I get back." Xiao Yang moved his right hand closer, and the next second, their hands touched each other. The man opposite felt something pricked him, frowned slightly, and said, "What is it? Why did it sting me?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang was checking his gun. He lowered his head and said, "Could it be that you have a barb on your hand?" After he finished speaking, the other two also came over. Seeing this, Qin Yu patted Lei, and the two of them bent down and went around the woods. Continuing to face the other two, Xiao Yang pretended to help them check their gloves, and then stabbed the second person again. But at this time, the other party instantly noticed and said, "Brother Yang, it should be that you have a barb on your hand." At the same time, Xiao Yang quickly touched the third person. Since he was the one Wei Huan had personally guaranteed, these men did not doubt him, and they were not even angry at being treated like this. The next second, Xiao Yang took 2 steps back and whispered, "Brothers, have a safe journey." The three of them looked puzzled. At this moment, 2 thumps came from behind. They looked back and found that the other 2 brothers had fallen down, with 2 dark shadows standing beside them. At the critical moment, the 3 of them did not hesitate at all, and quickly reached out their right hands to the automatic rifles hanging around their necks, and prepared to pull the trigger at the same time. But no matter how hard they tried, they found that the 5 fingers on their right hand seemed to have lost consciousness, and were completely out of control. They wanted to switch to their left hands to shoot, but the 2 black shadows had already rushed in front of them. 2 muffled groans sounded, and the 2 closest ones were knocked unconscious again. The third person wanted to run, but Xiao Yang hit him in the neck with a pistol, and he fell to the ground immediately. Qin Yu glanced at the ground and said softly, "The armor is indeed good, but it's a pity that the neck is not well protected." Although Qin Yu was apparently using these armors to complete the task later, he actually had a selfish motive. That is, according to the current contact, the Savior sect is extremely powerful. For such an organization, the armor they arrange for their subordinates must not be fake. Qin Yu actually thought about finding some iron sheets to wrap his palms to prevent zombies from biting, but it is not very convenient to move his arms. He tried several times, but he could only wrap the lower arm in muscle position, and the joint position would be exposed. If it is wrapped with iron sheets, it will be inconvenient to move. If it is used as clothes, it will not be very effective. It can only prevent zombies from scratching. After getting used to it, it is likely to ignore this weakness. This is also what Qin Yu didn't want to see. So he also wanted to see what these people's armor was like, and if it was good, he would keep it for himself. 20 sets, even if he split it in half with Huiyao, he could still get a lot. Qin Yu has changed a lot now, and it is completely unrealistic for Huiyao to take all the spoils like before. At this time, Qin Yu squatted down and pinched the armor, quite satisfied, and then called out, intending to tie up these people first. Time has passed for a while, and he has to send the zombies hanging with coal into the tunnel as soon as possible. Qin Yu took out the intercom, turned on the switch, and said to Yang Yu on the other side, "It's time to start." 2 seconds later, a response sounded. "Got it." Qin Yu winked at Lei, who nodded and walked towards the pit next to him. With Lei leading the zombies over, Qin Yu could naturally feel more at ease. He then came to the entrance of the tunnel, and tore off the leaves. Fortunately, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, many places have been abandoned. Like most cities have grown a lot of weeds and plants, not to mention the wild. In addition, it was the middle of the night, so it was impossible for anyone to be suspicious, otherwise Qin Yu would definitely suspect that the other party had superpowers. Then Qin Yu squatted down and fumbled around for a while, and took out 2 plastic bottles, which were filled with gasoline. He naturally knew that this thing could not be put in a plastic bottle, but it was only for a few hours, and it was not moved, so there should be no problem. As long as the gasoline was not allowed to shake in the bottle, Chinyu felt that it would probably be fine. Then he put the bamboo piece down, and then tied the 2 gasoline bottles tightly in the middle, and turned the bottle body over. Chinyu took out the bottle cap with a small hole pierced in advance and replaced it, and stood up the bamboo piece again. In order to avoid waste, Chinyu laid a thin film underneath to catch the gasoline. At the same time, zombies began to appear on the roadside, staggering towards the tunnel entrance. Chinyu whistled a few times and shouted twice. When the zombies approached, he quickly ran down the slope on the left. The zombies were about to follow him, but Long Jia picked up a glass bottle and threw it at the tunnel entrance. With a snap, the zombies were attracted. Then the air was filled with the smell of blood. This was obtained from the previous corpses. After all, as long as the 2 forces fight, death is basically inevitable. Soon, all 30 zombies walked into the tunnel, mainly because the smell of blood was too strong inside. Seeing the last figure disappear in the darkness, Zhang Yin stepped forward with a bow and arrow. Chinyu picked up the lighter and lit the arrow. Then Zhang Yin let go, and the arrow flew into the tunnel. In an instant, the last zombie caught fire, and gasoline was stained on his clothes. The fire increased instantly, and the 2 pieces of coal hanging on his back were also roasted by the flames. The zombie had no intelligence, and it didn't realize that it was on fire, and it kept walking in. Then, the first gunshot sounded in the cave. Chapter 938. The one who fired the gun was not Wei Huanhuan's men, but Hui Yao. She was hiding in the safe passage in the tunnel at the moment. After walking a few dozen meters inside, there were a lot of obstacles, which slowed down people's speed. Fortunately, Hui Yao had walked in twice with a torch in advance, so she was relatively familiar with it. After firing a shot, Hui Yao hit the door and directly propped the door with a stick. At this time, the safe passage was pitch black, and Hui Yao seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat. Fortunately, the wound on her waist was not caused by a bullet, otherwise she would not have been able to hold on for so long. Hui Yao slowly sat down next to the door, her right hand casually placed on the ground, but suddenly touched a package. She fumbled to get it to her feet and opened it, and found half a candle and matches inside. At this moment, Hui Yao suddenly remembered that Chinyu seemed to have been asking who had matches during the day. It was obvious that this package must have been put here by Chinyu. But Hui Yao couldn't figure out one thing. How did Chinyu calculate that she would be injured? But now she was in darkness, and gunshots were heard in the tunnel. Hui Yao didn't want to think about these questions anymore. She just wanted to see the light again. Holding the candle with her feet, Hui Yao held the matchbox in her left hand, took out a match in her right hand, and carefully scratched it. With a crackling sound, the fire lit up, and Hui Yao even cried with joy. As a human being, we naturally don't like darkness. Moreover, there was no light in this safe passage. It was completely dark. Hui Yao held the burning candle in her right hand slightly tilted, causing it to drip some wax onto the ground, and then fixed the candle on the ground. Then she looked at the bag again, and found another package inside. When she opened it, she saw a roll of bandages and half a bottle of water. Hui Yao's eyes suddenly turned red, and at this moment she realized that even in the apocalypse, she could still get the care of her friends. Not everyone was just thinking about plundering supplies. While Hui Yao was seriously treating the wound on her waist, the situation in the tunnel outside became even worse. After all the zombies entered, Chinyu and Yang Yu began to block the tunnel entrances on both sides. After all, although this tunnel is not long, only less than 300 meters, if it is left unattended, the coal will not be of much use. So it must be sealed, so that the flames will burn oxygen more. When there is insufficient oxygen in the tunnel, the fire will naturally go out. But by then, the people inside will basically not be able to react. Chinyu is very confident about this because he saw the flashlights held by Wei Huanhuan and others. When Chinyu and Zhang Yin spread the waterproof plastic sheet all over the edge of the tunnel, several minutes had passed. In order to ensure that it was tight and seamless, Chinyu took out the remaining bamboo strips to support the waterproof sheet above, making them close to the wall. At the same time, the gunshots in the tunnel basically never stopped. The ammunition carried by Wei Huanhuan's team was sufficient, and each person had at least 2 magazines. If it was just to kill zombies, it would be enough. Unfortunately, because the tunnel was a little dim, even with a flashlight, it was not possible to see too far, which greatly reduced the hit rate. After killing dozens of zombies, Wei Huanhuan noticed something was wrong. She raised her right arm and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't waste ammunition. Wait until they get closer, and try to shoot at their heads." 15 people responded, and then quickly divided into 2 groups, each with 7 people. The first 3 squatted on the ground, and the last 4 held their guns with both hands, carefully aiming at the zombies. They were only about 20 meters away. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he turned around and shouted, "Sister Juan, why do I see those zombies are on fire?" After the words fell, Wei Huan stepped forward and took the telescope from a person's neck. After she looked at it for a few times, she said solemnly, "It is probably because of the hot weather that the stray bullet accidentally hit the lighter in the zombie's pocket." After this, even Wei Huan herself was a little unconvinced. As the zombies got closer and closer, everyone could see many zombies on fire with their naked eyes. Because this section of the tunnel was piled with a lot of garbage such as chairs and benches, and even miscellaneous items such as furniture, the light for them was not good. It was not until I got very close that I realized it. At the same time, the zombie in front was suddenly tripped by the debris on the ground and fell to the ground. Then the fire on its body began to roast the table legs next to it. The moment she saw this, Wei Huan's face changed drastically, and she suddenly shouted, "No! This is a trap set by someone." At this moment, she realized why there was so much garbage in an abandoned tunnel. But there is another key problem. These garbage are all flammable items. There were tables and benches, plastic bags, discarded tires, and even some dirty clothes. They all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely easy to be ignited by fire. At first, Hu Yao thought that this plan was not easy to succeed, but after listening to Qin Yu's arrangement, she no longer had any opinions, and was only prepared to lure Wei Huan and others over. Coal was not the main means of capturing Wei Huan and others, but the garbage inside was. The reason why coal was chosen to be hung behind the zombies was that once they were ignited, there would not be obvious flames, and secondly, it was difficult to extinguish. Qin Yu had already checked the tunnel. Not to mention water, even the wet spots were covered with dirt by him and his men. Under these layers of calculations, the oxygen in the tunnel was being consumed at an alarming rate. Soon, more and more places in the tunnel were on fire. Wei Huan realized the seriousness of the matter. She returned the telescope to her men and shouted, "Don't worry about these zombies, let's retreat quickly." After she finished speaking, she continued to run to the other side of the tunnel with a submachine gun and a flashlight. Although there were no traps on the road here, there were still many debris slowing her down. Little did she know that there were dozens of zombies ahead, slowly approaching them. At the exit, Qin Yu even smeared more blood on the wall. Once the zombies went in, it would not be easy for them to come out. If Qin Yu could appear here at this moment, he would only applaud with both hands. He and the others basically emptied the resort. Fortunately, there were many shopping carts used in supermarkets, which were just right for transporting things. Outside the tunnel, Qin Yu looked at the plastic sheet in front of him. Although the gunshots had stopped, he knew that the people inside must be in dire straits. Zhang Yin noticed that Qin Yu did not move, and then walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about? I see you have been here alone for almost 2 minutes. Chapter 939. I'm thinking, is this the right thing to do? Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds, and said softly, "Actually, now that I think about it carefully, it seems that we haven't had any conflicts with Wei Huan and his group." Zhang Yin thought for a while and said, "But they belong to the Savior sect. What if Hu Yao lied to us?" Qin Yu turned his head to the left and said calmly. At this time, he started talking to himself again, "But it doesn't matter. The video is not fake. Those people are cruel and well-equipped. At the beginning, I did agree directly because I was cooperating with Hu Yao. And I think there is no possibility that Hu Yao is lying. One of the captives she took away before is now following us." As he said this, Qin Yu turned around and looked at the woods behind him, where several people were whispering. Hearing this, Zhang Yin frowned slightly. He was a little confused by Qin Yu. Why did he seem to be explaining it to him? The next second, Qin Yu whispered, "This is why I help Hu Yao." Zhang Yin raised his right hand to his chest, and took off the pocket watch hanging around his neck. Then he opened the lid, stared at a photo inside, and said slowly, "Actually, I don't care whether you take the initiative to attack others. In my opinion, some people will only harm more survivors if they live. If we let them develop, we may suffer in the end." After saying that, he closed the lid, looked at Qin Yu and continued, "For some people, killing them is also a good thing. After all, just because we don't rob others doesn't mean that others won't rob us." At this moment, Qin Yu put his hands in his pockets, and he nodded slightly. "Zhang Yin, you have really changed a lot. At the beginning, it was because I was soft-hearted that Ruerwei was so seriously injured." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yin clenched his fists and exuded anger. Qin Yu saw this, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What happened?" Alay didn't say it in detail at the time, but it must have sounded very dangerous. Hearing this, Johnny sighed and said, "Among the attackers, there was a child, probably only about 16 years old. He had a gun in his hand, but his movements were very unfamiliar, so I captured him alive. I broke his right hand in an instant, but the child begged for mercy and knelt on the ground, saying that it was just his first time to follow someone to attack the camp, and asked me to let him go." Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "Are you soft-hearted?" John was silent, and then gave a vague answer. "He looks a lot like my wife's cousin." "Really?" Chinyu was a little surprised. Could it be such a coincidence? At first I was skeptical, but when I saw the burned scars on his arm, I realized that he must be Shiyi's brother. Absolutely. Didn't he recognize you? I started to grow a beard at that time, and his brother was a little naughty, and he was a cousin, so we only met once at the wedding. At that time, I only remember that there was a child who was particularly naughty and bumped into a waiter, resulting in being drenched with boiling water. Hearing this, Chinyu widened his eyes and said, "Why haven't you mentioned it before?" This is the first time he has heard John talk about his past. He rarely mentioned it before. I never thought that I would meet him more than a year after the Doomsday outbreak. John felt a little sad. What happened next? John held the pocket watch tightly in his right hand and gritted his teeth and said, "Because he was involved in the attack, I didn't go to recognize him at the first time. Secondly, I felt a little disgusted. I didn't want to keep such a person around. Rue is a good kid, sensible and smart, and she works hard to learn from everyone. To be honest, Yufeng is much better than that kid. But what I didn't expect was that this bastard actually hid a gun in the bushes." Chinyu was stunned. He didn't expect John to scold his wife's cousin like this. It seems that the matter is more serious than he imagined. Then he said in astonishment, "Could it be?" John nodded and said self-deprecatingly, "Haha, I am a pig-brained person, and I actually thought he would correct himself. A few minutes later, when I heard that the person who had let her go shot my daughter, everything was so ridiculous. I once told you that people on the battlefield have no identity, whether they are old, children, or women. As long as they take up arms on the battlefield, they are enemies. You must never be merciful to the enemy, but in the end, because of my soft heart, my child almost died on the spot. If Qin Nen hadn't rushed forward desperately, Rue would have died long ago." Hearing this, Chinyu didn't know what to say. His wife's cousin went astray after the outbreak of the Doomsday, and in the end, he almost killed his own daughter by mistake. It was really ironic. The most depressing thing was that John let the child go. He finally met his former relatives, but it turned out that his camp was attacked, and the other party was holding a gun. At this time, Alay also came over. He touched his nose, and said with a guilty tone, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that person had this relationship with you at the time. I saw them injured, so I didn't hesitate to take action. It's okay. I don't blame you. Even if you don't take action, I won't let him go later." John looked at Alay, and shook his head slightly. The three stood face to face, feeling a little heavy. Then John smiled and said, "If I could do it again, I wouldn't look at whether the child had a scar on his arm. When he entered our camp with weapons and launched an attack, it didn't matter who he was." After the voice fell, Chinyu also nodded. At first, he thought John would not like this action very much, so he wanted to persuade him. In the end, it turned out that John probably didn't care about these things at all. Thinking of this, Chinyu also ordered others to take their guns and block the tunnel entrances on both sides. Inside the tunnel, Wei Huanhuan ran in the front. In order to prevent being trapped to death in the tunnel, she even lost one of her shoes. But soon, she looked forward angrily. There were also zombies on fire coming from the opposite side, and because the middle road was difficult to walk, by the time she found this, the zombies at the exit had already made the fire very big. At the same time, a scream suddenly came from behind. Wei Huanhuan turned around with a flashlight and found that a zombie was tied up. One of his subordinates unfortunately fell down, and then his throat was bitten through. Chapter 940. The moment he saw this scene, Wei Huanhuan picked up his gun and shot, instantly turning the zombie's head into a hornet's nest. At the same time, the others also realized the seriousness of the matter. Even if they were stupid, they could figure it out. It might be a coincidence that one zombie caught fire, but what if there were dozens of them? And staying in this dark and deserted tunnel, some people's heartbeats gradually accelerated, and their faces turned pale. The next second, Wei Huanhuan looked back, then gritted his teeth and ran forward. She knelt on the ground, pulled out a dagger from her body, and then turned the zombie over. Then another person squatted forward, took out the helmet of the teammate who was bitten to death, and then prepared to stab the head with a knife. At this time, Wei Huanhuan suddenly shouted, "Don't kill, don't move. Sister Yao, if the head is not destroyed, he will become a zombie." The subordinates were puzzled. Hearing this, Wei Huanhuan roared with a gloomy face, "Let him become a zombie, otherwise it will be difficult for us to get out." As soon as she finished speaking, she held a dagger in her hand, looked at the severely rotten zombie body in front of her, took a deep breath, and then stabbed it in the chest. As the knife was pulled out, a foul-smelling blood immediately sprayed out. Wei Huanhuan turned her head to the side in time to prevent the blood from flying into her mouth and nose. After cutting open the body again, Wei Huanhuan held the flesh and blood in both hands and began to smear it on her body. Seeing this scene, the others also reacted. But they were well trained after all, so they didn't panic at this time. Except for the one who accidentally fell and was bitten before, there were still 15 people left in the tunnel. Except for Wei Huanhuan, the 8 of them first divided into 2 groups, each suppressing the zombies on both sides with firepower. The other 6 people began to wait for the other corpse to revive. Time passed by minute, and a few minutes later, Wei Huanhuan was already covered in blood and exuded a foul odor. Seeing that there was still a lot of rotten meat left, one person came forward and prepared to sit down. At this time, Wei Huanhuan glanced at him and said seriously, "Don't take off the armor, just apply it directly on the outside." After saying that, Wei Huanhuan stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous. But she didn't think much about it, thinking it was caused by her low blood sugar and close contact with zombies. This step was also calculated by Qinyu. He knew the symptoms before carbon monoxide poisoning very well. It is no exaggeration to say that most people would not think about it unless they realized it in advance. At this time, the coal was hanging behind the zombies, and even if they were killed, they still did not extinguish. Unless the back of the zombie is broken by a gun, the blood will flow out and soak the coal. But that will require a lot of bullets. In the world of Doomsday, no one would be stupid enough to use bullets to shoot zombies into sieves. As others began to apply, there were less than 20 zombies left. Wei Huanhuan turned around and looked behind her, and suddenly noticed something strange. Seeing this, she put her right hand on her chest and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, turn off the flashlight." But for some reason, Wei Huanhuan felt that when she shouted this sentence, she felt particularly tired, as if she couldn't use any strength. Upon hearing this, the subordinates quickly killed the 3 nearest zombies, and then turned off the flashlight. In an instant, the tunnel became darker, with only the faint firelight in the distance on both sides. Wei Huanhuan took the telescope and looked over, and found that there were many red stones on the ground. Whether before or after the apocalypse, Wei Huanhuan had never used coal to make a fire, and the most common one was the honeycomb coal. For stone-like coal, this was her first time to come into contact with burning. She frowned slightly and said, "Look, what's on the ground over there?" One of the men took the telescope and recognized it after just one look. He immediately said in confusion, "Strange, when I came in earlier, I didn't see any coal on the garbage ground?" After saying this, Wei Huanhuan was stunned and said quickly, "Not good, they want to suffocate us to death." As soon as he finished speaking, someone fell to the ground on the spot. Then Wei Huanhuan felt dizzy, and her limbs suddenly felt weak. She held the wall with her hands, turned on the flashlight again, and looked at her feet, gritting her teeth, and said, "Damn it, when did this Yao become so scheming?" At the same time, Qinyu squatted on the ground outside the tunnel, stretched out his hand to touch the rust on the rails, his face calm without any ripples. If the time was guessed correctly, the people inside should have realized that there was not enough oxygen. Long Jie, Zhang Yin, and others standing behind him also admired Chen Yu's brain. Although they all thought that the tunnel was indeed poorly ventilated and suitable for ambush. But they ignored the fact that rails would also rust, and when ironware rusts, it will consume oxygen. In other words, except for the more than 10 meters of the tunnel entrance on both sides, the oxygen content in the area inside will gradually decrease. The further you go inside, the harder it is to circulate the air, and the lower the oxygen content. With the help of these fires and coal, the tunnel is actually more dangerous than a normal closed room. When Wei Huanhuan and others desperately killed the remaining zombies, everyone became dizzy and weak. But at this moment, the coal in the distance was still burning violently. Wei Huanhuan led everyone and moved slowly towards the coal. They dug open the zombies' stomachs and used daggers to get the burning coal in. Time was passing, and when Wei Huanhuan finally extinguished the last piece of coal, he fainted. About half a minute after they fainted, Qinyu turned his head to look at a zombie that was attracted by the gunshot, and then said, Take down these waterproof sheets. As he said that, Jinyu walked towards the zombie. At the same time, he quickly chopped off a small Y-shaped tree trunk with an axe, and used the fork to hold the zombie's neck. Then Jinyu led the zombie into the tunnel. Of course, he still covered his mouth and nose with his left arm, trying to hold his breath. After walking about a few meters, he waved to the people outside, and then before Long Jie could react, Alei and Zhang Yin had already taken a step forward. No matter who they are, they can guess what Jinyu wants to do most of the time. There is no need to say more about their tacit understanding. The two looked at each other, and Alei nodded slightly, and took a half step back. Seeing this, Zhang Yin walked behind the zombie. After Jinyu quickly retracted the stick, he kicked the zombie in the back. Then Jinyu quickly dodged to the side, and ran out of the tunnel. Then Alei took the bow and arrow, and a bloody frog was tied to it. The arrow flew into the tunnel by brushing the zombie's scalp. The zombie got up from the ground, shook his head, and wanted to turn around and continue to look for Jinyu, but the alarm of the mobile phone rang in the tunnel. Chapter 941. It was Hui Yao who put the phone to set the alarm. After bandaging her wound, she took the phone out of her pocket to attract zombies later. After all, there were only 2 walkie-talkies, one for Jinyu and one for Yang, so the others couldn't communicate. Although there was still 1 walkie-talkie left in the resort, it was for Nana and the others to monitor Jinyu and the others from behind. If Wei Huanhuan's team had more than 20 people, and they didn't realize they were surrounded, it might lead to an accident. Secondly, although there is no network now, and the time on mobile phones is not very accurate, some basic functions of it can still be used. For example, you can set an alarm for a few minutes, and zombies happen to be more sensitive to sound. Time passed slowly. Jinyu was guarding the entrance of the tunnel, and when he did not hear any gunshots from inside, he asked Yang again. After getting the answer, he asked someone to bring a lit torch, and then called Zhang Yin and 3 other people to walk into the tunnel together. This move is also to avoid rashly stepping into those low oxygen areas. Because the ventilation has been going on for a while, the oxygen inside has gradually been replenished, so it is possible to enter at this time. As long as the oxygen concentration is lower than a certain value, people will easily experience mild hypoxia, and the state of the torch will gradually shrink until it is completely extinguished when the oxygen content is lower. Using this method is equivalent to an early warning device. At the same time, Hui Yao was hiding in the safe passage and was very entangled. She just opened the door crack, covered her mouth and nose and looked out twice, and found Wei Huanhuan lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, completely motionless. The zombie on the left was only a few dozen meters away. The garbage in the tunnel was still burning, and a lot of smoke had already appeared. If they waited any longer, these people would definitely die. Whether it was the carbon monoxide in the air or the smoke, it would kill them. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Hui Yao took off his t-shirt and put it on the ground, picked up the remaining water, drank a sip, and then poured it directly on his clothes. Since this water can be used for disinfection, it must have been boiled, so it would be fine even if he drank it directly. At this time, she was only about 30 meters away from Wei Huanhuan. It should only take about 5 seconds to run over at full speed. Hui Yao took a deep breath. At the last moment, she still couldn't watch Wei Huanhuan die, even if she had contributed to the current situation. Covering her mouth and nose with wet clothes, Hui Yao bent over and opened the door, then rushed out. At present, a lot of thick smoke had gathered above the tunnel, but soon it gradually drifted outside. Hui Yao understood that this should be because Jinyu and his men had opened the 2 sides. Hui Yao quickly ran to Wei Huanhuan's side, without stopping, and directly stretched out a hand to hook her armpits on both sides, and then dragged her into the passage with all her strength. When retreating, Hui Yao accidentally tripped and fell, and her head hit the stone heavily, and blood immediately flowed from the side. She didn't rest, she simply threw away her clothes and held her breath, and then used both hands to drag the unconscious Wei Huanhuan. Bang! Hui Yao kicked the door open and dragged Wei Huanhuan in, then she knelt on the ground, and turned Wei Huanhuan over with her hands, so that the front was facing up. Then Hui Yao took the candle, and brought it close to her face. He found that her face was a little red, and her lips were not in the right color. Her skin was too red. Thinking of this, Hui Yao gritted his teeth and quickly took off Wei Huanhuan's outer clothes, and then took off her pants. The reason for doing this was to prevent carbon monoxide from being contaminated on the clothes, and from continuing to come into contact with the skin. Then Hui Yao grabbed Wei Huanhuan's arm, and carried her on his shoulders, and quickly ran into the passage. Such a big movement caused Hui Yao's abdominal wound to worsen again, and the blood on her head could not be stopped at all. She could only try her best to avoid Wei Huanhuan's hand to prevent touching her wound. At this moment, Hui Yao looked like a bloody man. Hui Yao didn't know why she went to save Wei Huanhuan, who had clearly wanted to kill her before. But Hui Yao knew one thing more clearly, that is, there were not many people she knew now. She didn't want to believe that the good friend, who used to be kind-hearted, would become a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. If Wei Huanhuan's environment can be changed, maybe her character can be improved. Hui Yao soon ran to the exit of the safe passage, which is another tunnel. The zombies here have been cleared in advance, and there is no danger. Hui Yao carried Wei Huanhuan on her back, and as soon as she stepped through the door, she collapsed directly to the ground. Hui Yao did not rest and knelt on the gravel, not caring even if her knees were rubbed and bleeding. She bent down and began to give Wei Huanhuan artificial respiration. At the same time, 1 minute after Hui Yao rescued her bestie, Qin Yu also rushed to the tunnel with his men. As expected, when everyone carried those people out, they were almost all dead. Everyone's skin was cherry red, but Wei Huanhuan's condition was not so serious at the time. Qin Yu stood outside the tunnel, counted the number of people, frowned and said, including the body inside, there are only 19 people here, how come one is missing? Hearing this, someone replied, no, I saw 2 bodies inside, which just matches. Hearing this, Zhang Yin said, the other body is a zombie, not a dead human. Qin Yu turned and ran into the tunnel, and at the same time he turned his head and said, Zhang Yin and Alei, you two go to the other side of the tunnel to meet, and see if Hui Yao has gone out. Okay. The two nodded without any hesitation. Soon Qin Yu returned to the tunnel, and ran into Yang Yu, who came in to check. He didn't say anything, but pointed to the safe passage with a torch and signaled to move closer. Although the coal was basically extinguished and the carbon monoxide content in the air was decreasing, the garbage and debris were not extinguished, and the smoke did not dissipate that quickly. Fortunately, the wind started to blow in the second half of the night, and the air in the tunnel was better than before. Unfortunately, the tunnel was still not very safe at this time. It can be said that Qin Yu and Yang Yu were taking risks by entering it. The two entered the passage and found only a candle that was about to burn out, and a mess on the ground. Qin Yu quickly picked up a piece of clothing with a lot of zombie rotten meat on it. Seeing this, he felt uneasy in his heart, and at the same time picked up a match and shouted, let's go! Yang Yu nodded, and picked up the water bottle on the ground, which still had a little bit left in it. When the two ran to the other side of the tunnel, they found that there was no one at all. Then the two ran to the left exit, and saw Zhang Yin and others. Chapter 942. At this time, Hui Yao leaned against the fence, and the whole person did not move. Zhang Yin was doing CPR on someone on the ground. Seeing the scene, Qin Yu was a little confused, frowning and ran over. The person lying on the ground was Wei Huanhuan, but at this time, she was only wearing a black underwear. Before Qin Yu could speak, Alei explained, Hui Yao was in the tunnel just now, begging us to help save this woman. I didn't want to care, but Hui Yao fainted directly. Then we thought about it, and thought maybe she wanted to get something out of this woman, so we rescued her. At this moment, Wei Huanhuan coughed a few times, but did not wake up. Zhang Yin bent down, put his ear close to her nose, then raised his head and said, fortunately, her breathing has recovered. At the same time, Yang Yu walked to Hui Yao and squatted down, checked her injuries, then turned his head and said seriously, the wound on her stomach has not been treated yet, and I don't know how she fell on her head, so the situation is a bit serious now. After listening, Qin Yu pondered for a few seconds, then said, carry them over there first. Alei nodded, walked over to help with Zhang Yin, and Qin Yu followed Yang Yu to carry Hui Yao. When the others saw that Hui Yao was also injured, they all gathered around to see. But Qin Yu did not stop, but carried them to the road. Then he put them directly behind a pickup truck. Because they were chasing Hui Yao before, the keys in the car were not removed. Qin Yu went to the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard, and found that the fuel should be enough to support them back to the manor camp. There are no professional doctors outside now, and Hui Yao has a head injury, so ordinary people can't treat it at all. So after thinking quickly, Qin Yu decided to let Long Jia take her back to the manor camp to find Lin Yi and Aling, and as for the other woman, just take her with you reluctantly. He can only ask what happened after Hui Yao wakes up. After talking to Long Jia, the latter nodded and got in the car. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly turned around and said, Alei, you go back with Long Jia. Alei frowned slightly and said, let me stay here to help you. Long Jia's foot injury hasn't fully healed yet, I'm worried about him traveling alone. After saying this, Long Jia couldn't help but say, Dong Jun can go on the road with Yi Zi, so it's nothing for me. But then he saw Qin Yu's eyes, and suddenly remembered that the instructor seemed to miss the senior brother a little, so he turned his head and shouted, "Yes, senior brother, my foot is starting to hurt again, you won't ignore me, right?" Then Chinyu pushed Alei to the co-pilot and opened the door. Seeing this, Alei said seriously, "Johnine, I will leave Xiaoyu to you." Johnine nodded and said, "Don't worry." Hearing this, Chinyu was a little speechless. "I am much better now than before, you guys go quickly, don't delay Hui Yao's injury." Long Jie changed the gear and drove the pickup truck away with a single step on the accelerator. Looking at the back of their car, Chinyu looked at his watch and said to himself, "I hope I can save her life." "Whose?" Johnine asked. "Of course it's Hui Yao." Originally, Chinyu didn't want to intervene. After all, Hui Yao was the one who benefited more from this matter. But if you look at the long term, Chinyu was actually affected quite a lot. So without much hesitation, Chinyu still let Long Jie take her to the camp. "We should be able to get there before dawn." Chinyu looked up at the night sky and muttered to himself. Then he called on others to start taking off the armor on the bodies. When Chinyu followed Hui Yao to take down Wei Huanhuan's team, the area hundreds of kilometers away also saw a turn for the better. More than a month has passed since He Qian's death in Panyawan high-end area. Jiang Chen and his men had already taken control of the situation inside. A large number of fully armed personnel advanced on the ground and won with almost no effort. Even if Lin Hao resisted, the difference in numbers and weapons was completely beyond his ability to contend with. Just when Lin Hao and Li Yao were about to be chopped off by Jiang Chen's men, Fang Xian took the opportunity to snatch the pistol from Jiang Chen's waist and threatened them to let them go. But Jiang Chen deliberately exposed his flaws, and then let Fang Xian expose herself. Originally, he still doubted whether this girl had any real ability. After all, the last rabies did not save all the people. But when the two raised their machetes, Fang Xian suddenly pointed out Jiang Chen's symptoms and illness. Then, Fang Xian aimed his gun at one of his men, snatched the knife from his waist, pressed it against his neck artery, and then threw away the gun without bullets. Fang Xian has always been very smart. She guessed that Jiang Chen's gun might not have bullets, but the other men certainly didn't know. Seeing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then asked his men to put away their knives and lock them up in the dungeon. At first, Jiang Chen also waited for the girl to come to his camp on her own initiative, but he completely underestimated Fang Xian's nature and refused to listen to his advice. So Jiang Chen had no choice but to execute Lin Hao and Li Yao in front of Fang Xian. He knew very well that with Lin Hao's character, he must have taken care of these two people on weekdays. So Jiang Chen used another method to make Fang Xian willingly start to treat him. Since then, Fang Xian used the skills she had learned since childhood to save the lives of Lin Hao, Li Yao and others. If she had not been born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine and had seen this rare and difficult disease, Jiang Chen would have killed them all before he died. In this way, Fang Xian began to examine Jiang Chen's condition and even use silver needles. 3 days later, next to a villa. At this time, dozens of people stood in every corner of the villa with guns, and even 6 people in the yard were on guard with guns. But the strange thing is that, apart from them, there was only one girl squatting in the middle of the yard busy. She was wearing a white long skirt, her hair tied behind her head, and her pretty face was covered with sweat. Fang Xian squatted in front of the simple stove with a fan in her hand, waving her right hand towards the stove in annoyance. The weather was hot, and she had to squat by the fire, which was simply torture. After more than 10 seconds, Fang Xian lifted her hair that was stuck to her forehead, and reached out to wipe the sweat on the tip of her nose. She suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Hey, fat guy over there, come here." A sturdy man pointed at his chest, his face full of doubt, and his brows slightly frowned. Seeing this, Fang Xian stood up, put her left hand on her waist and said seriously, "Yes, it's you, come and help me boil the medicine, I'm going to pick up the herbs." As soon as he said this, the man handed the rifle on his body to the person next to him, and then walked towards her. There was no way, Brother Chen had already given the order, and now everyone in the Pawnee Bay camp had to listen to this girl. Chapter 943. Fang Xian handed him the fan, then pointed to the clay pot on the stove and said, "Remember, make sure the fire doesn't get smaller, keep boiling the medicine with high heat, then turn to low heat, and simmer slowly. Do you understand?" The strong man nodded and squatted directly in front of the stove. Seeing this, Fang Xian curled her lips, took the straw hat beside her and put it on her head to block the sun, then put on her rain boots, and prepared to walk to the back mountain of Pawnee Bay. However, as soon as she left, 4 people with guns followed her immediately, always keeping a distance of 5 meters away and within 10 meters. If there is any danger, those people can help immediately. Fong Xian has no way to deal with this. Although she is much freer now, she is still very tired. She often has to leave Pawnee Bay and go out to find various medicinal materials. But fortunately, the man's power is very large. Fong Xian only needs to write down the characteristics of some medicinal materials, and his men can find some. At this time, Fong Xian is very clear that if Jiang Chen recovers from his illness, then except for her, others may still die. Now she regretted what she said to Yi Qian. If Yi Qian was still alive, at least Jiang Chen would not have launched a general attack so quickly. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. At present, Fong Xian can only pin her hopes on Liao, because according to her, she once had teammates. Although Fong Xian did not take it to heart after hearing it at that time, in her opinion, if such a living person disappeared, why didn't Xiao Yao's teammates come to look for her? Isn't it possible that they wished she disappeared? Li Yao said at that time that it was absolutely not the case. She trusted her friends very much. There must be many reasons why they didn't come to find her. At the very least, even Lin Hao couldn't go back to the previous place again, so how could others come so easily? In this way, Fong Xian squatted on the ground to check the herbs in her hand, and prayed that Sister Xuya's teammates would come quickly. She could only delay the speed of treatment as much as possible, but Jiang Chen was very smart. If he found a problem, he would probably kill one person on the spot to force Fong Xian. After Qin Yu got the armor, he began to prepare to return. Not only to the manor camp, but also to his home. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the abandoned resort, 20 sets of armor now cleaned, neatly placed on the open ground. According to what he had planned before, Qin Yu planned to leave 10 sets for Nana and the others. But after saying this, Nana waved her hands and stepped back. Sister Yao said, "We don't want the armor, just leave it all to you." When did she say that? Qin Yu was a little curious and said, "This thing can not only be used to prevent zombies, but also put some psychological pressure on others, making the enemy mistakenly think that you are well equipped." Hearing this, Nana squatted on the ground, picked up 2 sets of armor and walked towards Qin Yu, then said, "Just before you were about to start your plan, Sister Yao said that your camp was attacked, and she must be eager to go back after the success. But the team of the Savior Gate is at least 20 people. If you only wear 10 sets, it will not confuse them." After listening, Chun Yu looked back at Zhang Yin, wanting to ask for his opinion. Seeing this, Zhang Yin said softly, "I think what she said makes sense." Then Qin Yu thought for a moment, reached out to take the 2 sets of armor from Nana's hand, and then said, "In this case, then we will accept it, but as a reward, we will not participate in the subsequent sharing of supplies in that camp." After saying this, Nana bit her lip and said nothing. Sister Yao did express that she was very interested in the camp, and even had been planning for a long time. Qin Yu patted Nana on the shoulder and said, "When Hui Yao recovers, I will give her a car and let her go back to find you." After that, Qin Yu prepared to load the armor into the car. Although Hui Yao's people didn't want the clothes, Qin Yu still gave them some of their weapons and ammunition. However, Nana's attitude was still very firm, saying that she only wanted 5 rifles at most. Qin Yu also sighed for this. He thought Hui Yao would like to rob other people's camps, but now he knows that she will only let those survivors who have done many evil things to help build the camp. Even if they did something wrong, Hui Yao would rarely kill the captives, at most killing them to scare the monkeys. Finally, everyone had lunch together at noon and prepared to go their separate ways. Fortunately, there were still 3 cars left in Wei Huanhuan's team. Qin Yu and Zhang Yin were loading supplies and tying the armor on the roof of the car. When they got in the car, Qin Yu started the car and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Seeing this, he turned his head to the right and found that Zhang Yin was looking forward calmly without any movement. At the same time, Qin Yu turned his head and looked to the left. He found a man carrying a sniper rifle at the corner of an abandoned house in the distance, looking at them with a lonely expression. Although there was a little distance between them, Qin Yu could see the unwillingness and reluctance in Yang Yu's eyes. Perhaps in his opinion, after parting with the former squad leader this time, the next time they meet is likely to be a living person and a zombie. Qin Yu held the steering wheel with both hands and thought of everyone who had died since the outbreak of the Doomsday. He naturally knew that some people were destined to be separated, but some did not. Then Qin Yu turned his head to the right and whispered, "Zhang Yin, if I make this decision, can you control Yang Yu in the future?" Zhang Yin looked puzzled, a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" At this time, he did not think of taking Yang Yu away. After all, they were former comrades in arms. He knew Yang Yu's ability very well. As long as there was no accident, there would be no problem for him to survive. Qin Yu put his right thumb on the steering wheel and said slowly, "Although life is always full of regrets, there is not only one way to go in many cases." After saying that, Chinyu stretched out his left hand and waved to the distance. Then, a figure ran towards this side quickly, and even accidentally stepped on a plastic bag and fell down. Zhang Yin looked through Chinyu's car window and found that it was Yangyu. Soon Yangyu came to Chinyu's car, breathing steadily without any waves, but he seemed a little nervous. Chinyu looked at him and said, "Do you want to follow us?" Yangyu scratched his head and said, "I'm just afraid that it will be embarrassing if I meet the two girls last time." Hearing this, Chinyu said calmly, "One of them is dead, and if the other one sees us taking you back, he will definitely understand." After listening, Yangyu nodded seriously, "Take me with you, at least I have experienced war, and I can help you in fighting with the Savior sect." Chapter 944. But there are 3 rules. Chinyu was very serious, and then he pointed to the side and said, "I will be responsible for your every move after entering the camp, and it even represents Zhang Yin's attitude. After all, if you and Zhang Yin didn't have this kind of relationship, although the previous incident would not have caused me to lead people to hunt you down, I would never accept you in." Hearing this, Yangyu assured, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Get in the car." Chinyu pointed his thumb back, and then pressed the door to unlock it. Yangyu wanted to open the car door, but Chinyu said softly, "The left one is broken, get in from the right." "Okay." Yangyu laughed and walked to the other side. At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly whispered, "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Chinyu patted Zhang Yin's arm and said, "We are all brothers, it's strange to say these things." After Yangyu got in the car, Chinyu drove the car away from the resort, and waved his left hand out of the window twice when he left. Nana and others stood behind him, waving their right hands. As for Xiaoyang, Chinyu had already given the antidote to Nana. He needed to escort the girls back to the camp safely, and his hands and feet would be tied up at the same time, in order to get the antidote. Of course, it was not a highly toxic substance at all, but melatonin that Chinyu found in a lounge in the resort, and it was still a few months away from expiration. Chinyu poured out a tablet and found half a bottle of red ink, so he soaked it a little. In the end, the tablet turned red. Combined with the effect of Ars poison, Xiaoyang could scare himself. After Chinyu and others left, Nana and the other girls also began to prepare to go home. After all, it will take some time for that camp to be exhausted, and it will be the same if we come back then. Chinyu had no opinion on this, because when Long Jia went to attract those people, he did not choose to shoot directly. He did not even think of hurting anyone. As a result, when the survivors saw Long Jia alone and a young man, they immediately rushed out and wanted to capture him alive. After being forced into a corner, Long Jia fought back, but one of them accidentally fell down, and then hit the back of his head on the curb and died on the spot. Those people were so angry that they turned around and blamed Long Jia for their deaths, which made him shoot back and kill dozens of people. After all, Long Jia was not someone to be trifled with. The car was speeding on the road. Yangyu heard the noise of the armor above his head due to the bumps and asked curiously, "I see there is still some space in the trunk. Why don't you put it in there?" Hearing this, Chinyu stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, increased the speed and replied, "There are other things to put in there." It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinyu followed his memory, and came to the place where the bones were placed before. With the car, it is indeed much faster than the carriage. Returning to the old place, he was surprised to find that there were several more mounds of earth there. The 3 of them got off the car and walked over, and found that there was a wooden sign hanging next to it, and there seemed to be some very distorted words engraved on it. Chinyu carefully identified it for a few seconds before recognizing what was written. "It's just a small favor, no thanks." Seeing this, Yangyu blinked and said, "No, why would someone leave such information? Could it be that he has some kind of fetish?" Because Yangyu didn't know what it was, he thought it was a joke. Hearing this, Chinyu explained, "This was left by Shenming. It seems that they accidentally bumped into something I put here." "What is it?" Zhang Yin asked. "The companions who died in the community before were buried in the backyards of some houses. Because there were many zombies walking back and forth on them, I didn't want them to be disturbed after they died, so I planned to wait for an opportunity to bring the bodies back to the camp for burial. But when I went there a while ago, I saw that Shenming and her men had led the zombies away and settled there. By the way, Shenming is someone I met by chance when I was out before, and now she is also the leader of a force." After saying this, Chinyu looked at the 2 of them again and said, "I have something to do and have to leave. How about you stay with her for half a day? I have to confirm the final gathering time with those camps." The original plan was to send people from a few camps this time, and then Chinyu and Shang Wenjing would lead people to the Savior sect, But something unexpected happened at home. Chinyu has never been the kind of leader who kills people without hesitation, but he will never let it go if something happens at home. So Chinyu must take revenge first, and he must let those people know what blood debts must be paid with blood. Since they have been buried again, there is no need to disturb them anymore. Let's just leave it like that. At least the environment here is not bad, and there are not many zombies. Then Chinyu said a few simple words and drove away. The two of them followed the direction Chinyu said, and walked straight to a camp. Zhang Yin was holding an axe in his hand, which was the one that separated the army's wrists before. Unlike regular axes, this one has two cuts on the blade, so Shen Ming can recognize it as soon as she sees it. After all, it wasn't long since they came. In this way, Chinyu didn't return to Shen Ming's community until it was almost dark, just in time for them to prepare dinner. Now Shen Ming is also planting here, and even has vegetables such as tomatoes. But what makes Chinyu more depressed is that the car is out of gas. In response, Shen Ming said that she could help provide some, so that Chinyu doesn't have to worry. After staying overnight, the next morning, Chinyu took Zhang Yin and Yan Yu and said goodbye to Shen Ming. This time, everyone will gather in 7 days, in the nearest abandoned city. Chinyu roughly calculated the number of people, and there were about 400 people in more than 10 camps. Of course, this was not all the manpower in all the camps. After all, they had to leave people to defend their homes. But Chinyu was surprised to be able to gather so many people. At this moment, he was more determined that human beings would be stronger when they united. When Chinyu and the other two returned to the manor camp, it was almost afternoon. The reason why they were a little slow was that the car behind them stalled halfway, but there were still a few kilometers left. There was no other way. Chinyu stayed by the car to be on guard, and Zhang Yin took the oil extractor given by Shen Ming, and took Yang Yu to find gasoline. But half an hour later, there were many abandoned cars, but they were basically empty. Moreover, more than a year had passed, and those cars parked on the roadside had experienced wind and rain, as well as collisions with some zombies, causing them to be even more unrecognizable. Finally, they found some dirty clothes, and tied them together. The three of them made a stretcher, and tied the supplies together. In addition to 20 sets of armor, there were also some guns. In the end, everyone was hung with supplies, which made them exhausted. Chapter 945. In this way, every time two people carried something, the other person would clear the way with a knife in front to prevent the zombies from approaching one by one. Fortunately, the three of them were not weak at all now, and it was not difficult to deal with some zombies in the wild. After returning to the camp, Chinyu asked them to put down the stretcher, and then called some people to carry the things in. Then Zhang Yin and Yang Yu just lay on the ground. Their bodies were wet with sweat, and their clothes were tightly stuck to their bodies. Chinyu asked someone to help bring some water again, and he went to find Sheng Wenjing. Even after returning here, Chinyu did not rest immediately. He needed to hand over all matters to Sheng Wenjing, and then return to the villa area. According to a lay, those people merged together 4 months ago, and then attacked their villa area about 2 months later. In other words, it has been at least more than a month since the incident happened. And Zhang Rui has never woken up. Just thinking about this, Chinyu wanted to peel off the skin of those people, not to mention the death of Lao Cheng and Fu Qian and others. Chinyu must settle this account before he goes to deal with the Jiashiman. He was very fast along the way, and he did not stop even though he was sweating. When he arrived at the manor, and was about to walk towards the gate, he suddenly found Lin Yi sitting under a tree in the distance. She had her back to this side, so she did not see Chinyu. At this time, Lin Yi hugged her knees with her hands, buried her head in her legs, and sat there motionless. After more than a month, Lin Yi seemed to have lost some weight, and her back made people feel pity. Seeing this, Chinyu walked straight towards her without any hesitation. If we ask who is the most important person to Chinyu now in the Doomsday, there is no doubt that Lin Yi is the first. Especially after Lin Yi handed over her most precious thing to Chinyu, he secretly vowed to protect her and try his best to let Lin Yi live a good life. At least, she would not be displaced, and would not have to worry about food and drink. But the strange thing is that, until Chinyu sat behind her, Lin Yi did not turn around to look at him. The next second, Chinyu whispered, "What's wrong with you?" When these words came out, Lin Yi was obviously startled, and the whole person took half a step forward and stood up directly. When Chinyu saw her haggard appearance, his heart seemed to be pinched by an unknown hand, and then he was touched. Now Lin Yi's eyes were slightly swollen. Obviously she had just cried. Then when she turned around and saw who it was, her beautiful and somewhat excessive eyes suddenly misted up again, and then she threw herself into Chinyu's arms and hugged his waist tightly. Yu reached out and gently patted Lin Yi's back, saying softly, I haven't taken a shower for a long time, and I smell. He didn't ask Lin Yi why she was crying, because Yu knew that Lin Yi would definitely tell him. Secondly, Shang Wenjing and others were in charge of the manor camp, and with a Ling by her side, no one would bully Lin Yi. As soon as Yu finished speaking, Lin Yi sat back and looked at him, trembling and saying, Yu, I seem to have found my big brother. Then she wiped her tears, pursed her lips and said, just now, I heard news about my big brother. Although I'm not sure, I have a hunch that he must be alive. Hearing this, Yu was surprised, but soon he frowned and said, You haven't left the camp during this period. How did you suddenly get the news? After saying this, Lin Yi stood up and took Yu's hand and ran directly to the manor. Seeing this, Yu did not refuse, even though he still had a lot of things to do. But no matter how important the matter is, he can still take out these few minutes at this moment. Entering the luxurious manor, Lin Yi took him directly to the right room on the first floor. Seeing this, Yu was slightly startled. It seemed to be the infirmary over there. A few seconds later, Lin Yi pushed the door open and went in, then pointed at the person lying on the bed. She told me. Hearing this, Yu looked at the bed by the window. Hui Yao was leaning against the wall at this time, with a bandage wrapped around her head and a cucumber in her hand. Seeing the person coming, she was slightly startled, then took half of the cucumber in her hand and said, Thank you for asking someone to bring me here. I owe you another life. Hearing this, Yu waved his hand and walked towards the bed with steady steps, while Lin Yi followed behind him. Small question, let's not talk about this for now. What I want to know most at this moment is, how did you know that Lin Yi has a brother? Because they look so much alike. Hui Yao looked at Lin Yi, unable to hide his surprise, and then sighed, You two brothers and sisters, count it, each of you saved me once, it's really fate. When? Yu asked. It's been a long time, I can't remember it clearly. Hui Yao shook her head and said truthfully. At this moment, Hui Yao suddenly remembered a detail, and she said to Lin Yi, That man, there was a pendant on the zipper of his clothes. I think it was something strange, why can't I remember it no matter what? The next second, Lin Yi turned around and ran upstairs. Half a minute later, she returned to the infirmary again. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was red and her breathing was very rapid because of the rapid running. She spread out her left hand in front of Hui Yao, and inside was a little rabbit pendant. Hui Yao patted the bed sheet and said, Yes, this is it, but the color seems wrong. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi spread out her right hand, and inside was another blue little rabbit. At this moment, Hui Yao looked at Lin Yi in astonishment and said, Strange, if you already have this thing, how come you haven't heard that he is still alive? Hearing this, Yu on the side explained, I picked up this pendant by chance before. It was in a shoulder bag on a zombie. Then he simply described the previous events again. After listening to it, Hui Yao smacked his lips and said, The man at that time also said that he had a sister. In this way, I feel that it is almost certain. Didn't he say his name? Lin Yi put the two little rabbits back in his pocket and patted his chest with his right hand. No, he said that in the end of the world, he and I are just passers-by, and asked me to try to help other poor people in the future. When saying this, Hui Yao's cheeks were obviously a little hot. What she did later couldn't be considered helping the poor. But fortunately, Lin Yi didn't know about it, and Yu naturally wouldn't say anything. My brother and I look very similar. If it was half a year before the doomsday, it might really be him. Lin Yi said seriously. Yu gently held her little hand, then continued to look at Hui Yao and asked, Have you heard any news about him since then? Chapter 946. Hearing this, Hui Yao thought for a moment and said, To be honest, I haven't heard of Mu Chen at all. I haven't even heard of that Mu Chen. At this moment, Yu suddenly grasped the point, his face changed slightly and asked, What Chen? Hui Yao looked at him with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Yu said in a deep voice, Is that man called Jiang Chen? No. Hui Yao was very confident about this, and she said firmly, Because he gave me a strong sense of oppression at the time, so I have a deep memory of him. That's why I always remember Dr. Lin's brother. What's wrong? Is there something important? Lin Yi felt Yu's palm sweating and suddenly became nervous. Hearing this, Yu gave her a reassuring look, then walked to the table, opened a drawer and started searching. What are you looking for? Just tell me. Seeing this, Lin Yi also trotted over. Pen and paper, preferably blank ones. After the voice fell, Lin Yi fumbled on the cabinet and handed Yu what he needed. Yu nodded lightly, took the pen and notebook and walked to the bed, then put them in Hui Yao's arms and said, Draw the face of that person. Hu Yao took the pen and tried, but only drew a rough line. Then she sighed and said, "It's okay for you to ask me to describe, but it's difficult for me to draw a portrait." Seeing this, Qin Yu said seriously, "This matter is very important. Shang Wenjing and I have been worried about something. If the Salvation Sect has something to do with Jiang Chen." At this point, Qin Yu stopped directly. He didn't dare to think about it further. After a dozen seconds of silence, Qin Yu looked into Lin Yi's eyes and spoke word by word, because Shang Wenjing once said that the blood wolf he founded was only the second in the world. And above the blood wolf is the death god. Lin Yi nodded and said, "I know this, a Ling told me about it. But do you know who founded the death god?" Qin Yu said slowly. When this was said, Lin Yi was puzzled at first, then he widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Could it be that Jiang Chen?" Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, "That's why I need to confirm it urgently. We may not know how powerful the people in the Death God organization are, but you and I have seen the people below them. Whether it is Long Jia and his brother, or Lei and Leander, they are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It can be said that if the zombies had not appeared and caused the global order to collapse, Qin Yu and others would basically have no way to contact them. Because Lei and Shang Wenjing are both wanted people in the country, they can escape the first time, but it does not mean they can escape the second time. They never thought that they would return to the country in the world before the end of the world." After listening to Qin Yu's story, Hu Yao could roughly guess the seriousness of the matter. If anyone in this room knows the methods of the Salvation Sect the best, Hu Yao is second, and no one dares to rank first. After drawing a few more strokes, Hu Yao covered her head directly. Seeing this, Lin Yi shook Qin Yu's sleeve and said, "She has a head injury, and it will be difficult for you to force her to draw. It's better to wait for 2 days." At the same time, a crisp voice sounded at the door. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked back and found that it was Ah Ling standing there. She was still holding a little rabbit in her hand, but the color and size seemed to be different from the previous one. Seeing this, Lin Yi first glanced at Qin Yu, and after confirming that he had no reaction, she walked over and whispered a few words to Ah Ling. After listening, Ah Ling blinked her lively eyes and said, "You can ask Sister Dai for help in drawing portraits. She is quite good at this." Then Ah Ling turned around and took 2 steps back, looked around, then shouted to someone, and then gave him a few instructions, asking him to call Long Dai over. Inside the house, Qin Yu turned his head and whispered to Lin Yi, "Why do I feel that Ah Ling speaks much more smoothly than before, and it seems that she is not bad at communication as those people say." Hearing this, Lin Yi explained, "Ah Ling is fine, she just doesn't like to talk nonsense. Over time, she answers 3 or 4 for every one person saying one." A few minutes later, footsteps were heard in the corridor, and Long Dai pushed the door open and entered, still looking aloof. But after seeing that everyone in the room was her own, Long Dai's expression eased a lot. She reached out and touched Ah Ling's head, who tilted her head to avoid it, and then stuck out her tongue. "What do you want to ask me for?" "I want you to help me draw a person." Qin Yu walked towards her with a pen and paper. "Just a small thing?" Long Dai was a little speechless. After taking the things, she pulled over a chair and sat down. She crossed her legs and said, "Let me make it clear first, I can't guarantee that I will definitely reproduce it." Qin Yu nodded and said, "Just do your best." "Okay, who will describe it?" Long Dai asked. "Me." Hu Yao raised her hand, a little nervous. At this moment, she didn't know why she always felt that this woman with a cold temperament was a little different. Just a glance made Hu Yao a little nervous. You know, Hu Yao's hands are now stained with a lot of blood, but she is still a little afraid of this woman. At this time, Ah Ling suddenly said, "Don't be nervous, Sister Dai is a very nice person." Then Long Dai waved her hand and said, "You go out first." The 3 did not stay any longer and left the infirmary. Arriving at the hall, Qin Yu sat on the steps. He looked at the pool in front and said, "If I remember correctly, Ah Ling, didn't you call her sister long before?" Ah Ling squatted on the ground, stroking the little rabbit with her right hand, and took out some grass from her pocket with her left hand to feed it. Hearing the question, she raised her head, thought for a while and answered, "Because I think calling Sister Dai will sound more gentle, although she is usually very fierce." Qin Yu said, glanced at Lin Yi who was sitting next to him, and asked curiously again, "Where is your rabbit before?" After the voice fell, Ah Ling did not answer at all. Seeing this, Lin Yi whispered, "Dabai has been a little naughty recently." Ah Ling's rabbit accidentally slipped out once, and Dabai kept chasing it, and finally scared it to death. At this point, Lin Yi recalled what happened that day, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Later, Aling said she would beat Dabai, but she couldn't catch up, so she squatted down and pretended to cry. Dabai went back to comfort her, and was slapped several times. At this time, Aling turned around and said, "My hand was hurt at that time. I apologize to you on its behalf." Jinyu smiled and his nerves were not so tense. Aling stood up with the rabbit in her arms, and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Later, Sister Lin and I had a snack, so we made spicy rabbit heads to eat. It was very delicious. Chapter 947. Jinyu nodded slightly, turned his head and asked, "How have you been in the past month?" When these words came out, Lin Yi seemed to remember something, and hurriedly grabbed his hand and asked nervously, "I heard from Yi Zi that you were injured, let me see." Hearing this, Jinyu smiled and stretched out his left hand, saying, "It's healed, nothing happened. By the way, Dongjun and Yishishu didn't have any accidents on the road, right?" Aling shook his head, walked over and said, "No, it's a pity that a hand was broken, but Uncle Shengwan has already installed a prosthesis for him." "That's good," Jinyu said. After Lin Yi checked him, she was relieved to confirm that he was fine. She whispered, "I'm fine recently. I've learned a lot of useful skills, but I'm not very good at fighting." Hearing this, Jinyu held Lin Yi's right hand and felt a little uneasy. He tapped her palm and said, "It's okay. I go to the front next time." Aling rolled her eyes, and was about to leave with a little rabbit in her arms. At this moment, the door of the infirmary opened and Long Dai walked out. However, unlike before, her expression was quite solemn at this time. "Linger, go and call the instructor over." Aling wanted to refuse, but when she saw Long Dai frowning, she immediately guessed that there must be something important, and then she nodded and walked out. The next second, Long Dai shouted again, "Call the senior brother too." Aling did not stop, but raised her right hand and made an okay gesture. Then Long Dai walked towards Jinyu, stood in front of him and said, "You guess right, that person is most likely Jiang Chen." Jinyu hummed and didn't continue talking, mainly because he didn't know what to say. What made Jinyu a little depressed was that this battle was really unavoidable. Originally, he planned to take the allies to find the Savior Gate and avoid fighting if possible. After all, in the Doomsday, the only beneficiaries of the two forces fighting are the zombies. Humans keep fighting among themselves and keep launching wars, which will only produce more corpses and feed the zombies and maggots. Jinyu always felt that humans should not be like this, but his power alone is limited after all. So after the Doomsday, Jinyu would try his best to accept those survivors who were not bad enough, without affecting his own survival and his teammates. He would choose to save people, but the premise must be that he would not hurt others or himself. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Shangguan Jing and Alei hurried to the manor hall. However, unlike the last time they parted, Shangguan Jing did not wear a long gown, but a gray vest, showing all the tendons and scars. It's just that many tattoo patterns appeared at the original scar position. When the two of them came over, Long Dai suddenly said, "That's just a pattern. I accidentally found a lot of these things a few days ago, and the instructor used them to cover the scar." Hearing this, Jinyu said softly, "It's good this way. Wearing long sleeves all the time is not a solution after all." Unlike Xiao Jiao and De Shuang, although Shangguan Jing doesn't look as strong as them, the strength under his muscles is not weak at all. Once in the camp in the villa area, several people had wrestled each other's arms. As expected, Jinyu ranked the lowest, and those above him were De Shuang, Zhang Yin, Xiao Jiao and Alei. He was not surprised at all, but what surprised everyone was that Alei's strength was not inferior to Xiao Jiao. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiao retired due to injury after all, and his peak state was no longer there, while Alei was at his peak. At that time, Jinyu was curious why Uncle Hua didn't try to fight with everyone, and later heard that he was also injured, so he figured it out. From that moment on, Jinyu had been asking if there were any survivors of traditional Chinese medicine, but unfortunately there was no news. After Shangguan Jing approached, he nodded slightly to Jinyu and said hello, then he looked to the right and said, "Speak." Long Dai took out a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to Shangguan Jing. "Take a look. Does this look like our old rival?" Hearing this, Shangguan Jing took it. He just took a look, and instantly wrinkled the lower right corner of the paper, and snorted coldly, "I can recognize him even if he turns to ash." Then Alei also looked over, then frowned slightly and said, "Jiang Matzi? He also returned to China?" Seeing his puzzled expression, Jinyu simply told him what he and Shangguan Jing had talked about a few days ago. After listening, although Alei still looked calm, Jinyu could sense that he was also in a heavy mood. It seems that Jiang Chen is really a bit difficult to deal with. The most important thing is that he is the mortal enemy of Shang Guanjing and others. I want to know what the hatred between you is like. As soon as these words came out, Long Dai's face instantly became gloomy, and he said, "Do you know why the senior brother called him Jiang Mozi just now?" Qin Yu shook his head. "How would I know?" The next second, Long Dai could not hide her anger, and gritted her teeth and said, "Because he killed so many people, the people who died at Jiang Chen's hands, you would doubt that you heard it wrong." Shang Guanjing shook his head and said, "There is no need to talk about the past. Anyway, Qin Yu, what you need to know is that there is basically no possibility of reconciliation between us and him. It is safe for both parties to not know each other, but once they know each other's whereabouts, they will definitely fight to the death." Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, then he stood up and said, "What do you plan to do?" "I can bring people to help. The number of people may not be of much use." Shang Guanjing thought for a while, and said, "Xiao Dai, how did you suddenly draw Jiang Chen's face?" Hearing this, Long Dai pointed at Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu said, "One of my friends accidentally hurt his head. There was no doctor outside at the time, so I asked Long Jia to bring them here." Shang Guanjing was not angry, but just said, "Don't do it again next time." Qin Yu also expressed his understanding of this. After all, he was just bringing two strangers to someone else's home. This is not like before, when others would not say anything. In the apocalypse, they might just kill him. Then Qin Yu continued, "My friend was active in the south a long time ago, and was rescued by chance. According to her description, the person at that time was this Jiang Mozi." Shang Guanjing was silent for a few seconds, and then said solemnly, "The Sacred Gate is in that direction, and so is Jiang Chen. Although I don't want to think about it, it is very likely that there is such a coincidence. If this is really the worst result, then we probably won't be able to find more people." Chapter 948. Why? Qin Yu didn't quite understand and said, "Even if we fight now, it can't be considered a modern war in the full sense. Human wave tactics should be useful, right?" Lei said, "He means that Jiang Chen will have more people." Xiao Lei understands me better. Shang Guanjing nodded with satisfaction. Long Dai sighed and said in a deep voice, "What Jiang Chen is best at is secretly supporting other forces, and then letting them fight each other. As long as they don't hurt each other, the people behind them will never show up. 3 of the top 10 killer organizations in the world were founded by him. They would deliberately create a situation of conflict between the two sides to attract third-party organizations to intervene, while Jiang Chen always sat firmly in the position of hunter. With this method, he swallowed up many organizations." Speaking of this, Long Dai paused for a moment and continued, "Later, the instructor suddenly appeared, crushing most people's skills and military qualities, and almost instantly conquered the world." "So how did you become enemies?" Qin Yu asked. "I destroyed his other 2 organizations, and obtained a lot of resources, which made me the second in the world," Shang Guanjing said lightly. After this, Qin Yu smacked his lips. What these people said was essentially far away from him. Then Qin Yu turned and looked at the infirmary. He thought for a few seconds and then said, "If there are other large-scale lethal weapons, how sure are you that you can win?" Hearing this, Shang Guanjing said truthfully, "Now I don't know what Jiang Chen has become, but I am more curious. If the person who recognized me last time happened to follow him, why didn't he come over? The relationship between us will hardly be affected by other things. If we have to name one, then the end of the world and the outbreak of zombies are one of them." Qin Yu did not speak, but continued to look at him. Shang Guanjing was silent for a while, and said softly, "If we have more powerful weapons and ammunition, even if we can't destroy him, we can at least tie with him." After listening, Qin Yu understood. He nodded and said, "In this case, I have a plan in mind. Tomorrow morning, I will give you an accurate result. Now, I want to take a shower. My clothes are sticking to me, and I feel uncomfortable." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu turned and walked upstairs. Everyone looked at his back from below. After he left, Shang Guanjing looked to the left and asked, "Ling, how is the other woman?" "I'm not sure. Let Sister Yi tell you." Hearing her name, Lin Yi explained, "With the medical equipment you found some time ago, I started it with a battery and checked it. I found that her central nervous system was damaged due to systemic hypoxia. This place is very complicated. I am a surgeon and am not very familiar with this area, but according to the examination results and clinical manifestations, she has a very serious stage of amnesia." Shang Guanjing asked again, "Is it possible to pretend?" Hearing this, Lin Yi shook her head and said, "Carbon monoxide poisoning is very dangerous and must be treated in time. Otherwise, once amnesia occurs, it is basically equivalent to losing the experience of that period. Unless a miracle happens, it cannot be recovered. Then let her stay here, and we see what happens in 2 days. Shang Wanjing didn't chase her out. After all, she was Qin Yu's friend. At this moment, Long Jie also walked in from the gate. He yawned and said, "The one in the infirmary is a friend, but the other one is not. It's okay to throw her out. Let Qin Yu make his own arrangements." Shang Wanjing didn't accept this proposal, but continued to leave the manor. He was leading people to make a large mechanism, ready to use it against the enemy later. In the bathroom, Qin Yu rubbed his hands on his head. His hands were full of foam. Then he rinsed his hair and brushed it carefully with a toothbrush. During this period of time when he was running around outside, although he also brought a toothbrush, there was too little water in the next week, not enough to drink, and with the 2 horses, Qin Yu rarely brushed his teeth. Now that he had the opportunity, he brushed his teeth for almost 10 minutes before leaving the bathroom. After changing into clean clothes again, Qin Yu went downstairs and continued to the infirmary. Then he knocked on the door and said, "Can you come in?" What's inconvenient about this? Hui Yao was lying on the bed with her hands behind her head, staring at the ceiling. When she heard the sound outside the door, she sat up and said. Unexpectedly, she pulled the wound on her left abdomen again when she moved, and she immediately took a breath of cold air. Qin Yu came in and saw her expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Be careful, you can't be careless during the recovery period." Hui Yao lifted her clothes and looked at her wound. She found that there was no bleeding, so she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It sounds like you are recovering from injuries frequently." "You are right." Qin Yu took a chair and sat down in front of the bed, saying, "You should know the situation of Wei Huanhuan, right?" Hearing the name, Hui Yao's eyes darkened, and he said softly, "Well, Dr. Lin has told me that although Wei Huanhuan's life was saved, he suffered from severe amnesia." "How serious?" "I don't know." Qin Yu was stunned, but didn't say much. Maybe Hui Yao didn't know how to face Wei Huanhuan now. After all, the relationship between the 2 sides was very bad. Then Qin Yu looked at his watch and said, "The matter has been resolved. Now you can tell me why you have to keep an eye on the people in that camp, right?" Hui Yao took the pillow and put it behind her back. Then she leaned against the head of the bed and said, "Of course." She paused and began to speak. "There is an underground arsenal 1 kilometer away from those people." Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he really guessed it right. Hui Yao did bring a surprise here. But the next second, Hui Yao waved his hand and said, "Things are not that simple. The passage to the underground arsenal is blocked by the fallen sentry box and mudslides. A lot of ruins bury the entrance. I have seen it. If it is only human power, it will take about 300 people to dig for half a month to clean it up." Qin Yu turned his head to look out the window and said, "It doesn't sound like it will take a long time." Hearing this, Hui Yao sighed and said, "It is said that there are 2 large iron doors inside. They are controlled by electricity. It may take several generators to start at the same time to open them. Are you sure there are weapons and ammunition inside?" Hui Yao nodded and said, "When the doomsday broke out, the army went there to get a lot of guns and bullets in order to deal with the zombies in various cities and cover the survivors' retreat, but there are still some left." Chapter 949. Qin Yu did not believe what she said directly, but asked, "Have you been in there?" Hui Yao shook her head. "Then how do you know so clearly?" Qin Yu looked into her eyes, and still raised the question in his mind. This kind of place is a must-have material for any force in the doomsday situation. In some cases, their importance is even more precious than food and water. After all, having no weapons, and having weapons, but not using them are 2 different things. Qin Yu said several sentences in a row, quietly waiting for her answer. Hearing this, Hui Yao looked down at the white bed sheet on her legs and said nothing. After a few seconds, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "Qin Yu, we all have secrets, don't we?" Having said that, Qin Yu was naturally embarrassed to continue asking questions. After all, Hui Yao was not his enemy. "Then didn't you think about going over there before?" Hui Yao shook his head again and said, "It is too difficult to deal with the ruins without an excavator. Secondly, the noise is too loud and will definitely be noticed by those people." "So you are going to kill them?" Qin Yu's heart moved, and he sighed a little at her cruelty. "There are more than 100 people. You are not afraid of not being able to sleep at night?" Hearing this, Hui Yao smiled, and then her expression became a little colder. She said lightly, "Don't those people kill many innocent survivors on weekdays? If the law is still there, before the end of the world, each of them is a murderer." Then Hui Yao added, "Take the resort we stayed in before. You don't really think it was abandoned from the beginning, right?" "I'm not blaming you." Qin Yu waved his hand and said softly, "But I think this kind of force that kills without blinking an eye can be used for other purposes. Hui Yao was silent for a few seconds and said, "You are right, but there are too many of them, and it is difficult to control them. After all, it is not a small camp of dozens of people. Secondly, I need the generators of those people." Just then, the sound of a truck driving suddenly came from outside the house. Qin Yu frowned slightly, stood up and walked to the window, but the next second, he was stunned. What appeared in front of him was a flatbed truck. At the same time, Hui Yao saw Qin Yu standing there without moving, so she got off the bed and walked over. When she got closer and saw the scene outside clearly, she said in surprise, "You have an excavator here? Why didn't you tell me just now?" After saying that, Hui Yao found that Qin Yu was still frowning, and then she asked tentatively, "Could it be that you just found out about this too?" Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, outside the infirmary. "Come in." Qin Yu turned around and said, not continuing to look at the flatbed truck and the excavator behind it. The door was pushed open, and Long Jia walked in, chewing an apple in his hand. Seeing this, both of them were a little surprised, and Hui Yao rubbed his eyes, and said in a higher voice, "Am I seeing right? You still have fruit trees here? After all, it is impossible to buy these things nowadays, so the only condition for apples to appear is that they are grown." Long Jia ignored her, and took out another slightly larger apple from his pocket, and threw it directly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyelids jumped, and he caught it steadily with both hands, holding it in his hands and looking at it for a few minutes. It looked rosy, and there was a unique apple fragrance coming, which made people feel much better. "Where did you get it?" Qin Yu put it to his nose and smelled it, confirming that it was a genuine apple. Long Jia walked in and sat on the bed, chewing the apple in his hand, and said, "It was just picked today. It's October now, and it's almost ripe. You just caught it. Don't worry, I've washed it." Hearing this, Qin Yu also remembered that they had said before that there were many fruit trees near the back mountain. But Qin Yu never went there. After all, no matter how many things there were, they belonged to others, and he would not think about them. Hui Yao stood aside, staring at the fruit in Qin Yu's hand, but she knew very well that since Long Jia did not give her one, it was enough to show his attitude. But the next second, Qin Yu grabbed the apple with both hands, broke it hard, and handed half of it directly to Hui Yao. Seeing this, Hui Yao did not take it, but looked at Long Jia hesitantly. She also knew that this was not Qin Yu's camp, and was worried that this might make Qin Yu difficult. Unexpectedly, Long Jia leaned against the railing of the hospital bed, and said lazily, "Since he gave it to you, just take it. I didn't find a suitable fruit knife before, so I couldn't cut it and send it over." Long Jia didn't hate Hui Yao, and even thanked him for rushing in with Qin Yu's friends to save him last time. Because of this, when he heard Qin Yu said that he wanted him to take Hui Yao and the others back to the camp, Long Jia agreed without thinking or hesitation. It's just that Long Jia's personality is relatively cold to outsiders, and he will become more casual after getting along for a long time. After listening, Hui Yao thanked him gratefully, took it and started to eat. The familiar crisp and sweet taste of apples instantly made Hui Yao a little excited. She would also eat some wild fruits at ordinary times, but most of them were not very delicious, especially those that were not artificially fertilized or sprayed with pesticides, which tasted very astringent. Some wild fruits that were quite good were also easily contaminated by zombies. Hui Yao, Nana, and Zhou Angui once found a plum tree by chance, which was pretty good, but unfortunately they left the place later. Long Jia saw that Qin Yu didn't eat it, but took the half apple in his hand, then his eyes rolled, and then he smiled. "Don't worry, A Ling has already taken a bag to find Dr. Lin, and even I don't know why she likes Dr. Lin so much." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the medical room was pushed open, and Lin Yi was holding a plate with cut fruits in it. At this time, the two of them thought of each other tacitly. Behind Lin Yi, A Ling was still following, but at this time, she was chewing one with her left hand, and holding another with her right hand. After staying in the doomsday for a long time, many things that I didn't like to eat before are now more delicious. Lin Yi looked at Qin Yu and smiled, and walked towards him. "It seems that I am not the only one who thinks of you." Qin Yu also smiled, and the few of them shared this hard-earned delicacy in the infirmary. While everyone was eating, Qin Yu asked Long Jia about the excavator. Hearing this, Long Jia took out a piece of paper from the bedside, folded it in half and tore it, then wiped his hands with the other half, and said casually, "The instructor recently made a catapult, and he needs to use a lot of stones to test it, and then determine their range." Chapter 950. When these words came out, Lin Yi looked puzzled and said, "Catapult? What an old word. Is it still useful in modern warfare?" Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "How could we forget about this thing?" Then he looked to the right, and explained to Lin Yi, The trebuchet was invented for siege, but think about it, now each survivor base has a wall, isn't it also a small city? Hearing you say that, it seems to be useful. Lenny blinked and said, in this way, we can attack the enemy's houses. If we do it more than 10 times, I guess they won't even have a place to live. Yeah. Long Jia stood up, put his hands in his pockets and said, once it rains, it will be a fatal blow to the enemy. Originally, we didn't plan to use these, and never thought about building them, but the threat of the Savior Gate made the instructor restless. Now that Jiangchen has returned, the instructor is going to expand the catapult again to make it larger, so he is going to use an excavator to speed up the process. This way, when the claws are raised, people can stand on them to work. Before he finished speaking, Qin grasped the point and said in astonishment, could it be that all the excavators around here were destroyed by you? Long Jia scratched his head and said, the instructor said that most of the time, excavators can only be used in the development of the camp. Although we don't actively attack others, if those people develop too fast, it will inevitably cause a certain impact. So some of these things that can be found around have their tracks broken by me. After saying this, Long Jia felt a little embarrassed, because after all, the only camp near them that needed to be developed seemed to be the one in Qinyu. Most other forces rarely dealt with outsiders, and the camp that Hui Yao was targeting was a complete exception. So how many do you have? Hearing this, Long Jia raised a finger. But the next second, a Ling shook her head and said, Brother Jia is lying, there are obviously 3. After saying this, Long Jia glared at her and said, A Ling, which side are you from? A Ling curled her lips and ignored him. Then Long Jia smiled and said, well, don't worry, the instructor will consider giving you one later. I don't really care about that. Qinyu shook his head, now I just want to get revenge, and then go see what the attitude of the Savior sect is. If they want to fight, then fight. At this time, Lenny stretched out his left index finger and poked Qinyu's waist, whispering, do you think Li Yao is there too? Hearing this, Qinyu instantly quieted down. Lenny said softly, I'm just pretending to guess, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? In today's environment, it's really hard to find a living person. Qinyu calculated the approximate time since Li Yao disappeared, and said with a heavy heart. In the more than a month outside, every time Qinyu came into contact with those camps, he would ask if they had seen similar young girls. Unfortunately, there were no photos, and description alone was basically ineffective. Although Qinyu said that he would give material rewards for any clues, there was still no news. It was as if the group of people who took Li Yao away last time had disappeared from the world. Soon Lin Yi, Long Jia, and A Ling left the infirmary. Qinyu chatted with Hui Yao for a while, and let her continue to rest. Originally, Qinyu thought Hui Yao would ask him to help open the arsenal over there, but Hui Yao said that she had already made a plan, and now she just needed to implement it step by step. If she was really worried, she hoped that the people in the manor camp could help. Qinyu thought about it, and was also willing to increase the cooperation between Shang Wenjing and others and Hui Yao. After all forces now have a common enemy. If they were a group of scattered sand, they would be easily defeated one by the Savior sect. Qinyu knew the difference between a pair of chopsticks and a bunch of chopsticks, so he would not refuse. So the next morning, he found Shang Wenjing and told him the news directly. Shang Wenjing was not very surprised when he heard about the arsenal, but Long Jia patted the table excitedly, indicating that there was no problem with cooperation. Since then, Qinyu called Hui Yao, and then held a meeting with Shang Wenjing and others, planning to act separately. First of all, Qinyu must prepare to leave, and the last small subject of the wooden stake training can only be put on hold temporarily. But Shang Wenjing said that Qinyu's overall level is not bad at all now. As long as he is not surrounded by more than 20 people at the same time, he will at least not be trapped to death by using the various skills he has learned, and he may even have a chance to fight back. After staying together for a day, Shang Wenjing suggested to test Qinyu's level before they parted. So he asked him to fight with Yang Yu barehanded in a close combat. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Yu was defeated. Of course, most people can understand this. After all, Yang Yu's real strength is long-range sniping. However, Yang Yu lost to Qinyu in front of everyone, which made him embarrassed. Finally, he looked at his former squad leader. Zhang Yin thought about it, took off his coat, and walked towards the middle of the open space. Qinyu chuckled, then rolled up his trouser legs in front of Yang Yu's shocked eyes, and then removed the sandbags on his calves. However, compared with the ones tied before, the weight was a little less. Although Shang Wenjing said that he didn't need to continue to tie sandbags when Qinyu and Long Jia and others left the camp last time, Qinyu didn't take them off completely, and still left one on each leg. In addition, because the pants were relatively loose, no one noticed it for more than a month. Although the situation was a bit dangerous at some times, Chinyu never took it off, and he only took it off when taking a bath and sleeping. You were wearing this thing before. Yang Yu was dumbfounded. I forgot to take it off, sorry. Chinyu threw the two small sandbags aside, and took a few steps forward again. Chinyu was wearing a vest at this time, showing his strong muscles and bronzed skin. Zhang Yin looked at his appearance, and said after a slight shock, Xiao Yu, I almost can't recognize you. Lin Yi on the side also sighed. Yes, who would have thought that the young man who wrapped his limbs with books to prevent zombies before has now become a man who can stand on his own. Chinyu smiled and said, Zhang Yin, I hope you will go all out and let me see where your limit is. At this time, Shang Wanjing turned his head and asked, Alay, who do you think will win between the two of them? Chapter 951. Ali thought for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Although Zhang Yin is very powerful, he has basically not made any progress since the outbreak of the Doomsday, but despite this, he still crushes most of the survivors. Hearing this, Long Jia asked curiously, So you are more optimistic about Chen Yu? Ali thought about it, still shook his head and said, I am not more optimistic about Xiao Yu, but he has experienced many life and death moments since the zombies appeared, and every time, he needs to do his best to survive. Shang Wanjing suddenly remembered something and spoke again. The guy named Zhang Yin, I guess he was also a soldier last time, but I don't know what kind of soldier he was. Zhang Yin was a scout. After this, Shang Wanjing and Long Jia nodded slightly, and they already had the answer in their hearts. Then, the first real fight between Chinyu and Zhang Yin began. After taking off the sandbag, Chinyu's speed was improved again, and it was not inferior to Zhang Yin at all. Zhang Yin knew how much Chinyu wanted to become stronger, so he showed his true ability today. When he rushed to Chinyu, Zhang Yin kicked him in the chest with such force that if he hit, Chinyu would be defeated on the spot. But Chinyu has changed a lot now. He quickly dodged sideways and hit Zhang Yin's calf with an elbow. If he was fighting with an enemy, Chinyu would definitely aim at the opponent's knee, but unfortunately, Zhang Yin was his brother, so he would not really attack the opponent's vital points. But the next second, Zhang Yin supported himself with his right hand, flipped his body in midair, and retracted his right leg, then kicked Chinyu's shoulder with his left foot again. Seeing this, Long Jia sighed, Chinyu lost? I don't think so. Shang Wanjing shook his head slightly. In a flash, Chinyu's attack missed, and Zhang Yin's second kick was imminent. He thought of a countermeasure almost instantly. Chinyu's muscles were tense, and he chose to withstand Zhang Yin's kick. At the same time, he fell backwards, and his right foot was reversed, and suddenly hit Zhang Yin's abdomen. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds rang out, almost at the same time, and the two men quickly got up again the moment they landed. Zhang Yin's waist muscles were a little numb, and his expression became more serious again. Not bad, great progress. Chinyu shook his left shoulder with his right hand, grinned and said, Come again. As soon as the voice fell, the two men got close again. Every time Chinyu punched Zhang Yin's waist, Zhang Yin would kick his thigh side with a leg, a completely flesh and blood fighting style. Half a minute later, Lin Yi looked at them, and saw that they seemed to have been fighting with bloodshot eyes, and asked nervously, Are they going to fight for real? As teammates who had survived together since the beginning of the Doomsday outbreak, Lin Yi had never thought that Chinyu would fight with Zhang Yin one day. Hearing this, Long Dai shook his head slightly and said, This is nothing. During the previous training, the instructor would beat Xiao Jia into a pig head almost every day. Then Long Jia also curled his lips and said, Don't worry, Chinyu is tough. In the past month, I beat this guy up like a pig but he still refused to admit defeat. Lenny had no choice but to continue watching. But she soon discovered something was wrong. Every time Zhang Yin attacked, Chinyu would raise his arms to block and then attack again. In this way, most of the attack force would be neutralized. The two had fought for dozens of rounds, and in the end they even used their heads to attack. At the last moment, Chinyu and Zhang Yin each kicked the other in the chest, and then took several steps back. The next second, both sides were about to rush forward again, but Shang Wanjing said, That's it, it's enough. Hearing this, Chinyu stopped where he was, and Zhang Yin did not move either. Then the two stretched out their right hands, and held each other in midair, then touched each other's shoulders and separated. Chinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly, I lost. I still couldn't beat you after all. But Zhang Yin also spit out a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, and he chuckled, No, you didn't lose, and I didn't win. But you can obviously use the strangulation technique. Yu shook his numb right hand and said, "Once you use this move, I will definitely die." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yin waved his hand, then pointed at Shang Wanjing and the others and said, "If I'm not mistaken, they must have taught you the naked choke, right? Since you haven't even thought of using it, how could I take the initiative?" After saying this, the two looked at each other, smiled and hugged each other again. Shang Wanjing then walked closer and said, "After all, he is a real scout trained in the army. You have only been training for 6 months, and it is already very good to be able to tie. If you really go to the battlefield, you can't beat Zhang Yin." Haha, luckily this won't happen. Yu was not annoyed at all. He never thought about defeating Zhang Yin from the beginning. Being able to beat Yang Yu was already a proof of this training. At this moment, Alei also came up. He said lightly, "If it really comes to the point of life and death, I don't think Yu will necessarily lose. Even I am not 100% sure to beat you in that state." Zhang Yin also nodded. He looked at the wound on his arm and said, "I always feel that Xiao Yu is getting braver and braver, as if the blood flowing in his body is not his. To be honest, if you had been a soldier before, you might have been selected into the special forces like Xiao Jiu." Listening to the two people's praise, Yu's old face blushed and waved his hands, saying, "Don't flatter me, I don't have that ability, I just want to fight to the last drop of blood. Most people don't have this kind of fighting spirit." Alei said earnestly. Okay, you two sit down quickly, I treat your wounds." Lin Yi came forward with a medicine box and interrupted the conversation of several people. Seeing this, Yu and Zhang Yin smiled and sat on the ground again, and the others gradually dispersed. Although they couldn't figure it out, these two men were obviously brothers. Why would they fight so hard? If both sides were holding daggers, they would have been covered with wounds long ago. Zhang Yin also knew one thing about this, that is, if he let them go today, he would definitely not be able to help Yu. So, after staying here for another day to replenish supplies, Yu and Lin Yi were also ready to leave. After staying here for 6 months, the two actually regarded this place as their home. At the gate of the manor camp, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a Ling hugged Lin Yi and refused to let go. Seeing this, Shang Wanjing sighed and deliberately said something sarcastic, "Otherwise, Xiao Lin, you can take a Ling away. She should be happy to follow you." After saying this, a Ling raised her head and thought about it, took 2 steps back, and shook her head. "Well, forget it." Chapter 952. Lin Yi held a Ling's hands and said seriously, "You must read the notes I wrote to you carefully, understand?" A Ling nodded obediently. "You have not received formal training. Although you are very talented in medicine and can treat wounds, you may have a shortcoming in using medicine." Lin Yi was a little worried and kept reminding her. One big and one small, they kept saying this. A few meters away, there were 2 people standing. Yu said softly, "Brother Shangwan, if we win against the Savior sect, how about we just live together in the future?" "We can't win." Shang Wanjing shook his head slightly and said, "Jiang Chen alone is troublesome enough. What if? People always have to have some hope, right?" Yu smiled and looked to the left. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing turned his head and looked into Yu's eyes. For some reason, this look made people feel at ease. Then he said seriously, "If we can really win, I look forward to that day." After he finished speaking, Yu turned around and faced Shang Wanjing, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Promise me, each of you must survive, and never think about exchanging your life for another's. At worst, we can find a way to wear him down. I don't believe that no matter how powerful he is, he can withstand a nuclear bomb." Shang Wanjing shook hands with him and smiled rarely. "If you can get a nuclear bomb, Jiangchen is nothing. Nuclear bombs won't work, but missiles may work." After Yu finished speaking, he looked to the other side, where Hui Yao was standing under a tree. "Now we can only pray that after opening the arsenal, we can really find some powerful weapons." The original plan was to gather in a nearby abandoned city in 7 days, but Yu was worried about delaying the time, so he mentioned that if he did not show up, the time would be automatically extended by another 7 days. Of course, this would inevitably cause dissatisfaction in those camps. After all, it would waste a lot of time to go back and forth. The Savior sect had nothing to do with them in the first place, but they had to give up their manpower and effort just because they might attack them in the future, so it was inevitable that they would feel resentful. Considering this point, Yu said that after the matter is completed, each faction can participate in the equal sharing of materials, regardless of whether they have contributed or not. As long as they send people, it is equivalent to helping. Although this is a bit like drawing a pie in the sky, it can't stand the current shortage of materials. In the doomsday, there is no productivity, and most camps can only rely on their own planting. Even if it is fake, they can't afford it. After all, even if they don't participate in this matter, after a period of time, the forces will definitely fight each other. No one would want to provoke enemies for no reason. Everyone hopes to survive. About 10 minutes later, the door opened and the SUV was also filled with goods. But what was different was that this time, there was also a 3.7-meter small truck. Chinyu looked at the empty compartment at the back and turned his head to ask, "The way back is not far, and you don't need so much food and drink, right?" Long Dai explained, "You will understand later." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure came from a distance. It was Long Jie. But he was still holding a horse. Soon he arrived in front of Chinyu, and Long Jie handed him the reins, smiling, "Here, this is a gift, a horse for you. After all, it will be more convenient to use a horse to carry goods in the future." Hearing this, Chinyu took the reins and looked at the horse in front of him, and said excitedly, "Thank you so much, but why is this horse's belly a little different? Hee, it's pregnant, and it will probably give birth around April next year." Long Jie touched the horse's face with his left hand, and said gently, "You have to be nice to it. It's hard to find a horse nowadays. We will come to help when the time comes." Speaking of this, Long Jie's eyes dimmed, and he didn't know how many people would be alive at that time. But because he lowered his head, no one noticed anything wrong. "Definitely." Chinyu nodded solemnly. He had always been thinking about how to find a horse, and even thought about exchanging supplies with the camp here. But as time went on, they gradually discovered that this camp and Alay actually knew each other. Long Jie calmed the horse in front of him for a while, then covered its eyes with an old piece of clothing, and then waved his right hand. The next second, two men came forward with a slanted wooden board and placed it at the rear of the truck. Then Long Jie led the horse up, almost without any effort. He continued to put some water and grass in the truck, closed the compartment, and Chinyu and Long Jie hugged each other and said goodbye. Then he looked at Long Dai next to him and smiled. "Do you want a hug after I leave? The next time we meet may be on the way to attack the Savior Gate." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jie pushed him with a dark face. "Go away, what are you thinking about?" But then Long Dai ignored her brother and walked forward, hugged Chinyu directly, and then whispered in his ear, "Thank you for the sniper rifle." After that, Long Dai blushed and took 2 steps back. This scene made Long Jie dumbfounded, but he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only glare at Chinyu. Long Dai knew very well how strong the relationship between Chinyu and Lin Yi was, so naturally he didn't think too much. It was just a hug between friends. The reason why she blushed was that Long Dai never had contact with any man, except the instructor, of course. Chinyu nodded slightly, then waved a few meters away and said, "Brother Shangwan, Sister Han, and all friends, see you next time." "Goodbye." Han Liyuan replied with red eyes, and the others also waved their right hands. Han Liyuan was reluctant, but she also knew that separation was inevitable. Fortunately, she heard that as long as she won this time, everyone should live together in the future. Then Chinyu sat in the driver's seat, and more than 10 seconds later, Alay also sat in the co-pilot. Since Dubai is now very strong, it can only sit in the SUV in front. Now their departure also consumed a lot of gasoline and diesel in Shangwanjing's camp. But since the animals brought by Chinyu were successfully raised, Shangwanjing was happy to have this consumption. When the car drove out of the camp, everyone looked at the taillights of the truck disappearing in the distance, and then closed the door again. Ah Ling stood there with red eyes, and then ran to the infirmary, ready to continue studying hard. Shangwanjing was a little absent-minded, and then he walked towards Huiyao, intending to confirm the time to go to the arsenal. It was less than 200 kilometers away, and Chinyu's expression was still a little depressed. He didn't know how to comfort his former companions. It was almost afternoon, and Chinyu and his group were about to return to the camp in the villa area. As they got closer and closer, Alay seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and suddenly whispered, "You don't have to think too much. Everyone is waiting for you to come back and take us to revenge." Chapter 953. Chinyu held the steering wheel with both hands, staring at the zombies on the roadside ahead, and said, "You and Brother Xiao should be able to lead everyone to revenge, right?" Hearing this, Alay was silent for a few seconds, and then said something that made him even more silent. "Nowadays, everyone's hearts have been somewhat scattered. We need someone to unite us again. And this person can only be you." Alay looked to the left, his eyes erratic. Chinyu's heart moved slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. It is normal for people to have different thoughts after the camp was attacked. After all, some people may be unscathed, but others may be left alone. As the car got closer, Chinyu was different from the excitement he had every time he went home. This time, he was calm. He held the steering wheel with his left hand, picked up the water bottle with his right hand, unscrewed it with one hand, and then took a sip, and whispered, "Have you found out the addresses of those people?" Alay nodded, "Of course." "Well, that's good." About 10 minutes later, the familiar bridge and road appeared in front of Chunyu again. But unlike before, there were several gaps in the bridge now, and only half of the sentry boxes on both sides were left. Several people with broken arms were pulling stones into the camp from outside. At the same time, a strong man was standing by the wall. He was wearing sunglasses and holding a wooden stick. Because he couldn't see the road clearly, he tripped and fell into the river. The moment he saw this, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and an uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Yin stopped the car and was about to help the man, but he found that the movement behind him was even faster. He looked back and saw that Chinyu jumped down after parking the truck and rushed into the river without thinking. The rushing river water directly wet Chinyu's pants. Although the strong man couldn't see, he didn't panic. He stood up with his hands on the shore, then squatted down, and groped back and forth in the river with his right hand. Chinyu clenched his fist, looked around, picked up the stick and handed it to him. "Are you looking for this?" Because Chinyu hadn't been back for more than 7 months, and had been through a lot recently, the strong man didn't recognize his voice at first. Hongwu took the familiar stick, smiled in the direction of the voice, and said, "Thanks, buddy. Are you new here? Why haven't I seen you before?" At this point, Hongwu suddenly remembered something, then shook his head in self-mockery, and continued, "Why haven't I heard your voice?" Chinyu walked up to him and helped him walk to the shore, whispering, "It's me." This time, the voice was closer, and Hongwu naturally recognized who it was. He was shaking a little, subconsciously holding Chinyu's hand, and hurriedly said, You are Xiaoyu?" Hongwu is older than Chinyu, and after getting along for a long time, the way they address each other has long changed. Chinyu helped Hongwu walk to the flat area above and repeated again, "Sorry, I'm back late." After the words fell, Hongwu took off his sunglasses and looked at him. He touched Chinyu's arm with his right hand for a few times. When he found the familiar scar, his eyes suddenly became moist. Hongwu was very tall and still very strong, but at this moment, he was like a child, with red eyes. Chinyu looked at his empty eyes and felt hurt again. At this moment, others also saw the vehicles parked on the other side of the bridge, and also found Chinyu's figure. Xiaoyin held the hoe, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and then exclaimed, "Brother Chen." The others stopped what they were doing when they heard her shout. Only 3 of them looked confused, while the other 2 cried with joy. The next second, Xiaoyin ran directly to Chinyu and hugged him again. Unlike the hug in the basement, Xiaoyin didn't let go quickly this time. She even sobbed while hugging Chinyu. "Everyone misses you so much," Xiaoyin said aggrievedly. Chinyu patted her shoulder and whispered, "And I will always be with you in the future. Go in first. I still have a lot to ask you." After listening, Xiaoyin took a half step back, turned her head, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, Chinyu noticed a scar on her collar. Xiaoyin noticed Chinyu's gaze, then walked to the other side of Hongwu and said casually, "Fortunately, the bullet was a few centimeters off, and it didn't kill me, hee. Brother Hong, I help you in." Hongwu put on his sunglasses again, nodded and said, "Okay. Okay." He was very happy today, and responded twice in a row. Chinyu's face was calm, and he didn't say anything. He and Xiaoyin supported Hongwu and walked towards the gate. As the car drove in, Chinyu followed a few people into the villa camp again. He looked around and found that there were big holes in the roofs of some villas, and someone was repairing them. It was different inside, with many unfamiliar faces, but also fewer familiar people. Then, the door of the nearest house was pushed open, and a man with both hands missing appeared in front of him. Wang Tianhai was biting a stainless steel bowl with his teeth. When he saw who it was, he froze in his place for a moment. "Pa!" The bowl fell to the ground, and the noise attracted everyone's attention. But what surprised them more was that this man who didn't cry when his last hand was amputated was now crying like a tearful man. About half an hour later, Chinyu had met many of his former partners. He first led the horse to a wooden house and tied it up. Feng Yi even said that she would take care of it herself. After not seeing each other for a long time, Feng Yi has changed a lot. She no longer has short hair now, and the arrogant and proud aura she once had is long gone. Now it seems that only the vicissitudes of life after being destroyed by the end of the world remain. In the meeting room of the villa camp. At this moment, it is full of people, almost all of whom lived here before, and there are also many new faces who joined after Chinyu Linyi left. In a back seat, one of them poked the person next to him with his finger and whispered, "Who is this man?" Why do so many people hug him as soon as he comes in, and even Sister Feng follows his lead? Before the man answered, Song Chung, who was sitting in front, turned around and whispered, all you two need to know is that the enemy's death is approaching. About 3 minutes later, Jinyu listened to Xiaoyin and Yangzi's descriptions, and nodded slightly. You go sit down first. After the two of them sat down, the crowd returned to silence, even to a terrifying silence, and everyone was looking at the man standing in front. Chapter 954. Jinyu glanced at the people in front of him, and he stood in front of the table and said, I already know basically what everyone experienced some time ago. I can understand your feelings, and I am deeply sorry. After saying that, Jinyu took 2 steps back and bowed to everyone. Although Jinyu knew that even if he was in the camp that was attacked at that time, he probably couldn't do anything, but at least he could share life and death with everyone. After all, Jinyu was the most direct beneficiary of his 7-month training. For a camp, if one of the leaders suddenly left for such a long time, what difference would that make him abandoned? So Jinyu was willing to apologize to everyone. At least, he did not take that responsibility, even if no one blamed him. As soon as this was said, a middle-aged woman seemed to remember something, stood up and said in a trembling voice, You are not us, how can you understand our feelings? After the words fell, Sun Hua, who was sitting in front, was worried that Jinyu would vent his anger on her, so she stood up and explained, that brother Qin, her husband and child died in the last attack, and she was mentally stimulated, so she might not be careful when she spoke. Hearing this, the woman yelled, I just lost my husband and son, what does it have to do with my mental state? Jinyu shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine, no need to explain this. After that, he looked at the woman and asked, What's your name? Wu Guilin. The woman walked forward through the crowd. She stood in front of Jinyu and asked loudly, I also heard that a leader at our camp has been out for a long time. At this moment, I want to ask, why did we encounter an attack as soon as you left? As she finished speaking, whispers suddenly came from the crowd. At this moment, the door of the conference room was kicked open, and a man about 1.9 meters tall, burly, and with a beard walked in. I give you 3 seconds to take back what you just said, otherwise you should know the consequences. Xiao Jiao, with a coat hanging on his shoulders, walked slowly forward. Hearing this, Wu Guilan's face turned pale instantly, realizing that she seemed to have said something wrong. The next second, she fell to her knees on the ground, and said with a trembling face, Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Jinyu didn't say anything, but walked towards her. Seeing this, several people stood up and looked at him nervously. Then Jinyu squatted down, helped Wu Guilan up, and said softly, Forget it this time. I hope you won't say these things that will easily disappoint everyone in the future. I don't mind. Wu Guilan bit her body slightly and nodded quickly. Of course, of course. Go back and sit down. Jinyu stood behind the table again. He nodded slightly to Xiao Jiao, who was standing under the window, and then continued. I know that you must have made a lot of effort, and suffered a lot to join in to be here. For each of you, this is not only a home, but also a place where you can survive with great difficulty. Speaking of this, Jinyu pointed to the wall on the right, and said word by word, It's the same for us. Every plant and tree here, including those animals and vegetables and fruits, was created with great effort. I once fell into the flood under the bridge to protect a truck of supplies and seeds. Later, I saved my life and met a survivor in the abandoned city. Seeing that I was alone, he wanted to steal my food and even block my door with zombies. At that time, I was still very weak, and my foot was injured. The other party was stronger than me. From any angle, I should have been the one who ran away. Hearing this, a teenager raised his hand and asked, What happened next? Did you run away? Jinyu looked over and found that it was a teenager who was about the same age as Xiuhu. He paused and said, I used the knife that killed the zombie to scratch his arm, which caused fear in the other party. In this way, I had more opportunities. When he left in a hurry, I knew I was safe and thought about walking away, but what if I encountered this situation again later? I can't retreat every time I encounter danger, and I can't run every time. Later, I won, and I lived step by step until now. Then Jinyu said in a deep voice, I know that among all the people present, and those who are busy outside, there must be some who don't want to provoke those people again. In your opinion, there is no need to fight to the death. Some people even think that they just need to run faster than the last person when they encounter a tiger. After saying that, Jinyu punched the table, and the tabletop was smashed through by his punch. He held the table and gritted his teeth and said, But what I want to tell you is that there are more enemies than these. There are more powerful enemies waiting to devour us. Why can others plunder everything we have developed with great difficulty? Why can they kill people whenever they want in the doomsday? Why do they want to take away our right to live? 3 questions in a row hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Zhang Ying clenched his fists, which was why he was determined to bring Qin Yu back. Then, some of the people sitting below lowered their heads. Some of them did not dare to look at Qin Yu. The next second, Qin Yu took a deep breath, stretched out his right thumb and pointed it at his chest. He said calmly, "I swear on my life that every beast that attacked our camp must be buried with our killed companions. I swear I won't be a human being if I don't take revenge." After he finished speaking, Zhang Ying stood up and shouted, "Count me in." At the same time, Xiao Jiao thought of Xiao Hu and said lightly, "Count me in too." "And me. I go too. If the head falls off, it's just a scar as big as a bowl. If I don't beat him, will I wait for my 8-year-old daughter to beat him?" A bald man in his 30s stood up and shouted without paying any attention to the woman next to him. After that, more and more people stood up, and everyone in the meeting room followed and shouted those 3 words. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, please tell each other when you go back. I will tell you the revenge plan tomorrow night. Now disband." After that, Qin Yu turned around and left the meeting room first. He wanted to see how Zhang Rui was doing. In addition, according to Yang Zi, Da Zhuang has been running around every day recently in order to find more ventilators for Zhang Rui. Chapter 955. No choice. Now that the camp has been attacked, more powerful people are needed to take charge, and the traps around it also need to be rearranged. Zhang Yi naturally wanted to find a ventilator for his daughter, but if he went out, it would be a waste of talent. Moreover, Qin Yu had written another letter recently. Although training pigeons was a bit time-consuming and laborious, it was something that could not be delayed. In this way, Qin Yu's camp successfully established communication with Shang Wenjing. He also trained pigeons when he was in the manor camp. Just as he was about to go to the infirmary, Qin Yu thought of something and then walked towards the parking lot. The armor that was previously tied to the roof of the car had been taken down and placed in the villa where Qin Yu once lived. After he and Lenny left, Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao did not let anyone move in, and Feng Yi would clean it every month to prevent too much dust. And it had not been damaged by the attack, so it could be moved in directly. Qin Yu carried the big bag of apples, and then walked towards an open area. He grabbed one person and asked him to gather everyone here. Every 2 people can get an apple. Hearing this, the young man thought he was deaf and hallucinating. It was not until Qin Yu repeated it for the 2nd time that he excitedly called for people. A few minutes later, there was an empty bag next to Qin Yu. He took the last one in his hand and handed it to Feng Yi and Wu Rui, saying, "There are only more than 60 apples in this bag. I didn't expect that they were all taken. You 2 can divide it up. What about you?" Wu Rui looked at Qin Yu, who seemed strange but familiar, and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I've had enough." Qin Yu shook her head slightly, and was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, Sister Feng, there is an apple sapling in the truck. Can you take someone to find a place to plant it?" Because it was covered with cloth before, Qin Yu thought the car was empty. Only after arriving did he realize that Shang Wenjing had said as much as he did. Feng Yi bit half an apple, and made an okay gesture with her left hand. She had never thought that one day she would bite her tongue in excitement because of eating an apple. Qin Yu looked at the happy expressions of the people sitting on the grass and left with the empty bag. Although apples are very precious now, they are not as valuable as people. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Qin Yu pushed open the door of the infirmary and walked in. No, to be precise, this place should be called a hospital, because it has been changed from a few rooms to 2 3-story buildings next to each other. At this time, there were 3 girls in nurse uniforms eating apples happily. They ate very slowly, and even cut the half into smaller portions at the end. After seeing Qin Yu, the 3 stood up and greeted him at the same time. "Qin! Qin!" But what made them a little embarrassed was that since Qin Yu had just returned less than 2 hours ago, the 3 of them had no idea what his name was. "My name is Qin Yu. You can just call me by my name." He smiled and asked which ward Zhang Rui was in. One of them quickly took Qin Yu over and opened the door for him. Qin Yu nodded and said, "Thank you, I can go in by myself." After that, he pushed the door open again and walked in. There was a little girl lying on the bed. Her face was not very good. The screen of the ventilator next to her was on, and there was no sound of the generator in the room. It seemed that the small hydropower station was very successful. At least Qin Yu had heard someone playing songs on the speakers before, but there were only a dozen songs back and forth. But what surprised Qin Yu was that there was a child sitting in front of the window, fiddling with something. Yufeng looked back and stood up from his chair in surprise, saying, "Brother Chen, when did you come back?" Chen Yu walked over, smiled and touched his head, and whispered, "Just came back. I was notified to pick up apples before. Why didn't you go?" "Oh, I don't like apples, I like bananas more." Yufeng was very happy, but a little nervous standing in front of Chen Yu. "But there are no bananas now," Chen Yu said. "I know, so let those who like apples eat first." Yufeng's words surprised Chen Yu. He couldn't help but sigh that people are indeed changed by the environment. If it was the Yufeng he first met, he wouldn't have snatched the fruit, but he certainly wouldn't have given it to others. At the very least, he would have left it to Wang Tianhai. "You've grown a lot taller." Chen Yu looked at him and said again, "Not bad. Uncle Hua has been training us every day recently." At this point, Yufeng glanced at his watch, his face changed, and he ran out of the house with the slingshot on the table, leaving a sentence at the same time. "I have to go out for a run. Today is another 5 kilometers. After he left, Chen Yu also walked to the bed, then he pulled a chair over and sat down, staring at Zhang Rui's face quietly. Zhang Rui now had her hair shaved and lay motionless on the bed. Just then, someone seemed to be talking outside, and then the door was pushed open a moment later. Chen Yu looked back and saw Zhang Yin and Xiao Ning, the latter holding a basin of hot water with a towel on the edge. Xiao Ning shouted happily, "Chen Yu, to be honest, it's great to see you inside this wall. Apart from Dazhuang, you are the only one who can give me the most sense of security." "Oh, is it true?" Chen Yu stood up and gave up his seat. Then Zhang Yin brought a folding table and opened it. Xiao Ning put the basin on it and said with a smile, "Because if there is any danger, you will definitely be the first to rush up." After that, she lifted her hair by her ears and said, "Okay, you guys go out first. I want to wash Ruirui's body." "Thank you for your help." Chen Yu nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Ning said seriously, "Yang Zi and I are alive thanks to Brother Zhang's help." Later, De Zhuang expressed his willingness to help find a ventilator in order to repay him, so we took care of Ruirui for Brother Zhang. Zhang Yin said softly, "This is just what I should do. It's nothing. If it were you, you would definitely try your best to save Ruirui." "Oh, we are all family. Why are you saying this?" Xiao Ning pushed them out, then locked the door, drew the curtains, walked to the bed, and started to get busy. Outside the house, Chen Yu sat on the steps, looking at the bullet holes on the pillar next to him, and said, "Why did Yufeng switch to practicing with a slingshot recently? Didn't he ask for a pistol before?" Zhang Yin sat down with him, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "When Ruirui was attacked, the pistol happened to be lent to Yufeng for practice disassembly and assembly, but he didn't return it immediately afterwards. Yufeng felt very guilty, and thought that he indirectly caused Ruirui's injury. He came to me and said that he hoped to give his gun to Ruirui for self-defense. But if he had a gun, wouldn't he be able to protect Ruirui better?" Chen Yu thought for a while and asked. "I said so too, but Yufeng believed that only a gun could follow her everywhere." Chapter 956. After listening to this, Chen Yu nodded and said, "If you must say so, Yufeng's idea is not wrong. After all, people need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and guns only need to be maintained on time. Well, he has been very hardworking recently, and his slingshot is getting better and better." Zhang Yin thought about it, and said something good for Yufeng. During this period, Yufeng would stay in the ward after training. In his words, Yufeng hoped that he could apologize to Zhang Rui as soon as possible. He should be almost 13 years old, right? Chen Yu flicked the sawdust on the pillar with his fingers and said softly. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Almost, he can't remember his birthday anyway. Nowadays, no one seems to know how many days have passed." Chen Yu stood up and said, "Fortunately, Feng Yi has always remembered the days she has spent. She has a notebook. From the outbreak of the doomsday to now, she has written down every day." In this way, Chen Yu and Zhang Yin stood outside the house and chatted for a long time, but he did not mention the last attack, nor did he even ask about the injured companions. Soon the door was opened, and Xiao Ning came out with a basin. Then she was surprised and said, "You two haven't left yet?" Hearing this, Chen Yu turned around and said, "The camp has changed so much now that I don't know where I went." "Hee, you look so handsome when you spoke in the meeting room before. If others knew what you were thinking now, they would probably question you." Xiao Ning thought about it, put the basin on the table next to her, and then walked towards Chen Yu with a smile. Although she had been attacked, it was not the first time that Xiao Ning had experienced such a thing. Compared with others, she would be stronger mentally. Secondly, Chen Yu and Dr. Xiao Lin's return is a good thing for the camp, so she will naturally be happier. How about I take you around? We did renovate some places later. Xiao Ning stood in front of the two of them, with her hands behind her back, looking at Qin Yu and said. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Yin, saying, Then I go first. Okay. Zhang Yin said softly, I go talk to Rui Rui. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, gave him a relieved look, and then turned and walked outside. Xiao Ning and Zhang Yin waved and trotted over to follow Qin Yu. It was getting dark, and smoke began to rise from the backyards of other houses, and many children were playing football on the lawn. Some women were sitting on chairs with their babies, chatting with each other. If it weren't for the zombies wandering around outside, Qin Yu would have thought that he had returned to the world before the end of the world. Seeing Qin Yu staring at the children, Xiao Ning explained, Although the camp has restored power supply, it is used first for the hospital, followed by lighting at night, and some street lights. Now without mobile phones and computers, children have no other entertainment methods, so they usually play football or table tennis. Hearing this, Qin Yu said calmly, This is also good. A sad day is a happy day. The two walked forward for more than 10 meters, and Qin Yu saw two other children, holding rackets with only wooden boards left, playing table tennis on two desks put together. Although it was not a professional table, they still had a lot of fun. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Yu turned his head and asked, Is Yufeng the only one training? No, only those over 12 years old will undergo physical training, and those who are younger are just familiar with some skills. Xiao Ning shook her head. Not long after walking, there was a stone house made of bricks in front of him. There was a big fire burning in the stove. There were two shirtless men busy in the house. One of them held a fire tong in his left hand, and swung a hammer in his right hand, smashing it down again and again. This is the place where tools are made. Brother Xiao and sister Feng made it, Xiao Ning said. Qin Yu nodded slightly, and walked over to take a look. When they appeared, the two busy people immediately stopped and greeted Qin Yu. What do you need? Choose it yourself. A man in his 40s took a yellowed towel and wiped his sweat, then said with a smile. This man was missing the little finger on his left hand, but his smile was honest, and he did not give up because of the injury. At the same time, another person stood up with the box of material coins, but saw Xiao Ning shook his head slightly, and then put it back on the table. Qin Yu looked at the arrows hanging outside the house, took down a slightly different arrow and said, Is this one for hunting? Brother, you have good eyesight. You can use this to apply the juice of the arrow poison tree, which is very effective for hunting. After listening, Qin Yu did not say anything, but hung the arrow back on the wall and said, You continue, I'm just taking a look. After the voice fell, Qin Yu turned and walked towards other areas. Along the way, Xiao Ning patiently introduced him. The villa area used to cover a large area. Even though it later accepted many people, there were still some houses left that were not occupied. Some places have added some infrastructure, such as hanging ropes for climbing training, or swings for entertainment. Although the goal of every survivor is to survive, it does not require working hard all day. At this time, Qin Yu found something wrong with the place, and then pointed to the left front and asked, Xiao Ning, if I remember correctly, there was a wall here before, why is there an iron gate now? Hearing this, Xiao Ning looked in the direction and then explained, the wasteland that was reclaimed before was not enough, and with the increase in population, several plots of land were later marked out outside the wall for planting. As she said that, she ran towards a room and left a message. I get the key to open the door. 10 seconds later, Xiao Ning opened the iron door and walked out with Qin Yu. What was different was that there were many fences outside, all of which were dug into the ground, and then the cut tree trunks were inserted diagonally into the ground. Each tree trunk crossed each other, so that the zombies outside could be blocked. The area was not small. Qin Yu looked around and found that there were vegetables and even peppers. It seems that the camp has never stopped developing since he and Linny left. Just as the two were wandering around the vegetable field outside, the grass at the edge of the woods in the distance suddenly shook. Qin Yu looked at it casually, and then moved away. But the next second, a little wild boar ran out, and behind it, someone was holding a bow and arrow and preparing to aim. Because of the weeds blocking the view, the man had a blind spot. In an instant, an arrow flew out of the man's hand, brushed past the wild boar's ear, and then quickly flew toward Xiao Ning, who was picking cowpeas. At the critical moment, Qin Yu had a bad premonition in his heart. The moment he looked up, he only saw the grass over there moving. Then Qin Yu didn't think about it, and pulled out the dagger from his waist with his right hand, and threw it directly at the open space behind Xiao Ning. Chapter 957. In a flash, Qin Yu's dagger changed the trajectory of the arrow, but it still shot through the bamboo stick next to Xiaoning. This movement frightened her so much that she fell to the right. The reason why she was so scared was because Xiaoning knew how dangerous it was, because this is a hunting arrow, and now the arrowhead is coated with the poison wood. Whether it is a person or prey, once it touches the wound, it will cause heart paralysis. If it is not treated in time, it will cause death in a short time. But in today's environment, there are not so many conditions for emergency treatment. Since the existence of this plant was discovered in the villa camp, they have used it for hunting and self-defense. Although it is highly toxic, people can eat the prey as long as it is cooked. The last time we encountered an attack, we were able to keep so many people away, relying on this thing. Compared with smearing zombie blood and rust, the lethality of the arrow poison wood is simple and violent. The next second, Huang Lulin ran over with the poisoned wild boar and asked in panic, "Xiaoning, are you okay? I didn't see anyone here before. I remember that today is not the day for picking vegetables. But I'm still very sorry." Huang Lulin threw the little wild boar on the ground and hurried to help Xiaoning up. "I'm fine. The arrow didn't hit me." Xiaoning's face was pale, and her heart was beating non-stop. At this moment, he found that Xiaoning's eyes were very shocked, as if looking to the left in disbelief. Huang Lulin looked in the direction of his gaze with great confusion, and then found a man standing there. It had been a long time since we last met, and Huang Lulin had been too busy recently, so he didn't remember who it was at first. If someone else had shot the arrow just now, Qin Yu might have suspected that the other party had bad intentions. But Huang Lulin was his own man after all, so he didn't say anything and walked directly towards the two of them. Qin Yu first glanced at the arrow that fell in the distance, and then said, "Be careful, this thing is not a joke." Because he had learned relevant knowledge from Leander, Qin Yu naturally knew what the arrow poison wood was. When he came closer, Huang Lulin finally recognized him, and then excitedly said, "Qin Yu, when did you come back?" Hearing this, Xiaoning explained, "Huang Lulin is now one of the captains of the hunting team. He happened to be out today, so he was not in the camp before." Then she said again, "Brother Chen will only come back in the afternoon. I thought of bringing him here to take a look and pick some vegetables for him to taste. It's my fault. I was too happy and forgot you were still outside." At this time, Huang Lulin's left hand was not a prosthesis, but a round iron tube. There were several thick iron wires welded on the front, which looked like a prosthetic hand. It was precisely because of the removal of the prosthesis that Huang Lulin's previous arrow was shot off-center while he was squatting. Otherwise, it would have hit the wild boar's head directly, and there would have been no follow-up. "Where is your prosthesis?" Qin Yu hugged Huang Lulin, then pointed to his left hand and asked, "I remembered to install it for you when I left." Huang Lulin scratched his ear with his right hand and said with a smile, "Oh, because of that attack, the prosthesis was broken." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoning shook her head and explained, "Brother Tianhai has lost both hands now. Huang Lulin couldn't bear it, so he was going to give him his prosthesis recently. I asked someone to make a prosthesis for him, and I installed it today. Everyone has lived together for a long time now. Whether it is Wang Tianhai or Huang Lulin, they have grown a lot. Usually, everyone may not have a good relationship, but once they encounter an attack, they must be very united and face the outside world together. So after going through so much, Xiaoning is willing to call Wang Tianhai brother, not only her, but also others." After listening, Qin Yu's expression was a little gloomy. He reached out and patted Huang Lulin, saying, "You have worked hard recently." Hearing this, Huang Lulin looked at the vegetables around him and said happily, "It was peaceful for a few months before we were attacked. I am quite content. Other forces might fight every now and then. What's more, after you left, we found a lot of vegetable seeds, and later we accepted some elderly people who knew how to grow vegetables. Our lives are getting better and better." After this, Xiaoning also echoed, "Yes, although many elderly people have grown vegetables before, most of them can't survive because of the zombies. Some people who are lucky enough to survive can't meet us. Now that there are so many survivors, Sister Feng can relax a lot and concentrate on the expansion and development of the camp." Qin Yu remembered something and said, "No wonder I saw Feng Yi seem to be tanned a lot." Hearing this, Xiaoning covered her mouth and laughed. "How dare you say that? If we talk about the biggest difference in skin color nowadays, Brother Qin should be ranked first." Huang Lulin also looked at Qin Yu a few times, and even circled around him, and then said, "Have you changed a lot now? I saw that you can actually use a knife to knock away the arrow." Qin Yu picked up the dagger on the ground and explained, "If it was something else, I wouldn't be so sure." The previous crisis did not make the three of them have any ideas. After all, the last thing lacking in the apocalypse is the dead. Whether outside or inside the camp, everyone knows that they can live one day at a time, and there is no need to worry about the dangers that may happen. Then Xiao Ning picked up the cowpeas and took them back to the camp. Huang Lulin felt guilty and said that he would take care of the wild boar and send a hind leg to her and Qinyu. The three of them separated, and Qinyu took a bundle of cowpeas and 2 eggplants and slowly walked towards his former residence. However, unlike before, not many people greeted him on the road now. Even if everyone saw Qinyu passing by, they just smiled and nodded, and couldn't call out his name. Qinyu didn't have any idea about this. The camp had been developing for more than 7 months, and it definitely needed fresh blood. Whenever a new person joins, others may die. Just then, Sun Hua, who had a shaved head, ran over and asked Qinyu, "Brother Chen, Sister Feng asked me to ask you how to install the stone mill. She has never seen it before, and doesn't know how to do it." Hearing this, Qinyu explained, "You can ask those older people to ask. They should have seen it before. If it doesn't work, I will go over to help later." "Okay." Sun Hua nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped. "Wait, is your sister Sun Han's health recovered?" Qinyu asked. Chapter 958. Very good, she can help with the work recently. Thanks to the hospital built later, many medical equipments are put to use again, and it is getting better and better. Sun Hua was very happy when he thought of this, and reported it to Qinyu truthfully. "Well, I know." Qinyu nodded, but didn't continue. Just returned home, he needed to take in a lot of news slowly. After Sun Hua left, Qinyu walked towards the house again. After more than a minute, he saw the villa and yard that he had not seen for a long time, and was familiar with. After being untied, Dubai was running around the yard happily. Qinyu didn't know why this dog was so energetic. As long as the weather was not too hot, it could run from morning to night without stopping. When he pushed the door open and went in, Dubai ran up directly, raised his front legs high, and fluttered on him non-stop. Okay, stop licking my face." Qinyu squatted down, stretched out his hand to rub it a few times, then picked up the ball at his feet and threw it out, saying, "Go play." Then Dubai ran away without looking back. Qinyu looked at its dirty hair inside. If it were a normal camp, I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough water for you to bathe. Because Dubai is a Samoyed, its hair is white and lush, and it will get very dirty if you don't pay attention to it. And every time it takes a bath, it takes at least an hour, and that's without the step of drying it. Luckily, the manor is tiled everywhere, and Lin Yi rarely lets it out, so it's not very dirty. But after returning to the villa area, Dubai seemed to release his nature, and Lin Yi was so angry that she ignored it. Later, Lin Yi complained to Qinyu that it was fortunate that the puppy he brought back was not an Alaskan, otherwise he really couldn't afford to keep it. After all, it was the end of the world, and no one else would have the mood to keep a pet. After walking through the yard and entering the villa, Qinyu didn't see Lin Yi. He guessed that she should go to Feng Yi to ask something, and then began to prepare to put away the luggage. In fact, there were not many things, just some clothes for changing. Because Lin Yi was a girl, she had more underwear, which was convenient for changing and washing. As for Qinyu, he was reluctant to throw away his clothes even when they were worn out. It can be said that the only good thing about the Doomsday is that you don't have to spend money to buy clothes. Although they are very dirty, they can be washed and dried. A few minutes later, Qinyu went downstairs and started to prepare dinner behind the house. Huang Lulin did not go to the front yard, but found Qinyu directly in the back. He was holding a freshly cut wild boar hind leg in his hand, and there were also some smoked sausages. Qinyu did not refuse, but expressed his gratitude. Later, he also asked about the operation of the camp now. Huang Lulin said that it was similar to before, and Sister Feng just optimized it a little. Nowadays, the camp can be understood as a closed-loop survival zone, where everyone obtains material coins through labor or contribution, and then exchanges them for all materials. Of course, women are still respected here and cannot be exchanged. Everyone is equal here, and there is no one who orders anyone. Only on some major matters will Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao make a direct decision. This is why Xiao Jiao kicked open the door of the conference room before, and scared the woman to collapse on the ground. After all, the camp still needs someone to manage it, otherwise it will be a mess. And now a disciplinary team has been set up. Those who bully others will be punished the same or several times. The managers are Qi Hao and Zhang Yin. After listening to Huang Lulin's story, Qinyu also lamented that the camp is becoming more and more formal. At least it has the basic elements to accept more people. The sky has completely darkened. It is still 8 o'clock in the evening. Qinyu said, "Do you want to eat together?" Hearing this, Wang Lulin smiled and said, "Someone is waiting for me at home. You and Dr. Lin can eat." Hearing this, Qinyu squatted in front of the stove and asked curiously, "Are you still living with Wang Tianhai and the others now?" Wang Lulin blushed and whispered, "No, there are a lot of empty houses, plus the new talents need to live together. I have already moved." "Who are you living with now?" Wang Lulin laughed and said, "I fell in love with someone recently. You don't know him, but we have been together for a long time. I will introduce him to you when I have time." "Okay." Qinyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after he left, several figures appeared in the backyard. Qinyu turned around and saw that it was Old Man Bai and Jean Linfu and others. Seeing this, Qinyu smiled and said, "Old Man Bai, long time no see." Old Man Bai looked the same, except that his hair was a little whiter. He put some wheat flour under the windowsill and smiled, "Everyone misses you. There were too many people before, so it was inconvenient to talk to you. I just came to chat with you. Welcome." Qinyu took out a few chairs while cooking. For these familiar faces, Qinyu did not have any leader's airs, not to mention that he always felt that it would be more comfortable to get along with others and life would be more convenient. In the following time, those who used to live together basically came here once. Everyone did not come empty-handed, but brought some supplies from home. In fact, everyone knew very well that although Qinyu was the one who made the rules together, he might not break the rules. That's why Xiaoning took him to pick vegetables, and almost got hurt. Later, after listening to Xiaoning and Huang Lulin, the others didn't think twice, and went over with the food. After seeing everyone off, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. And Lin Yi still didn't come back. Qinyu was a little worried about this, so he chose to go out and ask Feng Yi. He didn't suspect that the people in the camp would hurt Lin Yi, but since she hadn't come home so late, maybe something had happened. In the yard, Dubai sat at the door and kept staring at the road outside. Seeing this, Qinyu picked up the chain and put it on, and led it to Feng Yi's villa. But not long after walking, a figure appeared at the corner in front, and Dubai fluttered and broke free from the rope, running straight ahead. Lin Yi dragged her tired body under the street light, and was suddenly startled. Then she squatted on the ground to prevent Dubai from rubbing against her. At the same time, she tilted her head back and said, "You are disobedient. Don't walk so close to me in the future." As she said, Lin Yi pushed Dubai away with force, and the latter stood still, and then lay on the ground with grievance. Lin Yi glanced at it, too lazy to pay attention to it, and walked straight ahead. This guy, every time he made Lin Yi unhappy, he put on this pitiful look, and she was no longer surprised by this. At this time, Qinyu walked up and whispered, "Are you really angry?" Chapter 959. Lin Yi was thinking about something, and didn't notice Qinyu coming out. In addition, the light was blocked by the tree, so she didn't notice him at first. The sudden voice scared Lin Yi. She covered her chest with her right hand and looked at Qinyu and said, "One thing, Dubai didn't obey after getting off the car today and chased the children. Some people are afraid of dogs, but fortunately no one was bitten." Hearing this, Qinyu frowned slightly and said, "Nowadays, rabies cannot be cured. In this case, Dubai really needs to be tied up." "Yeah." Lin Yi helplessly held Qinyu's left hand, and the two walked towards home. The child fell and was injured. "Shouldn't I help treat the wound? It's lucky. If I weren't a doctor, it would be difficult to solve the problem. After all, money is useless now." Hearing this, Qinyu said, "I thought you were going to ask Feng Yi about something." "Indeed, you asked something." Lin Yi nodded. She stopped and said, "Later, Sister Feng held me and wouldn't let me go. She wanted me to continue to take over the infirmary." At this point, Lin Yi paused and spoke again. "No, it should be called a hospital now, right?" Qinyu looked at her haggard face and said softly, "If you don't want to be one, then don't be one. I went to see it today, and the hospital is running well now." After the voice fell, Lin Yi did not speak, but stood there in silence. Since knowing that her brother might still be alive, Lin Yi was a little entangled. Later, she also took the time to ask Hui Yao if she had seen two middle-aged people following her brother. But Hui Yao shook her head, saying that they were all young and strong, and there was no one under 50. Although she did not ask about their age, she could tell with her naked eyes. For this reason, Lin Yi knew that if she continued to stay in the camp as a doctor, then for her safety, everyone would probably not let her leave the camp too much. Of course, this was not to restrict her personal freedom, but just for Lin Yi's safety. If it was Lin Yi before she received training, she was very clear about her situation and naturally would not run out. But now Lin Yi has also been trained for a long time, even as long as Qinyu. During the time when Qinyu and Long Jie left, Lin Yi still did not stop learning, and her skills were not weaker at all. It is no exaggeration to say that now 3 or 4 adult strongmen can basically do nothing to Lin Yi. If she is given a pistol, then it is no problem to deal with 7 or 8 people. Later, Jin Yu also saw the close combat between Lin Yi and Alice, and he was really surprised at that time. Lin Yi has changed a lot, and her change is no less than that of Li Yao. And because of her steady hands, Lin Yi's talent in shooting is even more obvious than Li Yao's. Because Li Yao is trying to avenge Zhu Yuanyuan, she has made rapid progress. But Lin Yi is just a pure talent. After hearing what Lin Yi said, Jin Yu thought about it, and said again, "No one has the right to ask you to do something, not even me. After we get our revenge, we will go and see what the attitude of the Savior sect is, and at that time, I need you by my side." This time, Jin Yu did not use a questioning tone, but directly hoped that Lin Yi would go on the journey with him. After the voice fell, Lin Yi looked at Jin Yu and said seriously, "Thank you." Hearing this, Jin Yu smiled and looked up at the night sky, but because of the increase in streetlights, he could no longer see the stars. "If one day I know that I still have relatives alive, I might be very worried about their whereabouts." After this, Lin Yi took his hand and said firmly, without beating around the bush, "If that day really comes, no matter how dangerous it is, I am willing to accompany you to go through it." Jin Yu let go of his hand and touched her ponytail, his eyes full of tenderness. He had not found his relatives before the end of the world, and now the situation is even worse. Jin Yu would not think about those things. He said those words before just to comfort Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi's stomach gurgled, and she blushed and said, "I'm a little hungry." Then she touched her belly and said, "Let's go home and eat." Hearing this, Jin Yu did not move, but slightly turned sideways to look behind, and whispered, "Are you really not going to raise Dubai? I'm afraid it will bite a child." Lin Yi thought for a moment and whispered, "It would be bad if it hurt someone." Jin Yu said, "In fact, you and I both know that Dubai is just a little naughty and likes to play with children. In fact, it is very timid. At most, we can lock it up for a while and teach it well." Speaking of this, Jin Yu felt a little sad for some reason, but he did not show it. Instead, he whispered, "If it is abandoned, Dubai may just become food." After Jin Yu finished speaking, Lin Yi was also a little hesitant. She liked Dubai very much, but she couldn't accept that it almost hurt someone, even though it didn't bite at the time, even if it just wanted to lick someone's child. In Lin Yi's opinion, dogs must be well managed and tied up when they come into contact with outsiders. Although she didn't like dogs before the end of the world, and was even a little afraid of them. But Lin Yi also understood that if her shortcomings were so obvious, she would be afraid of dogs in the future, and it would be very likely that something would happen. So when Jin Yu asked her to overcome it, Lin Yi almost immediately agreed. Then seeing Jin Yu's eyes, Lin Yi took a deep breath, then turned around and squatted down. At this time, Dubai was still lying in the distance, looking at her as if he was wilted. Seeing this, Lin Yi clapped her hands helplessly and said, "I count to 3. As soon as she counted to 3, Dubai ran over happily, and then rubbed against Lin Yi's arms. Jin Yu squatted down, touched its head, and said seriously, "Don't be too naughty in the future, otherwise you will hurt people. No matter how much Yi and I like you, this is not a reason for you to bite others." After saying that, he didn't know if Dubai understood or not. Anyway, this guy is sometimes very smart, and sometimes he tilts his head like a wooden man. Jin Yu picked up the rope, led the dog with his left hand, and Lin Yi with his right hand, and then slowly walked towards home. The next morning, when Jin Yu woke up, it was still 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yi was still sleeping soundly. Jin Yu bent down and kissed her on the forehead, causing her eyebrows to frown slightly. Her little hand subconsciously waved and almost hit Jin Yu's face. But now Jin Yu's reaction is quite fast, and he dodged it almost instantly. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile, and then walked downstairs to prepare to heat up the food that he didn't finish last night. Chapter 960. Rice has been successfully grown in the camp now. Although the process is very tiring and hard, at least we don't have to eat dried meat and drink meat soup every day. Last night, Xiao Jiu also brought a large bag. If it was just Chen Yu and Lin Yi, it would be enough for a long time. With the fragrant rice, fried cowpeas and eggplants, even Lin Yi ate 3 bowls of rice, which made her feel very full. If Chen Yu hadn't said that there would be plenty of rice in the future, she would probably still want to eat more. Chen Yu saw this and felt pain in his heart. After all, it was a bit miserable that he hadn't eaten cooked rice for more than a year since leaving the factory. Although Chen Yu had found a lot of rice in the abandoned examination room before, the amount was not enough to distribute to everyone. In the end, it was still reserved for the wounded. Kanji could be drunk occasionally, but basically no one had eaten rice again. Fortunately, they could survive by eating other food. What you eat is not important nowadays, what matters is how much you have to eat. After all, if you don't have the strength to survive in the early stage, you will have no chance to grow rice by yourself. Even if you grow it, you may not be able to keep it. There were only a few vegetables left last night, and Chinyu was going to make some porridge with the remaining rice. While heating the leftovers, Chinyu simply washed up and then started doing one-handed push-ups. He switched between his left and right hands, and Chinyu did 100 of each before stopping. Although he was sweating profusely, he was very pleased. You know, when he first went to the community, he could only do a few with one hand. Since being trained by Shangwan Jing, Chinyu's physical fitness has changed at a terrifying speed. Every morning when he gets up, he will do some simple exercises to keep his muscles active. After having breakfast with Lin Yi, Chinyu went out and planned to talk to other people. He first told Feng Yi about Lin Yi's situation, and the latter said that since that was the case, she had no other opinions. Chinyu thanked him for this, and then asked about the details of the enemies. Every few minutes, he would ask others. In this way, a day passed quickly. In the afternoon, Chinyu locked himself in the room and began to make plans. Now there are 20 sets of armor from the Salvation Gate team, plus 15 automatic rifles. Although there is not much ammunition, there are still some grenades. Chinyu roughly estimated that these ammunitions can kill about 50 people at most. After all, reality is not a game. There is no crosshair on the human retina, and it is not a movie. It is basically difficult for other people to kill with every shot. So after careful consideration, Chinyu planned to distribute weapons only to some powerful people, and the others only needed to take bows and arrows, and smear them with zombie blood or rust. Karari poison trees are too dangerous. Once they hit people or animals, they are likely to cause death within half an hour. This situation is not what Chinyu wants to see. Letting those people die like this is simply too easy for them. When zombie blood comes into contact with wounds, people will panic. At this time, only amputation can survive, but whether it is wound treatment or infection prevention, it is not something that ordinary people can handle by themselves. Once an accident occurs, the wounded are likely to be left behind, and in this case, others may have ideas. Only when there is a gap in the team can there be more loopholes. After all, there are more than 300 enemies left. No matter how powerful Chinyu is, he can't destroy the enemy with just a few dozen people. Even though there are many people in the camp now, more than 100, after the last battle, I'm afraid only half of them can fight now. Secondly, although Chinyu didn't plan to let those people go, he didn't plan to encircle them here. As planned before, Chinyu will lead people to wear those armors and pretend to be people from the Savior sect. Then Xiaojiao will lead some people to attack the enemy's camp and attract them to chase out. After all, the two sides have been enemies before. If Xiaojiao appears there, he will most likely be recognized. Those people certainly can't imagine that the camp that has been attacked dares to resist. When people are impulsive, they are likely to lose their reason. Moreover, in their opinion, it is probably a joke for the mouse to seek revenge on the cat. Secondly, in order to make the other party leave the camp, Chinyu added a few more steps. It was 7:30 in the evening. The meeting room was still full of people, even more than yesterday. When there were more people, the air was not very good, especially the various sweat odors mixed with foot odor, which was simply unbearable. Lenny sat in the front row, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she could only try her best not to cover her nose with her hands. After all, they were all in the same camp, and Lenny didn't want to dislike those people. After all, if possible, no one wanted to stink every day. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Chinyu and several others walked in from another door. After seeing him appear, the crowd began to quiet down spontaneously, and soon became silent. The house was brightly lit, and Chinyu smelled something strange when he came in. Then he saw Lin Yi fidgeting, and then he thought about it and said, "It's too hot in here, let's go out and talk." After the voice fell, everyone stood up and walked out of the house one by one. A few minutes later, an open space was now crowded with people. Chinyu stood on a big rock, glanced around, and asked, "Are all the people here?" Hearing this, Feng Yi replied, "Except for those in wheelchairs, the rest are all here." Chinyu nodded, and did not ask any more questions. Now he also knew the reason. Those wounded were injured when defending the camp last time. Later, Xiaojiao and Alei each took people to find some wheelchairs, and did not drive them out. Then Chinyu nodded slightly to Zhang Yin, and then he walked to stand next to Lin Yi. Then Zhang Yin took out a piece of paper with words written on it from his pocket, looked at it for a few seconds, and then began to read, "Those who think they are good at shooting, step out." The crowd was in a commotion, and more than 20 people took 2 steps forward. Chinyu said, "Please line up and come to my side in turn." "What is this for?" someone asked curiously, and lined up behind the team. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took the lead and walked forward. Chinyu took a flashlight and checked his right hand, confirming the callus at the base of the thumb, then nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, you go to the right and stand first." Then came the second, the third. 28 people, only 4 of them had no calluses on their hands. Chinyu was worried about their shooting skills. After all, if you often touch a gun, it is easy to get calluses on your hands. Then he asked someone to bring a crossbow arrow, and let the 4 people test it separately. Chapter 961. Since Xiuhu's death, Dazhuang has once again studied this thing, and finally succeeded in making 2. Of the 4 people, only 2 hit the can 20 meters away. Weapons such as pistols and crossbows are of the type with a short range, and it is basically difficult for ordinary people to hit a target 30 meters away. Then Chinyu asked them to continue to return to the team, and the other 2 stood together with Xiao Jiao. Next, Zhang Ying continued to shout, "Those who are good at archery, step out." As soon as he finished speaking, the lights outside the gate came on. Seeing this, Yangzi ran over after saying a word. "My brother is back." Seeing this, Chinyu raised his hand to signal to stop first. Soon the gate opened, and a blackened van drove into the camp. Now Xiao Jiao's hair has grown out, but Dazhuang has shaved his head again. His eyes still look very sharp, and his arm muscles are thicker than some women's thighs. But fortunately, he is not as tall as Xiao Jiao, otherwise this van may not be able to fit him. Dazhuang took a bag of scattered supplies from the passenger seat, opened the door, and got out of the car, then handed it to his sister. "Here are some parts, take them, and see if you can use them to repair home appliances." Yangzi took the supplies and stepped forward to block in front of Dazhuang and said, "Brother, Chinyu and Lin Yi are back." Hearing this, Dazhuang paused slightly in opening the trunk, then nodded, "I know, I go over later." "Well, we're having a meeting over there, remember to come over later." Yangzi finished speaking and turned away. She also knew that her brother had become somewhat taciturn recently, and she was helpless about it. Because of Zhang Rui's coma, Dazhuang was already very self-blaming, but in that attack, her sister-in-law, Xiao Ning, also had a miscarriage. The only thing she was thankful for was that the pregnancy was not long, so it did not cause too much damage. This incident has always been a pain in Xiao Ning's heart. She did not blame Dazhuang, but the 2 have now separated. Later, Xiao Ning knew that she couldn't do this, so she was a little more optimistic every day, but Dazhuang was still running around outside day and night. When she saw Chinyu coming back, she was really happy from the bottom of her heart, because in this way, maybe she could persuade Dazhuang. After unloading some of the goods, Dazhuang continued to get into the van and drove it to the hospital. Chinyu, standing in front of the crowd, just stared at the taillights of the car with a puzzled look on his face. This guy, didn't he see him? But Chinyu just shook his head slightly, signaling Zhang Ying to continue. Soon, time passed by minute, until 10 minutes later, Dazhuang slowly arrived. But everyone had already left and returned to their own homes. At present, there was only the back of a person standing next to the stone in the open space. Of course, this must be Chinyu. After hearing the footsteps, Chinyu turned around and looked behind him. After a close observation, Dazhuang's appearance came into view. He was wearing a waistcoat and a machete hanging on his waist, but the compound bow on his back had been replaced. Now it seemed to be just a simple bow and arrow. Dazhuang said nothing, and just stood quietly 3 meters away. Seeing this, Chinyu pointed to the direction of the gate and said, "Will you accompany me for a walk?" As soon as this was said, Dazhuang was confused. He thought Chinyu would persuade him as soon as he came up. After saying this, Chinyu turned and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Dazhuang followed him without any hesitation. Now with their skills, few people can threaten their safety. The young man guarding the gate was surprised to see someone going out, but after seeing who it was, he grabbed the rope next to him and lifted it up, and the gate slowly moved to the side. After all, Chinyu had punched through the table in the conference room before, and with the attitude of others towards him, the young man could definitely guess something. Outside the camp, Chinyu walked across the bridge and then walked towards the small hydropower station. As he got closer, the noise gradually became louder. In order to prevent zombies, a large number of wooden stakes were built more than 100 meters outside to block the entry of zombies. A new wall was also built near the hydropower station. It seems that everyone has really suffered a lot. Chinyu put his hands in his pockets, looked at the facilities more than 10 meters away calmly, and suddenly said, "Brother Dazhuang, How long have we known each other? I don't know. Dajwang thought for a while, then shook his head. It seems like a long time. I don't remember. Yes, almost 16 months have passed in a flash, and maybe even longer if the zombies appear. Speaking of this, he turned sideways to look at the man standing next to him and said, Have you ever wondered why I call you and Xiaojiu brothers, but I don't want to call Zhang that? Hearing this, Dezhuang scratched his head and asked in confusion, Because we are older than you. After saying this, he denied it again. No, it seems that Zhang Yin is not young either. Hee. Qinyu picked up a stone and threw it into the rushing river, saying softly, Because the meaning is different. When Yi and I first met Zhang Yin, he was seriously injured. After saying this, Dezhuang was surprised. With his skills, how could someone seriously injure him? Is this true or not? Didn't Zhang Yin tell you? Qinyu asked. We only found out later that he had been a soldier. Zhang Yin would never take the initiative to talk about his own affairs. Now that he started talking with Qinyu, Dezhuang became talkative again. Qinyu was silent for a few seconds, then whispered, No matter how powerful Zhang Yin was later, he was actually a hindrance to the two of us at that time, and he also had a daughter. Then why did you save them? Because, even though Zhang Yin was seriously injured at the time, he did not reveal the people hiding in the abandoned supermarket, that is, me and Yi, although later when he heard that we were hiding inside, he deliberately expressed remorse and surprise. At this moment, Chen Yu revealed a secret. It was the kind of secret that was revealed more than a year later. Even Lin Yi didn't know about this, and even Zhang Yin certainly couldn't have imagined that Chen Yu seemed to have seen through it at the time. When Chen Yu was a child, he slept in a bridge hole, avoided stray dogs, and even fought wits and courage with human traffickers. So even though he was only 24 years old at that time, his mind was already more mature than his peers, and he would think more. If Zhang Yin lived with his daughter in the vicinity for a month after the zombies appeared, it is impossible that he did not find the abandoned supermarket. But he still went to a farther place to find food, which can only mean one thing. Zhang Yin knew that there was food in the surrounding area. He was well aware of the threat of zombies. If he wanted to wait for rescue, he could only hold on. Chapter 962. And later when Qinyu and Lin Yi went upstairs, Zhang Yin did not show too much surprise. Qinyu actually guessed it at that time. Later, things went smoothly. He needed teammates, and Qinyu knew that he was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to survive, he had to build his own team. At this time, as a lifesaver, it couldn't be better. At the end, Qinyu turned around and looked at the moon, murmuring, Zhang Yin is very good. He can fight to the end to protect his daughter. But I can't survive by relying on others. If a crisis comes one day and Yi, Rui, and I are in danger at the same time, Zhang Yin will probably hesitate about who to save. And hesitation will lead to flaws. At that time, it doesn't matter who to save. Lin Yi and I will hold him back. I can only save myself. After he finished speaking, Qinyu looked at Dezhuang and said with a smile, Your appearance at that time gave me hope. That is, it's not bad for everyone to have their own strengths in a team. He is a doctor, Zhang Yin. At that time, I only knew that he had been a soldier, but I didn't know how powerful he was, so I temporarily regarded him as the main force of the team, and I would just take it one step at a time and survive slowly. Hearing this, Dajwang took off the bow, an arrow hanging on his body, and he held it in his hand and said, But later, the emergence of the community actually gave you more ideas. Yeah, Qinyu said calmly. So you have changed the fate of our group of people, including Xiaojiu. Dezhuang was silent. Qinyu walked forward, put his hand on his right shoulder and said, Lao Cheng's death, whether it's you or me, or Hongwu, no one wants to see this happen. A few seconds later, Dezhuang said in a hoarse voice, Not only Lao Cheng. Huh? Who else? Xiaoning had a miscarriage. Qinyu was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said, But Xiaoning seems to be fine. The more she acts like she doesn't care, the more I blame myself. Dezhuang was very depressed and whispered, I don't know how to face her. Hearing this, Qinyu asked, Did you hurt her? Of course not. Dezhuang blurted out. Did you bring the enemy? Dezhuang didn't want to talk anymore. The next second, Qinyu said seriously, Since you didn't cause all this, why are you hiding? Escape is not a way to solve the problem. The hospital has been built, there is basically no threat from the surrounding forces, and the camp is developing better and better. It is understandable that she is pregnant at this time. The fault is not on anyone. But no one expected that those camps were actually in the same group. Then he looked up at the night sky and whispered, No one wants to see all this happen, and as Lao Cheng once said, forgetting is when they really disappear. I understand. De Zhuang turned around, but saw a figure standing on the bridge. But it was a little far away, so he couldn't see who it was. Qin Yu walked towards the camp, and when he passed the bridge, he whispered to the figure, "Xiao Ning, I hope you don't blame De Zhuang anymore." "I never blamed him," Xiao Ning said with red eyes, and then ran towards the big village. Qin Yu smiled and walked towards the gate. Then he remembered something and asked the night watchman, "Did a group of strangers come here in the end?" Hearing this, the young man thought for a while and replied, "No, even zombies rarely appear." Hearing this, Qin Yu estimated the time and felt that Xiao Yun and others would come almost by. Why were they so slow? Because they were driving. Although they returned home later, they were still faster than Xiao Yun and others. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and walked towards the camp. At this moment, the young man subconsciously glanced to the right and found a faint fire. Seeing this, he shouted to the people below, "Brother Da Zhuang, is there a fire over there?" Qin Yu had not walked far, and when he heard this, he walked back again. Da Zhuang led Xiao Ning to the door, and turned his head and said, "You go in first." Xiao Ning also understood that this was not the time to talk, nodded and ran into the camp. Then Da Zhuang waved his hand, and the young man quickly dropped the quiver from above. With the weapon quickly on his back, Da Zhuang ran towards the fire. A few seconds later, Qin Yu appeared beside him. The two looked at each other, and nodded slightly, moving closer at the same time. Soon the fire was getting closer and closer. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal to stop, and then they hid behind a big rock. 10 seconds later, there was a sound of weeds being moved, accompanied by footsteps. Da Zhuang aimed his arrow and shouted coldly, "If you take another step, I will kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, those people stood still. About 2 seconds later, a girl replied in a trembling voice, Don't shoot." Hearing this, Qin Yu recognized who it was, and then heaved a sigh of relief and gestured to Da Zhuang, and then he walked out. "You are finally here." After saying this, Xiao Yun and the others were relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to come back first." After not seeing each other for a few days, Xiao Yun's hair was much dirtier and his clothes had more holes. Qin Yu looked at them in the light of the torches of several people, frowned and said, "Did something happen on the way? It shouldn't take that long." Hearing this, Xiao Yun explained, "There were zombies migrating, so we took a detour to avoid them. As a result, there were more and more zombies, and we had no choice but to mistakenly enter some abandoned houses." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something, turned around and waved to the back, "Bring the things up." After the voice fell, the people holding torches dispersed, leaving an open area in the middle. The next second, 2 men came forward, carrying 2 iron buckets tied with ropes with wooden sticks. Qin Yu looked carefully and found that it looked like a container for gasoline. Then Xiao Yun walked up and unscrewed the lid, then handed it to Qin Yu and said with a smile, "We didn't drive, but gasoline is very precious now. I happened to find these 2 barrels, so I took them with me. It's a gift for you to let us come here." Qin Yu didn't take the lid, because he had already smelled a very obvious gasoline smell. He nodded immediately, and Xiao Yun tightened it again. The next second, Qin Yu took the torch from the person next to him and whispered, "Please line up. I need to check if everyone is familiar." Xiao Yun also understood the reason for doing so, and then took the lead and stood in front of Qin Yu. About half a minute later, Qin Yu finished the inspection and said, "Follow me." Chapter 963. After saying that, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the camp. De Zhuang stood there motionless with a bow and arrow in his hand. When Xiao Yun passed by him, he extended his right hand enthusiastically and said, "Handsome guy, I hope you will take care of me in the future." Hearing this, De Zhuang hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand to shake the other party. After all, if it was someone Qin Yu knew, he didn't need to be too cold. Then the group slowly walked towards the camp, and De Zhuang followed behind the team. When entering the camp, Qin Yu first asked them to hand over their weapons, and then explained that he had confirmed these people, and they could be trusted. At this time, Feng Yi also ran over. Seeing this, she listened for a while, then said, "Then I will take them to find a place to rest first." "Well, it's troublesome. Just follow the rules you have been following for some time." Hearing this, Feng Yi smiled and said, "We are also doing what you said before. Come on, everyone follow me." The next second, Qin Yu said, "Someone will ask you some questions tomorrow, and arrange things according to your respective skills." Everyone looked at the clean and tidy scene in the camp, and nodded excitedly. But as they went deeper, they found that many houses were damaged. It seemed that this place had also suffered hardships. A small episode kept Qin Yu busy for a while, and then he asked Da Zhuang and the guards to go back first, and then said that he wanted to keep watch all night. In this way, it was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Qin Yu returned to the villa to rest. Early the next morning, Qin Yu checked the large bows and arrows in the camp, and then asked people to make a few larger slingshots to prepare for throwing fireballs. He couldn't make a catapult, but this thing was very simple. Secondly, after Qin Yu left last time, Xiao Jiao had people collect pine oil from the forest for other purposes. Now there are a lot of these things piled up in the warehouse. It would be a waste if they were not used. If he wanted to force those people to go back and take revenge on the Jayashiman, the first thing he needed to do was to destroy their homes. While making the fireball, Zhang Yin also took others to cut trees outside, about as thick as a baby's arm. Each tree trunk was 2 meters long, with a lot of explosives tied to the front. Although smokeless gunpowder could not be produced, black gunpowder was no problem. Some white sugar was added to the explosives of these long arrows, which undoubtedly made them more powerful. At present, not only did the camp where Qin Yu and others were located not have many bullets, but the enemy also did not have many. That was why the other side had not been able to launch another attack for more than a month. After all, they had no idea whether Xiao Jiao and others had other means. In one day, with strength in numbers, all preparations had been completed. Qin Yu looked at the goods piled on the open space, and then asked how much gasoline was left. However, what surprised him was that there were actually a few more electric cars in the camp. However, they broke down just after being pulled back to the camp. After Wang Tianhai's hands were disabled, the repair progress was delayed. Fortunately, as they stayed in the apocalypse for a longer time, everyone gradually mastered the skills of repairing cars. In addition, everyone was eager for revenge, so everyone helped to repair them. Finally, in the evening, 2 of them were repaired, but unfortunately the charging was too slow. After all, there was no usable charging station. With the little electricity in the camp, we could only use it next time. Now the camp has built some carts, which are made of bicycle tires. They can be towed behind the car and used to transport goods at low speed. After dark, Qin Yu selected 20 people with suitable body shapes and excellent marksmanship, and followed him to change into the armor of the Savior sect. Then they moved the weapons and equipment to the car, and everyone gathered together for dinner, said goodbye to their families and friends, and set off. Although everyone was curious about why they had to act at night, they didn't ask much. Xiao Jiao drove in front and led the way. Along the way, everyone walked quietly beside them. In the silent and desolate forest, there was only the sound of footsteps. There were not many cars that could be driven. Although Xiao Yun and others brought 2 barrels of gasoline, they had to use them sparingly, so they only used them to carry weapons and equipment, and walk by themselves. But what surprised Qin Yu was that Xiao Yun also brought a few people to help. Seeing this, he thought for a few seconds and agreed. Qin Yu could actually roughly guess the reason. They had just come in, but more than half of the people left the camp the next day. It was said that they were going to seek revenge or something. At this time, Xiao Yun and others, as strangers who survived, would inevitably be monitored if they stayed in the camp. If there was any accident or something was lost, it would probably be blamed on them. Xiao Yun was not stupid. Although she was not as strong as a man, she was very calm and could quickly figure out the seriousness of the matter. In one night, the group had completed half of the journey. Then Qin Yu left the team and found an abandoned open space, where he chose to rest. After setting up a simple tent to block the sun, everyone began to prepare food. There were a total of 45 people going out this time, and 1/3 of the camp was brought out. But a group of people had to stay at home to take care of it, including Uncle Hua, Xiao Kong, and Huang Lulin, who barely had some combat power. The purpose of this trip was to destroy the enemy's camp and pass on false information, so it was useless to bring too many people, which might increase casualties. It was too hot to travel during the day, so Qin Yu continued to lead people to set off in the evening. Except for the nurses and doctors, and the drivers of the 4 cars, everyone else was walking. At about midnight, Xiao Jiao slowly stopped the car. Seeing this, Qin Yu raised one hand, and everyone squatted on the spot, alert to the surrounding environment. He quickly stepped forward, stood beside the car and whispered, "Are we almost there?" Xiao Jiao nodded, holding a simple map in his hand, and said, "About 5 kilometers. Where is the other party's camp?" "It's similar to ours, a bit like a villa area, but it's an unfinished building, only an hour away from the city." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked around, looking at the abandoned houses on the roadside, and said, "It's still a bit far from here, let's go first and ambush a few 100 meters away." After saying that, he waved back, and everyone continued on their way. After about a while, Xiao Jiao led people to lift those large bows and slingshots out of the car and began to assemble them on the spot. In order to make transportation more convenient, they are all disassembled. Just dig a hole in the ground, insert the bracket, and then install the handrail to use it. Chin-Yu also asked people to check the guns, and then said in a deep voice, "Remember, each of us has only one magazine, and we must make sure we can hit the target before shooting." 20 people, including Chi Hao and Zhang Yin, all nodded solemnly. Chapter 964. Although Xiao Jiu's marksmanship is also very good, he must be strong because he wants to attract the opponent to chase him out. Secondly, he needs to be recognized by the opponent. And Xiao Jiu happened to blow up the opponent's tank last time, and many people died in his hands. The two sides can be said to have a deep blood feud. Originally, Chin-Yu was not going to command this operation, but Xiao Jiu said that he wanted to rush to the front line and didn't want to just watch. There was no choice but to let Chin-Yu take over. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone ate something to replenish their energy, check each other's equipment and ammunition, and with Chin-Yu's order, the action began. 45 people, except for doctors and nurses, were divided into 3 groups. Of course, the team led by Chin-Yu had more people. De Zhuang led a few people, carrying bows and slingshots and moving forward. Xiao Jiu was wearing all black at this time, and even his arms were covered with black ice silk sun protection sleeves. He returned to the car, took out a piece of burnt charcoal from the trunk, and then scraped out many debris with a knife. Then mixed with a little water, Xiao Jiu dipped his fingers in the charcoal and smeared them diagonally on his face. Chin-Yu stood in the distance, watching Xiao Jiu's preparatory work, then walked towards him and said, "Be careful." After applying, Xiao Jiu took the vest filled with explosives and put it on his body, smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Then Xiao Jiu took the walkie-talkie and fixed it on his shoulder, holding a shotgun in his hand, and walked into the woods alone. After he left, Chin-Yu looked at his watch, turned around and said, "Everyone disperse." After the voice fell, 20 people squatted on both sides of the road in an orderly manner, staring at the road ahead with full concentration. De Zhuang led the archery team to approach the camp, and there were also people on guard outside. However, he did not act rashly at this time, but stared at the front with a telescope. 3 people in a group, each person was 10 meters apart, and the outside area was completely in sight. For ordinary survivors, it was difficult to get close to them. But unfortunately, Xiao Jiu has never been ordinary. He squatted in the weeds, raised his thumb towards the 8 o'clock direction, then held a clean dagger in his mouth and slowly moved forward. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the wilderness was very desolate, especially today there was no moon, which undoubtedly made the actions of Chin-Yu and others more convenient. At this moment, Xiao Jiu, like a poisonous snake that had been lying in ambush for a long time, quietly approached the man on the far right. The man yawned, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and wanted to light it, but remembered the rules of the camp, and put the lighter away irritably. He put the cigarette on his ear, turned his head, and looked to the right, and found that his teammates were concentrating on patrolling. Then he put the gun on his back, and turned to the roadside. Unbuttoning his belt, the man closed his eyes, and started to pee. The weather was too hot, and there was no wind. Standing outside at this moment was simply torture. After peeing, the man shuddered twice, and then was about to go back, but found that there was a dagger on his neck. The cold touch almost instantly scared him into a cold sweat. The man opened his eyes, and saw a figure with a very dark face standing in front of him, almost blending into the darkness. "You?" Before the man finished his question, his mouth was covered by a big hand, and then the dagger quickly cut his throat. With a popping sound, just like a balloon being cut, the man covered his neck with his right hand, and wanted to shout with horror, but he couldn't shout. Blood flowed out from his fingers. Xiao Jiu caught the fallen body, and slowly put him on the ground. Then he fumbled in the other person's pocket, and found a half-smoked pack of cigarettes, which he put directly into his pocket, and touched the next person again. He did not go to finish off the corpse, because Xiao Jiu wanted this person to become a zombie. Since the other two kept walking back and forth, and their right index fingers were always on the trigger of the gun, Xiao Jiu did not have many opportunities to shoot. This place is still far away from the enemy's camp, about 100 meters away, and it is not easy to hit the enemy's house with enlarged bows and slingshots, so these people need to be dealt with first. About 2 minutes later, a corpse on the ground moved, and then slowly climbed up. At this time, the other person also found that there was no movement on the left, and approached him with a weapon in hand. "Huang Si, are you lazy again?" The voice came out, but no one responded. Seeing this, the man frowned, and the next second, a black shadow walked towards him crookedly. The young man took the flashlight from his waist and shone it over, and suddenly a zombie with cloudy eyes and blood all over its neck roared. Then his eyelids jumped, and his right hand was about to pull the trigger, but suddenly something stuck. He looked down and found that his right hand had been held by someone without knowing when. Before he could speak, Xiao Jiao held the knife in his left hand and stabbed him directly from the chin, killing him on the spot. After dealing with the two men, the third man was much easier. Xiao Jiao simply walked straight towards him, and then from a distance of 10 meters, he suddenly threw out a flying knife with his right hand, instantly stabbing the other party's eyeball. After doing all this, Xiao Jiao raised his thumb in a certain direction again. Seeing this, Dazhuang put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, "You can go in." Soon everyone approached the camp of this group of people. The wall here was not completely repaired. Many places were blocked by iron sheets, but a lot of wood was also added. Looking around, Dazhuang led his men to a high ground on the left and began to set up bows and arrows. It was late at night, and the people inside were sleeping soundly. Soon Dazhuang finished setting up 3 large bows and slingshots, and put specially made flaming arrows on them one by one. 3 strong men stood behind the bows and arrows, with their left feet against the handrails below, and tried to tighten the bowstrings with both hands, and then slowly loosen them according to the instructions. Dazhuang did not let people shoot arrows directly, but first used slingshots to shoot the resin balls in. A total of 62 oil balls, 9 at a time, flew into the camp of the group again and again. Bang! The glass of a house was broken, and the people sleeping inside woke up instantly. Not only him, but many people next door also woke up. Although this is an unfinished building, with the construction and development of this group of people, it can now be considered habitable. One of the main reasons for attacking the villa area where Qin Yu and others are located is that the geographical environment there is really good. Just when those people hadn't figured out what these things on the ground were, the sound of explosives suddenly sounded at the gate. Seeing this, some men's faces changed slightly, and they quickly ran towards the places where they put their weapons. Of course, most of them were bows and arrows or hunting rifles. Chapter 965. Excluding men, women, old and young, there were only about 200 of the 300 people who could show their fighting power. But so many people were still quite threatening. Even if one person shot an arrow, Xiao Jiao would be pierced like a hedgehog. So Xiao Jiao did not stop. He attacked in front of the other party with a familiar attack method, and then turned around and ran. The reason why he painted his face black was that he wanted these people to look familiar, but they would not be able to remember who he was at the first time. After thinking about it, they will be furious and chase him desperately. This is taking advantage of the other party's psychology. After all, if a stranger suddenly breaks into their camp and kills people with brutal shots, they will definitely wonder who it is. They will think about the cause and effect, worry about whether the other party has reinforcements, etc. Even if it is only half a minute, it can increase their anger. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Jiao climbed over the wall, those people chased out on motorcycles. Seeing that the front was in chaos in an instant, a large number of people left the camp. Dazhuang took out a lighter to light a torch, then squatted on the ground and ignited 3 long arrows. Fire! After the words fell, the 3 men let go, and the flaming arrows flew towards the camp at a very fast speed. A few seconds later, there was a loud rumbling sound from inside. Seeing this, Dazhuang lit the fire and thought, it seems that the place where the ammunition is piled is hit. Without rest, the 7 of them were busy in an orderly manner. 3 people placed wooden arrows, Dazhuang lit the fire, and the other 3 concentrated on shooting arrows. Every round, Dazhuang would ask them to move the angle of the bows and arrows to ensure that many places inside could burn. When the work was almost done here, Dazhuang took out the intercom and said, "Xiaoyu, I finished it here, the rest is up to you." 2 seconds later, there was a noise and Qin Yu's voice came. Got it. Then Dazhuang pushed the bow and slingshot to the grass next to him, and then asked the 6 of them to rush back to support, while he ran to meet Xiao Jiao. After Xiao Jiao left the camp, the others also ambushed for a long time, and when they saw the motorcycle appear, they immediately opened fire to take revenge. Everyone yelled with red eyes, and even wanted to break the trigger. But the enemy's firepower was not weak either, and they soon gained a certain degree of advantage. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao did not want to fight and led everyone to retreat. Now there were not many people left, and he could not let casualties occur in the team. After a while, Qin Yu and his team also heard the sound of gunfire, which sounded a bit like fighting and retreating. Soon, he saw the backs of some people, and it seemed that some people were injured. Two of them had their arms hanging by the side, holding guns in one hand. Seeing this, the people squatting next to them could not bear it anymore and wanted to stand up to help, but seeing that Qin Yu did not move, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. Soon Xiao Jiao and his men were getting closer and closer. At this moment, Qin Yu waved his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead. Remember, no one is allowed to talk." Since Xiao Jiao and his men had run out of bullets, they were being chased like dogs that had lost their homes. The survivors chasing them even fired their guns at the front, shouting all kinds of insults. But soon the group of people could no longer laugh. With a burst of dense gunfire, dozens of people fell directly to the ground, and the motorcycles fell on both sides of the road. At the same time, Qin Yu led the armored team, aiming at them with weapons in hand. With the fire suppression, those people immediately ran back with ghosts howling. When a hunting rifle meets an automatic rifle, it is completely one-sided. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Yu raised his right hand to signal a ceasefire, because he saw someone looking at him. Sure enough, the next second someone shouted loudly, "Who the hell sent you here?" Qin Yu did not answer, and the others did not say anything. Then the other party roared again, "Kill the donkey after it has done its work, right?" "Ah?" Qin Yu snorted coldly, picked up the rifle, and didn't even aim, and fired a bullet directly based on muscle memory, hitting the forehead of the person next to him on the spot. Before the man died, his eyes were wide open with resentment, and there was only one sentence left in his mind. "Brother. Just kill him, why hit me?" The rest of the people retreated quickly, and they didn't even have time to hold the motorcycle on the ground. Others wanted to chase, but Qin Yu said, "Don't worry about it." In this way, for 2 whole days, Qin Yu kept blocking them with his men, and occasionally had people set fire to the camp. During this period, he did not speak, but led the team to encircle and kill anyone they saw. It was not that the other side could not beat them, but someone recognized the armor Qin Yu was wearing, and they did not dare to act rashly. The next night, the group of people began to retreat one by one, and everyone understood and released the encirclement. Since they could come here, they must have a way to go back. But there were too many people, and it was definitely unrealistic to want to leave at the same time. At dawn, Qin Yu and others found a group of people who wanted to evacuate, and they turned out to be the Wanderers people. There were about 30 of them, wearing zombie skins, but unfortunately some of them were injured and their movements were not like zombies, so they were easily identified. Those people knelt on the ground, looking at the strangers in front of them, and did not dare to speak. "Who are you?" someone asked. Then, the injured Yishuan said with a pale face, "We didn't attack your camp, why are you chasing us?" The next second, Qin Yu took off his helmet and revealed his true face. Yishuan's eyes widened, and then her face turned even paler. She murmured, I knew it, I really shouldn't have agreed to those people's requests at that time." Qin Yu looked calm, just watching them quietly. At this moment, Xiao Jiao came up from the side. Seeing this, Qin Yu asked, "Are these people among those who attacked the camp?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds and did not speak. Then Qin Yu took out the last magazine from his body, then changed it, and pulled the bolts. This action made those people close their eyes, and even though they were trembling all over, they did not beg for mercy. Xiao Jiao said, "The attackers are all men, but I don't know if these people have provided them with weapons." "It's just a weapon." Yi Shuan knew that this was their only chance to survive, and quickly explained, "Xiao Chen, you should know that the scavengers often attack us. The last time I heard it, it was you who told us that 2 of them had died. With this kind of relationship, how could we help them?" Then she continued to talk to herself. "I always thought that we were abandoned at the beginning, but who would have thought that a camp would suddenly appear and say they wanted to merge with us?" Just like that, Yi Shuan directly told the whole story, even the details of how many of them were captured. Qin Yu didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. He put his right hand on the trigger, staring at the people in front of him, without saying a word. At this moment, Xiao Jiao stretched out his hand and put it on his gun, whispering, "If you can't do it, then I do it." Chapter 966. Qin Yu did not let go, but whispered, "Doing wrong things always requires a price." After that, Qin Yu pulled the trigger in front of everyone. The bullet flew out of the muzzle like a fire dragon, ruthlessly hitting Yishulan's body, blood sprayed in the air, and took her life coldly. Others looked at this scene, and stood there in a daze. Qin Yu's face was numb, and his eyes were indifferent. He spoke again. "The moment you provided them with weapons, you should have anticipated the fate you might suffer." Then he looked at the women who were frightened and pale, and said, "Yi Shulan gave the order, you could only execute it. Besides, since you didn't attack the camp, I won't be angry with you." After saying this, the rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the man in front of them didn't kill people. But soon Chinyu snorted coldly. "The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. In order to prevent you from making a comeback, from today on, more than 30 of you will have to spend the rest of your lives in prison. Take him away." After that, the others put their weapons on their backs, walked forward to untie the shoelaces of those people, and tied their hands behind their backs. As the fire grew bigger and bigger and gradually got out of control, Chinyu and others had to evacuate. The survivors basically fled here, and Xiao Jiao followed behind them. After making sure they were on the boat, he didn't care, although he wanted to kill these people. But in order not to affect the plan, now I can only temporarily endure it. If I guess correctly, these people coming from Pawnee Bay will definitely fight to the death if they see the people from the Salvation Gate attacking them. If a dog-eat-dog situation could be created, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to Chinyu. If they really wanted to kill them all, it would be impossible with just over 40 of them. The group pushed the motorcycle and escorted the captives to the camp in the villa area. Chinyu, carrying a gun with only a dozen bullets left, walked to a disheveled woman and asked, "Where are all your old people and children?" Hearing this, the woman looked down at the ground and murmured, "After the merger, those people felt that the old, weak, sick and disabled were a waste of food, so they selected some of them and killed all the sick and disabled survivors. Who is in charge?" "Sister Lan." Hearing this, Chinyu couldn't help but feel depressed. Yi Shulan, who looked kind before, was ruthless when she attacked. Chinyu trusted her once, and he would never trust her a second time. From the moment she was captured alive, the countdown to death had begun. But Chinyu didn't massacre the others. As long as they had nothing to do with the attack, they were not guilty of death. This time, the number of enemies killed was about 50, and they also sacrificed 2 people, which was far from revenge. Although the others were confused, they knew that the work was not yet completed, so they had to put their worries aside. After returning, Chinyu led people to build an area in the camp with barbed wire, and scattered a lot of broken glass on the ground outside, and then locked these people in. Then Chinyu also announced a rule, that is, they would not be provided with any food, and if they wanted to survive, they had to show their determination to change. So some people began to say that they could help weed, clean public toilets, and even attract zombies. In short, everyone began to do various labors under surveillance. After a night's rest, Chinyu began to prepare to go to the Savior Gate. He needed to strike while the iron was hot, otherwise if the people from Pawnee Bay found something wrong, there would be problems. But the first problem to be solved was how to get there. There was no means of transportation in the Doomsday, so it was definitely unrealistic to walk. After all, the distance was at least several hundred kilometers. In addition, the team was large and there were many people, so it was impossible to find a suitable vehicle. There were only about 10 people sitting in the meeting room at this time, all of whom were core figures in the camp. Chinyu listened to the discussion quietly without saying anything. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin turned his head and looked at him and asked, "Xiao Yu, do you have any other opinions?" Chinyu looked at the worn-out table, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I'm a little tired." When he said this, everyone in the conference room was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing?" Shi Hao asked subconsciously, as if he didn't understand. "I was thinking, if we blow up the roads that can be passed, will we be safe in the future?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this meant. They were clearly discussing how to take people there, but Chinyu suddenly said this. The next second, a voice rang out from inside the room. "I'm just imagining it, don't take it to heart, just do as Hongwu said, let's look for a big truck first." After the voice fell, Chinyu stood up and left the meeting room. The others fell silent, but no one followed him out. Xiao Jiao held a mirror in his left hand and a razor in his right hand to shave his beard, and whispered, "No matter how big or small the war is, as long as it is launched, there will inevitably be sacrifices. That's why we can't wait for the Savior sect to attack again." Zhang Yin also said, "It seems that Xiao Yu doesn't want to see any casualties." De Zhuang helped Hongwu get up, and the two walked towards the door. The next morning, Chinyu stood on the balcony, his eyes always looking in a certain direction. He was waiting for the pigeon. Zhang Yin took people out to find a car, but Chinyu knew very well that most of the cars that can be driven now have been taken back to the camp by various forces, and those that are still in the wild have long become abandoned cars. In this environment, it is extremely difficult to find a large truck that can be driven. As expected, that night, Zhang Yin and his group returned to the camp depressed. Chinyu also knew that he seemed to have overlooked a necessary condition, that is, they did not have the ability to travel long distances for the time being. In the past 2 days, Chinyu has been worrying about this matter, but he still couldn't find any clues. There was no way. Chinyu rested for a few days and began to lead the team on the road. He wanted to meet up with those allies to see if others had any good ideas. Although zombies approached the camp from time to time, they were no longer a threat. An abandoned open-air stadium. At this time, it was almost full of people, and all the camps gathered together, disliking each other. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, someone suddenly shouted, "Damn, is that guy teasing us? There is no salvation gate. I think it's just to lure us out and then steal our home." Before he finished speaking, a flying knife approached quickly and sank into the plastic chair next to his ear. Chapter 967. At the same time, Chinyu walked out of a door and whispered, "What's so special about your camp that I should be concerned about?" After he finished speaking, a group of people followed him, staring at the surroundings with eager eyes. When Chinyu appeared, the others suddenly became quiet. But not everyone had the patience to listen to him, such as the one-eyed man last time. He nudged the woman next to him with his elbow and whispered, "Just do as I told you before, let's start." Hearing this, the woman named Zhang Liping pondered for a few seconds and nodded solemnly. Then she took a few steps forward, clapped her hands and shouted, "We never interacted with each other before. Now you gather us together, you must give a suitable reason, right?" After saying this, Zhang Liping seemed to want to block Chinyu's mouth, so she added again, "According to what you said, there is a very terrible force developing in the dark. They despise human life and kill people like flies, but where is it?" Hearing this, Chinyu took out a large map from his pocket and spread it directly on the ground. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't even look at it, but stepped forward a few steps and said on the map, "I mean those people, not the mark far away in the sky." A trace of coldness flashed in Chinyu's eyes, and he stood up and said, "Do you want to hand over your life and the lives of your loved ones to others?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Liping gritted her teeth and said, "You asked us to do something, but you still have this attitude? I originally intended to unite with you people to resist, but after thinking about it for a while, it seems that you are still a group of scattered sands, and it is difficult to make a difference." After saying that, Chinyu glanced at the people present, not paying any attention to the men behind them, and said in a deep voice, "Those who want to withdraw can leave now." After he finished speaking, the leader of a group of forces sneered and said, "I thought it was a big scene, but it turned out to be just like this. Let's go, let's go. It's better to go back and sleep with my wife and children." After leaving this sentence, this person took 30 men and left the abandoned stadium directly. The next second, someone from the force next to his original position raised his hand. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Do you have any other questions? If you win, can you give us some seeds and animals? You don't want women?" Chinyu raised his eyebrows and asked the man in his 40s in front of him. "It's enough to be alive. What do you need those for?" Hearing this, Chinyu pretended to think for a while and nodded. "Okay, I promise you." The man was a little relaxed when he saw this, and he let out a long breath, and continued to stand in the corner with the more than 20 people behind him. Time passed by minute, and half of the original dozen forces had gone. Chinyu just stood there calmly, looking at his watch from time to time. These days, he kept thinking, if he took so many people to attack the Salvation sect, what if something unexpected happened? Since he could win over these people, would the more powerful Salvation sect be able to do it? Chinyu was not familiar with these people, so he didn't dare to gamble, but even if there was only a 1% chance of it happening, it would be fatal. That's why Chinyu said in the meeting room that he was a little tired. This was not something Chinyu suddenly thought of, but he was really worried about this situation. Later, after receiving the letter from Shangwan Jing, Chinyu temporarily changed his plan. That is to reduce the number of people, because Shangwan Jing and Hui Yao had already opened the armory, and the remaining weapons and equipment in it were completely crushing in the doomsday. Just when Chinyu thought that those people had almost left, he turned his head to look at the one-eyed man in front of him on the left and said, "You're not leaving?" "Hee, of course not. I'm determined to follow you and drink soup." As soon as he said this, Zhang Liping next to him rolled her eyes without leaving any trace. But she was too lazy to expose him. Seeing this, Chinyu pretended not to see his little thoughts, then nodded and said, "There are 7 camps left now. How many people are there in total?" Hearing this, Zhang Liping raised her hand and said, "We have 51 here. 43. 26. Soon everyone started counting. Chinyu roughly calculated, and then whispered, "Including us, there are a total of 202. As soon as this was said, the others started to whisper, and no one knew what they were talking about. Chinyu said, Who can find a bigger vehicle? Hearing this, the man asked curiously, "What do you want this thing for?" Before Chinyu could answer, someone next to him explained, "You are stupid, there are so many of us, we can't walk there, right? But now, except for helicopters, we can't drive anything else, right?" The one-eyed man looked puzzled. "Is this all you can think of? Can't you think of anything else?" A man with pigtails sneered. "What brain do I have? You tell me?" The one-eyed man pulled out his axe and asked coldly. Seeing that a fight was about to start, Chinyu rubbed his temples with a headache. Then he walked forward, grabbed the collar of each person with both hands, and threw them out. "If you want to fight, there will be plenty of time to fight in the future, but not now." The two were thrown out, and the one-eyed man endured it, but the pigtail man was so angry that he stood up and shouted, "Last time you came to my house, I treated you with good food and drinks, and you have this attitude?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the machete hanging on his waist, turned his head, and shouted from behind, "Brothers, do it." But the next second, the braided man turned around and saw a few more people beside Chinyu. They were Zhang Yin, De Shuang, Xiao Jiao, and Lei. The four of them took 2 steps in an orderly manner. What's more, the braided man found that there were many people behind him staring at him with displeasure. At this time, he was neither moving nor retreating, and it was very awkward to stand there. Chinyu said calmly, "Don't fight, don't make trouble, do you understand?" The one-eyed man stepped out to be a peacemaker and said cheerfully, "Just a joke, just a joke." At this moment, Zhang Liping suddenly raised her hand and said, "I used to be a leader in the railway department. After the doomsday, I thought about driving a train to escape. I remember a coal-burning train was blocked by a group of zombies. If we can get rid of those zombies and find enough coal, then I can start it. Can you drive it?" Chinyu looked at her and asked. "I can't, but my people can. After the zombie outbreak, some of them have followed me to this day." After listening, Chinyu pondered for a while and said, "Before that, I need you to go with me to do something." Chapter 968. "What's going on?" Zhang Liping asked. Chinyu turned around and looked in a certain direction, and slowly said, "If we leave our respective camps, what if others have ill intentions? Isn't that equivalent to giving them an opportunity? So you are preparing." Someone was slightly startled. "If you don't send people, then send your efforts." Chinyu left a word and turned to walk out. This matter is particularly important, and he will not allow any risks to occur. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and quickly followed. Next, Chinyu's 200 men separated and surrounded those people one by one. This group of people, the maximum number of which was no more than 60, could not even resist when surrounded. Although Chinyu said that he would not take the initiative to attack any force, he needed these people to be honest and obedient. But after all, the doomsday was full of dangers, and Chinyu had no clones, so it was impossible to keep an eye on every camp. So reducing their weapons and ammunition became a means of saving lives. Of course, Chinyu would not just rely on robbing, otherwise it would go against his original intention. On the desolate road. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was at its strongest, and everyone was sweating profusely. Chinyu held a piece of paper with a few paragraphs written on it, which roughly said that some of their weapons or ammunition would be requisitioned and repaid with other materials in a month. After reading it, someone muttered, "In this environment, this thing has no legal effect even if it is signed." Hearing this, Chinyu naturally understood what they were thinking, and then said, "Indeed, whether you sign or not, it will not have a binding effect, so it is just to comfort you psychologically." Then he paused and added, "I will not make things difficult for those who do not sign, but if you sign, if we win later, you will definitely get unimaginable benefits. Let's discuss it, okay?" The other party hesitated. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded and said, "Whatever." After saying that, he raised his hand to signal the others to step back. Then the other side of more than 30 people gathered together, and 4 of them retreated into the team and began to whisper. "What do you think?" Hearing this, a man in his 30s frowned and said, "These people don't look easy to mess with. Although they say they won't make things difficult for us, no one knows whether we can go back alive." After the voice fell, another woman followed up and said, "We have been using those firecrackers and steel balls for so long, and it seems that the frequency is not very long. Yeah, the nearby camps are basically empty anyway, so why not give it a try?" About half a minute later, these people had already made up their minds, and then sent a representative to take a pen and prepare to write his name. Seeing this, Chinyu said, "Just write the approximate name of your camp." The man was stunned for a moment, then erased it and rewrote a few words. Then Chinyu didn't look at it carefully, but put it directly in his pocket. Then the group handed over half of the equipment, and after Chinyu checked it, he turned around and left with the people. Although there was only an old-fashioned hunting rifle, it was barely usable. After they left, someone spit on the ground and said depressedly, "We said we could leave if we wanted, but there are so many zombies along the way, it's obvious that they are waiting for us here." Okay, don't be like a grudge woman, he could obviously rob our camp, but he insisted on doing this unnecessary thing, so stop talking. The group of people packed up and continued to rush to their own camp. But what surprised them along the way was that they didn't encounter other survivors to rob things. Little did they know that it was precisely because of the mediation of Qinyu's camp that similar survivors around them were being watched, such as the one-eyed man. Even if he wanted to withdraw, Qinyu would not agree. Qinyu would never allow such people to develop. On that day, Qinyu and Zhang Liping each caught up with those who had left. Among them, there were still two forces that did not intend to sign, and their attitude was very bad, cursing. Qinyu did not care about this. They were far apart from each other, and with Shang Wanjing's camp watching them, it was impossible for them to join forces. As long as they didn't mix together, it would be hard for them to pose a threat. Still in the abandoned stadium. It was dusk, the light was a little darker, and the wind began to blow. Qinyu looked up and whispered, "It looks like it's going to rain." Xiao Jiao stood beside him and said, "It's a good time to take a shower." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang out. Qinyu smiled, turned around and walked towards Zhang Liping and others, saying, "I thought you would only listen to that blind man." Who? Although Zhang Liping was in her 40s and a little bloated, she was very quick-witted. She quickly reacted and sneered, "It's that one-eyed man who has been trying to sow discord between you and me. Who cares about him? Then why did you take the lead before?" Qinyu had a faint smile on his face. "If I don't do that, will you let these people withdraw?" Zhang Liping was combing her hair in front of the mirror and answered casually. Hearing this, Qinyu looked at her with a high eye and said softly, "Very good, I like to deal with smart people, but how did you see that?" Hearing this, Zhang Liping quickly tied her hair up with a rubber band and turned back to say, "I have also managed people, so I naturally know how difficult it is to manage a large number of people, not to mention that they are a group of people I have not had much contact with before." Qinyu nodded slightly and said, "There are a few more questions I need to ask clearly." Just as he finished speaking, it started to drizzle. Zhang Liping stood under the eaves, stretched out her hand to feel the rain, and said, "Let's talk after taking a shower." Then they walked to other places, and stood directly on the open ground. Many people even lay on the ground in a big letter shape, letting the rain wash over their bodies. Seeing this, Qinyu didn't care and let them go on. It's strange to say that since the zombies appeared, except for the dirty rain at the beginning, it seems that the rain doesn't need to be filtered now. For more than a year, rainwater can be drunk directly after boiling, so many people regard this as an opportunity to take a shower. After all, not everyone is in the mood to take a shower every day. In the doomsday, most survivors are a little dirty. Soon the rain became heavier, and more than half of the people were outside in the rain, and some even took out a piece of soap. The next second, Qinyu saw someone holding detergent and pouring it directly on his head. Except for women, who were still wearing clothes, most men were only wearing pants. Qinyu led people to collect some wood and prepared to make a fire to dry clothes for Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang. Chapter 969. It is now the end of October, and it is still a bit cool after the rain. If the clothes are wet and stick to the body, it will inevitably be uncomfortable. Although the stadium is very empty, everyone has chosen their own area, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The zombies can't get in from the outside, and the door is blocked. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Zhang Liping came alone to the area where Qinyu and others rested. There were also people on guard, but he had been informed in advance, so he didn't stop them. As soon as she approached within 5 meters, Qinyu opened his eyes almost instantly and sat up. "Good morning." Zhang Liping greeted with a smile, then pointed to the middle of the stadium and asked her to go over and talk. Qinyu nodded and followed her. There are a lot of zombies blocking the train, probably hundreds of them, and the most important thing is that there are also zombies in the next few carriages. Zhang Liping kicked the soil on the ground and said, "So many?" Qinyu frowned slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Liping smiled and said, "It shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" "Why do you say that?" Qinyu pretended not to understand. Seeing this, Zhang Liping pointed to the group of people behind him and said, "Your men never panic when they encounter zombies. They stare at each other's blind spots and kill them in an orderly manner with knives. This level is not available in ordinary camps." The next second, Qinyu shook his head and said, "They are not my men." "Oh!" Zhang Liping blinked. "You're not even the one in charge?" They are all my partners and teammates, even brothers. Because Zhang Liping doesn't look stupid, Qinyu is willing to talk to her a little more. Lend me a few people, I should be able to clean up those zombies in a week, but I don't know where to get so much coal now. Hearing this, Qinyu said, you go and deal with the train issue, and leave the coal to me. Are you sure? Zhang Liping smiled, crossed her arms and said, this is not the end of the world, where can you get it? Since he had never come into contact with this kind of coal-burning train before, seeing her expression at this time, Qinyu paused and asked, how much coal is needed to run this kind of train? Well, it depends on how far the distance is. Hearing this, Qinyu thought about it and gave an answer. What if it is about 700 kilometers? How much? Zhang Liping widened her eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that the Salvation Gate is 700 kilometers away from us? Qinyu hesitated, but nodded slightly. The next second, Zhang Liping looked at the young man in front of her and said, what kind of hatred is it that makes them come all the way to get you? After saying this, Qinyu put his hands in his pockets and said, in my opinion, the two sides don't have much hatred, but I can't accept the ideas of that group of people in the Doomsday. They treat pregnant women cruelly, and even ask them to commit suicide after giving birth. At this point, Qinyu paused. What I am mainly worried about is that they will attack us in the future. It is unrealistic to travel long distances now, but no one can predict what will happen in 2 years, or even 5 years. What's more, our camp has been discovered, but we don't know where they are. There is only a mark on the map. Zhang Liping listened and said, indeed, the enemies nowadays are not like before. They will consider many things. In the Doomsday, if they don't like you, they will just kill you, and no one will stand up for you. Well, that's about the same reason. It would be better if humans didn't kill each other. Zhang Liping was amused by his words, and curled her lips, and said, even in the past, humans still fought non-stop. So how much coal do you need? Give me an accurate number. If it's more than 700 kilometers, it will probably take this much. Zhang Liping raised her right hand and spread her palm. 500 kilograms? Qinyu tentatively said a number. After he finished speaking, Zhang Liping rolled her eyes in front of him. Including the return trip, I estimate you need to prepare 50 tons. This is only 700 kilometers. If it's a full trip, you will need more coal. So much. Qinyu suddenly felt a headache. If we use a semi-trailer to transport it, we need 2, right? Nowadays, it is different from the past. If you want to transport so much coal, you must first consider whether zombies will block the road, and then consider the vehicles. So, since it is quite far away, why not forget it? Zhang Liping glanced at the others and found that they were already preparing hot food, and then said, at worst, we can move to another place. Qinyu did not accept Zhang Liping's idea. After thinking about it, he said, moving is very troublesome. After so much development, who has the energy to continue to go to other places? What's more, some of the relatively good areas nowadays may have been occupied by others. In that case, there is no problem. Zhang Liping nodded and said, anyway, I have said almost everything I should say. It depends on how you solve it. After that, she returned to her area. After Qinyu returned, he also informed everyone of the content of the conversation just now. After listening to it, everyone also showed a solemn expression. De Zhuang turned his head and looked over there, and asked, could it be that this woman is bluffing us, just to make us retreat? Hearing this, Zhang Yin thought for a moment and said, what good will this do for her? Zhang Yin is right. There is no gain without pain. The reason they formed an alliance with us is nothing more than that resources are scarce now, and some people do not have the means to rob other forces. Our appearance at this time undoubtedly gives them an opportunity. After that, everyone was silent. 50 tons of coal may not be a lot before the end of the world, but where can we find it in the current environment? A few seconds later, Qinyu took a bite of the cake and said, so let's split into 2 groups. Who will take a few people and follow that woman to deal with the zombies? As soon as the words fell, several people in front of him raised their hands. Seeing this, Qinyu thought for a moment and said, then Shi Hao, you follow Brother Xiao. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang will follow me to find places where there may be coal. Alate pointed at himself, what about me? Hearing this, Qinyu thought for a moment and said, you also follow us, but you can't go too far. We will go to find coal, and you will go to find a semi-trailer. Okay, that's it. Xiao Jiao nodded, no objection. He also knew that Qinyu asked him to follow the one-eyed man, and the others, most likely to keep an eye on them to prevent them from messing around. Qinyu stood up and stretched out his hand in front of him, saying, this is the first time we have dealt with so many people recently. Everyone should be careful, and don't let down your guard. Chapter 970. Several people stood up and put their hands together, then encouraged each other and dispersed. Qinyu walked to Shenming and said, "We will not set off for the time being. Do you want to go back first?" Hearing this, Shenming tilted her head and looked at him and asked, "But it is not convenient to communicate now. How will you contact us when the time comes?" After listening, Qinyu thought about it, and felt that what she said made sense, so he changed his words and said, "Then you should also take people to the power plant to have a look. If it is not occupied by the zombies, come back and inform us." "Okay." Shenming nodded, but suddenly she thought of something and asked curiously, "You asked us to gather this group of people, but there is no way to leave. Why did you do this?" "I just want to see how many people will come, and how many will leave." "Okay." Seeing this, Shenming said no more and turned to greet her people. Not many, probably only a dozen. Now her camp is under intense reconstruction, and she can't leave too many survivors, otherwise it will be a disaster if something happens. Qinyu also said that she would help with the construction after the project was completed, or she could bring people here directly. Anyway, it depends on whether it will be successful next. The 200 people in the abandoned stadium were divided into two groups. The two groups of people were optimized again, according to their familiarity, and formed some small groups. Qihao followed Xiao Jiao and left. There were only about a dozen people left in the stadium, all of whom followed Qinyu. "I rarely came to this city before. There were fires in many places, and even corpses were everywhere on the ground." Qinyu led everyone out of the passage and began to look for the map. But unfortunately, even if they could find it, most of it was polluted by the environment, making it difficult to distinguish the information. There was no way. It was like this in the Doomsday. Many news were difficult to obtain, and they could only find it step by step. Walking on the dilapidated streets, zombies would occasionally walk out of those abandoned shops and stagger towards them. Qinyu picked up a rusty iron rod from the ground, waited twice, and then threw it directly forward, but did not kill it all at once. Then Zhang Yin took the knife and walked forward to finish off the enemy, and turned back and said, "It's not a good idea to keep looking like this." Hearing this, Qinyu looked around and said, "How about this? Everyone separate, form groups of 3, and gather here in an hour. Let's check the time." After he finished speaking, everyone gathered together, checked each other's watches, and then left. Qinyu nodded to Zhang Yin and to Zhuang, and said, let's go this way." Entering a shop full of ruins, the three of them went to another street. But unfortunately, it is too difficult to find this thing. After all, it is not like before. You can just call and ask, "Where can I buy coal?" Half an hour later, Qinyu and his 3 friends found a few bags of coal in a community. It seems that someone bought them for firewood. De Zhuang shot a zombie in security uniform with a bow and arrow, saying, "This is not enough, only 5 bags of coal, what can you do?" Qinyu covered his mouth and nose with his right hand, pushed open the iron door, and walked over to check, then said, "Mosquito legs are also meat. Never mind, take it away, I go find a tool." After saying that, he walked out of the community alone. If I remember correctly, I saw a supermarket cart lying on the ground on the road before. But unfortunately, one of the wheels was broken. Seeing this, Qinyu looked around and walked towards a grocery store on the side of the road. After searching for a while, Qinyu returned with a rusty screwdriver and fiddled with the wheel of the cart for a while. Then he inserted the screwdriver and tried it. It could barely be pushed normally, and then he took the cart back to the community. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang had already moved the coal to the open area outside, where it could be directly loaded into the cart. After searching for a while again, there was no clue, so the 3 began to return to the place they had agreed on before. Soon other people began to appear, and everyone exchanged information, but they all came back empty-handed. However, others also found a few bags of loose coal, but they were not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Qinyu had seen the coal factory before, and because it was often moved by that group of people, there was not much coal left. Secondly, for some unknown reason, it seemed that it had been abandoned before the end of the world, so the stock was not much. Qinyu only roughly estimated that it should be only a few tons, so it was better to move it at the end. Just when everyone thought there would be no more gains, Goli appeared with a list, and his face was full of surprise. Because he didn't pay attention to the road, he was even knocked down by the rope and fell. However, Goli did not rest, but ran to the front of everyone excitedly and said excitedly, "Look, what is this?" After the words fell, Qinyu reached out to take it, and the others also gathered around. The content on the list was a recruitment advertisement, which seemed to be posted by a logistics park. After reading it, someone looked puzzled and said, "This is to recruit drivers, not coal miners, it seemed useless. I thought so at first, but look carefully. As he said, Goli pointed to the line of small words below. However, due to the time, it was a little unclear. Seeing this, Jinyu raised the paper above his head, facing it to the sun, then narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly read out the content on it. Because the driver was injured suddenly, we are now urgently recruiting for people with A2 driver's licenses. Health is the priority. After reading this, the following words were really unclear. Then Jinyu looked carefully again and found that there was another key message, which read, within 2 days, that is, before May 9th, no waiting after the time limit. Seeing this, Jinyu's face was solemn. He always felt that this date was familiar. Goli said quickly, at first I didn't think there was any problem, but this time made me feel wrong. What's wrong? Dazhuang took the paper and looked at it, wondering, maybe they don't want to delay the transportation, so they asked for a time limit. That's nothing, right? No. Jinyu shook his head and remembered something. He said seriously, you all forgot when the zombies broke out? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and thought carefully. Zhang Yin snapped his fingers and said in surprise, when the chaos broke out, I looked at the time, it was May 9th. Jinyu was also a little surprised at this moment. After analyzing it, he said, if the logistics park was recruiting because the driver was injured at that time, but the subsequent zombie outbreak, they might not be able to go on the road. After all, no one wants to work well at this time. Chapter 971. What if the coal has already been shipped out? Someone standing nearby said. Jinyu turned his head and found that this person had joined the camp later. The other person looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head and said, I don't have to pour cold water on you, but the address above is a bit far away. The logistics park is basically not in the city. Hearing this, Jinyu did not blame him, but whispered, it's better than groping here. Nowadays, many people can hardly find the location of the power plant without the navigation map. Let's go back to the stadium first, and see if anyone has found more information. If not, let's go here and see. For cars, shouldn't all have left? After saying that, everyone started to return. At noon, there was still no one in the stadium, which looked very desolate. But suddenly someone found a football, and then several people started to play on the lawn. Of course, there is no lawn now, just some dirt. Dazhuang asked Jinyu if he wanted to play together, and he said that he would go around and everyone just relax. This stadium is very large and should be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people before the apocalypse. What's more amazing is that there are only a few dozen zombies scattered inside. The last time those people came, they led the zombies here out, and then locked the doors to prevent more zombies from entering. Jinyu walked in the stadium, but unfortunately, he didn't find any useful weapons. There were a few fire axes hanging on the wall. Seeing this, he wrapped the stones with dirty clothes on the ground and took out the axes. Although these were not sharpened, they were more than enough to deal with zombies. Except for Zhang Liping and the one-eyed man who went to further places, the others were searching for the whereabouts of coal in the city, and basically began to return in the evening. However, what surprised Jinyu was that other people also found bulk coal, but did not bring it back, because there was too little, and it was a waste of effort to carry it. He did not say anything about this. After all, carrying goods in a city full of zombies is dangerous in itself. It's okay if you don't want to bring it, it won't make Jinyu blame them. After listening to the reports from everyone, Jinyu immediately decided to go to the logistics park. It was only about 30 kilometers away from the city, so he had to find some cars. At this time, Alay brought good news. Although he didn't find the whereabouts of the semi-trailer, he met a cycling club with many bicycles. As long as you oil the chain and clean it again, you should be able to ride it. Hearing this, Jinyu thought about it, so he only kept about 20 people and asked the rest to return to their respective camps first. Zhang Liping had pointed out the location of the steam train in advance, so everyone just needed to bring supplies and ammunition and gather there 7 days later. If it still couldn't be restarted, then everyone would go home. In this regard, Jinyu could only implement Plan B and lead all the zombies there according to the route on the map. Although this would take a lot of time, it was more conscientious than blowing up roads and destroying bridges. And Jinyu also needed to go home. In order to meet up with Shang Wanjing and others, he had to follow the route of the train and let Shang Wanjing and others get on the train at the nearest place. So after getting the coal, he had to send a letter to Shang Wanjing to avoid the two of them missing each other. They acted right away, and everyone went to the cycling club to move all the bicycles back to the abandoned gymnasium. They even planned to move many parts. Fortunately, there were too many abandoned cars on the road, resulting in almost no survivors to collect supplies. Even if they entered, the large group of zombies would be difficult for most people to deal with. But now, the thing that Chinyu lacked the most was people. So it only took 2 hours. One group of people made noise to attract the zombies, and another group of people dressed in zombie skins mixed in to guide them, and they were quickly cleared. Then they moved things. That night, many fires were lit in the gymnasium, basically lighting up the corners, and everyone was busy. Fortunately, repairing bicycles is not a difficult task. There are complete tire repair tools, and there is a repair shop on the next street, which can just be replenished. Secondly, Chinyu also said that except for the bicycles they need to go to the logistics park, the rest will be divided equally among the camps according to the number of people. In this way, no matter how many people there are in the camps, they can all get a few bicycles. In the Doomsday, this thing can be recycled, and it is quiet and not easy to attract zombies. For most camps, it is a good material. Although there are already more than a dozen bicycles in the villa area where Chinyu is, who would think that this thing is too much? Even if you don't ride it, it's good to use it to carry supplies. He is reluctant to use horses to carry goods. Until dawn, all bicycles have been basically repaired, and there are about 70 bicycles that can be used, and more than a dozen of them are really unrepairable. In this way, everyone took a break. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, Chinyu distributed the extra bicycles to other camps and let them leave. Even the villa area was given a few bicycles, so it was barely a wasted trip. Those who could participate in this operation were all the best in each camp. They survived in the wild, and would not be easily bitten to death by zombies. Other survivors saw so many of them moving around, and unless they were kicked in the head by a donkey, they would naturally not dare to come out and cause trouble. Even if this time was still a wasted trip, everyone didn't have any complaints. After all, they were idle at home anyway, and they couldn't find food when they went out, so it was always a good thing to have some gains. After they left, Chinyu also led the 20-odd people to set off. Fortunately, someone in the team had lived in this city before, so he recognized the address of the logistics park. With him leading the way, everyone slowly headed towards the suburbs. Not long after leaving the city, the last person was accidentally startled by a zombie that walked out, and fell directly on the road, and his knees were bleeding. And there was more than one zombie. Several of them walked towards him in a scattered manner. The young man was about 20 years old, about the same age as Chinyu, but because of his injury, his movements were very panicked at this time, and he could only keep retreating on the ground. Seeing this, his two teammates also stopped the car and rushed over to help, but the wall next to them suddenly collapsed, revealing dozens or even hundreds of zombies. The zombies turned their heads instantly, their faces shriveled and rotten, growling as they walked toward the road outside. Just when the three thought they were doomed, Chinyu rushed back with his men and joined the team to kill the zombies without saying anything. Then, Zhang-Yin and Alei lifted the street lamp that was hit by the car and blocked it horizontally at the gap. At the same time, the others separated, in groups of 8, and pushed the scrap car over to block it. Chapter 972. A seemingly dangerous zombie crisis was easily solved by Chinyu and his men. At this moment, the two men supported their injured teammates and stood on the roadside, looking at the opposite side with envy. In contrast, the camp where they were located did not have such tacit understanding at all. Although they would not abandon their teammates when they encountered danger, most of the time, one more person was bitten to death by zombies. It would be great if we could also have such tacit understanding. Suddenly, one person spoke out his true feelings. The injured man looked at his knees, gritted his teeth, and said, "I firmly believe that as long as we follow these people, we will definitely get better and better in the future." The camp where these three people are located is in a ravine. There are quite a few survivors, but most of them are honest people who are basically unable to fight against too many forces in the Doomsday. But fortunately, the location where they are located is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Cars cannot enter, and can only walk, and no one usually goes there. In addition, this group of people are very smart. They collect the wandering zombies together, and let them wander under the mountain, so they live longer and longer. However, there were only about 30 people who could come to help this time. Chinyu saw that most of them had simple faces, were not good at speaking, and were very united with each other, so he let most of them go back. After all, it was definitely more dangerous to be outside in the apocalypse than at home. There was no need to let these people follow you, as they would only get hurt in vain. Soon Chinyu led people to block the zombies again. He picked up the bicycle, saw that the wheel hub was a little distorted, and then walked towards the three people and said, "How are your injuries?" "It's okay, nothing serious," the injured young man replied. I have someone check you when we get to the destination. Xinyu didn't say anything. He couldn't stay at this moment. He turned around and waved. Dajwan came over. You sit on his back seat, and let him take you there. Xinyu said to the young man, who expressed his gratitude. Luckily, Xinyu installed a back seat on some bicycles in advance. After all, they will be used to pull things in the future, so they will definitely need to add a back seat. Then everyone continued on their way, trying to get to the logistics park as soon as possible. An abandoned villa somewhere in Pawnee Bay. Several people were imprisoned on the first floor. They all had iron chains tied to their hands, firmly tied to different furniture. Although Fang Xian didn't want to treat Jiangchen, she really couldn't bear to see the dungeon environment where Lin Hao and Li Yao were, so she really used all her skills. With the help of silver needles and various ancient prescriptions, Jiangchen's illness gradually improved. Then Fang Xian took the opportunity to make a request. She hoped to change the environment for Lin Hao and others. After all, if they were also sick, she would be distracted and the progress of treatment might be affected. Jiangchen's power is huge now, with more and more subordinates. Many small and medium-sized forces nearby have been annexed by him, and his equipment has been replenished. He is simply in his prime. So he didn't take it to heart, and directly agreed to Fang Xian's request. In the hall, Lin Hao looked at the soldier patrolling back and forth with a gun, turned his head, and winked at Li Yao, who understood, and immediately fell to the ground holding his stomach, and the whole person began to tremble slowly. Seeing this, Lin Hao took the opportunity to shout loudly, "Hey, how are you?" Hearing this, the patrol soldier just glanced over and then did nothing. Then Lin Hao tried to stand up, but his right hand was tied, so he took off one shoe and threw it over there, shouting again, "If she gets into trouble, you just wash your necks and wait for death." As soon as these words came out, the soldier's face darkened, and he took out the baton from his waist and prepared to teach Lin Hao a lesson. But at this moment, the person next to him pulled him back, and then another person whispered, "This guy is right, the little girl has been coming here from time to time recently, and you know Brother Chen's attitude." Hearing this, the soldier pondered for a moment, and had to turn around and walk towards Li Yao. He squatted down, poked Li Yao's calf with a baton, and asked, "If you are not dead, make a sound." Compared with Lin Hao, Li Yao was much better. She had not been tortured, let alone beaten. Except that her clothes were a little dirty, and her mental state was much worse. She was no different from before. On the other hand, Lin Hao was basically covered with bruises, but fortunately he was thick-skinned and tough, and being beaten a few times was commonplace. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Li Yao was lying on the ground, trembling and raising her left hand. With cold sweat on her forehead, she said, "I have a stomachache. If you won't die, just bear with it." After hearing this, the soldier didn't take it seriously, and turned around to leave. But the next second, Li Yao reached out and grabbed his trouser leg, and said very weakly, "I just want to get some sun." Then another person came over and took a look, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Her lips are a little pale. I think she really has some problems. Anyway, it's better to let her die in the yard than to die under our noses." Having said that, the two looked at each other, then took out the key and opened the chain. Then one of them wanted to help her, but Li Yao had already struggled to get up from the ground and limped outside. Of course, she was not injured, she was just pretending. Seeing this, the two did not care and followed her. Although the woman was beautiful and had a good figure, they would not be blind and make a fuss. What Brother Chen hated most was that someone would wantonly bully women, even if he was surrounded by all kinds of beauties. But he also knew what kind of morals a group of men in the doomsday would have. So if there were survivors who chose to engage in that kind of profession in order to survive, he would not bother to care. Nowadays, both Pawnee Bay and Jiashiman have special places to receive some people, and no one would choose to attack other women. In the courtyard, Li Yao held the pillar with her hands, closed her eyes, and felt the sun. She just felt dizzy. At this moment, she was holding a deflated balloon in her hand, and she could only hope that Lin Hao was not lying. Half a month ago, when they were still in the basement. At that time, Li Yao and Lin Hao were locked in corners, and they were basically not allowed to go out except to go to the toilet. In addition, the guards were all outside, and the two of them were fixed with their hands and feet, and could not move. After a long time, they could only chat to pass the time. It was from then on that Lin Hao took off his eye mask in front of Li Yao, and tore off his scar at the same time. Li Yao's face was full of disbelief, and then she realized that Lin Hao had been pretending to be blind. And she found that Lin Hao and Lin Yi did look a bit alike. It was just that because he was wearing an eye mask at the time, Li Yao could not recognize him at all. Chapter 973. Because she misheard? She also misheard the word E as something else. Later in the basement, Lin Hao told Li Yao his final plan for the first time. He had actually calculated all of this. Lin Hao was very smart, otherwise, he wouldn't have so much wealth at such a young age. Lin Hao had been with Jiang Chen for a long time, and he knew very well that it was basically difficult to compete with him on his own. Moreover, he always believed that some of the things he could realize might not be beyond the enemy's imagination. In the face of the absolute difference in numbers and force, all resistance is futile. But in the current situation, Lin Hao has no way to gather a group of people to fight for him, and money has no meaning for the survivors. He also has no way to win people's hearts with food. After all, if he does so, Jiang Chen will definitely find out in advance. At first, Lin Hao also thought about escaping, but he was worried that he would be hunted down, and secondly, he had lived enough of the hard life before and never wanted to go back to the past. And there is another big reason why Lin Hao did not leave, that is, he hopes that when he finds his sister in the future, he can also let her not suffer. Later, after hearing about Xiao Yi's recent situation from Li Yao, Lin Hao was completely relieved and started his own plan. But if you want to succeed, you need a lot of sacrifices. He has been with Jiang Chen since a long time ago, and Lin Hao took the opportunity to blind one eye to gain more trust from him. Lin Hao naturally knows that being with a king is like being with a tiger. What makes him even more confused is that Jiang Chen rarely takes action, but the people around him are more powerful than each other. So in order to implement it smoothly, Lin Hao chose to show weakness. He pretended to be blind, bribed the doctor in advance, and then made Jiang Chen completely believe that he had blinded one eye. Later, taking advantage of the doctor's greed and jealousy, Lin Hao found a second doctor, thus affecting the status of the first one. That person was worried every day, worried that he would be replaced one day, so he begged Lin Hao for help and even threatened him secretly. But in the doomsday, it was too easy to get rid of a person. Even dealing with the corpse did not require any thought, the zombies could do it for him. After that, Lin Hao naturally got rid of the only person who knew that he was pretending to be blind. But this was not enough. Lin Hao did not know how many people Jiang Chen had and what weapons he had. The only thing he knew was this bit of information about Pawnee Bay. But what if Jiang Chen had more than one camp? Lin Hao made a worst-case scenario, which was that Jiang Chen was also showing weakness. He didn't think he was the smartest person in the world. Now, in order to reunite with his sister, Lin Hao took every step very carefully. Only he knew this plan from beginning to end. He didn't know Jiang Chen's background, but the latter knew everything about him. Whenever he gathered the survivors, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Jiang Chen's eyes. So Lin Hao took a risk and chose another way. That is, to borrow the power of zombies. There are more zombies in the south, and there are groups of zombies, and even zombie tides everywhere. To gather humans, you need a lot of things, but zombies are different. As long as there is fresh or even rotten flesh and blood, they will gather together. For this reason, when Lin Hao robbed various forces for Jiang Chen before, he would take the opportunity to talk to one of them. He only robbed supplies, not kill people, and he would secretly leave a little every time, so there were people willing to help. In order to prevent Jiang Chen from suspecting him, Lin Hao rarely went out except for missions, so Jiang Chen started to get suspicious when he walked so far last time. There was no way to communicate in the apocalypse, so even if Lin Hao had contact with those camps before, no one would think much of it. After all, people or things could change drastically in a few months. For these reasons, when Lin Hao resisted Jiang Chen, he did not hide anything and even showed his true ability. But the ending was obvious. He could not beat Jiang Chen even if he tried his best. But as he got more and more injured, Lin Hao was more certain that Jiang Chen had begun to relax his vigilance. During this time, he has been keeping track of the wind direction, just to see when the wind will blow towards the city. After missing many opportunities in a row, Lin Hao finally managed to find a little pattern. It would be impossible for him to do this by himself, so he could only ask Li Yao to help. There is only one entrance to Pawnee Bay, and even a bird cannot fly out. But what if it is not a bird? If Jiang Chen is more careful, he will know that among the people who died last time because of helping Lin Hao find his sister, one of them has a special relationship with Lin Hao. This person has been following Lin Hao since the zombie outbreak. Using his fake death identity, Lin Hao successfully got him out of Panyuan's control. At that time, Jiang Chen didn't realize that Lin Hao had actually started to plot against him so early. According to the instructions, the person contacted other looted camps and asked them to lead the zombies to one area. In the apocalypse, the most suitable place for zombies to hide in the abandoned city is the abandoned stadium. Even if it is to search for supplies, no one will go to such a place. Lin Hao's trump card against Jiang Chen all along was the more than 30,000 zombies he had hidden. Because of the huge number, it took almost a year to complete. But fortunately, the number of zombies in the southern region far exceeded that in the north, and there were even zombies migrating there continuously. No one was too full to observe whether the number of zombies decreased. After listening to his plan, Li Yao was stunned. What she didn't expect was that Lin Hao was not unable to escape at all, but was ready to eat Jiang Chen, even if he was injured again and again. Lin Hao had 6 confidants outside, all of whom were bitten to death by zombies. If Jiang Chen went to see the bodies in person, he would find that the faces of each of them were bitten to pieces. These 6 people would stay in front of an astronomical telescope as soon as the sun rose, staring at Pani Bay from a distance. Of course, this was quite time-consuming, so Lin Hao later got them a few solar panels. There were plenty of these things in Pani Bay, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to even ask. The 6 people found many mobile phones, charged them, and fixed them on the telescope, and started recording. With these tools, a simple monitoring device was completed. Every night, someone would play the videos at double speed, quickly check to confirm whether the message was sent, and delete it directly if it was not. Pani Bay is a small island, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with only one road for entry and exit. The red balloon in Li Yao's hand represents the signal. Even if it can't float out, it can slowly fly into the sky. When people outside find it, they will open the door of the abandoned gymnasium. At this time, if Pani Bay breaks out again, it will undoubtedly be a huge bait. Chapter 974. As the balloon appeared, someone in the yard noticed something was wrong, and was ready to shoot it down with a gun. But the next second, the gate of the villa was pushed open, and Fong Xian happened to appear here, and stopped him loudly. "Why are you using a gun?" Hearing this, the soldier held a gun and explained, "I don't want to shoot her." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao had broken free from the chains at some point, and stood directly behind the man, knocking him unconscious with a palm knife. Li Yao hadn't been out in the sun for a long time, and now she was a little weak. She held onto the fence and said, "It seems that this thing can't tie you up at all." Hearing this, Lin Hao took off his scar, pulled out a thin wire from it, and said with a smile, "The people I met before taught me how to unlock the door, and later saved me several times." Seeing that the 2 fainted people had been subdued, Fong Xian quickly closed the door and entered. She trotted to Li Yao's side, and then took out a small set of tools from her bag. Li Yao took a look and found that it was a silver needle. Fong Xian took out one, then walked to the side of the fainted man and squatted down, saying, "Brother Hao, please show his chin." "What for?" Lin Hao did not move, but threw away the eye mask directly. Anyway, he had decided to do the last job, so he didn't need this thing. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiang Chen's current illness had improved a lot, and he only needed to take medicine on time. According to Fong Xian, she hadn't seen Jiang Chen for many days. Lin Hao guessed that he should go to the Jiashiman, right? Fong Xian held the silver needle in her hand and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to make Panyawan chaotic? After thinking about it, I think there is a good way." Hearing this, Lin Hao followed her instructions, and put his right hand under the man's neck and raised it. Fong Xian looked at it, and took the silver needle, and pierced it from the side of the man's jaw. After a few seconds, she said again, "Turn the man over." Lin Hao nodded, and continued to turn over. Fong Xian found a spot behind the man's neck and whispered, "This is the Yamen acupoint, which can cause muteness, and can also cure muteness." After finishing, Fong Xian stood up and said, "Okay, this man will not be able to speak for a short time." Hearing this, Lin Hao glanced at the harmless-looking little girl in front of him and said, "She is a little girl, but she is quite cruel." Fong Xian didn't think so and said, "It's better than you killing them, right? Besides, these people have killed many people, committed many evils, and helped the tiger. This is called retribution. Come on, there's another one in the house." Soon, Fong Xian destroyed the Yamen acupoints of the 2 men with silver needles, and then Lin Hao took her to other courtyards to subdue the remaining people. Currently, there are about 8 soldiers on duty in Pani Bay. These are not soldiers, and they have never even touched a gun before. Jiang Chen trained them for better management, so he changed their identities for centralized management. In this way, all 8 people were subdued in one morning. Afterwards, Lin Hao did not take their guns. After all, there were only so many of them, and the firepower at the entrance was even stronger. Taking these guns would not have any effect, but would alert the people outside. At noon, 8 people woke up slowly while lying in an open space. They checked each other's bodies, but found that their weapons and ammunition were all there, and there was not even a single wound on their bodies. But soon someone found something wrong. It was too quiet, and no one spoke. The next second, one of them tried to speak, but his voice was very hoarse, and no information could be heard at all. The 8 people looked at each other, all showing horrified expressions. They ran to the exit in panic, gesturing to the people outside. But those people were not the worms in their stomachs. How could they know what they were saying? It was not until an hour later that the dozens of people realized that something was wrong. But so much time had passed. Lin Hao had already taken Li Yao and Fong Xian to hide. As for the others, Lin Hao had no way to save them. They had been tortured to the point of not looking like human beings. Fong Xian just took a look and almost issued a death notice. Everyone exuded a faint aura of death. The soldier standing guard at the gate sent a large number of people in to capture Fong Xian, wanting her to treat those people, but they could not find anyone. Pan Yi Bei was a distance away from the Jiushi men, and if they wanted to contact them, they had to drive to the transfer station, where there was equipment to increase the range of the walkie-talkie, but they did not dare to leave their posts. After all, Jiang Chen was moody, and if something happened, he might throw all of them into the sea to feed the fish. As the balloon flew higher and higher, Lin Hao began to plan what to do next. He brought the 2 girls to the location of the villa where they used to live. However, when they got closer, the 3 smelled a foul odor. When they got closer, they saw that the dog that Lin Hao had raised before had turned into a pool of black juice. White maggots were crawling inside. Seeing this, Lin Hao's expression was slightly moved. Seeing this, Fong Xian explained, Tuanchuan was starved every day before, but someone came here to use the toilet, and Tuanchuan kept barking when he saw it, and then he was shot to death by that person. Then she added, the murderer is the first person I silenced. Yes. Lin Hao nodded, said nothing more, and walked forward. But Fong Xian pulled the corner of his clothes, frowned and said, you have so many bruises on your body, how about I help you deal with it? It's okay, you won't die. At this moment, time is life. Lin Hao knows that every second is crucial, so he naturally doesn't want to delay. Okay. Fong Xian let go of him, stepped back a few steps and stood next to Li Yao saying, Sister Xiaoyao, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me, don't force yourself. Li Yao touched the back of Fong Xian's head, smiled and said nothing. Lin Hao found a wooden stick on the ground, went forward and searched in the black water for a long time. After more than 10 seconds, he picked up a small key. At the same time, some maggots also climbed onto his ankles. Lin Hao stood up and kicked his feet a few times to shake off the maggots. The next second Fong Xian ran forward and directly stepped on the maggots on the ground to death. While crushing them, she muttered, so disgusting. Lin Hao ignored her, but turned and walked to the ditch next to him and washed the key. Then, Lin Hao got out a big hammer from nowhere, walked towards the doghouse, and started smashing. At this moment, these scenes completely overturned Li Yao and Fong Xian's perception of Lin Hao. He seemed to have changed into a different person, no longer looking weak, with sharp eyes, swinging the hammer with concentration. After smashing, Lin Hao was about to clear the ruins, and Li Yao also came forward with a stick to help. Chapter 975. Seeing this, Fong Xian also wanted to help, but Li Yao turned around and said, Xin, you go outside and keep an eye on it. Call us if someone comes. Okay. Fong Xian nodded, walked outside obediently, and then hid in the bushes. As the bricks were moved away, Li Yao saw a small lock in the corner. No, if you don't break it open, you may not be able to see the lock. After all, no one would go to the doghouse if they have nothing to do. Lin Hao squatted down to open it, and then lifted it up with force. A large stone slab was moved away, and a staircase came into view. Seeing this, Lin Hao clapped his hands and said, I have sealed the basement below, and I have hidden a lot of supplies inside. Then he turned to Li Yao and said, Go and call Xin over, let's go down and hide for a night. Okay. Li Yao turned and left. After the two of them went down, Lin Hao put the ruins into the ditch, and then got a bunch of weeds and scattered them on the stone slab. Pawnee Bay has been abandoned for a long time now, and it is overgrown with weeds, and the last thing it lacks is grass. Lin Hao stood on the stairs, dragged the stone slab with both hands, and finally buckled it steadily. The basement was pitch black, and Fong Xian hugged Li Yao nervously, and she wanted to stick to her. Seeing this, Li Yao smiled and said, My clothes are dirty, don't get so close to me. After the voice fell, Fong Xian directly hugged Li Yao's waist. Sister Xiaoyao, hurry up and hug me, it's too dark down there. Hearing this, Lin Hao laughed, closed his eyes, and reached out to feel the wall. Then he walked slowly forward, walked a few meters away, squatted down, moved a stone, and fumbled out a plastic bag from it, which contained 2 candles and matches, and a transparent glass container. After lighting one, there was a faint light. Lin Hao put the glass cup on the candle, stood up and said, "Let's go, the basement here is quite deep." The 3 were about to leave, when they suddenly heard a noise above their heads, sounding like someone had entered. Seeing this, Lin Hao sighed softly and blew out the candle directly. However, after waiting for about half a minute, the people above seemed to gradually walk away. This was also planned by Lin Hao. If there were not so many grasses growing in the yard, it would be easily discovered. Before the rebellion, Lin Hao never let people use pesticides to weed, but let them grow naturally, and cut them directly when there were too many. Thinking of Xiaoya and Xiaoxue at this moment, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little sad. But he had no choice. Doing such a thing in the doomsday would definitely lead to sacrifices. Being able to protect Li Yao in this situation was the best Lin Hao could do. If he wanted to save more people, he would definitely be discovered by Jiangchen, the old fox. He Qian's death also deeply hurt Lin Hao, and now Yi Ji has disappeared again, and he doesn't even know whether she is dead or alive. But soon, Lin Hao will be stunned. The 3 of them walked into the basement, but found that the ground was in a mess, as if there were many empty cans. Seeing this, Fang Xian frowned and said, "Could it be that a mouse sneaked in?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yao reached out and poked her head, speechless. "Can your mouse open the can by itself?" As he spoke, Li Yao picked up 2 empty boxes from the ground, tore off the lid and handed one to her, saying, "Be careful." Lin Hao picked up a stone from the ground and took it in his hand, looked behind him, and then walked forward again. But as they got closer, the 3 of them found something wrong. In the corner, there was a person curled up. The clothes on his body were even dirty. Lin Hao walked over and squatted, and lifted the person's hair with his hand, and found that it was actually a woman. And she was an acquaintance. Li Yao was stunned and said, "I thought Yi Ji was dead. Why is she here?" Fang Xian was also confused. Lin Hao felt her pulse and frowned. Her heartbeat is very weak. I guess she won't live for a few days. Hearing this, Fang Xian looked at the wood in the room, thought for a while, and said, "It just so happens that I still have some medicinal materials left, which are just right for such an extremely weak person to take. But there is no casserole." Li Yao picked up an empty can inside. "It's okay, it's enough for emergency." Fang Xian walked aside and started to get busy. Lin Hao stood up and said, "I don't know what Yi Ji went through to appear here and be in a coma like this." "Does she know the existence of your basement?" Li Yao asked. "Except me, no one knows." "Then how did she get in? And there is no sign of the entrance being opened." Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, and said softly, "I left a vent in the basement, which leads to the sea. If Yi Ji was thrown into the sea, and happened to drift along the sea, it is not impossible to meet her." Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't think about it for now." After that, Lin Hao walked towards the firewood pile, and started unloading the wood. Li Yao walked over and asked curiously, "Why do you store this thing in the basement?" Lin Hao explained, "To make a noise." "Huh?" Li Yao was puzzled. The next second, Lin Hao took a piece of wood and tapped the cement floor under his feet. But Li Yao still didn't understand. Seeing this, Lin Hao explained, "A long time ago, a bearded man told me that cement is a poor conductor of heat. If it is in contact with fire for a long time, it will expand due to uneven heating. I remember now, concrete floors will explode when exposed to fire." Li Yao suddenly realized. Lin Hao snapped his fingers and said, "Under certain extreme conditions, people will have difficulty distinguishing what this sound is." At this moment, Fang Xian also came over and added, "So those people thought this thing was a bomb? Well, as long as they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would definitely not understand the source of the explosion at the first time." Then Lin Hao looked at Yi Ji, who was unconscious in the distance, and whispered, "In this chaotic doomsday environment, using this simple method can achieve the effect of fishing in troubled waters. No matter what method you use, as long as it can make a sound and achieve the goal at the same time, that's enough." Hearing this, Li Yao licked her cracked lips and said, "Doesn't that mean we need to make a lot of fires? That's why I collected the wood in this basement." Lin Hao smiled, turned around and fumbled in the pile of firewood, then took out a bag and threw it to Li Yao. Li Yao took it and opened it, and found that it contained food and water. Seeing this, Lin Hao also picked up a sealed bag and opened it. While eating, he said, "There are not many cans, and the rest are some compressed biscuits. Although they are expired, they should still be edible." Chapter 976. Li Yao wanted to give Fang Xian a piece, but she shook her head and sighed, saying, "That guy is okay with me, but he doesn't allow you to bring food and water. Every time he comes, he will let a few women search you." Sigh. Hearing this, Li Yao realized that Fang Xian must be talking about Jiang Chen, and then nodded and ate it herself. Before the doomsday, she had never eaten compressed biscuits, but now, she eats them frequently. The taste is a bit strange, but Lin Hao said that it's not serious if it's expired. The two of them sat on the pile of firewood and ate, while Fang Xian used wood blocks to build a simple stove and washed the cans with water. Although using this material to boil Chinese medicine would reduce the efficacy, it was an emergency after all, and it was not used frequently, so Fang Xian didn't care much. What's more, those medicinal materials were all found by Jiang Chen's people, and now she didn't need to go there in person. Time passed slowly, and several hours passed quickly. Lin Hao was sweating all over, and finally took off his shirt and carried those wood blocks with his bare chest. Li Yao did not stop at all and kept helping. She knew very well that this might be the only chance for the three of them to leave. At night, Fang Xian sneaked out to check and confirmed that there was no one else, then gently knocked on the stone slab. If it weren't for Lin Hao's help, she might not be able to lift it with her small body. In this way, while Lin Hao was carrying it back and forth, he regretted why he didn't hide a cart or something underneath, but soon, Fang Xian picked up a skateboard from somewhere and handed it down. Li Yao gave her a thumbs up, and then the three of them continued to work without saying anything. It was not until midnight that all the wood blocks were taken out. Then Lin Hao asked Li Yao and Fang Xian to rest for a while, and he would do the next thing himself. Seeing this, Li Yao asked with some concern, "You have been busy for so long, why don't we help you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "It's just physical work, it's nothing to me." After saying that, he was about to put the stone slab back on, but suddenly thought of something and said, "Li Yao, come here." When she came a little closer, Lin Hao said softly, "I believe in Yiji's character, but this is a critical moment after all, and we can't be careless. You should tie Yiji's hands. Remember to put them in front, not behind her." "Understood." Li Yao nodded and turned away. In the weed-covered yard, Lin Hao looked up at the night sky and murmured, Jiang Chen, I really don't know who will have the last laugh between us." At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yu and his group finally arrived at the logistics park. The sun came out very early, and there were many abandoned cars at the exit of the city. They had to avoid zombies, and avoid going the wrong way. As a result, the consumption of physical strength was also rising sharply. At this time, everyone was already very hot, and their clothes were wet with sweat and stuck to their bodies. Seeing the huge sign standing on the side of the road, Chen Yu raised one hand, and then pushed the bicycle slowly. "Be careful, prevent the zombies." Although they arrived at the destination, Chen Yu was not very happy. Not only him, but everyone else also looked worried. Because the exit of this logistics park was full of various vehicles, and some of the tires were flat. Chen Yu checked and said, "This kind of logistics park should have fixed entrances and exits. Let's go to the front and take a look." After the voice fell, he turned his head and said to the doctor and the team, "Please help the injured person treat the wound just now, so as not to get infected." Hearing this, the doctor hesitated for a few seconds and whispered, "He is not from our camp. Does he also need our iodine?" After this, Chen Yu thought about it and whispered, "Now we are all grasshoppers on the same line, regardless of you and me. Don't say such remarks in the future, go." The doctor was a little embarrassed and turned away quickly. Although he had never seen Chen Yu, he saw the changes in others. Those who can survive until now are almost all smart people, and of course they will not go looking for trouble casually. Chen Yu left 3 people to accompany the injured, and then continued to walk forward. After a while, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them again. The entrance here was even more blocked, and there were dozens of scattered zombies. They lowered their heads and wandered back and forth in the gaps of those abandoned cars. Because they were far away, they did not find any traces of Chen Yu and others. "What should we do next?" Dajwan looked around and said, "The road outside is full of cars. Even if the 4 coal trucks are still inside, they can't get out." Zhang Yin echoed, "Yes, unless the cars are equipped with wings." Hearing this, Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone pushed their bicycles and turned around to walk back. After the two sides met, Chen Yu gave a brief talk and then walked into the logistics park together. There were also many cars inside, and there were many zombies. Seeing this, Chen Yu leaned the car against the wall, pulled out a dagger and said, "For people in a group, deal with the zombies in 3 directions respectively, and the others will watch behind. After that, he rushed forward with a dagger and stabbed the zombie in front of him. Seeing this, the others followed and worked together to quickly clean up more than 30 zombies. Strange, why didn't these people think of running away at the beginning? Yang Yu squatted down and wiped the dagger with the corpse's clothes, took out a work ID from his pocket, and then he turned his head and said, "Look, these should be the former staff of the logistics park." Yu took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then said casually, "It is estimated that there are complete living facilities and supplies inside, and those people thought they would be rescued. It is a pity that only you can save yourself." Zhang Yin looked at the bodies lying on the ground, both men and women, and they all looked like young people. "Let's go and take a look inside." Yu left a word and walked away. As they went deeper, the glass of many houses was broken. It seemed that someone had come here to loot, or it was done by the staff. Yu even suspected that the road outside was blocked by humans, because the gap was too small, and if the zombies could not distinguish the direction, they would be easily trapped. Not long after walking, everyone saw many express delivery stations in front of them, and the ground was full of open paper boxes. Seeing this, someone stepped forward to take a look and said, "There is nothing at all, and the remaining are some clothes and pants and other things." As he said, Dazhuang looked at the rolling door and turned back and said, "You can open it. Do you want to take a look? Maybe there are some packages inside." Chapter 977. Yu looked at the surroundings and felt a little strange. He said, "What if someone hides zombies in there?" When this was said, except for those who followed Yu, the rest were stunned. Some people questioned, it shouldn't be necessary to do such a thankless task, right? Hearing this, Yu thought for a while and said, "Brother Dazhuang, please step back." Seeing this, Dazhuang stepped back a few meters. Yu looked at his feet, picked up a glass bottle, and threw it directly over. With a clang, the shutter door made a loud noise. Everyone listened patiently, no one spoke. A few seconds later, the shutter door suddenly made a slapping sound, and it became louder and louder. After a while, the whole door began to tremble, as if it couldn't stop the zombies inside. If it was before, everyone might still doubt what was inside, but now everyone knows that it is most likely a zombie. Everyone stepped back a little, and Zhang Yin frowned and said, "What's the point of going to so much trouble to bring zombies into the house, and then waiting for people to open it?" Alei said, "Since I can't survive, why not drag a few more people with me?" Yu also nodded and said, "Human nature can't stand the test. Let's go. Don't touch any stores next. Our goal is to find those cars." After the voice fell, everyone continued to follow Yu to walk in the logistics park. From time to time, they would encounter some zombies, but they were all killed by Dazhuang and others holding bows and arrows. About half an hour later, they had almost finished touring the logistics park and finally found the target. 3 semi-trailer trucks were parked neatly in an open space, and 2 of them were covered with tarpaulins. Seeing this, Yu stepped forward and stepped on the tire, trying to untie a rope, but it was difficult to untie it because it had been too long. Then he took a dagger and cut it off, and the tarpaulin loosened a little, and there was a movement immediately. Some black debris fell on Yu. He pinched some from his shoulder to check, and then a smile appeared on his face. "It's all coal." He jumped out of the car, patted his shoulder, stepped back a few steps, and said, "It seems that one of the cars has been burned almost. Now, one of the 3 trucks carrying coal is empty." Yu is a little curious about how many people were there, and how the coal could be consumed so quickly. But thinking of the days last winter, Yu soon felt relieved. When the weather gets colder, these people can't find wood to make a fire, so they can only focus on the coal. Fortunately, there are still 2 trucks left. Although one of them has less coal, there is still a lot in the factory over there. But soon everyone started to worry again. After finally finding a ready-made truck, how can they drive it out? Besides, diesel is also a problem. Seeing this, everyone looked at the man in front, waiting for his order. Yu was also a little worried at this time, because the truck was parked at the innermost part of the logistics park. It was difficult to drive to the exit, not to mention the cars on the road outside. And some of the abandoned vehicles were burned by fire. They have become empty shells, which is too difficult to clean up. At this time, Yu turned his head and looked at the side and asked, "Alei, what do you think is better?" Hearing this, Alei thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Yes, just say it directly." Yu nodded. Hearing this, Alei glanced at Zhang Yin and Dazhuang, and whispered, "My suggestion is to smash the wall directly from here." After the voice fell, whispers came from the crowd. Then Yu turned his head, and said to a young man, "You climb up the wall, and see if there is a road outside. Okay. The young man nodded and ran over quickly. Half a minute later, he returned to the crowd and said, although there is no direct road, there is an open space where the car can drive. After listening, Chen Yu nodded, but didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Alei said, you have already thought of this solution. Why are you asking me? Just now I saw you staring at the front of the car. After saying this, Chen Yu said, it is impossible for me to think of a suitable solution every time. Zhang Yin took a few steps forward and realized the seriousness of the problem. He whispered, if we hit the wall, the front of the first car will be damaged, and then it will be stuck in the gap, then we will be finished. Hearing this, someone didn't understand and asked, let the truck back up a little, so that the gap will be bigger when it hits it? It should be okay, right? Dazhuang explained. The moment it hits the wall, the noise will be very loud, almost like thunder, and there are zombies everywhere outside. If we can't drive these two cars away in the first time, we will definitely be blocked. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, raised his head and said, well, let's split into two groups. Some of the cars in the logistics park also burn diesel. You go find tools to extract the oil, and I and others will find out if there is any other way. Okay. Everyone dispersed without any hesitation. As half of the group walked away, Chen Yu turned around and said, let's go to the parking lot. After more than 10 minutes, the others had already started collecting diesel, and only Chen Yu and the others were still wandering around. Although Alei knew how to prepare poison, he had no way to deal with the concrete wall. There was no suitable cart in the logistics park, and now that the power was out, it was impossible to use an electric drill in the wild. What's more, the noise of an electric drill was equivalent to shouting loudly for zombies to come and eat people. Soon, more than a dozen people came to an area again, where various electric vehicles were parked. Chen Yu was about to leave when one of the cars suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, he stopped and thought quietly. A few seconds later, Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards the fallen electric bike. Soon Chen Yu opened the seat and took out the battery from underneath. Seeing this, Alei was also moved and said, I remember that sulfuric acid seems to be able to corrode cement. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu had already returned with the battery. Seeing this, everyone gathered around and watched his performance quietly. Soon Chen Yu opened the battery and poured the sulfuric acid on the hard ground. In an instant, the sulfuric acid reacted quickly with the ground and bubbles appeared. After waiting for a while, Chen Yu picked up a stone and smashed it directly on the corroded area. A small pit appeared almost easily. Seeing this, Chen Yu said in surprise, as long as the wall over there is not made of special cement, there is a way. After that, he stood up again with the battery and said, I try over there. You collect the batteries here first. Zhang Yin, Yang Yu, you two go find some glass containers, the more the better. Chapter 978. A few minutes later, Chen Yu returned to the parking lot of the electric car, and his brows were no longer worried. Seeing this, everyone worked faster and gathered the batteries in one area. After a while, Zhang Yin and Yang Yu also came back with glass. Because the hands need to be very steady during the process of filling sulfuric acid to prevent injury, Yang Yu will complete it alone. He is a sniper, and has better patience than most people present. Then Chen Yu asked Zhang Yin to watch here, and he went to see how the diesel was. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, when everyone finished their work. As for who would drive the truck, Zhang Yin and Dazhuang would do it. Although they didn't have a driver's license, someone in the community had one before. Later, after learning about it, they tried it a few times. Fortunately, there are almost no other vehicles on the road outside, so driving skills are not very required, as long as you don't overturn the car. Even though Chen Yu could barely drive now, he just watched from the side most of the time. Yang Yu took the glass bottle and carefully poured the sulfuric acid on the wall. In order to speed up, Alei climbed over the wall, and Dazhuang handed it to him. Chen Yu and Zhang Yin were on guard outside, and the rest of the people were busy cleaning the two trucks. After all, they had been parked here for too long, and it was too dirty. The windshield was covered with a lot of mud. While the sulfuric acid was corroding the wall, everyone took the opportunity to eat something to replenish their energy. Chen Yu took the last bit of food and distributed it to everyone, then looked at the empty plastic bag and said, "There's not much left to eat. Let's go back today." "Ah, are we going to the train station together?" Someone was slightly surprised and asked curiously. Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head and said, "Originally I thought it would take us more time, but I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. It will probably take a few more days to clean up the zombies over there. Let's go back and say goodbye to our family and friends, and then pack our luggage. At this moment, Chinyu paused for a moment, then whispered, "This time, we may not be back for a month. Or we may not be able to come back." After listening, everyone did not speak, but ate quietly. Chinyu took Zhang Yin's water bottle and drank a sip, then said, "Don't rush to leave later. I have to go back to the stadium to leave a message for Shenmeng and others, so as not to keep looking for the power plant. Do you want to let someone else do it? After all, it's such a small matter." Zhang Yin looked at the people sitting there, and he didn't want Chinyu to continue running around. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, "Before the end of the world, I often traveled to various corners of the city for a living. At that time, I could only live in the more remote west of the city. But it's different now. You have so many brothers around you." Zhang Yin looked at him and said softly. Chinyu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "What you said makes sense." After the voice fell, he turned around and waved to the crowd. The next second, a young man ran over quickly, swallowed the pancake and patted his chest. Seeing this, Chinyu handed him the water. Xiaokong took it and drank 2 mouthfuls, and then he calmed down a little. "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you," Chinyu said softly. As he said that, Chinyu looked at him a few times and added again, "I haven't seen you for a long time, and you seem to be a little stronger." Xiaokong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's a pity that I'm progressing too slowly, otherwise Brother Lao Cheng would definitely still be alive." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yin looked at him and shook his head slightly, and Xiaokong immediately shut up. But Chinyu seemed not to hear it. He changed the subject and said, "I need you to do something." "Go ahead." Xiaokong was happy to do it, and didn't feel tired at all, but the next second, he suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Can I call one more person?" "Who?" Chinyu asked. "Sun Hua, he is actually quite smart. We often go out to perform tasks together." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded and said, "It would be more convenient to have more people, okay." After the words fell, Xiaokong waved back, and another young man quickly stood up and walked over. "Brother Chen, Brother Zhang." Sun Hua was a little nervous, and greeted the two of them. "Yeah." Chinyu responded with a smile, and then told him the precautions, and the two of them walked towards the place where the bicycles were parked. "Please drive slowly on the road, be careful of heat stroke." De Zhuang looked at the two of them, and warned them with some worry. Xiaokong walked backwards, and made an okay gesture with his right hand. It was noon, the sun was hanging high overhead, ruthlessly baking everyone, as if it would squeeze out the moisture in everyone's body before it would stop. Chinyu asked the others to rest in the shade, and he went to add sulfuric acid to the walls every once in a while. After all, the area was a bit large, and it might not be easy to corrode it all at once, so it would take several times. Soon someone found some cardboard and pieced it together, and laid down on the ground to sleep. Only in front of Chinyu and his people could they sleep at ease. Although the logistics park covers a large area, everyone had already checked it in the morning, and there were no zombies inside, except those in the roller shutter doors. There were also many broken glass shards on the road, and zombies would definitely make noises when they walked over. At present, the logistics park was relatively safe. It took more than 30 kilometers to go back and forth for about 5 hours, so Xiaokong and his team would be back at night at the earliest. Because the journey was long, Zhang Yin didn't want to see Chinyu go by. After all, with his personality, he would probably prepare to go alone. In the afternoon, the rest of the people were bored, so they started to collect the remaining clothes in the packages, and prepared to take them back as long as they were not rotten. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, there was a movement at the door. Seeing this, Yang Yu stood up and led the two in. Then they went to the parking lot at the back and told Chinyu the news. Xiaokong said that he did not see Shenmeng, but he left a piece of paper, and he could see it as long as he entered the gymnasium. Chinyu nodded, without saying much, and asked them to rest for a while. Soon after the sky darkened, the wind began to blow, and it looked like it was going to rain again. Everyone opened the empty water bottles, and waited for the rain to collect water. This night was extremely long. It rained for several hours before it stopped, and water accumulated everywhere in the logistics park. Seeing this, Chinyu was worried that the heavy rain would affect the journey later, so he dismissed everyone in the second half of the night, and asked them to ride their bicycles back to their camp. He counted the number of people, asked the people in the villa camp to get into the truck, and tied the bicycles to the truck. Then, with an order, with the thunder that appeared again, everyone used tree trunks to knock down the wall. Chapter 979. The wall was already a bit shaky in the evening, so wooden sticks were used to support it from both sides to prevent it from collapsing. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang were already sitting in the driver's seat. Chinyu took a lei, and Yang Yu to quickly push the ruins aside, and then returned to the car. As the truck started, a roar sounded, and everyone began to slowly drive away from the logistics park. At this time, it started to rain again. There was no trouble along the way, and they had already rushed back to the villa area after dawn. Chinyu asked Dajwang to drive one car back to the camp first, and he took Zhang Yin to the coal factory to load some more. Of course, he asked a few more people to follow. There was no room in the car, so the others simply hung outside the car. Anyway, they just had to drive as slowly as possible. Before the end of the world, Chinyu would never dare to do this, but in the current situation, there would be no missed cars or other vehicles, which was much safer. But what surprised Chinyu was that when they arrived at the coal factory, it was already empty, with only a lot of debris on the ground. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled, and Zhang Yin asked, "Has your house been robbed?" Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly. He stood in the yard, walked around a few steps, and then said, "There are traces of shovels on the ground. It should be prepared to move it. There are several tons of coal here. Small forces generally have no chance to take it away." Hearing this, Wang Lulin came over and said, "What if it was really stolen by those camps? Should we go and grab it back?" After saying this, Chinyu glanced at him and shook his head slightly. In the Doomsday, many places belong to whoever occupies them first. Although we saw this place, we didn't take it back after all. In addition, that group of people were trapped to death, so this place is also considered an unowned area. At this point, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "But last time I was busy here, I didn't hear any other forces nearby. So, the others take a rest here. Wang Lulin, follow me, and go to the front to take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu was stunned when he saw his left hand, and then he was ready to change someone, but Wang Lulin had already run towards the bicycle. Zhang Yin stood beside Chinyu and whispered, "Although Lulin is disabled, he also wants to be a normal person to help everyone, but after all, in the face of death, he can only choose to protect one with two. Well, I take him there. Please keep an eye on this side. It's a small matter." Zhang Yin waved his hand, indicating that he was there so there was nothing to worry about. Because the road to the coal plant was very bad, the truck just stopped on the side of the road. Zhang Yin turned the truck around, and then Chinyu and Wang Lulin took off their bicycles and pushed them towards the uphill road. After so many days, he also wanted to see if Hu Yao really ate these people as she said. At that time, she was worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, so after trapping those people, she and Shang Wenjing led people to enter the underground arsenal. 2 excavators started to clear the ruins much faster. And later, according to the letter, those people accidentally drank the contaminated water, which accelerated their destruction. The exit was blocked by explosives, and the only water source was affected, so many people killed each other. The scene was so cruel that even Shang Wenjing, who often went through life and death, couldn't bear to watch it. If he hadn't heard Hu Yao talk about what these people had done, he would have felt a little bit sorry. But fortunately, after all, they were a group of evil demons, so he didn't sympathize with them too much. Especially after hearing Hu Yao's description that the group of people even killed pregnant women, Shang Wenjing stopped caring and asked Long Jia to bring people to help. In his words, either ignore it or leave no one alive. In the past, Shang Wenjing would not bother to care about such evil forces that killed other survivors. But next, he had to focus on dealing with Jiang Chun, so he naturally couldn't keep these beasts in the backyard. After Hu Yao and his men moved the weapons from the arsenal, those people seemed to be alive. So Chinyu was worried that they might steal the coal. After all, most camps have more than one entrance and exit, and secret passages are basically dug. After riding for more than 10 kilometers, Chinyu quickly finished riding. He turned his head and looked to the side and said, "I will ask someone to help send the prosthesis in a few days. You hold on for a while." Wang Lulin shook his head when he heard this. To be honest, this iron hand is quite useful. Just as he finished speaking, a zombie walked out of the intersection in front of him, dragging a crushed leg, and slowly walked towards the two of them. Seeing this, Wang Lulin handed the bicycle to Chinyu to hold, and said with a smile, "Here, let me show you." After saying this, he walked forward and stood there quietly. When the zombie approached, Wang Lulin slightly turned to the side, then swung his left hand from bottom to top, and directly pierced the zombie's chin. A stream of blood flowed out. He grabbed the zombie's clothes with his right hand, and at the same time, he exerted force with his left arm, and actually tore off half of the zombie's face. At the same time, holding the knife in his right hand, he easily inserted it from the zombie's temple, killing him on the spot. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Next time, you can directly insert your left hand into the zombie's mouth, so that they can't even bite people." Huang Lulin squatted down and wiped his iron hand on the corpse's clothes, stood up and said, "Yes, I discovered this by chance at that time. Don't tell me, it's really useful. Zombies don't know how to retreat. Even if their hands are stuck, they will desperately try to grab people. This can delay me for a few seconds." Qinyu looked at his hand and said, "But isn't it a bit too heavy? How about rebuilding it with other hard materials next time?" Hearing this, Huang Lulin waved his hand. "No, it's fine like this. Although it's a little heavier, it can block bullets from a long distance. Anyway, I'm used to it. It's okay." "Okay then." Qinyu nodded, returned the bicycle to him, and rode forward again. But strangely, he soon heard a sound coming from the front, ding-dong-dong, as if someone was hitting something. After entering the city, the two found a survivor, one of whom was squatting on the side of the road, hitting something with a hammer in his hand. Huang Lulin drew out his dagger, and was on guard, but he saw Qinyu frowning. Seeing this, he asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes." Qinyu nodded and said softly, "This man is Xiao Yang, a traitor. How could he appear here?" Qinyu was a little confused. Could it be that Hui Yao really couldn't tell the difference between the seriousness of the matter, and he still kept such a person around? Anyway, Qinyu would never use someone who had betrayed him again. Even if he didn't kill him, he would exile him to a faraway place. Chapter 980. When the two of them approached, Xiao Yang seemed to hear footsteps, and then turned around to look behind him. At this moment, Qinyu and Huang Lulin both found something wrong. Because Xiao Yang's left hand and left foot were now tightly locked in a pair of shackles, and even because they were too tight, his wrists and feet were rubbed with blood marks, as if even the bones could be seen. In addition, Qinyu took 2 steps forward and saw 3 corpses lying in the pit below. They seemed to be the zombies that were attracted by the sound before. At first, Xiao Yang did not recognize Qinyu, but he looked at him carefully, then turned around and knelt on the ground. Then, he said with tears in his eyes, "Brother, big brother, please, tell Sister Yao for me, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Hearing this, Qinyu looked at him for a few times and said softly, "When you sent Nana and others back to the camp and got the antidote, didn't they drive you away?" After saying this, Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed slightly, and he didn't know how to answer. What he didn't expect was that Qinyu could see through the trick at a glance. The next second, Qinyu continued, "Do you think Hui Yao was injured? So you want to stay and still not give up?" Xiao Yang wanted to argue, but was interrupted. "It's just that what surprised you is that Hui Yao actually brought back an ally, and you, once again, became a prisoner." After saying this, Qinyu didn't bother to pay attention to him and turned around to leave. It had been several days since Xiao Yang met a survivor for the first time. He knew that this might be his only chance to survive, so he tried his best to grab it. Xiao Yang knelt on the ground and took 2 steps forward, shouting anxiously, "Give me another chance. I will help you deal with the Savior sect, really, believe me." "Oh, what information can you provide me?" Qinyu stopped and turned his back to him. I can help you draw a map." Xiao Yang racked his brains to think, and then quickly said, "With the map, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." "I already have this." Qinyu turned and looked at him, his face calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Hearing this, Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and continued, "But you don't know their detailed address, and you can't get in without someone to lead the way." Hee. Hearing this, Qinyu laughed, and he crossed his arms and said lightly, "If you just lead the way, isn't Hui Yao's former best friend Wei Huanhuan more than 10 times better than you? At least the information she can access is more useful than you." Qinyu already knew about Wei Huanhuan's amnesia. At the manor camp, Lenny also told him privately, and it was very serious. It is precisely because of this that Hui Yao has been hesitant about whether to kill her. To this day, Hui Yao still can't figure out why she risked her life to save Wei Huanhuan. Later, Shang Wanjing's people tested and confirmed that Wei Huanhuan had a period of amnesia. She completely forgot what happened during a certain period of time. In addition, the poisoning was more serious, so she forgot more things. What a coincidence is that this memory happened to be the year when Wei Huanhuan worked for the Jiashiman. Now Hui Yao didn't know what to do, so she wrote in the letter later that she hoped to see Qinyu before the last mission began. So Qinyu came here on the way. If she couldn't find anyone, she would go to Hui Yao's camp. She also left a map on the back of the paper. As long as she started from the camp here, she could find it. At this moment, Qinyu took advantage of the information gap and wanted Xiao Yang to say more useful things. He knew that Wei Huanhuan had lost her memory, but others didn't know. Sure enough, as Qinyu said that, Xiao Yang became visibly nervous. Because Qinyu was telling the truth, Sister Huan must have known more detailed information than he did. Seeing Xiao Yang was silent, Qinyu lost his patience. You are of no use to me. Hui Yao left you here just to let you die from the sun. As he spoke, Qinyu took out half a bottle of water from his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's chapped lips seemed to be even worse. He tried desperately to get some water, but the chain was so tight that there was no way to break free. Thinking of the torture these days, Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with hatred. Hui Yao, that stinky bitch, deliberately left a hammer for him. But the hammer couldn't break the chains, and every swing would attract zombies. His left hand and left foot were tied up, so he could only move in a small area. If there were several zombies at the same time, he would die here. Xiao Yang also knew that Hui Yao was asking him to make a choice between life and death. The hammer couldn't break the chains, but it could break bones. It depends on whether he is willing to pay this price. Xiao Yang knelt on the ground, lowered his head and murmured, "If I lose a hand and a leg, I can't even walk 50 meters. Whether you can leave or not is none of my business?" After saying this, Qinyu put his water bottle in his pocket and turned to leave. Wang Lulin had been watching from the side, but she did not persuade Qinyu to save people. Just as the two were about to disappear at the corner of the street, Xiao Yang suddenly roared, "The Savior sect is researching biological weapons." After saying this, Qinyu frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at the side and whispered, "Wait for me here for a few minutes." Wang Lulin nodded, indicating that it was okay. Qinyu returned to the place where Xiao Yang was imprisoned again, and said with a gloomy face, "I want you to tell me as much as possible. Not a single word can be missed." Xiao Yang licked his lips, sat weakly on the ground and said, "Give me some water first, okay?" Hearing this, Qinyu looked around, walked over to pick up a plastic bottle from the ground, unscrewed the lid and poured a little into it, then threw it to him. Xiao Yang took it, opened it in a hurry and drank it. He tilted his neck and even shook the bottle vigorously until the last drop of water ran out. After drinking some water, Xiao Yang finally felt that he would not die. He sat on the ground, glanced at Qinyu, and then slowly said, "My name is Xiao Yang." Before he finished speaking, Qinyu waved his hand, "Start from where I don't know." After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Yang spoke again. "The Savior sect has been researching antidotes since the zombie outbreak. At that time, there was no progress until a group of mysterious people appeared. They brought a large number of researchers, and also randomly used human bodies for experiments. My father is one of them." "Wait." Qinyu is a little unconvinced. "Your father is a researcher, so how did you end up in the wild?" Chapter 981. "My father was only arrested. He didn't have much authority," Xiao Yang said. Later, because they couldn't find an antidote, the group changed their target. Hearing this, Qinyu felt that something was different, and asked, "What target?" "The antidote can't be developed, but the poison can." Speaking of this, Xiao Yang paused for a moment. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction, muttering to himself, "According to the timeline, they should have developed it, right?" Qinyu followed his gaze, then used the sun above his head to quickly identify the direction, and his heart sank. Because the place where Xiao Yang was looking was exactly where the Savior sect was located, which was quite far away from here. Before he spoke, Xiao Yang continued to add, "That kind of poison will affect the judgment of the zombies." At this moment, Qinyu was a little confused and asked, "If it can affect the zombies, can't we develop an antidote?" "You don't understand." Xiao Yang glanced at Qinyu and whispered, "Since the zombie outbreak, not only the Savior sect, but also others have been looking for people who are immune to the virus, but it has been so long, and there is no news at all. Without antibodies, how can it be so easy to research an antidote?" So they. Hearing this, Qinyu immediately realized that something was wrong, and he looked at Xiao Yang with some fear. Xiao Yang turned his head and spit on the ground, saying, "You are very smart, you should be able to guess roughly." Although the people of the Savior sect could not research an antidote, they remodeled the virus. And once the modified virus becomes a zombie, it will not attack people who have been vaccinated. Qinyu frowned. "But the zombie outbreak has been going on for so long, how many survivors are left? Developing this kind of biological weapon is nothing more than accelerating the death of mankind." Suddenly, Xiao Yang burst into laughter, and even because of his excitement, he almost couldn't breathe. His face flushed, and he stretched out a finger on his right hand and pointed at the ground, saying coldly, "There are billions of people on the earth. It's impossible that all of them will become zombies? There are always some alert ones hiding, and there are no less in number. Humans are greedy and selfish by nature. They wantonly destroy the Earth's environment for survival. What's wrong with having these people gone?" After saying this, Qinyu glanced at him and said in a deep voice, the development of the times always requires sacrifice. You have enjoyed the convenience brought by technological progress, so you are not qualified to stand on the opposite side of humans and say such things. I couldn't do it before, but now, who will take care of it? Xiaoyang asked back. Then he coughed violently a few times and said, the ambition of the Savior sect is stronger than you think. They plan to kill half of the zombies first, and at the same time use that special pill, that is, biological weapons, to launch a fierce attack on the remaining survivors. What method? Artificial rainfall. Qinyu was silent for a long time. Then Xiaoyang struggled to stand up from the ground, looked at him and said, although you didn't choose to save me, you didn't add insult to injury. In my opinion, you may have the personality that other leaders have lost, so I will use this information to save my life. Xiaoyang reminded again, don't you find out why the zombies keep moving south? Hearing this, Qinyu whispered, they want to gather the zombies and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Yes, just burn it with fire. How did the Savior sect do it with so few people? Qinyu asked. Hee. Xiaoyang looked down at his wrist and said, the Savior sect has at least more people than other forces, right? Qinyu looked at him and couldn't help asking, what effect will that medicine have? Hearing this, Xiaoyang also answered truthfully, after being affected, rainwater will be infected when it touches human skin. It's normal in the early stage, but once injured, the wound will begin to fester and cannot be healed. After these words came out, Qinyu suddenly felt familiar. At this moment, Wang Lulin's voice came, isn't it just like a certain disease that will destroy the human immune system? No, it's more serious than that. People with the disease will emit a faint smell from their bodies. Humans can't smell it, but zombies will like it very much. These zombies now? Qinyu pointed to the corpses in the pit. That's right, I don't know how they made it. Anyway, this kind of person is equivalent to a magnet, automatically attracting zombies within a radius of 10 meters. At this moment, if Xiaoyang didn't look miserable, and it was the end of the world, Qinyu would really doubt whether what he said was true or not. But in the current environment, Qinyu couldn't think of Xiaoyang's motive for lying. Especially now, his life and death are almost in Qinyu's hands. In this way, those infected camps will gradually attract zombies, and the Savior sect will be able to deal with them well after vaccination. Qinyu said slowly. Then he asked, you told me this, aren't you afraid that the Savior sect will hunt you down? Even if you know, what's the use? Xiaoyang sneered and asked back, I don't want to die, at least not now. After listening, Qinyu closed his eyes and felt a headache. This shitty Salvation sect is too difficult to deal with. At this moment, Qinyu also realized the seriousness of the matter. Since there is no way to develop an antidote, then make a medicine that will make the zombies automatically gather together, and humans and them can coexist. As long as time is long enough, 10 or 20 years, they can always be killed. By then, the remaining humans can still rebuild civilization. But in this case, many survivors will definitely be needed. Qinyu looked at Xiaoyang and said, to be honest, you and I don't have much hatred, but if I save you, I may offend Huiyao. She is my friend. Why would I do this? After saying this, Xiaoyang tried to pull the chain and said, since Huiyao tied me up here, and you just happened to appear, don't you understand why? If she really wants to torture me, there are many ways to do it. Why does she have to do it here? But I don't have the key. Qinyu shook his head. After he finished speaking, Xiaoyang knelt on the ground again and begged, if it really doesn't work, I would rather break one hand as the price of doing something wrong, okay? Qinyu looked at his state, and couldn't help but feel helpless. I don't know what Huiyao is doing. Just when Qinyu was struggling with what to do, a noise suddenly came from the side. 10 seconds later, a group of people appeared behind him. Huiyao rode an off-road motorcycle, took off his helmet with both hands, and nodded to Qinyu. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, but if I don't do this, this guy will definitely not say it easily. Chapter 982. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Qinyu was also slightly surprised. Why are you here? Hearing this, Huiyao shrugged, got out of the car, and walked to a garbage dump, then reached under the dirty cloth and fumbled for a moment, then took out a walkie-talkie with a button pressed. Then she pointed to the one hanging on her shoulder, and everything was self-explanatory. Seeing this, Qinyu understood everything. It seemed that Huiyao had deliberately designed all this, and even expected Qinyu to get close to Xiaoyang. You should be able to find out the answer if you torture him, right? Qinyu looked at Huiyao, who was approaching, and said softly, but in this case, it's hard for me to tell whether what he said is true or false. At this moment, Xiaoyang stared at the long-haired woman in the distance, feeling mixed emotions. Qinyu nodded slightly and said, how are you going to deal with him? Huiyao thought for a moment, turned his head and looked behind him. You said you are willing to give a hand as a price. Are you serious? After saying this, Xiao Yang closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and nodded slowly. Seeing this, Hu Yao waved his hand, and a girl turned around and took out something from her bag and walked up quickly. Hu Yao took it and lifted the cloth on it. It was a coiled wire saw, also called a wire saw. Since you helped Qin Yu and the others in the end, I will disinfect it for you. As he said this, Hu Yao took the iodine tincture handed to him by the person next to him again, poured a little into the bottle cap, dipped a cotton swab in it, and slowly applied it on the wire saw. After finishing, Hu Yao asked someone to send it to him. Xiao Yang took it in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, I can't do it by myself, and it's too painful to saw off my hand. Hearing this, Hu Yao leaned against the motorcycle seat, waved his hair with his right hand, and said casually, You can also saw off the leg, so that both hands will be convenient. Hearing this, Xiao Yang almost vomited blood. What a joke! If he only had one hand left in the doomsday, he would not be unable to survive. What's more, the person next to Qin Yu also had a prosthetic hand on his left arm. But if he loses his left leg, he will not be able to walk for a while. Where can he find a place to recover? He doesn't think that he can get through the zombies and enter the city with only one leg left, or even find a prosthesis. Time passed by, and Xiao Yang was reluctant to take action. Seeing this, Hu Yao didn't have much patience. She looked at her watch and said in a deep voice, You have the last 10 minutes. At this moment, Xiao Yang looked at Hu Yao hesitant. The next second, he took off his left shoe and stepped on the other end of the wire saw. At the same time, Xiao Yang held the wire saw tightly with his right hand and slowly moved his left hand over. But because the other end was immobile, he couldn't pull it back and forth at all. At this moment, Hu Yao said coldly, If it weren't for you following me for so long and Nana pleading for you, I would have skinned you alive. Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked up at a girl in the crowd, but the latter turned her face away and didn't look at him at all. Can I still follow you in the future? Xiao Yang asked a shocking question while looking at the skin cut by the wire saw. Even Qin Yu didn't expect that this guy would still have the time to ask such a question at this time. But unexpectedly, Hu Yao answered calmly, It depends on your performance. Then, as if to reassure Qin Yu, she stood beside Qin Yu and whispered, Keep this guy, it will be very useful to deal with the Salvation sect. I just found out recently that Xiao Yang is not an ordinary person. Qin Yu thought of something and said, Did Wei Huanhuan tell you? Hu Yao was silent for a few seconds, then nodded yes. Are you really not going to kill her? You know she is. Qin Yu stopped talking halfway. What he wanted to say was that Wei Huanhuan had killed people and tortured so many innocent survivors, and even the video was in front of him. Although there is no law and order in the Doomsday, why can the sin of killing people be washed away because of amnesia? Just like the team members who followed her, although Qin Yu did not finish them off one by one, he let them be bitten to death by zombies. Hu Yao looked at Xiao Yang, who was sawing off his hand in the distance, and whispered, I know everything. Huan committed so many murders, it is really unfair to keep her alive. But I can't do it. After saying this, Hu Yao shed tears rarely. Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said, I can help you. As soon as he finished speaking, a howl came from the front, and Xiao Yang failed to saw off his hand. The ground was stained with blood, and he was shaking all over. Seeing this, Qin Yu could understand that it was difficult for ordinary people to saw off a hand by themselves, unless it was a life-and-death situation. If the hand was bitten by a zombie, the virus would spread, and some people could do it with the help of adrenaline. But at this time, Xiao Yang was not bitten, and he was asked to saw off his hand alive, which made it more difficult by more than 10 times. But the next second, a scene that moved everyone present appeared. Xiao Yang put the wire saw in his right hand under his teeth and bit it. Then, he stretched out his right hand to hold his left hand, and put it under the line again. Then he opened his eyes wide, and began to pull his arm back and forth. Soon, some people couldn't stand it anymore, and turned their heads to the side. Only 3 people were still staring at it, Qin Yu, Hu Yao and Huang Lulin. If he can turn over a new leaf, he can be considered a man. Qin Yu said calmly with a calm face. Hu Yao pursed his lips and said nothing. 10 seconds later, Xiao Yang struggled to stand up from the ground. He took the half-broken hand out of the shackles, and threw it directly in front of Hu Yao. At this time, his face was pale, without a trace of blood, and then he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hu Yao nodded slightly. Then someone took out the key and came forward to open the anklet for him, and began to stop the bleeding for him. At the same time, a woman in a pure white dress ran over here, and while running, she shouted happily, I'll Look, I found a bird's nest. Wei Huanhuan is indeed very different now. Her eyes no longer reveal indifference and cruelty, but a kind of love. Hu Yao gently hugged her shoulders without saying anything. Qin Yu looked at her for a few times. To be honest, if he hadn't watched the video with his own eyes, he would never have associated this woman with the executioner who tortured and killed several survivors. Chapter 983. And according to Hu Yao, Wei Huanhuan has killed more people than those. The next second, Qin Yu and Hu Yao looked at each other. The latter shook his head with red eyes, and then took Wei Huanhuan to the abandoned house on the right. Qin Yu's heart moved slightly, because there were more than a dozen zombies trapped in the yard over there. Then, Nana came over and whispered, Wei Huanhuan suffered a brain injury, so she not only suffered from amnesia, but her mental ability also regressed a little, and Sister Yao and her have known each other for almost 20 years. After hearing this, Qin Yu finally understood why Hu Yao was reluctant to watch Wei Huanhuan die in the tunnel. In the apocalypse, if you meet your best friend whom you have known for 20 years, anyone would hesitate when the other person is about to die. But Qin Yu understood that there are some things that he can't do for others even if he wants to. Hu Yao pulled Wei Huanhuan to stand more than 10 meters away. She turned her head and looked to the right, her eyes full of tenderness. Huanhuan, it would be great if you didn't kill so many innocent people. After this, Wei Huanhuan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Io, what are you talking about? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. You know how you can have the courage to kill people?" As she said this, she squatted on the ground and gently stroked the 3 little birds in the bird's nest with her right hand. "Be good, I will find insects to feed you later." Hearing these words, Hu Yao was even more sad. She didn't understand why her former best friend became like this. Although Wei Huanhuan had no impression of what she had done after the apocalypse, others knew. Especially since Hu Yao is in charge of so many people. If you kill someone, as long as you lose your memory, you can pretend that nothing happened, then how can you be worthy of those dead survivors, even though they have nothing to do with Hu Yao? Hu Yao pulled out the gun from his waist, checked the bullets, and then loaded it. At this time, Wei Huanhuan was still squatting on the ground as if nothing had happened, talking seriously to the birds. The next second, Hu Yao stepped forward and grabbed the bird's nest in front of her, quickly took out the 3 birds, and threw the bird's nest out at the same time. But the action was too fast. Wei Huanhuan didn't notice the bird was gone, and hurried forward. Hu Yao put the bird in her pocket, and then slowly picked up the gun with her right hand. But she didn't aim at Wei Huanhuan, but at the door behind, or more precisely, the iron chain on the door. Wei Huanhuan squatted on the ground, holding the bird's nest and carefully checking it several times. Then she checked back and forth in the open space, wondering, strange, why is it gone? Bang! The gunshot rang out, and everyone looked over. Wei Huanhuan was even more frightened, and she covered her ears in fear and squatted on the ground. Then Hu Yao fired several shots in succession, and successfully broke the chains. After calming down, Wei Huanhuan shouted at Hu Yao angrily, "Io, what are you doing?" Before she finished speaking, a dry hand was placed on her shoulder. Wei Huanhuan looked back, and was immediately frightened and panicked. She wanted to stand up, but was quickly hugged by another zombie's neck. Then more zombies surrounded her, and a few seconds later, the ground was full of blood. Hu Yao was already in tears, but her right hand did not press the trigger after all. This scene made everyone present silent. The cruelty of the end of the world was once again reflected before their eyes. After a moment, Qin Yu walked towards Hu Yao, stood beside her and asked softly, "Why can you forgive Xiaoyang, but not Wei Huanhuan?" "Because Xiaoyang wanted to deal with me, he didn't torture and kill innocent people. Even if he did, I didn't see it. And Huanhuan once shot and killed more than a dozen people in front of me in the camp with a submachine gun." After saying this, Hu Yao turned and left. She handed the 3 birds to Nana and murmured, "Can you feed them?" "Of course you can." Nana nodded with red eyes, her eyes revealing determination. Hu Yao hummed, got on the motorcycle, and left. The next second, everyone ran forward with knives and started to kill the zombies one by one. Seeing this, Qin Yu and Huang Lulin also joined the team to help. When the dozen zombies died, the dress on the ground had been torn into pieces. I don't know if it's because these zombies have been locked up for too long, but the bodies have been torn to pieces and look completely different from human beings. Then Nana came forward with a half-filled bottle of gasoline and sprinkled it on the ground. Then she slid a match and threw it at the body. Nana turned her head to look at Qin Yu next to her and said, "No matter what she did when she was alive, the dead are the most important, let her go. Sister Yao has gone back first, do you want to come with us? The coal has been loaded on the car, you can just drive away." "Okay." Chen nodded. The group packed up and left the area. In a camp, Chen walked through the gate and looked around. Then Nana explained, "Those who deserved to die were all dead. Those who didn't die were also driven out by us." Then, as if she had guessed what Chen would ask, Nana added again, "They were all blindfolded with black cloth and taken to a very far place before being released. They can't come back. Well, just take care of it." Chen nodded without saying much. In the camp here, many people were equipping goods, as if they were planning to move away. Chen could understand this. After all, the water had been destroyed. But what surprised Chen was that he saw several electric cars with green license plates here. "Are you also doing this?" Chen pointed to the distance and asked. Hearing this, Nana nodded and said, "Sister Yao realized a long time ago that gasoline was too difficult to obtain, and since electricity can be generated again in the doomsday, electric cars are undoubtedly more useful than gasoline cars. The only disadvantage is that there is no fast charging equipment now, and charging by other means is too slow, and it takes more than 10 hours to fully charge. No wonder you even moved the sofa." Seeing this, Chen said, "This way, we can make more trips." In the following time, Chen found Hui Yao and discussed for more than an hour, mainly to determine the time and place for the two sides to meet. And Hui Yao also said that she would help contact Shangwan Jing. Chen was naturally happy to hear this, because if you count it, Hui Yao and his team will pass a section of the road when they go home, which is not too far from Shangwan Jing's camp. Finally, they stayed here to eat something simple. In the afternoon, Chen Yu and Huang Luling got on the smaller truck and left here. Everything that should be said has been said, and there is no point in staying here. Anyway, Hui Yao said that they will bring the weapons over in the end, and load them on the train at that time. Chapter 984. However, when the two returned to the coal factory, they found that there was a sudden chaos there. Because they were far away, Huang Luling thought someone was attacking them, and immediately sat up nervously. Seeing this, Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued to step on the accelerator with his right foot to increase the speed of the truck as much as possible. Because they took Hui Yao's car this time, and because the other party helped to collect the coal in advance, Chen left the two bicycles to them. Chen had also curiously asked some time ago, how did Hui Yao guess that he would use coal? According to her answer, it was actually because coal had many uses, and it would be a waste to leave it there, so she simply packed it up. If Chen didn't want it, she could just take it back herself. A downhill road, not long, not short. Soon Chen and the others were getting closer and closer, and they could see clearly what was in front of them. It turned out that dozens of zombies surrounded the truck, making it temporarily impossible for them to drive the car. Seeing this, Chen parked the car more than 100 meters behind and honked the horn directly. The horn sounded, and the zombies slowly looked back, and then walked towards Chen and the others. The sudden movement also caught Zhang Yin's attention. Someone poked his head out from under the waterproof cloth, looked through the telescope, and then quickly went to the cockpit. "They are back." Hearing this, Zhang Yin, who was leaning on the driver's seat, opened his eyes and whispered, "It's time to clean up the zombies. Be careful." Understood. Because the people in the car now are all from the camp in the villa area, and because they have been trained, they know how to fight together better than other camps, and there is no chaos at all. Chen sat in the car, watching the people in front of him start to attack the zombies from behind, and then turned his head and said, "Lu Lin, go help them." I have wanted to go for a long time." After saying that, Huang Luling jumped off the truck directly, turned his left hand, and then walked quickly forward. At the same time, Chen drove the truck down at a very slow speed. This is the wilderness, and the area is desolate. There has been no investigation of the surrounding environment, so it is completely unclear how many zombies there are in the dark. In order to avoid accidents, they must evacuate as soon as possible. The 8 people worked together to kill the zombies, and they were all solved in a short while. One of the younger companions was almost bitten, but fortunately Zhang Yin kept an eye on him, and threw a flying knife to save his life. Seeing this scene, Chen nodded slightly with satisfaction, and put the pistol back to his waist with his left hand again. Nowadays, bullets are becoming less and less available. Chen will not use firearms unless necessary. It is precisely because of this consideration that Shangwan Jing thought of making a catapult. After dealing with the zombies, the others did not return to the car, but quickly dragged the corpses to the side of the road and threw them away, and then gave Chen a thumbs up. Seeing this, Chen stretched out his left hand from the window, and responded with the same action. He drove past from the left and took the lead. After Zhang Yin and everyone else got on the car, he started the truck again. After returning to the camp, everyone started moving the goods. Without tools, they could only rely on manpower, which was really tiring. Thinking of this, Chinyu ordered to add extra meals tonight and improve the food in the camp. As soon as the news was announced, everyone cheered excitedly and worked harder. Whether it was Chinyu, Feng Yi, or Xiao Jiao, they were not the kind of people who would deliberately suffer. They often had dinner parties in the community before. As for Xiao Jiao, they would not do this even more. Anyway, Chinyu thought that since he didn't know what would happen tomorrow, he should at least have a happier life today. After chatting with others for a few words, Chinyu left the truck. He planned to meet someone. Walking on the road, he happened to meet Lin Yi, who was walking Dubai. Before Chinyu said hello, Dubai ran towards Chinyu happily and jumped beside him. Seeing this, Chinyu squatted down, hugged Dubai's neck and stroked it, looked up at the beautiful figure in front of him and asked, "Yi, do you know where Chinxi is?" Hearing this, Lin Yi gently smoothed her skirt with both hands, then squatted in front of him, put her right hand on Dubai's head, and whispered, "After Lao Cheng died, Chinxi rarely went out, and even asked Jiang Lingling to go to get food. Sister Feng said that she may have a serious tendency to depression." Depression? Chinyu frowned slightly, but quickly thought it through and said, Jiang Yuchen sacrificed himself before his death to give her and Lingling the opportunity to stay in the camp. It was originally painful, but the appearance of the old city gave her a little hope. But now this hope has been taken away by the cruel doomsday again. Speaking of this, Lin Yi also felt a little heavy. Hearing this, Chinyu remained silent. Dubai seemed to feel the low mood of the two masters, and stopped playing, but quietly lay at Lin Yi's feet. A few seconds later, Lin Yi suddenly threw herself into Chinyu's arms with red eyes, hugged his neck and murmured, "Chinyu, I originally thought that for partners, like us, who have known each other for a long time, because we are all growing up, maybe no one will sacrifice, but I didn't expect that reality still gave me a blow." Chinyu gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said softly, "If Lao Cheng didn't choose to save the child in the end, he wouldn't die, but in this case, he would not be himself, and Chinxi might not accept Lao Cheng's intentions. I will do my best to raise the child from the old city. Yes, this is also a child from our camp." Lin Yi let go of Chinyu and stepped back a little. She turned her head and wiped her eyes. Then she was about to continue talking, but suddenly froze in place. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Seeing this, Chinyu couldn't help but smile slightly. The next second, Lin Yi pursed her lips and said with a gloomy look, "Chinyu, why did you suddenly grow so many white hairs?" Hearing this, Chinyu reached out and touched his head, and replied, "Maybe I'm too tired recently. After this matter is resolved, I will rest well." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yi stood up, took Dubai and turned to run to the back. "Where are you going?" "There are some blood-replenishing foods in the warehouse. I get them for you." Hearing this, Chinyu stood up and looked at her running back with great emotion. Since the death of his adoptive parents, Chinyu had never thought that he would be cared for one day. It was precisely because of these people around him that Chinyu was always determined to work hard so that no one would suffer the grief brought by war. He could not stop humans from killing each other, but at least he could protect the people around him. Chinyu shook his head slightly, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the place where Feng Yi might appear again. Chapter 985. After asking others along the way, Chinyu headed towards the breeding area. There are more and more animals in the villa area now, especially those with strong reproductive abilities such as rabbits. In order to keep more animals alive, there is now a dedicated person responsible for daily feeding. Fortunately, there is Mr. Bai, the former veterinarian, so some precautions can be prevented in advance. Feng Yi is also in the breeding area at this moment, but she is watching from the side. Seeing this, Chinyu gently knocked on the iron door with his right hand. Hearing the noise, Feng Yi looked back, then whispered a few words to the girls next to her, and then walked towards the door. "You're back. How is it? Is everything going well?" "Yeah, it's fine." Chinyu smiled and said, "We may leave in a few days. Do you want to go with us?" "Me? No need." Feng Yi hesitated and answered by the door. After saying that, she pulled Chinyu's sleeve and walked outside. "Let's talk outside. It's so smelly in here. I'm thinking about adding some fans for ventilation." Hearing this, Chinyu said, "Now the water and electricity facilities are running normally. If conditions permit, we can do it. Unfortunately, there are too many missing parts, so it's a bit troublesome to do it." Feng Yi pulled Chinyu and walked to a chair outside to sit down. She pounded her thigh and turned her head and said, "By the way, how long will it take you this time?" "A week." "More than." Chinyu thought about it and said softly, "Maybe it will take a month, or maybe even longer." "Ah, Can't it be a quick battle? Feng Yi was puzzled. Hearing this, Qin pondered for a while, then looked up at the children playing in the camp and said softly, "If we can negotiate and keep our distance from each other in the future, that would be good. It would be best if we don't fight." Feng Yi thought for a while and said, "But now we don't have any means to restrain them. In other words, I said I wouldn't fight you 1 second, but my mood changed the next second. You can't do anything to me if I come to fight you. I have also considered the situation you mentioned, so I will stay for a long time this time. Secondly, I hope to find Yi's elder brother as soon as possible." When he said this, Qin Yu's face was obviously a little sad, and his brows were furrowed. Seeing this, Feng Yi leaned back in the chair, crossed her legs and said, "Are you worried that Xiaolin's brother might have joined the Salvation sect?" "Well, it's not like this is not the case. Don't worry, this is not a TV show, there is no such bloody thing." Feng Yi didn't agree with this, she said firmly. "Based on my understanding of Xiaolin, she is such a good person, how bad can her brother be?" Then she added, "Anyway, I think there's no need to worry about things that haven't happened yet. It's just putting pressure on yourself." Qin Yu was also aware of this truth, but according to Hui Yao, Lin Yi's brother Lin Hao was with the mysterious man at the time. If Jiang Chen had a relationship with the Salvation sect, how could Lin Hao stay out of it? Every time he thought of this, Qin Yu felt a headache. He estimated that his gray hair was also related to this matter. If at the last moment, on one side is his favorite girl, and on the other side is his brother-in-law, what should he do? That's why Qin Yu hopes to rush to the Savior sect as soon as possible. He wants to see what kind of thing can delay the Savior sect from coming here. After a while of silence, Feng Yi suddenly said, "If you are going to be away for a long time, then I'd better follow you." "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Qin Yu turned his head to look to the left. Hearing this, Feng Yi gently shook her white jade left leg, lifted the hair by her ear with her right hand, and whispered, "More than a month. It's too long. I feel a little reluctant to not see Xiao Lei for so long." After these words came out, Qin Yu was stunned. Seeing this, Feng Yi rolled her eyes and muttered with red ears, "Why, only you and Xiaolin are allowed to be together, and the elder sister is not allowed to pursue happiness." "That's not what I mean." Qin Yu shook his head and said, "Given a Lei's sullen personality, I'm very curious, who broke the last layer of window paper between you two?" After the voice fell, footsteps came from the right, accompanied by 2 words. "It's me." Qin Yu turned his head, and found that a Lei appeared beside him without knowing when. He was not surprised by this, nor was he frightened, because a Lei often walked without making any sound, and if you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it. Then, a Lei continued to speak expressionlessly, "I don't know if I will still be alive after this battle, so I don't want to have any regrets. Savior sect, I don't care, but Jiang Chen is very strong." At this moment, even a Lei said such words. Qin Yu naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. The next second, Feng Yi stood up on his knees as if he didn't hear it. "Okay, I won't disturb you two brothers talking. I have something to do and I leave first. What's the matter with you, Qin Yu, just now?" "No big deal. I just want to ask where Chen Shi is recently. I went to her house, but couldn't find her." "Oh, go look for the villa in the old city. I left it there untouched, and Chen Shi moved in later." "Okay." After she left, a Lei also sat on the chair. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he is still a flesh and blood body. If all of us work together, we may not be unable to defeat him. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. This time, "I must help the instructors, otherwise, he may lose." A Lei was silent for more than 10 seconds again, then turned his head to the right, and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, "You don't belong to me or anyone else. Do whatever you want to do. I will always support you." But after the voice fell, a Lei suddenly stopped talking, or maybe he was in a dilemma and didn't know whether to say it. Qin Yu calculated that he had known a Lei for a long time, but this was the first time he saw this expression on a Lei's face. Usually, a Lei said whatever he wanted to say, and when he encountered something he didn't want to say, he just kept silent, just like Uncle Hua. Sometimes Qin Yu even wondered, if a Lei and Uncle Hua went out on a mission together, who would take the lead when encountering an emergency? Or would they just stay silent and do their own work? Qin Yu analyzed it a little bit, and glanced at Feng Yi's back in the distance. Today, she happened to be wearing hot pants, showing off her long legs. Seeing this, Qin Yu was also curious. Isn't she afraid of getting tanned? But thinking about it carefully, it seems that Feng Yi rarely moves in the sun, just like Lin Yi. Even in the Doomsday, they are very careful about sun protection. Chapter 986. After a few seconds, Qin Yu patted a Lei on the shoulder and smiled. Actually, I guess what you want to say. Don't worry, Fengyi has also helped me a lot. I will naturally let people pay more attention to her safety. Hearing this, Alei looked at him gratefully and nodded slightly. In fact, with Alei's current status and position as a veteran in the camp, if he wants people to help, there are many people willing to lend a hand. Zhang Yin, Xiao Jiu or De Shuang and others don't need him to say anything. When they encounter danger, they will stand in front of Lin Yi, Feng Yi and other girls. But in fact, Alei knew that if others rushed forward, they might be the only ones, but if Qinyu rushed forward, there would definitely be more people behind him. Soon Qinyu stood up to find Chen Shi. Alei watched his back, and made a decision again in his heart. About a few minutes later, Qinyu stood in front of a villa. Unlike other houses, the villa here was very broken, with many knife marks on the door and many brown marks on the wall. Qinyu took a quick look and recognized that they were dried blood stains, and his heart sank. At this moment, a little girl came out with a bucket. It was Jiang Lingling. She also saw Qinyu at the first time. Jiang Lingling now gradually began to speak after interacting with everyone. Uncle Chen. Jiang Lingling was a little embarrassed, but still greeted him. Long time no see, Lingling, are you cleaning up the bloodstains? Qinyu pushed open the door and walked in. Well, my godmother said that it was too dirty outside, and it was not good looking. Hearing this, Qinyu squatted down and dipped his hand in the bucket to dip some water, then licked it with the tip of his tongue, then he spit it out, stood up and said, next time, add more salt and white vinegar to the water, so it can be cleaned better. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling whispered, salt is precious. We can't afford to waste it. Qinyu shook his head and said, when the doomsday just broke out, there were zombies everywhere. People were unfamiliar with it, and didn't dare to go into the city to search, so it was difficult to find a lot of salt, but it's different now. After life gets better, there's no need to continue to suffer. Go to the warehouse to get it, and tell them that I asked you to go. This kind of material should not require currency exchange. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Jiang Lingling lowered her head, picked up the bucket, and walked out of the yard. Seeing this, Qinyu sighed helplessly, walked to the door and knocked gently. There was no response from inside the house. He waited for more than 10 seconds, then looked at the door handle. Pushing the door open, Qinyu glanced around and found that the furnishings in the house had basically not changed, or maybe more than 7 months had passed, and he could no longer remember what had changed. Chen Shi was wearing a maternity dress, lying in a chair in a daze, looking very haggard. What Qinyu didn't expect was that she was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Why are you wearing this indoors in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that your eyesight will be affected? You're here. Chen Shi held her waist with her left hand, and tried to stand up. It has been a while since the last attack, and Chen Shi's belly has grown a little bigger. Qinyu couldn't recognize how many months she has been. The house is very messy. Please sit anywhere. Chen Shi wanted to pour him a glass of water, but the kettle was empty. She just stood in front of the dining table, motionless. Seeing this, Qinyu walked a little closer, looked at her thin face, and whispered, I know in my heart that for you, no matter how much others say, it doesn't make sense. Hearing this, Chen Shi came back to his senses a little, turned his head, and looked at him blankly. The next second, Qinyu pulled out a chair, not caring about the dust on it, and sat down directly. Time is very tight now. A large number of people will follow me to leave in a few days. Once I leave, there will not be many people left in the camp. Then Qinyu paused for a moment and continued, Chen Shi, you have been with us for a long time. I don't want to advise you how to get out, but I hope you know that if we don't win this time, then it is very likely that everyone will die. After saying that, Qinyu just sat there calmly. About 2 minutes later, Chen Shi gently stroked his abdomen with his right hand and murmured, Do you know who the child was that Lao Cheng wanted to save? You say. Qinyu spoke. It was Lingling. After saying this, Qinyu fell silent again. At the beginning, Alei did not say who it was, and Qinyu did not ask later, but he actually guessed that it might be those who were younger. But unexpectedly, it would be Jiang Lingling. She has no relationship with Lao Cheng, and they rarely communicated before. Jiang Lingling has no relationship with Chen Shi either. It was just because Jiang Yuchen's wife saved Chen Shi before she died, so she kept Lingling with her to repay her gratitude. Seeing that Qinyu didn't say anything, Chen Shi continued to talk to herself. Sometimes I wonder why he couldn't be more selfish. If he died like this, what should I do? Who can I rely on? As she spoke, tears appeared on her face under her sunglasses. Hearing this, Qinyu said seriously, You don't need to rely on anyone. As long as you are still within this wall, everyone will take the initiative to help you. Think about it carefully. Since the attack, you and Jiang Lingling have not done any work in the camp, but have you ever lacked water and food? After the voice fell, Qin Yu pointed to several cardboard boxes in the corner. He could guess what was in them without thinking. Hearing this, Qin Shi burst into tears again. Qin Yu stood up and whispered, "You have to live well. After all, the enemies who attacked our camp have not been completely killed. I hope you can personally avenge the old city. Don't cry, it's not good for the fetus." He took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and put it on the table. "You are pregnant now. You have to pay attention to everything. I have adjusted the frequency of this walkie-talkie. Press it to talk, and someone from Feng Yi and the hospital will receive it. Remember to charge it every few days." After saying that, Qin Yu picked up a bag of garbage on the ground and turned to leave the villa. However, the crying in the house seemed to be a little louder. Seeing this, Qin Yu could only helplessly. Qin Shi had too many emotions in her heart, and crying might make her feel better. At present, the domestic garbage in the camp is concentrated in one area. Every 2 days, a special person will use a cart to transport it to the periphery of the camp, about 1 kilometer away. There is a bungalow built with stones there, which is specially used to burn garbage. At the same time, there will be someone watching to prevent fire. After throwing away the garbage, Qin Yu went to find Dazhuang and prepared to ask him for a cigarette and a lighter. At first, Dazhuang was a little curious and thought that Qin Yu wanted to learn to smoke, so he refused to give it to him. But when he heard that he was going to see the old city, he gave him half a box very happily. In the Doomsday, this is already quite generous. Chapter 987. Villa area, the area behind the camp. It was almost dark, and Qin Yu stood in front of a grave mound, his face calm. He reached out to clean the dust on the wooden tombstone, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and took out another cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Then he put his left hand in front of the cigarette to block the wind, and lit it with a lighter in his right hand. Then Qin Yu took a puff, but because he had never smoked before, he began to cough violently. After a few seconds, Qin Yu held the cigarette in his left hand, and slowly placed it on the stone in front of the grave mound. "Have a good journey, Brother Chung. Maybe I come to accompany you next month." Qin Yu has become stronger and more agile now, but for some reason, familiar companions still leave him. At dusk, Qin Yu squatted in front of the grave, talking to himself for a long time, and no one knew what he said. In the next few days, Qin Yu and others held a meeting to discuss how to take care of those with physical disabilities. At the beginning, the discussion was good, and everyone agreed that they were injured in order to protect the camp, and everyone in the camp should be responsible. Later, Feng Yi proposed to continue to distribute material coins, such as Hong Wu and Wang Tianhai, who could not take care of themselves, and distribute them on a daily basis. However, Yu Feng was very determined and said that he could take care of Uncle Wang by himself. As for Hong Wu, the one who had the best relationship with him was Lao Chung, but no one was willing to take the initiative to stand up at this time. Seeing this, De Shuang threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, saying that Hong Wu could live with them in the future, and it was nothing more than a matter of having an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. When discussing these matters, the parties involved were not in the meeting room, so the discussion was quite intense, but basically no one had any objections. Just when the plan was about to be finalized, someone suddenly stood up and suggested dividing an area outside the camp and blocking it with a wall, and everyone could just send food there every day. As soon as this was said, Qin Yu's face suddenly darkened. Others shook their heads secretly, looking at the person who spoke with gloating. This guy just hit the muzzle of the gun. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that in the meeting room, Qin Yu's face always had a faint expression, and no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness could be seen. But those who are familiar with him know that this is when Qin Yu is most annoyed. The next second, Qin Yu stood up and walked towards him, standing in front of him and said, "What's your name?" "Run. Yong." The person who spoke was a young man with dyed yellow hair, about 23 years old. Even his arms were covered with tattoos, including earrings and lip studs. Of course, no one discriminated against any survivors in the Doomsday. At least when Feng Yi and Xiao Jiu were in charge, there would be no discrimination. As long as the person had no problem with his character and could make contributions, he could naturally join in. What Qin Yu couldn't understand was why this kind of person could survive, while others died. Qin Yu's aura was very different now. Standing in front of him, he was like a killing god, which naturally made him tremble. Then the yellow-haired boy named Ren Yong realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly added, "What I mean is, we should create an area in the camp so that those who have difficulty living can live together. Just like a nursing home. Where were you when they were protecting the camp?" Chen Yu looked at him calmly, and said something out of the blue. I was evacuating the crowd. After Ren Yong finished speaking, the people around him had quietly dispersed. Some people knew very well that this guy was not evacuating the crowd. It was obvious that when they were evacuating, someone next to him fell down, and he subconsciously helped him up. Even so, he still insisted on flattering himself. Then why didn't you think about fighting with him? Chen Yu asked. There are too many enemies. I don't know how to deal with them. Hee. Chen Yu sneered and said, even you know there are many enemies, but other teammates don't know? Then, without waiting for him to speak, Chen Yu turned his head and said, go ask Brother Xiao if he recruited this yellow-haired guy. Okay. Xiao Kong nodded, and turned to run outside. Now he is used to doing things for Chen Yu. At the same time, Feng Yi also walked closer and asked, who recruited you? I don't remember. Ren Yong's eyelids jumped, and he looked around, but found that no one spoke for him. Seeing this, Ren Yong flashed a trace of anger. They usually get along well, but at the critical moment, none of them can be trusted. Of course, he dared not say this. A few minutes later, Xiao Kong ran into the meeting room panting. He held the wall with his hands, looked at Chen Yu and shook his head, saying, Brother Xiao said he didn't care about these recently. Okay, I know. At this moment, Feng Yi suddenly thought of something and pulled Chen Yu's clothes. Then Chen Yu looked at her, and then the two walked to the corner. I remember, this should be selected by Song Chung. He? Chen Yu frowned slightly and said, when will Song Chung be able to manage the camp? Saying this, Chen Yu did not look down on Song Chung. On the contrary, because of his outstanding ability, Chen Yu also had high hopes for him. It's just that as the number of people in the camp increases, all kinds of people may easily sneak in. In addition, there are many young girls here, and they are relatively beautiful. In the end times, it is very likely that some beast will cause trouble. So Chen Yu has always been firm about this. 3 people are enough to manage, and no additional managers will be added for the time being. Now, after hearing what Feng Yi said, Chen Yu began to feel a little unhappy. Hearing this, Feng Yi waved her hand and signaled Chen Yu to bend down. Then she stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words in Chen Yu's ear. After listening, Chen Yu's expression eased a little. If that was the case, he could understand it, because after the hydropower station was built, a large number of people were needed to stand guard. And these people only needed to stay outside the camp all day. In other words, they did not need to be in the camp all the time. Ren Yong happened to be this type of survivor, who could survive in the doomsday environment, and would not do things like murder and arson. He was the kind of person who would not make big mistakes, but would occasionally make small mistakes. Originally, after he got off work today, he should go home and rest, but he saw many people gathered in the conference room, so he sneaked in and prepared to listen, thinking that they were distributing supplies. After staying here for a long time, Ren Yong got used to it, and spoke without thinking. But this sentence just hit Chen Yu's reverse scale. Bang! The door was pushed open, and everyone looked back, and found Song Chung running over with sweat on his forehead, and a large wrench in his hand. The next second, he walked towards the yellow-haired man angrily. Chapter 988. Many of the companions who died in the last attack were Song Cheng's men. One of them also survived with a broken leg. At this moment, hearing someone actually propose to drive them out, Song Chung was undoubtedly furious. Ren Yong was so frightened when he saw Song Chung suddenly appearing that he froze in place. You know, Song Bin himself has the habit of fitness, and he has lived in the wild for so long, so he is not an ordinary person. A thin young man like Ren Yong would be dead if he couldn't withstand a few wrenches from Song Chung. When Song Chung approached, he raised the wrench and prepared to cut the guy's head. But the next second, his right hand was held by someone, and he couldn't move it at all. Seeing this, Song Chung turned his head to the right and asked, Brother Chen Yu, this is the person I recruited. I will apologize to you later. Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head slightly and said, he did say this inappropriately, but the crime is not punishable by death. Since he proposed to place those people outside the camp, I think we must try to see if the plan can be implemented smoothly. In this case, let him try first. Come here, some people. After the words fell, several men in their 30s stepped forward and stood behind Chen Yu. Then Chen Yu said softly, take this yellow-haired gentleman away first, and then find a suitable place outside the camp within an hour to build the wall. Hearing this, the men were stunned. One of the men with a simple face scratched his head and asked, in an hour? The cement alone has no chance to solidify completely. Who told you to use cement? Chen Yu looked at Ren Yong, who had begun to tremble, and said lightly, what to use? Wire, wooden planks, or 2 ropes if that doesn't work. After these words came out, the 6 people looked at each other, and the man who spoke earlier laughed and said, "I see, let's do it now." As he said that, 2 people stepped forward and dragged the yellow-haired man away from the meeting room. 2 of the people who died last time were their brothers, and someone also lost an eye and an ear. This time, Renyong directly or indirectly offended most of the camp. There is no need for Chinyu to punish him, others will make things difficult for him. The farce ended quickly. Although this person said something wrong, Chinyu would not kill him, and it was not enough to drive him out of the camp. Unless Renyong bullies the injured people later. By then, it will not be as simple as a warning. Finally, the resettlement method was determined, and everyone dispersed. Of course, Chinyu did more than just this one thing in the past few days. He basically comforted everyone. But there was one person who surprised him, that was Ningli. After Yang Yu came to the camp, Chinyu had been trying to reduce the contact between the 2 people. Yang Yu was also very smart and basically avoided them. However, Ningli took the initiative to find Chinyu. She hoped that she could learn more skills. Chinyu asked her the reason, and Ningli said that it was to fulfill Zhang Cici's last wish. After hearing that, Chinyu did not answer her directly, but asked her to go back first. According to his understanding of these people, if anyone is the most trustworthy, it must be Ningli. According to what Zhang Yin said later, Ningli's father was once a drug enforcement police officer. So Chinyu basically took good care of her later, not to mention Feng Yi, and never let Ningli suffer. Even when making arrows, there was no requirement for quantity and quality. How could other people get such treatment? And Chinyu also thought that Zhang Cici had indeed done some wrong things. But after all, he was not the person involved, and he actually had little right to intervene. The death of the man with glasses only made him feel a little pity. In the Doomsday, if you choose the wrong teammates, you may end up losing your life. Chinyu had experienced too much about this, and he no longer felt sad. Later, Ningli promised that she would teach Zhang Cici, so Chinyu turned a blind eye. Unexpectedly, in the end, Zhang Cici also sacrificed herself to save others. Ningli is now the same as Li Yao, with only herself left by her side. Chinyu naturally has no objection to her proposal to become stronger. However, time is tight now, and even temporary training will not have any effect. At most 2 or 3 days, nothing can be changed. In this case, Ningli would have to go with him, but Chinyu was not sure about what would happen next. He hoped that Li Yao would be happy to see her roommate in the future. If Ningli died in the end, he didn't know whether to tell Li Yao. Although Chinyu was not sure whether Li Yao was still alive. Finding Li Yao was what he had always wanted to do. Before, Chinyu said that he had given up looking for Li Yao only because he had no clue and the distance was probably too far. Recently, other people have rarely mentioned this name, but Chinyu will not forget it. At that time, he was still not very strong, and he could not travel long distances, let alone protect Lin Yi who was with him. But now it is different. Finding Li Yao and Lin Yi's brother, dealing with the Salvation Sect, and solving those hidden enemies, these things can be done together. Just as Chinyu was sitting in the villa yard drinking tea and thinking, an uninvited guest suddenly came. Knock knock. The door to the courtyard was knocked. Chinyu turned his head, and saw that it was Yang Yu standing outside the door. "Can I come in?" Yang Yu looked at the big white dog inside through the crack of the door, and asked hesitantly. "Don't be so polite. Just treat it as your own home." Chinyu nodded. "Okay." Yang Yu pushed the door open, and just as he stepped in, Dubai pricked up his ears alertly, and then barked. Seeing this, Chinyu put down the teacup and whispered, "Be obedient and be quiet." After the voice fell, Dubai really shut up, and then walked into the doghouse that Chinyu personally built for him, and then lay inside without moving. Now that the weather is hot, it is only active in the evening. Haha, this dog is very smart, so obedient. Yang Yu walked towards the pavilion, looking back to make sure that the dog would not rush up and bite him. "Sit down." Chinyu poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Yu took off his gloves and put them on the table, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then went straight to the point. "What did that girl want to talk to you about just now? Are you worried that she wants to deal with you?" Chinyu glanced at him and hit the nail on the head. "Not really, mainly, I feel guilty. After all, I killed 2 of her classmates." At this point, Yang Yu paused for a few seconds, then whispered, "If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. I've been so idle these days that I'm almost going moldy." Chapter 989. After these words came out, although Chinyu's expression was calm, his heart was slightly moved. Hearing this, he was a little suspicious whether Yang Yu was the worm in his stomach. "Just when I wanted to sleep, the pillow was delivered to my door. What do you think? Chinyu did not say it directly, and asked again while drinking tea. I heard from the class monitor that her last classmate also died, which felt a bit pitiful, and I saw that she has been training herself recently, but her movements are not very standard. Hearing this, Chinyu put down his teacup and touched his nose again, saying, she has a roommate, she should still be alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, where is she? She has been missing for a long time. Chinyu shook his head slightly, and said with a heavy heart, it's okay, give me a rough coordinate, I will go find her, if not 10 days, then a month, or even half a year, I don't believe I can't find her back. If I knew the approximate location, would I have waited until now? She is one of the first teammates I met. Yang Yu pounded the table with his right fist and said, I thought I could make up for it, but what does she look like? Can you describe it to me, and I ask other survivors? At this moment, Chinyu tried to recall, but found that Li Yao's appearance was getting fainter and fainter in his mind. He seemed to have a little bit of a vague memory of what she looked like. Thinking of this, Chinyu fell into silence again. But soon he raised his head, looked into Yang Yu's eyes, and said, no need to ask, some survivors who enter the camp, as long as they are in that area, will be asked in advance whether they have seen similar young girls. Why didn't anyone ask me? What if I have seen it? Yang Yu's brain didn't react, and he asked subconsciously. After this, Chinyu looked at him as if he was a fool. The next second, Yang Yu's old face was slightly red, scratched his head and said, oh, I was indeed far away from this area before, it should be difficult to meet. Well, only survivors who are several dozen kilometers away from where she disappeared will be questioned when they come here. This is indeed a bit difficult. Yang Yu sighed and poured another cup of tea. He opened the teapot and took a look, then pursed his lips and said, what kind of tea is this? How come it is brewed with wood chips and tastes so good? I don't know. There is a forest in the back mountain. I heard that an elderly man happened to know that some of the trees in it can be used to make tea. Chinyu replied. Then he looked at his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinyu thought for a moment and said again, when we set out to find the Savior sect, let Ningli train with you on the way. Is that okay? Of course. Yang Yu stood up, patted his chest muscles and said, with me here, I guarantee that she will improve quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu frowned and said, let me remind you that you and Zhang Yin are of the same age. Ningli is a college student, a dozen years younger than you. Hearing this, Yang Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, what are you saying? I'm not the kind of person who likes young girls. It's not the best. You go back first. I tell Ningli later. Okay. Having successfully resolved his worries, Yang Yu happily left Chinyu's villa. After he left, Chinyu rubbed his temples, still feeling a little depressed, because he still had to find a way to deal with the captives. At that time, he just thought that it would be a bit too cruel to kill all of them. After all, they were all women and did not participate in the attack on the camp. So I brought them back directly, like Hui Yao, and let them work in exchange for the necessary materials to survive. But when I got home, I remembered that I had to go to the Savior Gate immediately. After this departure, there will not be many people left in the camp. Leaving so many captives here is equivalent to a hidden danger. The departure time is set for the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chinyu plans to talk about it tomorrow. It is better to do what Lenny ordered first. Although it is about to enter November, and the temperature is not very hot, Dubai's hair is a bit long, so I plan to shave it shorter. Lenny has been helping the young nurses in the hospital to explain some knowledge recently, so she doesn't have much time. This is also what Xiao Jiao suggested. The current environment is not like before. Everyone is doing their own job. In the end times, it is always right to know more. So the task of shaving the dog fell on Chinyu. He stood up, blew a whistle, and called Dubai's name. But the doghouse didn't move, and there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Chinyu had to move closer, and Dubai walked out slowly, and then looked at him, with an expression as if asking, what's the matter? Chinyu squatted down and touched its head, pointed to the house and said, go in. Inside the house, Chinyu pressed the switch, and the electric trimmer made a buzzing sound, and then he whispered, don't move, I reward you with some dried meat later. About an hour later, the living room floor was already covered with white hair. At first, Chinyu trimmed and cleaned it with a comb, but the more he trimmed, the uglier it became. Later, he was worried that Lin Yi would be disgusted when she came back, so he went out to call Qinger. Because Qinger had worked in a related profession before, she later came to the villa area and found a small house to open a barber shop to exchange for material coins. Over time, her life became better and better. Of course, Most of the time she only charged the hair clipper, and she would go out to dry her hair after washing it. Otherwise, the little material coins she earned would only be used to exchange for electricity. There were even 2 girls helping out because of the increase in the number of people in the camp. With Chinger's help, Dubai's appearance barely dropped by 90%. At this moment, Chinyu couldn't recognize that this was a Samoyed at all. After shaving the hair, Dubai lay down in the corner and ignored Chinyu's calls. Seeing this, Chinyu had no choice but to put a few more pieces of dried meat in it, and then went to find Ningli after cleaning the house. A few minutes later, Ningli listened to Chinyu's words, thought for a while, and then nodded. As long as you arrange it, I have no objection. Don't worry, he will only teach you how to train. Chinyu guessed that she might mind a little, so he took the initiative to say more. Hearing this, Ningli just smiled and stopped talking. After a while, she said with hope in her eyes, Brother Chen, are we going to go find Yao Yao? Who told you that? Chinyu was a little curious, because the plan was just to deal with the Savior sect. Hearing this, Ningli lowered her head and said, it was Dr. Xiaolin who said that. She hoped that I could go with her, but I was too weak, so I found you in the hope of becoming stronger. Chapter 990. After hearing this, Chinyu also understood Lin Yi's good intentions. Perhaps she was always worried about Li Yao. They were both very smart, and had always had a good relationship. Li Yao had made her position clear, and never tried again. And Lin Yi was even more so. Chinyu did not stay with Ningli for too long. He just asked her to pack her things, and leave early the day after tomorrow. When Chinyu returned home, he did not see Dubai, and thought he had run away. As a result, he went to the bedroom upstairs, and lay down at the door of Lin Yi's room. Seeing this, Chinyu apologized to it in a gentle voice, saying that he would never cut its hair in the future, and added a piece of dried meat to every meal. At the same time, he went to the warehouse to exchange some toys, and finally coaxed it. In the past, Chinyu never thought that he would actually keep a pet. After all, it was hard to support himself before the end of the world. Recently, Lin Yi has been going out early and coming back late, and Chinyu rarely sees her, but he knows very well that as long as she is in the camp, Lin Yi is naturally safe. Now, except for the guards and a few people, other survivors are not allowed to carry any weapons, and they are all centrally managed. It is to prevent some people from causing disasters under impulse. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chinyu opened his eyes, and found Lin Yi sleeping soundly in his arms, like a kitten, with her eyelashes moving. Seeing this, Chinyu reached out and gently scratched her nose. Lin Yi murmured in a daze, let me sleep a little longer. I go make breakfast. Chinyu lowered his head and kissed Lin Yi on the forehead, then got up and started to put on clothes. Lin Yi opened her eyes and looked at the wounds on Chinyu's back, her eyes full of heartache. As if he guessed that she was looking at him, Chinyu put on a t-shirt and whispered, most of them are caused by training. It's okay, a small problem. By the way, I want to tell you something. Lin Yi sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, rubbing her eyes and said, well, go ahead. Chinyu turned around and sat on the bed. Uncle Wa's injury cannot be delayed. If he can't get treatment within a month, he may. Speaking of this, Lin Yi also felt a little heavy. After a few seconds, she said again, if there is still no way to relieve it, I'm afraid that my right hand will not be able to do any heavy work in the future, and even holding chopsticks will shake. Is it already so serious? Chinyu frowned and said, during this period, I have asked almost all the survivors I have come into contact with. No one knows Chinese medicine. Some have learned it by themselves, but who dares to let them treat people? I heard from Xiaolin that Uncle Wa tried his best to hold back many people in the last attack, causing his hidden disease to relapse, but he still forced himself to use the anti-material sniper rifle. Because he is seriously injured now, Uncle Wa basically doesn't go out. I heard that you also hit a wall when you went to find him yesterday? Yeah. Chinyu nodded and said, Chi Hao said Uncle Wa was resting, so I didn't disturb him. He's not in the camp. Lin Yi was silent for a long time, and then couldn't help but speak. Don't say it was me who said it. Yang Zi heard it by chance. She was too worried and told me. Hearing this, Chinyu was full of confusion. The next second, Lin Yi continued, Brother Xiao would occasionally leave the camp. Later, Xiaolin also said it privately. It turned out that Uncle Wa went outside to practice left-handed shooting, using a crossbow and a toy gun. Because we are in the wild, and he is injured now, Brother Xiao and Chi Hao take turns to follow behind to prevent other survivors from appearing. No wonder I always miss one of them when I returned to the camp recently. Chinyu said with a depressed mood. Uncle Wa's injury has always been a big stone in Chinyu's heart, but it is not something that can be solved simply. I learned before that ordinary Chinese medicine cannot cure it, and it needs to be combined with acupuncture. In this doomsday, doing anything has become more difficult. Qin was so anxious that his hair turned white, but he didn't get any news. He even asked Chang Wenjing. Qin had learned a lot from Uncle Hua, and he always respected this middle-aged man, who was not talkative and had dark skin. But Chen Yu was not a supernatural being, and it was difficult for him to handle too many things at the same time. Fortunately, there were many friends around him to help share the burden, so Chen Yu could take a breath. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu made up his mind and said, "We don't have Chinese medicine here, but maybe Pani Bei or Jiashiman may have it. It may be too late to find someone after we go there, so Uncle Hua should also take him." After saying this, Lin Yi sat up straight, holding Qin Yu's broad and calloused right hand with both hands, and worriedly said, "In this way, this camp will become precarious in an instant, and most people have left." Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said, "I have an idea, what do you think?" "Tell me." "All the people we are familiar with will leave with us. Anyway, there is enough room on the train, and only a small number of people will stay here. What if they destroy the camp? Where will we live when we return?" Lin Yi was reluctant to leave. She shook her head and said, "We have finally developed to the current scale. What a pity." After saying this, Qin Yu patted Lin Yi's hand and said, Actually, if you think about it carefully, if we win, can't the two camps over there also provide us with living space? With a steam locomotive, as long as we get coal, we can move the materials here again, even the equipment of those small hydropower stations. Also, I don't want to say such discouraging words to you, but you should also be able to understand that if we lose, we probably won't have a chance to come back here." Hearing this, Lin Yi said sadly, "Moving again? Actually, I don't like changing places like this all the time." Qin Yu moved forward a little, hugged Lin Yi and whispered, "Although our place is not bad, after all, the Savior sect may be better developed than us, after all, there are more people than us. No matter what you do, I will support you unconditionally." Lin Yi was silent for a while, leaned on his shoulder, and said softly, "I just want to follow you." Qin Yu stroked Lin Yi's hair on his shoulders and said, "I am also reluctant to abandon this place, but after all, the development here is actually limited." After a brief conversation, Qin Yu went downstairs, quickly put the food on the pot, and went to find Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao. But after searching for a long time, Xiao Jiao was nowhere to be found. Finally, Xiao Yin came out of the bedroom in pajamas, and said that Xiao Jiao didn't come back last night. He left a letter, and would probably come back at noon. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded and asked her to come to discuss on behalf of Xiao Jiao and convey it later. But what surprised Qin Yu was that Feng Yi had no opinion on this, and agreed with both hands. Chapter 991. Seeing her attitude, Qin Yu sat on the sofa and asked, "In this case, don't you think you have wasted a lot of time?" "Of course not." Feng Yi shook her head. She combed her hair and replied, "When doing something, whether it is successful or not, the experience is already in my mind. Secondly, I think that the development of the camp to this point is inseparable from everyone. Everyone has worked hard. Now is the critical moment. I naturally support making changes." "Okay." Qin Yu nodded, looked at the girl who was dozing on the sofa, and then tapped the table gently. "Xiaoyin, did you remember it?" "I remembered it. Xiaoyin went to bed very late last night, and was woken up early this morning. She was really sleepy. She stretched, yawned, and said lazily, 'But Brother Xiao won't have any other opinions, you can just start.'" Hearing this, Feng Yi seemed to remember something, sat up a little straighter, and even stopped crossing her legs. She asked seriously, "Qin Yu, what are you going to do with those people who are locked up?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said, "I'm having a headache about this. Do you two have any good suggestions?" Xiaoyin waved her hand, indicating not to ask her. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Feng Yi again. Compared to Xiaoyin, Feng Yi thought seriously. After about half a minute, she raised her head, hesitated, and said, "How about taking them with us? Wait until the train has gone a distance, and then drive them off the train and let them fend for themselves. In this way, it is no different from indirectly taking their lives." Qin Yu did not agree directly, but added, "We are heading south. We have rarely come into contact with that area before, but according to what Brother Xiao and Uncle Hua said, there are a lot of zombies in the south." After he finished speaking, Xiaoyin opened her eyes and said, "Well, at that time, there were basically groups of zombies in the places we went to, and not just one or two. It was easy to be the kind of zombies with hundreds or thousands of them. So what do you think we should do about this?" Feng Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, "It would be better if we were a little worse, so that we could send them off without any scruples." Xiaoyin tapped her knees and said shockingly, "Why don't we take them with us as cannon fodder?" After this, before Chinyu could say anything, Fengyi shook her head and said, "Didn't you hear what I said before?" These women did not directly participate in the attack on the camp. In essence, they had to surrender their weapons because of the leader's orders. "So Chinyu killed the leader, am I right?" She looked at the sofa on the other side. Chinyu nodded slightly. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. At this moment, the alarm clock on the coffee table suddenly rang. Fengyi stood up, turned it off, and said, "Well, I have to take medicine." "Sister Feng, are you sick?" Xiaoyin stood up and asked with concern, "Why haven't I heard you say that? It's not a serious illness." Fengyi waved her hand and bent down to search in the drawer. A few seconds later, she held a small bottle and said, "My immunity has been a little low recently. I catch a cold all the time and have a mouth ulcer. The doctor told me to take some vitamin C to enhance my resistance." As she said that, Fengyi started to scoop up breakfast. Recently she had rice, so she could occasionally drink porridge in the morning. She usually cooked it in the evening and drank it directly the next day. "Sister Feng, aren't you afraid of living alone in such a big house?" Xiaoyin was no longer sleepy, so she also ran to the kitchen and stood beside her and asked curiously, "Who told you that I live alone?" Fengyi scooped up 3 bowls of porridge, gave one to Xiaoyin, and then walked towards Chinyu with the rest. "Thank you." Chinyu took it, and did not refuse. After all, the relationship between them was no longer the same as before, and it was really unnecessary to be too distant. Although he had food on the stove at home, he would rather eat something ready-made than not. Fengyi took out another plate from the cupboard, which contained 2 scallion pancakes. She returned to the sofa and fanned it with her hand, frowning and saying, "It seems a little sour, but it's a pity that there is no way to use the refrigerator now. This pancake was baked yesterday morning, and who knew that Alay didn't come back at night? Alay went out last night too." Chinyu heard this, holding the bowl and wiping the corner of his mouth, a little puzzled. "Well, a while ago, a zombie wandered here. It was wearing work clothes, but they were too dirty. After being killed by our people, we saw a bulge in its pocket. We thought it was cigarettes, so we checked it. It turned out to be an application form, which seemed to be related to guide dogs. But it's been more than a year. Even if there is a guide dog, it's hard to survive until now, right?" Chinyu was also a little surprised when he heard this, but soon realized that something was wrong. Could it be a trap? As soon as he finished speaking, the back door was kicked open, and a young man covered in blood stepped in. It was Alay, who hadn't come back all night. In his hands, he was holding 2 dogs, one yellow and one black. Chinyu looked carefully and found that they looked a bit like Labrador, and this type of dog was indeed suitable for being a guide dog in the past. The 3 of them stood up quickly and walked directly towards him. Fengyi was even more shocked and asked nervously, "Xiao Lei, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Alay tied the 2 dogs to the door handle and reached out to touch his hair, which was all bloody. He shook his head slightly and said, "This blood is not mine." Chinyu had been prepared for this. After all, if Alay was really injured like this, he would never be able to return to the camp alive. Then there is only one explanation: the blood belongs to the enemy. But what shocked him was where these 2 dogs came from. They were gentle and not panicky, obviously different from other dogs in the apocalypse. "It's a long story. I take a shower and change clothes first." After saying that, Alay turned and walked upstairs. Seeing this, Fengyi also hurried to the stove in the backyard, and Xiaoyin helped to scoop water into the big pot. About 10 minutes later, in the living room on the first floor, Alay, with wet hair, ate the 2 cakes in big mouthfuls and drank porridge at the same time. He is not a Superman. He has traveled more than 10 kilometers and dealt with a group of people for a long time. His physical strength has been consumed a lot. Eat slowly, don't be anxious. Fengyi stood behind him, gently stroking the back of Alay's neck with her right hand. Chinyu also saw this scene. Fengyi regarded Alay as a younger brother from the beginning, but later they got along for a long time in the Doomsday, and Alay saved Fengyi many times at critical moments. The 2 accompanied each other day and night, and over time they developed feelings for each other. Chinyu could understand this. Moreover, in the Doomsday, it is normal to find a companion after finally surviving. Chapter 992. After eating and drinking, Ari sorted out his thoughts and began to talk. "You should be able to think that this is a trap without my reminder. Why did you go? Why didn't you call everyone to join you?" Xiaoyin looked at the bandage wrapped around his arm, which had slipped off a little because of the shower. After spending so much time together, Xiaoyin felt a little sorry for Ari's injury. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "Time is tight. We have to set off tomorrow morning. It's too slow for several people to go together. If I'm alone, I can run at full speed in the jungle." The next second, Feng Yi walked to the intercom, contacted the camp hospital, and prepared to call a nurse. She put down the intercom, turned around and said, "Qin Yu is back, you can call him." After saying this, Alei was silent for a while, and then replied, "You can't rely on him to do everything." After the voice fell, Qin Yu, who was sitting next to the sofa, put his hand on Alei's shoulder, nodded, and said nothing. At this moment, there was really no need for the two of them to say too much. It seems that in those 7 months, Alei has grown a lot. At least now, he will try to care about other people in the camp. Alei continued to talk quickly. "The reason why I did this is because when Shui first established the community, Hongwu was one of the first people to join. I failed to save the old city at the beginning, which is my biggest regret. If possible, I hope Hongwu can live a more convenient life." With Alei's personality, he said so many words at once, and it really shows how unwilling he is. "So you saw the list, knowing it was a trap, but you still went there without hesitation?" Alei looked at the window in front of him and said calmly, "Some things have to be done by someone." At this moment, Xiaoyin bit her lip, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin glanced at them and said, "You have been saying that Lao Cheng is dead, but why did I feel that the body seemed a little different at the beginning?" After saying this, Qin Yu stood up with a serious face. "Wait, didn't you bury the body yourself?" But Feng Yi shook her head. "I personally handled this matter at the beginning. The body has never been moved, but because it was shot in the head, a lot of blood flowed, and then it was covered with clothes. But based on the pants, body shape and shirt, although I really don't want to admit it, but that is the old city." Hearing this, Xiaoyin couldn't help it. She sat up and said seriously, "A long time ago, Qin Yu was surrounded by a group of corpses, and with the big tiger, Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi mistakenly thought that he was bitten to death. Do you remember this?" The three nodded. At that time, Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong were so angry that they went to Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi several times. "Sister Feng, you should have an impression. Well, they almost fought, and Xiao Jiao and I went there to mediate." Feng Yi recalled and said truthfully. Xiaoyin shook her head, sighed and said, "In fact, they had already fought. Uncle Hua didn't fight back, and Uncle Haozi let them curse at each other. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Qin Yu suddenly felt a headache and said, "Before I left, I made a lot of details. In fact, if you think about it, you should be able to guess that I won't die so easily, because the bullet has a virus, and the tiger will be infected, but Uncle Hua and the others don't know. It's Brother Xiao. He always felt that this was wrong, so he told me not to tell anyone, or he would never talk to me again." Alei frowned slightly and said, "But what does this have to do with Lao Cheng's death?" Xiaoyin said seriously, "Because Lao Cheng was very excited when he heard the news of Qin Yu's death. Brother Xiao saw it, and knew that you must have a good relationship. Later, when the attack broke out, he paid a little more attention to the area where Lao Cheng was." After the voice fell, everyone fell silent. Although Qin Yu didn't want to accept that Lao Cheng died like this, he had to admit the reality, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yin would never lie to me. He once told me that Lao Cheng was hit by 3 bullets, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head. Shang Wanjing also told me that no one can survive this kind of shooting method." The next second, Feng Yi patted her thigh, as if she remembered something. "Qin Yu, didn't you have a friend who was also shot in the chest, but did not die?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said softly, "Hu Yao's heart is on the right side, so he escaped." Knock, knock. The door was knocked. Feng Yi turned and ran outside, saying, "It should be the nurse." She opened the door, but it was Lin Yi who appeared in front of her. Feng Yi asked in confusion, "Xiao Lin, why are you here?" Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was wearing a white coat, said with a serious expression, "I heard that Alei was injured, and I was not busy, so I planned to come here in person." "Where is he?" "In the room, come in." Feng Yi pulled her arm, and quickly closed the door. Seeing that there were 2 more people in the living room, Lin Yi was immediately curious. She knew that Qin Yu was looking for Feng Yi to discuss something, so why was Xiaoyin here too? But Qin Yu soon explained, "Brother Xiao was not in the camp, so I asked Xiaoyin to come to the meeting instead, but Alei came back soon." "Is that so?" Lin Yi put down the medicine box, and went forward to check his arm. "It's okay, you guys continue. This injury needs stitches, I have to take care of it for a while." As she spoke, she began to search in the medicine box again. "Well, it's just right that you are here, you can also help us analyze it." Chinyu nodded and roughly described what they had said before, because after all, it involved the old city. Although his grave was in the camp, what if there was really a glimmer of hope? After listening, Lin Yi disinfected Alay's arm while saying, "The heart is on the right side, which is a normal physiological phenomenon. It is called dextrocardia in medicine." She put down the cotton swab and said in a serious tone, "Under normal circumstances, there will be one person like this in about 100,000 people." Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, "Do I really have such luck that two of these people I know just happened to appear? Now is different from before. There are so many zombies. There may be billions of them in the world. The number of living people is decreasing rapidly. It takes luck to meet people," Xiaoyan said on the side. Hearing this, Feng Yi stood on the right side of Alay. She was a little nervous, and said with a pounding heart, "If Lao Cheng's heart is also on the right, then he does have a chance to escape those two shots." After speaking, Chinyu added, "But what about the shot in the head?" Chapter 993. "I forgot to take the anesthetic. I go back and get it." Lenny stood up, and was about to leave. But Alay shook his head and said, just so directly, "Ah, aren't you afraid of pain?" Lin Yi was a little confused. Hearing this, Alay said softly, "I used to deal with injuries during training directly. I'm used to it. It's okay." But the next second Feng Yi patted his head, and said seriously, "But the past is the past, and now is now." Then Feng Yi looked at Lin Yi. "Shaolin, take a rest, I go." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly spoke, "By the way, please call Zhang Yin over. I want to ask you something again." "Okay." After she left, Alay continued, "When I was abroad, I encountered an example of someone being shot in the head, but not dying directly. Being shot in the head does not necessarily mean death. It depends on the angle and distance of the shooting and the weapon. If it is a rifle, it will definitely die." Lenny also nodded and said, "Alay is right. When I was still studying, I also saw an example where the victim was robbed and shot in the head, but woke up a few hours later. Well, if a small caliber is used, this situation will have a chance of happening." Alay thought for a moment, and gave an answer. Then, the three looked at Chinyu, but found that he was silent. Seeing this, Xiaoyan asked curiously, "Chinyu, what have you thought of?" After the voice fell, he snapped his fingers and said, "If the shooter's shooting skills are not very good, then can it also greatly increase the chances of the victim's survival?" "Of course." Alay glanced at him, frowned slightly. "You should be able to figure this out, right? After all, if the shooting is not good, the bullet is likely to scratch and may not hit the target. For example, if you want to aim at the head, it may actually fly past the ear. So in actual combat, almost no one will aim at the head, right?" Chinyu said. "Yes, after causing damage to the opponent, they will shoot the head again." Alay nodded. "War is not a game. No one will be alive, and kicking with gunshot wounds on their limbs. Once the movement is hindered, the second bullet will really kill the enemy." At this point, Lin Yi suddenly realized something, and she said excitedly, "But most of the survivors had never touched a gun before the apocalypse, unless they received training later. Their shooting skills were basically not good." At this moment, she also noticed something was wrong. If Lao Cheng was really not dead, it would undoubtedly be great news for them. However, as a professional doctor, Lin Yi thought of more things, and soon she said solemnly, "But what about the body? I heard that Sister Feng personally led people to bury those companions. The bodies disappeared. Didn't she find out?" After the voice fell, Chinyu looked at Xiaoyan, wanting to hear what she had to say. Seeing this, Xiaoyan continued seriously, "Brother Xiao has not been in the camp recently. The first priority is indeed to protect Uncle Wa's safety, but Uncle Wa is not easy to mess with. As long as there are not too many enemies, he will not be in any danger. This way, Brother Xiao will have more time to go downstream along the river to look for it." Seeing that Chinyu and Lin Yi didn't quite understand, Xiaoyan patiently explained, "When the attack broke out, it had just rained heavily. Don't you know about this?" Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head. "It's not related to the attack, so I didn't ask much. But what does this have to do with the rain?" "Oh!" Xiaoyan slapped her thigh, and even because she was too hard, a red palm print appeared on her skin. The next second, Xiaoyan hurriedly rubbed the place where she slapped, saying, "When it rains heavily, there will be floods." Then Ari opened his eyes, and clenched his fists subconsciously. "Such an important clue, I actually overlooked it." "Huh?" Chinyu and Lin Yi looked at him. Ari said, "When the camp was attacked, except for those who escaped successfully, the rest of those who could not move, that is, those who were shot, were quickly dragged to an open space outside, and there was a river below. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Xiaoyan adjusted her skirt, gritted her teeth, and chose to say it because she didn't want to see others so sad. Because of the incident between Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong, Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi, Brother Xiao rushed over in time after the camp was attacked. At that time, he saw Zhang Yin chasing those people with a gun. There was only Lao Cheng's body on the ground, so Brother Xiao ran closer. After confirming that the heart was shot, he moved the body out to prevent it from being destroyed by the zombies. Speaking of this, Xiao Yin paused and said with a serious expression, "But guess what happened later?" Qin Yu said softly, "The position of the body has changed." "Yes, that's it," Xiao Yin said seriously. At that time, Brother Xiao thought he was too tired and made a mistake, because there was also a body wearing the same clothes and pants on the ground. Just then, the door was pushed open. Feng Yi took the anesthetic, followed by Zhang Yin, and the two walked in together. Everyone turned their heads to look, and Zhang Yin said with a little excitement, "Just now I went to ask Hong Wu, because he and Lao Cheng have the best relationship on weekdays, and unexpectedly got a clue. A few days before the attack, Lao Cheng played cards with some survivors, and won 2 identical sets of clothes and pants, but he was soft-hearted and returned another set to the person. As a result, on the day the enemy appeared, he and the other person happened to be wearing the same clothes, only the shoes were different." At the same time, Feng Yi sighed and said, "Alas, there were no shoes on the body at that time. I couldn't recognize it at all, and the face was covered. Because there were too many dead people, I was too sad at that time, so I didn't dare to look at it at all." Lenny stood up and walked over, hugged her shoulders and said, "Now I understand why those people in movies and TV shows go to the morgue and start crying after the white cloth is lifted." "How did you find out?" Chen Yu looked at Xiaoyan. "Logically, you and him didn't seem to be very familiar with each other before." "That was before," Zhang Yin said. "After you left, everyone got along better and better. Because Qin Shi was pregnant, Lao Cheng often asked the girls how to take care of pregnant women. I am the warehouse manager, and I have the most time every day, so he came to ask me every day." Xiaoyan pointed to herself and said, "Once I found that Lao Cheng had an injury on his left foot. He said that he was scratched by glass when he went to the river to catch crabs when he was a child." Chapter 994. When the body was buried, I looked at the crowd for a few times. The body wearing those pants did not have any scars on its left foot. As Xiaoyan finished speaking, Feng Yi subconsciously asked, "Why didn't you tell me at that time?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan said aggrievedly, "It was urgent at that time, and I didn't know you would move the body outside. Brother Xiao only told me later." At this time, Alei helped her explain, it was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, there were too many dead people in the camp, and they needed to fight the enemy, so they had no chance to finish off the bodies. After they became zombies, they would probably eat those people. Feng Yi also understood this and said helplessly, "So many people died, but only a dozen could be buried in the end. It's really a pity." Some of them became zombies and mixed into the zombie group. They were led out of the camp together, and now no one knows where they are floating. Xiaoyan lowered her head and said, "At that time, I thought that Lao Cheng had just had his feet bitten off by zombies, or his clothes were torn. I was not sure that he was not dead. Telling you like this would be giving you hope in vain." After the voice fell, everyone fell silent, leaving only Lin Yi to sew up the wound on Alei's arm. What she said made sense. After all, everyone has suffered enough blows now. A few seconds later, Qin Yu looked at the man standing on the left and asked, "Zhang Yin, describe the situation when Lao Cheng was attacked again." "Okay." Zhang Yin didn't hesitate at all, and spoke almost instantly. He was going to save a child, and was about to run towards the secret passage, but a man suddenly appeared behind him and shot directly from a distance. At that time, I was far away. I could only see Lao Cheng staggering and quickly throwing the child to another teammate who was responding. At the same time, blood appeared on his body. Then the man fired a second shot, and Lao Cheng's head moved. Speaking of this, Zhang Yin frowned. "What happened?" Qin Yu asked. He moved his head, and based on the sound of the gunshot, I judged that it was the second bullet, and at the same time, Lao Cheng fell to the ground. Was it the ground, the steps, or the stones? Qin Yu also frowned. After this, Zhang Yin recalled it seriously and said quickly, "Steps, it's steps." Putting the scissors on the plate, Lin Yi took off his gloves and said, "So now the situation is very clear. The second bullet that Lao Cheng received at that time probably didn't actually hit his head because of the opponent's shooting skills. It may be a scratch or it may hit his ear. Because of the fall, he lost consciousness for a moment, and his head was bleeding, which made Zhang Yin mistakenly think that he was indeed hit. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu interrupted. It may not be a misunderstanding. Did the man rush forward and continue to shoot at Lao Cheng's chest? Zhang Yin nodded. That's why I didn't check the wound. For ordinary people like us, the heart is on the left side. If this position is hit by 2 consecutive shots, anyone who comes here will die. It was an emergency at that time, and I had no time to judge whether Lao Cheng was dead or not. Zhang Yin was a soldier and a scout. He knew very well what the consequences of hesitation would be on the battlefield. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he was distracted for just a second, more people would probably die. So even though he didn't want to see Lao Cheng fall at that time, he had to go all out to stabilize the casualties. The reason why the army was not completely wiped out last time was precisely because of the information gap. The enemies outside didn't realize that this group of more than 100 people had many powerful survivors. Having suffered a loss once, those people planned to get more weapons the second time and try to win in one blow, but unfortunately, there would be no second chance. As Zhang Yin finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at Alei. So, the change in the position of the corpse at that time was not a human move, nor did it turn into a zombie, but it was very likely that Lao Cheng woke up once in the middle of the journey, but he... At this point, Qin Yu's heart seemed to be blocked by a stone, and he was a little breathless. But what? Tell me. Feng Yi couldn't help hearing this. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and said, Qin Yu meant that Lao Cheng woke up, but he was injured and couldn't shout. In addition, it rained, and if he moved, he might fall directly into the rushing river. Then Lin Yi added again, my mentor once said that one of his students fell on his head and lost consciousness in an instant. After he woke up, he had no memory of what happened in the middle. At that time, he thought he fell where he fell. Well, Lao Cheng probably thought he was still on the ground, so he moved subconsciously, and an accident happened. After saying this, Feng Yi's eyes were slightly red as she said, so many days have passed, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. It's all my fault. I should have endured the discomfort and confirmed the body. Lao Cheng has been with Feng Yi for a long time. In her heart, these partners are second only to Alei, De Zhuang and Yang Zi. Without their help, the community would not have built the wall so quickly, let alone stop the zombies. Seeing this, Lin Yi wanted to continue to comfort her, but after thinking about it, she stopped there, then stretched out a slender finger and poked Alei's face. Alei was puzzled and turned his head to the left. Lin Yi looked over there and pursed his lips. Seeing this, Alei actually showed a hesitant expression. With his personality, he really couldn't do such a thing as comforting Feng Yi. Qin Yu nodded slightly at Lin Yi, motioning her to go. There was no way. Lin Yi nodded, walked over and took Feng Yi's arm and whispered, Sister Feng, you don't have to blame yourself too much. In fact, for people like you, the impact caused by the bloody scene is not so easy for you to overcome. Besides, Xiaoyin said that Brother Xiao has been looking for him outside. He hasn't come back, which means that he hasn't found Lao Cheng's body. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu also said, maybe he is still alive, or maybe he has turned into a zombie, but no matter what, we must see him alive or dead. This matter is very important, but don't tell Qin Shi before there is definite evidence. I'm afraid that if she is hit again in the end, she may commit suicide. Don't worry, we can definitely do it. Xiaoyin patted her chest and said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her and said, you have told the secret several times, Brother Xiao won't blame you? Oh, I just need to act coquettishly with him. Old men like him can't stand a cute and lively girl like me. Chapter 995. Besides, you are not outsiders. Brother Xiao is not so stingy. If he really wants to keep it secret, he will definitely not tell anyone. Xiaoyin seemed to be unaffected by the doomsday. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she was still the same as when Qin Yu first met her. Then she yawned again, saying that her secret was to rest more, and she was going to go back to sleep first. When Xiaoyin left, the few people talked again, and then Zhang Yin said that he would also go out to look for it, and he would definitely return to the camp in the evening. Soon, only 4 people were left in the living room. Qin Yu held the small bottle on the coffee table and asked, Sister Feng, how many days do you need to take this vitamin C? Hearing this, Feng Yi sat on the sofa and replied, it will take some time. Why, do you want this too? There are quite a lot in the hospital warehouse. I can have someone send you a few bottles. Anyway, the shelf life is at most 2 years. When it expires, it will be thrown away. Don't need to exchange it with material coins? Lin Yi was curious. Hearing this, Alei said, with the successful establishment of the hospital, Xiaoyi and Xiao Jiu decided to realize free medical care for all. seeing a doctor and treating wounds, etc., do not need to spend material coins. Chinyu held the bottle and said, in this case, wouldn't those doctors and nurses be working for nothing? How can there be such a saying in this doomsday? Feng Yi's mood eased a little, and she said speechlessly, the operation of the camp requires a closed loop. There are many ways to circulate material coins, and the same is true for earning them. As long as those people work on time, they can get material coins. The source is the breeding area and the planting area. If everyone wants to improve their diet, they can exchange their own coins. Over time, there will be a lot. Generally speaking, the hospital is an important infrastructure of our camp, just like a hydropower station, and the camp is responsible for maintaining normal operation. I see. Chinyu nodded, then bring me a bottle. Okay. Feng Yi stood up and suddenly thought of something. He went to the drawer again and looked around. Then he took out another bottle and handed it to him. I just remembered that I seemed to have taken an extra bottle last time. Yeah. Chinyu took it, opened it, and looked at it in his hand. What do you want this for? Lin Yi was a little confused and said, for your gray hair, vitamin C mainly plays an auxiliary role. The effect is not very big. If you stay up less late, pay attention to rest, and improve your diet, it should be able to improve slowly. Chinyu explained, I don't eat it myself, but feed it to the captives as poison. But if they eat it, won't it be exposed after a while? Lin Yi took another bottle and looked at it carefully. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and asked, are there many rats in the camp recently? Feng Yi thought for a while, not many. What's the matter? Well, Sister Feng, go get someone to catch one, don't worry, it will be fine before tonight. Okay, I convey it right away. Feng Yi nodded, quickly finished a piece of vitamin C, turned around and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Lin Yi also stood up and picked up the medicine box, saying, Sister Feng, wait for me. After the two of them left, Chinyu looked at Alei and said, in the future, when you encounter problems, everyone will shoulder them together. Even if I am not free, Zhang Yin or De Zhuan can also help you share the pressure. Alei smiled slightly, did not speak, but nodded. After a few seconds, Chinyu whispered, let's talk about these two dogs. Okay. After a few minutes, Chinyu had heard the story roughly. Alei didn't like to talk, so when he conveyed something, he basically said whatever he wanted to say, but it took him about 5 minutes, which was enough to show that it was indeed dangerous at the time. Chinyu frowned and said, those people took advantage of the fact that there are no guide dogs nowadays, so they deliberately trained 2 of them, intending to use them to trick the survivors over and then kill them, right? Yes. Alei recalled the previous scenes and said, they cut the survivors' throats, then dismembered them, and made them into food. Hearing this, Chinyu said irritably, I didn't expect that there are still such beasts living in an area more than 10 kilometers away from us. They are just like zombies. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill them all. Alei said slowly, they are very cautious in doing things. They will only let those zombies deliberately spread information to lower people's vigilance, but the consequence is that they often can't open for 10 days or half a month. I tortured one person and got the answer that they originally only wanted to rob supplies, and the men were used as coolies, and the women were wives for others, but in the end they were too hungry for too long and forced to eat people. How many are there? Chinyu asked. 22 in total. How did you deal with them? Chinyu hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Alei was silent for a few seconds, then said, I used a hammer to smash their fingers and let those who pointed out that they had eaten human flesh. Those who had not touched human flesh had one hand broken and were released. I didn't release those who had eaten human flesh. I didn't want to kill them in an execution-style manner, so I deliberately exposed the flaws so that the group of people thought they could kill me. After hearing this, Chinyu looked at the 2 dogs and frowned. So, these 2 dogs have also touched each other? Alei shook his head. No, I interrogated them, and they said that these 2 dogs were used to confuse the survivors who came over. If other dogs were used, there would be obvious shortcomings, and then it would be exposed. So no matter how hungry they were, they didn't eat dog meat, and even found a lot of dog food to feed them. Then why did they still choose to eat people? If it doesn't work, dog food can also be used as an emergency. Chinyu couldn't figure it out. Alei pondered for a few seconds and said, I don't know, I didn't ask this. Only in front of Feng Yi and Chinyu would Alei open up and say so many words in one breath. After saying this, Chinyu looked at his rewrapped arm and said, so your hand is because... Yeah. Alei's face was calm, without any ripples. They disguised themselves very well, as if they really were a guide dog work base. The group said they needed to check my character to prevent me from taking the dog back as food, and then took me to a room. I was familiar with poison, so I smelled something wrong in the air as soon as I entered. Although I held my breath quickly, I was still dazed for a moment. The other party slashed at me with a knife, and I could only block it with my hands. When saying these words, Alay didn't realize that he had changed a lot imperceptibly. Alay was still so cold-blooded and ruthless after the Doomsday outbreak. Until he met Feng Yi, he gradually restrained himself a lot. At that time, he never met a survivor who wanted to attack him alive. Chapter 996. But now, even if Arya encounters such evil survivors, as long as they are not directly involved in attacking him, and do not eat their own kind, he will not kill them all. These people do not have guns, and most of their weapons are machetes, axes, or spears. Even if they are released, they will not pose any threat to other forces. Moreover, Arya was covered in blood at the time, and his face was calm. He held a bloody axe in his right hand, and calmly said that if he saw them in the future, whether they attacked others or not, they would end up dead. In this way, the survivors who left were also intimidated. After listening to Alay, Qinyu stood up and said, "You should go to sleep for a while, there should be nothing to do today." Hearing this, Alay nodded and was about to leave, but turned to look at Qinyu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "How are you going to deal with the matter of Lao Cheng?" After saying this, Qinyu stopped. He stood in the living room and replied, "It has been a while since the attack. The old city has also received many trainings from EE on how to deal with wounds, but the 2 gunshot wounds were both in the chest. To be honest, I don't have much hope." The reason why Qinyu was still so calm was because he knew too well how far he would be washed after falling into the flood. Even if he was lucky enough not to be drowned, the wound would be infected by bacteria. Before, he only had one leg scratched, but in the end, he relied on his perseverance to support himself. If there was no abandoned car on the road for him to rest for a night, Qinyu would have died. Without food and water, physical strength was quickly consumed, and the wounds on the body became infected. Basically, no one could hold on. What's more, Lao Cheng's injuries were much more serious. But Qinyu didn't want to say this. At least Zhang Yinxiang had a stronger tolerance than others. After listening to this, Alay also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. If only he could find it earlier. But later, Xiaoyan said that Xiao Jiao had been looking for him outside for a long time. I thought he was often in the armory before, but I didn't expect him to go out. Qinyu left Feng Yi's villa and walked straight in another direction. Not far away, he saw a familiar person standing in front of him, with a little girl next to him. He walked closer, and found that it was Xiao Ning and Nan Nan. Xiao Nan Nan is now 1 year older, and doesn't seem to cry so much. Or maybe the death of teacher Lily made her unable to cry anymore. "Brother Chun, you are here." Xiao Ning was teaching Nan Nan how to use a slingshot to shoot a glass bottle in the distance. When she heard footsteps, she turned around and looked back. She found that it was Qinyu, so she stopped and greeted him. "Well, I want to ask you something." Qinyu walked up to the two of them and squatted down, reaching out to touch Nan Nan's head, but the latter hid behind Xiao Ning in fear. Unlike before, Xiao Nan Nan's eyes seemed to be a little evasive, and she kept looking at the ground. "She is." Seeing this, Qinyu felt a little sad, but still stood up and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ning squatted down and whispered a few words in Nan Nan's ear, and then she ran away quickly. After she walked further away, Xiao Ning also stood up and sighed and said, "You should know more about Nan Nan's experience than me, right?" Qinyu nodded. Xiao Jiao and others came here once, and after the two sides were reunited, Xiaoyan also talked to Qinyu about some things. Nan Nan's father died at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. In order to cover the retreat of her and her mother, he used his body to block the zombies. Although her back had been chewed, her father still held on to the big iron gate tightly, gaining a few minutes. But later, as they went deeper into the south, a zombie tide appeared, taking away the lives of many partners in Xiao Jiao's team. One of them was Nan Nan's mother. For a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old, this kind of separation of life and death twice in a row was really a huge blow. But fortunately, teacher Lily treated Nan Nan as her own child, and after a while, Nan Nan quickly came out of it. But this made her more dependent on teacher Lily. Unfortunately, teacher Lily had been abused by the Longshan gang before, and only had one leg left. In the apocalypse, it was difficult for her to even take care of herself, not to mention that there was a child around her. It was precisely because of this that Qinyu later led a team to find a prosthesis in order to allow teacher Lily to live more safely. Even if Qinyu had done enough, he could not foresee all the accidents. During that attack, teacher Lily was shot in the other leg when she was evacuating, which seriously affected her speed. In the end, like most survivors, she chose to sacrifice herself to protect the people she cared about, just to delay time. The consecutive deaths of 3 close people caused Nan Nan to suffer a serious mental shock. Now, even Xiao Jiao and Xiao Ying could not recognize her. The reason why she was still willing to listen to Xiao Ning was because Xiao Ning was a little fatter now, and her height and body shape were roughly like Teacher Lily. After listening, Jinyu asked with a heavy heart, "Is there a chance of cure?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning shook her head helplessly and said, "There are only a few doctors in our hospital, and they are not related to psychiatry at all. They can't see any cause of the disease at all. Before the end of the world, there was a chance, but now, it is difficult. Sister Xiaolin suggested that I spend more time talking to her, and not seeing the familiar objects before, maybe it will ease a little." "So is she living with you now?" Xinyu asked. "No, she didn't want to go into the house, so De Zhuang and Brother Xiao built a shed for Nan Nan in the yard. Anyway, it's hot now, so it's not a problem," Xiao Ning said truthfully. After the voice fell, Xinyu looked into the distance, with mixed feelings in his heart. To outsiders, they live in this wall, with food, drink, and electricity, as if they are very happy. But everyone knows in their hearts that in fact, everyone is not as relaxed as it seems. "Brother Chen, what do you want to ask me?" Retracting his thoughts, Jinyu whispered, "Where is the arrow poison tree? Do you want its juice, or the location of the tree?" "Just the juice will do." "Then follow me." As she spoke, Xiao Ning walked to a place 5 meters away, put away the glass bottles, and then took Jinyu home. De Zhuang is an archer, and the best archer in the camp. So if there is any poisonous substance that can be used with a bow and arrow, then De Zhuang must be the best choice. And Xiao Ning now lives with De Zhuang. If she needs arrow poison tree juice, she can go back home to get it. Chapter 997. Pushing the gate and entering, Xiao Ning put away her things, walked to the corner and waved, "Brother Chen, come here." After speaking, Chen Yu moved closer. Then Xiao Ning squatted down and moved a stone slab away. What came into view was a small pit, which looked a bit like a well. But it was much smaller. Qin Yu estimated that the diameter should be only about 20 centimeters. Xiao Ning found a thin rope at the edge, then raised the rope to the middle of the hole, and then carefully pulled it up. While pulling, she explained, "The location of the arrow poison tree is a bit far from us. Although the outer periphery has been blocked by a lot of wire, it is not easy to go there. Secondly, Alay also said that such a highly toxic thing is best preserved at low temperatures. But the power of the refrigerator is too large and there is no small refrigerator, so everyone found a way to dig a deeper pit. There happened to be water underground, which was just right for preserving the juice of the arrow poison tree." After the voice fell, Xiao Ning had a glass bottle in her hand, which was filled with milky white liquid. Qin Yu took it and looked at it for a few times, and was surprised. "This thing doesn't look threatening. Is it really that lethal?" "Yeah." Xiao Ning nodded and said seriously, "You don't have any injuries on your hands, you can hold it. Once the skin is damaged, don't touch it, otherwise you will die, and no one can do anything." "Is there no antidote?" "It stands to reason that there should be one antidote for each poison." Hearing this, Xiao Ning shook her head, but quickly nodded and said, "There should be." "Right? Anyway, no one has seen it, and they have rarely come into contact with this thing before. Even if they know about it, they will probably forget it after a long time. Anyway, you have to be careful. I just need 1 drop." Qin Yu held the glass bottle between his index finger and thumb, raised it above his head, looked at it carefully, and then said to Xiao Ning, "Is there any other container for me to put some in?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning thought about it thoughtfully and said, "Yes. Wait for me here." After that, she ran out of the house. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning returned to the yard. What surprised Qin Yu was that she didn't breathe heavily when running now. It seems that everyone is training normally, and their physical fitness is gradually improving. For other survivors, it would be good if they didn't get sick in the apocalypse, and they basically had no energy to exercise. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao had always strongly requested this point. They kept their bodies active as much as possible, so that they would have more chances to survive in the future when they encountered danger. Xiao Ning handed him a smaller glass bottle and said, "This is what I got from the hospital. I simply washed it with water before, and it's now dried. But you just use it to store poison, so it should be okay, right?" "That's all." Qin Yu nodded and took them to the steps. The slate had been put back by Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Ning also walked over to check. She was also curious about what Qin Yu was doing with it. With Qin Yu's current skills, even if he wanted to deal with the enemy, he shouldn't have to use this thing, right? Qin Yu was sitting on the ground, preparing to start, when he suddenly remembered Lin Yi's figure, and then turned his head and said, "Xiao Ning, do you have disposable gloves here?" Xiao Ning was squatting on the ground, and didn't hear clearly for a moment, and raised her head and said in surprise, "Disposable what? Gloves? Oh, you're talking about that." Hearing that, Xiao Ning stood up, but the next second, her ears turned red. She had misheard just now, and thought Qinyu was talking about that kind of thing. Xiao Ning went back to the house and searched for a while, then stood by the door, and said, "The previous gloves were basically used up very quickly. Everyone was too lazy to wash dishes, and over time, they all used disposable gloves to eat, and it seems that there is no more. Then I pour it like this." As he said, Qinyu was ready to start. "Wait!" Xiao Ning stopped him and said, "We don't have an antidote for this, so we can't take it lightly. We used plastic gloves to deal with it before, but today they happened to go to get the sap of the Karari tree, and many gloves in the camp were taken away." After she finished speaking, Xiao Ning returned to the house, and ran out with a transparent plastic bag, asking him to wrap his hands and pour it. "Thank you." Qinyu took it with a smile. Half a minute later, Qinyu returned the original glass bottle to Xiao Ning, and she continued to walk to the corner, tied it with a rope, and slowly placed it in the deep pit. After finishing his work, Qinyu took the bottle back to the house, and placed it on the wardrobe to prevent Dabai from accidentally digging it out. Then he took a pencil and a piece of paper, locked himself in the bedroom, and began to recall the appearance of the old city. He wanted to draw the general appearance of the old city with a pen, and then ask those women if they had seen it. In the past 7 months, Qinyu wanted to reproduce it. To be honest, it was a bit difficult, but he didn't want to ask Chenxi or Hong Wu, which would inevitably make them sad. After sitting for more than 10 minutes, Qinyu only drew a rough outline. At this moment, he heard some noise outside the window. Then he stood up and walked to the window, just in time to see a few people below, posing. This scene did not surprise Qinyu, but there was a child holding a mobile phone. The next second, Qinyu suddenly remembered. Yes, there is electricity now, although there is no network, but the mobile phone can record videos or take pictures. Maybe Lao Cheng happened to use this thing before. Then he turned and walked downstairs, thought about it, and took a piece of bacon from the stove, intending to send it to Qinxi. There was no way. With Qinyu and Lin Yi's identities, one of them was the leader of the camp, and the other was the most important surgeon in the camp. Compared with others, their supplies were really a lot. After all, Qinyu had led the team in many things before, and he had accumulated a lot of supply coins. Feng Yi would occasionally exchange them for necessities, and then send them. Continue to the villa before the old city. This time it was Jiang Lingling who opened the door. "Where's your godmother?" "She is sleeping upstairs." Jiang Lingling opened the door and whispered, "I'm here to give you some bacon, smoked wild boar meat." Qinyu raised the item in his hand. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling did not take it, but looked at him hesitantly. Seeing this, Qinyu patiently explained, "Lao Cheng has helped me a lot in the past. These are what you deserve. I will help you hang it up." After the voice fell, Qinyu walked in directly. After all, the bacon was not smoked yet. It would be better to hang it for a while. He stood on the stove, hung the meat, and then returned to the house. The first thing he saw was something on the cupboard. Rectangular, white on the outside, what else could it be but a cell phone? Jiang Lingling noticed Qinyu looking over there, and then followed his gaze, and then whispered, "That's the cell phone that Uncle Zeng found. He later took a lot of photos of my godmother, but the charger is broken, and it costs a lot of coins to replace a cable. We don't have it, so we could only leave it there." Chapter 998. Hearing this, Chunyu nodded thoughtfully. He understood that this should be just what Qinxi said deliberately, probably because he didn't want to see the phone light up again. Although nowadays, mobile phones and data cables can be obtained without spending any money, they are basically in the city. Entering the city to search for supplies requires dealing with zombies, which is also more dangerous. As a result, these supplies will be more precious, but in the end, you can also borrow them from others. Moreover, if Lao Cheng went to look for a cell phone, how could he not find a charger? It was probably hidden by Qinxi. Just then, footsteps were heard from upstairs, as if someone was coming downstairs. Qinxi stood at the corner, leaning on the handrail, looking towards the living room, and said, "Just when I was about to lie down, I heard you coming." Seeing this, Qinyu walked over, picked up the phone, looked at it for a few seconds, and said, "How is the camera quality of this machine?" "It's quite clear. I heard that it was the flagship of imaging before the end of the world." Lao Cheng searched for a long time before finding 4, and gave the rest to others. "Can you lend it to me?" Qinyu weighed it, and it was indeed a bit heavy. He estimated that it was about half a pound. In the past, This kind of mobile phone would easily cost 7 or 8,000 yuan. With Chen Yu's living standard, he would never be willing to buy this kind of mobile phone unless money rained down from the sky. Unexpectedly, after the doomsday, this thing was like garbage, and basically no one took it away. Only now that the power was barely restored, some people thought of looking for this thing. Chen Shi was silent for a while, and said, "You can ask Hongwu to borrow it, he also has one. I like white." At this moment, Chen Yu started to talk nonsense without blushing. Sure enough, when he said this, Chen Shi looked at him blankly. Now the mobile phone can't be used for daily use. What's the difference between the colors? Although Chen Shi had doubts in her heart, she didn't point it out, but thought about it and said softly, "Then remember to send it back in the evening." Okay. Chen Yu said goodbye and left the villa with the mobile phone. Chen Shi stood on the stairs, watching his back as he left, a little confused. But soon she muttered to herself, "It's the end of the world, is it necessary to make a posthumous photo?" At this moment, Chen Shi thought that Chen Yu had found a portable printer and was going to make some photos. Nowadays, mobile phones can basically only be used as video recorders. Occasionally, someone will find some other survivors, but unfortunately there is no password to unlock them. As for the ones they had, no one knew where they had fallen. Chen Yu found Feng Yi, asked her to borrow a data cable and charger, and then walked towards the hospital. Now, the rest of the camp will not be powered during the day, and power will only be supplied after dark. And high-power electrical appliances cannot be used at night, and people basically only use them for lighting, or to charge flashlights and walkie-talkies. Inside the hospital, Chen Yu stood in front of the window, with his phone on a stool. After waiting for a while, the screen lit up. He walked over and picked it up, and found that there was no password. It seemed that Lao Cheng must have found a new phone. After almost 2 years, this was the first time Chen Yu used his phone in person, and he even felt a little dazed. Before Hui Yao played the video, he didn't react much. Now, looking at those familiar yet unfamiliar icons, Chen Yu didn't know which one to click. A few seconds later, he found the album and clicked in, and a large number of photos came into view. Some of them were landscape photos, but most of them were photos of Chen Shi and other people. Chen Yu searched for a long time and finally found a few photos of Lao Cheng and Hongwu. In the photo, Lao Cheng was carrying a mace made of nails, with his left hand on Hongwu's shoulder. The two stood under a tree with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but be moved. He turned off his phone and just stood up, just in time to see a nurse holding a plate, and then waved, "Please help me watch it." As he said, Chen Yu pointed to the chair. Although the nurse didn't know Chen Yu before, she knew his relationship with Dr. Lin, and she often attended classes recently, so she agreed very readily. "No problem." Chen Yu said thank you and turned to leave the hospital. At around 4 p.m., Chen Yu led his men to gather the captives in the open space of the villa area. Now each of them is engaged in different labors, but it is not very tiring, and no one has ever bullied them. Roll the roll. Chen Yu turned his head and said to the person next to him. Wang Lulin nodded and walked forward with a notebook. John Lee. After the voice fell, a woman in the crowd raised her hand. Seeing this, Wang Lulin looked over and then continued to read, Lu Lin Lin. Here. Soon, more than 30 people were counted, without missing a single one. Chen Yu took 2 steps forward, stood in front of them, and said after a quick glance, Since we came here, you should know how we have treated you, right? If it were any other camp, I don't need to tell you what would happen if more than 30 women like you were captured. Hearing this, several girls with better looks immediately shrank back into the crowd, some not daring to speak. Then Chen Yu continued, Compared to before, you can now sleep on the floor, even take a bath every 3 days, and get a bowl of porridge every 2 days. These are all earned through your own efforts. After that, the people hesitated, and one of them raised his hand and said weakly, Are you going to execute us? After this, Chen Yu shook his head. Why do you say that? Because I saw you guys seem to be packing up and loading things into the car. It seems that you are going to leave here? After the voice fell, the others suddenly became a little agitated, and some of them were even a little excited. After all, the development here is very good. If these people leave, how can they stay? Seeing this, Dazhuang raised his eyebrows, put his right hand behind his back, and directly put his hand on the gun at his waist. His action made those people quiet down instantly. Chen Yu did not answer directly, but took out a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it over. Look at the man on the left in the photo, have you seen him? Then he added, Those with similar height and body shape also count. As long as it is a useful clue, there will be a reward. When he finished speaking, Zhang Li held the phone in both hands and looked at it carefully, then shook her head and handed it to another person. In this way, more than 30 people checked each other in turn. But until the last person finished looking, no one spoke, not even a word. Seeing this, Chen Yu's heart sank, put the phone in his pocket, turned around and walked to the back. Chapter 999. Half a minute later, he put on his gloves, held a mouse by the head in his left hand, and held a medicine bottle with the package torn off in his right hand. The mouse seemed to have guessed what would happen, and fluttered desperately, but it was completely useless. Chen Yu stood in front of those people and said, "Some of you did guess right, we will leave the camp for a while. As a result, there are not many people left in the camp, and now there are two options in front of you. Either you obey and take care of this place for us, or you leave with us and then be thrown off the train in a random area hundreds of kilometers away." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. But soon someone reacted and raised his hand and asked, "Will we be given food and water if we are thrown out of the car?" Chen Yu was amused by this and said lightly, "Do you want to give you more guns?" "Really?" Someone's eyes lit up, but the next second, the partner next to her poked her, "You are stupid. How can such a good thing happen?" Then the one called Zhongli spoke again, "Don't worry. We will definitely treat this place as our own home and will never destroy any facilities." Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head, "Words are not enough, I can't believe you." As he said this, he handed the medicine bottle to the person next to him. After the other person opened it, Chen Yu took a pill in front of everyone. "This medicine is newly developed by us. It is made by remaking dozens of venoms and pills. If the antidote is not taken within 2 months, it will cause severe diarrhea until the stomach and intestines rot." At this moment, Chen Yu, holding the pill soaked in a can of herring, spoke seriously. "As long as you get closer, you can smell the stench, but because it is neutralized by a certain perfume, the smell is very strange and ordinary people can't smell it at all. Secondly, Lenny also said that eating it like this may cause occasional diarrhea, but it should not be fatal. After all, the perfume is diluted with water." As he finished speaking, Chen Yu obviously saw that a few people didn't believe it. Seeing this, he laughed and used his left index finger and thumb to pry open the mouse's teeth. Because he was wearing gloves, he would not be bitten. Then Chen Yu held the pill in his right hand, shook it in front of everyone, and then fed it to the fat rat. But no one noticed that Chen Yu's left little finger quietly opened and touched the lower abdomen of the rat without leaving a trace. If you look closely, you will find some white juice on the position of his gloves. Then Xiao Kong took the prepared iron cage forward and placed it on the ground, and opened the lid. Chen Yu threw the rat in, and closed it again. At first, the mouse ran back and forth excitedly, trying to escape the cage. Except for Chen Yu. Everyone present looked at the ground curiously, wondering what he was doing. But the other 30 or so people were much more nervous. After waiting for about a few minutes, the mouse suddenly twitched in its limbs, and then fell to the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the mouse died in the cage. You should have seen the toxicity of this drug, right? Chen Yu took off his gloves and threw them into the bucket, saying lightly, "You want to feed us with this stuff? You might as well just kill us." Zhongli gritted her teeth and spoke. Hearing this, Chen Yu snapped his fingers with his right hand, took the medicine bottle and said, "Humans are different from mice. A pill can kill mice, but it may not be the case for humans. You don't really think that you can enjoy all these resources without paying anything, right? If you really want to die, why not send you off now?" After the voice fell, Chen Yu nodded slightly, and the others immediately set up their bows and arrows and aimed directly at them. Seeing this, Zhongli raised her hands and said, "But what if you don't come back? So you better guard this camp carefully, and wait for the day we return." After that, Chen Yu handed the medicine bottle to Xiao Kong and asked the others to line up in turn. At the same time, one person came forward with a bucket. But no one came forward, they were all struggling whether to try. But if they were expelled from an area hundreds of kilometers away, they would not survive for a few days without food. Now most of the food has expired and spoiled, and the only way to survive is to grow crops. In other words, if they leave this camp, they will die. Zhongli quickly glanced at the man standing in front of her, and walked over. Xiao Kong was also wearing gloves, and he put a pill in his hand. Zhongli picked it up, and looked at the bucket beside her. She squatted down, and scooped up some water with a ladle, then threw the pill into her mouth, and opened her mouth. Xiao Kong nodded, and Zhongli took a sip of the ladle, swallowed the mixed medicine, and then opened her mouth again, confirming that it was correct before leaving. In this way, more than 30 people all took it. Then Chen Yu looked at his watch and said, "After taking the medicine, I have another announcement to make." Others seemed to be at a loss, and could no longer listen. "After we leave, You can pick some vegetables and fruits in the camp every week for consumption. You also need to feed the farmed animals according to the normal process and on time. Someone raised his hand and asked carefully, "Can we eat eggs?" Hearing this, Jinyu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "We need to select the eggs that can be hatched, and the rest can be eaten at will." After this, those people finally cheered, as if they had forgotten about the pills they had taken before. After a few seconds, when they calmed down, Jinyu put his back to them and said in a deep voice, "What I want to say now is that the doomsday breaks out, humans kill each other, and the dead cannot be resurrected. But I hope you know that the tragedy of the past cannot be reversed, but at least we can change the future. Do you want to spend more than a month eating and drinking, or do you want to maintain the camp until we come back, and then everyone can live here harmoniously? The choice is up to each of you." After saying that, Jinyu asked them to put away their weapons and disperse. The 30 or so women gathered together in a circle and began to whisper and discuss something. A few minutes later, it was the woman named Zhongli who took the initiative to stand up. "I hope you can do what you say. We will never destroy the camp, and you must give us the antidote." "Of course." Jinyu nodded slightly. "But we don't know how to raise animals," a girl in her early 20s whispered. Hearing this, Jinyu said, "In the next 2 hours, I will have someone teach you step by step." Chapter 1000. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people came over with the table. Jinyu pointed over there and said, "These are some roasted steaks, some tomatoes and vegetable soup. You can take them per person, and you can't take more." As soon as he said this, the others looked at each other. Some of them didn't understand what this meant. After all, he threatened them to take poison just a second ago, and now he brought delicious food over. No one dared to act rashly. Seeing this, Jinyu patiently said, "Where you lived before, it should be difficult to eat balanced food, right?" Hearing this, the people in front of him nodded. One of them even said, "It's good to be alive. How can we have the mood to find other food to eat?" Hearing this, Jinyu looked at a girl in the crowd. Her hair was almost gone, and she even had a nosebleed at this time. Then he said, "In order to prevent you from dying so quickly, I provide you with this kind of food. Do you want to eat it?" The next second, someone hesitated for a few seconds and walked up tremblingly. She picked up a piece of grilled ribs about 2 fingers wide, looked at the various seasonings sprinkled on it, and even drooled. "Dingyu, do you want to try it first?" Zhongli stood at the back and shouted loudly. Hearing this, the girl named Dingyu pursed her lips, then closed her eyes and took a bite. The roasted ribs were crispy and crispy. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, the familiar taste stimulated her taste buds, as if she was back to the end of the world in an instant. Then Dingyu chewed quickly and almost bit her tongue. Seeing this, other people immediately swarmed in and soon surrounded the table. However, some survivors with inconvenient legs and feet were forced to stand outside and watch others go up to grab. At this time, the girl named Dingyu did not forget the others, but took a piece of meat with her left hand, turned around and trotted back, and stuffed it into the hands of another girl. "Eat quickly, this is really delicious." At this moment, Dingyu's subconscious action of thinking about her own people undoubtedly earned her a little good impression. A group of people scrambled, causing the table to be overturned quickly, but the vegetable bucket on the ground was intact. Everyone squatted down carefully to scoop, and some people even felt that their hands were dirty and asked others to help them. More than 30 people quickly ate up 2 wild boar meats. There were bone scraps everywhere on the ground. At this moment, Zhongli saw Jinyu frowning slightly, and then called others to start cleaning up the garbage. Seeing this, Jinyu didn't say much, so he called some people, and each group of 10 went to different areas for training. But in the end, there were 2 people left, who happened to be Dingyu and another girl with a disabled leg. No one chose them as teammates. Seeing this, Jinyu walked over and whispered, "Although I said a group of 10, it was not mandatory. Why are you 2 not on good terms with him?" Hearing this, Dingyu supported another person, lowered his head and whispered, "My sister has a problem with her feet. She walks very slowly. Others think she is in the way, so I have to take care of her myself." After saying this, as if she was afraid that Jinyu would not believe it, Dingyu's sister squatted on the ground and took off her right shoe. Seeing this, Jinyu was a little stunned. The right foot that came into view was neatly cut off by some sharp weapon, leaving only half of it. Dingyu squatted down, massaging his sister's calf, and said, "I was washing my feet in the river wearing slippers before, but my foot was bitten by a zombie puppy. In order to save my life, I had to use an axe to deal with it. Later, the wound was not treated in time, and it became seriously infected. It worsened, and now her entire right leg is a little out of control." After she finished speaking, Ding Yu turned around and knelt on the ground facing Chinyu, begging with red eyes. I know we took the wrong path, but we have never killed anyone. Can you please give the antidote to my sister first? As she said that, she knelt on the ground and walked on her knees, trying to go forward and hug Chinyu's legs, but he dodged her. Chinyu took a few steps back and said lightly, as long as you are obedient, the antidote will naturally come. Even if you beg me, it will be useless. Now most of the people in the open space have left, and only the 3 of them are left. Then Chinyu said again, you are wearing shorts. Aren't you afraid that your knees will be worn by stones? Hearing this, Ding Yu's sister stepped forward and helped her sister to stand up. What's your name? Chinyu looked at her. Ding. Ding Chi. The other girl seemed very scared and didn't dare to look Chinyu in the eye. There are crutches in the camp. You can go to the warehouse to get them later, Chinyu said. This time when they left, Chinyu asked everyone to move a lot of things into the car, and he even planned to take the horse with him. He would return it to Shang Wenjing first. He had mentioned this in a letter a few days ago. After all, if Shang Wenjing knew that he left the horse to these people, he would be so angry that he would come directly from the manor camp to kill them. Now in the villa camp, except for some things that cannot be moved, such as small hydropower stations or those houses, there are not many other things left. If these people don't think about maintaining the vegetables in the planting area, the food can only last for half a month at most, and then they will starve to death. Ding Yu shook his head and said, as long as there are trees, I can do it myself. What? Chinyu was curious. Crutch. Hearing this, he looked at the 2 again, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Okay, you 2 follow the people to see the hydropower station and learn how to do daily maintenance. After saying that, Chinyu waved to the distance. When the man ran over, Chinyu turned around and wanted to leave, but his clothes were suddenly pulled by someone. Seeing this, he turned back and found that it was the girl named Ding Chi who pulled him. What else? I'm going to take people to pack my luggage. I'm very busy. Hearing this, Ding Chi hesitated for a few seconds, raised his head, and showed his face. Although it was very dirty, Chinyu recognized it. It was probably done by himself. As for the reason, he didn't ask. After all, hiding your true face in the doomsday, as a woman, you can better protect yourself. Can you show me that phone again? I didn't look at it carefully before. After saying this, Chinyu nodded, took out the phone from his pocket, turned it on, and put it in front of her. Ding Chi carefully held it, and looked at it seriously. Seeing this, Chinyu added, this person is a very important brother of mine. If you have met him, then congratulations, you don't have to be neighbors with zombies anymore. Although she said so, Ding Chi was still not very excited. She whispered, I think I met him some time ago. Chapter 1001. Where is it? Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. I can't remember clearly. Ding Chi thought about it carefully, then shook his head. They decided to attack you before, but they also wanted to prevent others from escaping. So they asked us girls to disguise ourselves as zombies and hide in random areas within 10 kilometers around us. 10 kilometers. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, you were too strong and didn't even think about retreating. Instead, we were beaten away. At this point, Ding Yu smiled bitterly. Have you ever met him? Chinyu nodded slightly to the person beside him, indicating that the person should leave for the time being, and he still had some questions to ask. Ding Yu said truthfully, now it seems that my sister seems to have seen him. Huh? Chinyu looked at Ding Chi's feet in confusion and said, she has a foot injury, so she shouldn't be able to walk far. As soon as he said this, Ding Yu put his arm around his sister's shoulders and smiled. A long time ago, since her foot was injured and caused a series of sequelae, I tried to collect a lot of books on medicine. Like you said just now, the previous injuries cannot be healed, but if you learn some useful knowledge by yourself, maybe it will be useful in the future? It was because we often went to the library that we were caught by Sister Lan and her men. At that time, we all thought our lives were over, but most of Sister Lan's team were women. Hearing this, Chinyu touched his nose and said, I killed her, what do you think? The reason for asking this is that Chinyu needs to check for hidden dangers. He doesn't want someone around him to think about taking his life all day long. Hearing this, Ding Yu and Ding Chi looked at each other, and then her sister said, Sister Lan was really good before, but I don't know why, she suddenly changed. It's the end of the world, and it's normal for people's personalities to change. Ding Yu sighed. After a while of talking, the two sisters were not so afraid of Chinyu. In fact, except for the first day, when everyone was a little scared, many people later found that this place was very different. No one would deliberately peek at them when they bent down to pick up things, and they would even look away, let alone deliberately let them wear tattered clothes. Although they were all old and dirty clothes, at least they were not rotten. Sometimes just some details can change things. This is why even though Chinyu fed the mouse the pill in front of them, they still chose to take it. The reason is that they believe these people will definitely give them the antidote. After all, if they really don't want to keep them, the worst thing is to drive them out directly, and they will be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death in a few days. It was really unnecessary to go to such great lengths just to take their lives. Chinyu looked at Ding Chi and asked, "What happened next?" "Because I've read a lot of books. Even if I'm not very good at treating wounds, I know how to prevent further deterioration," Ding Chi said. "Later I saw him by the river, and found that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, my sister was there, and dragged him to the shore." Just then, Dingy whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of this before. My memory is not very good, and it was dark, and I'm a little nearsighted, so I hardly saw the man's face." Ding Chi then continued, "Does that man have a mole on his left ear? And there is a scar on his chin?" Hearing this, Chinyu confirmed that it was Lao Chung, nodded and said, "Well, he said that he was riding a bicycle to show off, and he let go of his hands on the downhill road. As a result, there was an excavator parked on the bend. In order to avoid hitting it, he fell and his chin was engraved on the ground." At the same time, Ding Yu also added, "Well, when he lifted his foot, there was also a scar on his left foot." "What was the situation like?" Chinyu asked. Hearing this, her sister said, the situation was very bad. There was a gap in the man's head, and a wound on his chest. It looked like he was shot. Logically, he should have died a long time ago. My sister was not wearing a zombie's skin. I asked her to take off her clothes and tear them open. I bandaged and cleaned his wounds, but he lost too much blood and the bullet could not be taken out at that time." After she finished speaking, Ding Chi whispered, "That man was really lucky. He didn't die. We happened to bring a doctor and blood transfusion equipment with us this time." "Where is that doctor?" Chunyu asked subconsciously. "He was killed by a stray bullet. We can't tell whose bullet it was." Ding Yu looked around and confirmed that there was no one else. Then he took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Your brother is really lucky. My sister happens to be type O blood, so even if we don't know what blood type that man is, we can try to give her a blood transfusion. At least there is a certain probability of stabilizing her." And the doctor also said that in emergency situations, a small amount of blood of my sister's blood type can be transfused to him, but too much is not allowed. It is best to have the same blood type, but where can we test blood types in today's environment? Secondly, as long as he doesn't have that special blood type, then there is a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Chinyu was unusually nervous. He took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the result?" Hearing this, Ding Yu replied, "He didn't wake up, but it doesn't seem to have deteriorated. Our doctor is very good, and has performed many operations before. In the abandoned RV on the roadside, I was on guard outside, my sister held the light, and then the doctor took out the bullet fragments." At this point, Ding Chi said helplessly, "You fought too fiercely at that time, and the others asked us to retreat, so we left some water and antibiotics and had to leave temporarily. But when we went back 2 days later, the people there were gone." After this, Chinyu couldn't figure it out. He looked puzzled and said, 10 kilometers doesn't seem very far, but where can he go with such a serious injury? There was a wheelchair in the RV at that time, Ding Yu said. Just then Ding Chi poked her arm and said, "Sister, have you forgotten that our people later blew up the road there? He couldn't go back, but if he took a detour, he would encounter a tide of corpses." Chinyu roughly analyzed it and said, "I know my brother's mind very well. He will never act on impulse. He was seriously injured and was in a wheelchair. Even gods couldn't get through the group of corpses, let alone the tide of corpses. The most urgent thing is to find a place to recuperate, and you have to lie down." At this moment, even Chinyu felt that it would be difficult for him to survive. After all, it was not so easy to survive 2 gunshot wounds, and he needed luck. Chapter 1002. "I didn't think of this at first, but you just provided us with a lot of delicious food, and I also wanted to help you," Ding Chi said weakly. "I didn't expect that by accident. It was the person you were looking for, but now we don't know his whereabouts." After the voice fell, the 2 of them looked at Chinyu, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "I won't break my promise, it counts naturally. From now on, you 2 don't have to live in a corner like before." When Chinyu said this, he didn't have much fluctuation, because he had already asked Feng Yi and Xiao Jiu privately. They actually meant the same thing, that is, if these people can live in the house when they come, what will other people think? So allowing this group of people to live in the camp is already an opportunity. As for labor, who doesn't work now, either doctors or nurses, or they join the camp very early, so they have the opportunity to avoid being exposed to the wind and sun. Hearing this, the two sisters were even happier. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Chinyu suddenly said, "You probably don't have much to pack. Go to the public bathroom to take a shower this afternoon and leave with us tomorrow." As soon as these words came out, Dingyu's face changed slightly. She protected her sister behind her and questioned, "Are you going to throw us out?" Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly. "What are you thinking about?" Dingyu gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we follow, we can't help. Those who are injured and cannot take care of themselves will naturally need help and care on the train. Secondly, think about it, will others exclude you more after we leave?" After saying this, Chinyu paused and added again, "In front of us, you two are obviously despised. If you leave, no one knows whether you will be bullied." Hearing what he meant, the Dingyu sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stopped talking. Then Chinyu took them to the bathroom, waited at the door for a while, saw two girls coming, and asked them to take Dingyu and Dingqi in. After finishing his work, Chinyu went to the warehouse again to see how everything was packed. Going out for too long, you need to bring a lot of food, chickens, sheep, rabbits, and the like. You can bring everything you can. There are only a few left to give birth, and Chinyu also warned them not to eat them, they could only touch the eggs. But he was worried that some people might be greedy, so he thought of preparing a table of food for them in the afternoon. After all, after eating, you may not think so much. It took an afternoon and half a night for everyone to pack up many things. Even the two semi-trailers were full of supplies. Finally, all the gasoline and diesel in the camp were collected together. Chinyu carefully calculated the distance on the map and the fuel consumption of the car, and it was just enough to get to the location the woman said. Even the diesel generator was pumped out. Xiao Jiao and Chi Hao went to help before, but they returned to the camp not long after. Chinyu just asked briefly, without knowing too much. There were indeed many zombies over there, but they didn't need to be killed one by one. Xiao Jiao's skills were completely overkill, so it was enough to leave the others. The next morning, everyone gathered in the open space and stood. Xiao Jiao and Uncle Wa also appeared. Now looking at the man who had become much more vicissitudes, Chinyu wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. On the contrary, Uncle Wa, carrying a sniper rifle wrapped in cloth, said softly, "Take me with you. Although my right hand is disabled, my left hand is still accurate." Chinyu said seriously, "Uncle Wa, I will definitely find a way to cure you." "Haha, it doesn't matter." Uncle Wa shook his head and didn't care. After saying that, he and Xiao Jiao walked into the crowd and stood next to Chi Hao. Xiao Ying called out affectionately, and Uncle Wa nodded slightly in response. Chinyu stood a few meters away, counted the number of people, and then turned his head and asked, "Where are Feng Yi, Chen Shi and Jiang Lingling?" Hearing this, a voice of explanation came from the side. "I went to invite them, but Chen Shi said she was pregnant and didn't want to toss, so it was good for her to stay in the camp." After saying this, Chinyu pondered for a few seconds and made up his mind. No, there is no room for negotiation. Lao Cheng's life or death is unknown now, and his woman and child must not have any mishaps. After the voice fell, Chinyu just turned around and wanted to go over there, but saw two familiar figures coming. Lin Yi was holding a woman's hand and walking slowly towards them, and Jiang Lingling was carrying two bags and following behind them. Seeing this, Dazhuang stepped forward quickly, took the luggage from Lingling's hand, and then put it in the car. Lin Yi came closer, handed Chen Shi, who was bowing her head, to Feng Yi, and then stood beside Chinyu. At this moment, Chinyu stared at Lin Yi's beautiful face, his eyes fixed on her. Lin Yi's face turned slightly red when he looked at her, and she lifted her hair by her ear with her left hand and whispered, "Why, don't you allow others to help you share some things?" "Thank you, Yi." Chinyu held her little hand and said sincerely, "Oh, it's all a small matter. I understand women's psychology better than you." In fact, the reason why Chen Shi didn't want to go was mainly because she was worried about the safety of the baby. "Then how did you change her mind?" And I saw that there seemed to be tears on her face. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up at the sun rising slowly in the distance, stretched out her right hand, raised it above her head and said, "It's nothing. I told her that there is no place that is absolutely safe now. But if we gather together, then the chances of survival will be greater. Secondly, even I will go with you, and the doctors and nurses in the camp will also leave. There is no point for her to stay here." Although Lin Yi looked calm on the surface, she was quite nervous inside. She was afraid that she would not be able to find her elder brother, and she was also afraid that she would find a corpse. As for other things, Lindy was not very worried. She knew very well that the doomsday might have changed everyone, but it did not mean that her brother had become bad. Unless the facts were in front of her, Lindy would not scare herself. Everyone ate some porridge and cakes, and then began to check their weapons and prepare to set off. Chinyu asked someone to drive the van, with the seats removed back out to put Zhang Rui's bed. As for the driver, it was Zhang Yin himself. In this way, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the group slowly walked towards the gate. Because there were too many people, and they were carrying a lot of supplies, including all the weapons and ammunition, they could only use a car to pull the cart. Chapter 1003. At the entrance of the villa area, Chinyu stopped and said to the woman before, "Your name is Zhongli, right?" "Yeah." She nodded. "You can live in the houses on the right rear, as for the others." Before she finished speaking, Zhongli raised her right hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on them, and never let anyone mess around. I guarantee that no one will enter the houses you lived in before." Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and whispered, "Can you use a gun?" "Which kind do you mean?" Zhongli was slightly stunned, as if she didn't understand. But the next second, she immediately said, "I can use a hunting rifle and an ordinary pistol." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded slightly, reached out and took a pistol from his waist, took off the magazine in front of everyone, then loaded it, and handed the gun to her. This scene made the remaining 29 people all stare wide-eyed. Not only them, but even Xiao Jiao and Feng Yu were also confused. Zhang Yin stood by the car, watching his actions, and frowned instantly. But Zhang Yin knew very well that Chinyu had his reasons for doing this. "What are you doing?" Zhongli hesitated and did not answer. Seeing this, Chinyu said calmly, "Sister Dingyu and I have told you that compared with Yi Shulan's way of dealing with things, you will not easily stand on your own side, and you also try to prevent others from directly joining the battle." After saying this, Zhongli whispered, "I just told the disadvantages truthfully." This is not because she is modest, but Zhongli suggested that these women have no strength and average shooting skills. Even if they follow, they may be affected by their menstrual period. Chinyu didn't care much about these things, but he needed someone to control these survivors. Dingyu said a few good words for Zhongli at this time, so she was chosen naturally. Seeing that Zhongli was indifferent, Chinyu lowered his voice and said, "Now there is no absolute force. What can you use to persuade these people to be honest? Go on, I don't want to come back next time and see only the messy ruins." Having said this, Zhongli knew what to do. She stretched out her hands to take the Glock pistol and nodded solemnly, "Okay, I know what to do." "Yeah." Chinyu glanced at the others a few meters away again, then turned and walked towards the convoy. The next second, the cars and trucks started, and everyone started to hurry. Soon they walked a few dozen meters, and the survivors surrounded them, talking about something. Zhongli held the gun in her hand, looking at the man's back with a heavy heart. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Sister Li, why don't you just shoot and kill the man? If the leader is dead, the others might disperse." Before she finished speaking, Zhongli turned around and slapped her in the face, saying coldly, "Think before you speak, okay?" The sudden action scared everyone. They didn't expect that Zhongli would actually hit someone directly. Then Zhongli put the gun in the belt position in front of her belly and said in a deep voice, "Be honest, keep your hands and feet clean, protect this place as our own home, and don't think about those things." No one helped the girl who fell to the ground, but nodded. Behind the convoy, Feng Yi was walking like most people. She slowed down a little, and then walked with Chinyu. After a few seconds, she finally couldn't help it and said, "You guy, aren't you afraid that the woman just shot you?" Hearing this, Chinyu put his hands in his pockets and said calmly while walking, "What's there to be afraid of?" After saying this, Feng Yi was speechless and rolled her eyes. Seeing this, Alei walked to Feng Yi and whispered, "The pistol is not loaded. If she wants to shoot, Chinyu will only be faster than her." Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, "My own gun is with Yi. The gun just now was taken from someone else. I don't have any other guns on me." Then he turned his head to the left and said, "But if that woman wants to shoot, R and Zhang Yin will definitely be able to react. What if we don't react that quickly?" R was puzzled. There are not so many what-ifs in this world. Chinyu yawned and said lazily. Although he acted very relaxed, his words revealed his unconditional trust in the two. After the voice fell, R fell silent. His personality is very similar to Uncle Hua. Once he encounters questions that he doesn't know how to answer, he simply doesn't speak. Chinyu turned his head to look at the woods on the right. Many trees, perhaps affected by the decay of the zombie bodies, had yellow leaves, and many had even become dead trees. He stared at the figures of the people in front of the team and said, "Instead of thinking that they can maintain the camp peacefully, it is better to just let people lose their minds. More than a month is enough time for them to fight among themselves." Hearing this at this moment, Feng Yi suddenly realized and said, "You are really scheming. Others will definitely guess what you two are planning when they see that woman take your weapon. Many times, dark corners are more likely to scare people." Qin shrugged and stopped talking. The group walked on the desolate road. Although zombies occasionally appeared, they basically did not pose a threat. The distance this time was not short, but not very far either. Qin estimated that it would take about 2 days and 1 night. Fortunately, they were all in the villa area, so there were no complaints. The guy named Ren Yong was also taken along. After being neighbors with zombies, this guy became much more honest, and never dared to talk nonsense again. Just like that, when it was almost dark, everyone chose a flat area and started to set up tents for the night. Dozens of people were busy, with clear division of labor, some collecting firewood, some patrolling. Although Dubai had his hair shaved, he was still afraid of the heat, so he was left lying on the van. As for Lin Yi and Feng Yi, because the sun was really fierce behind them, they had to get in the van. Later at noon, half of the women did not continue walking, but after all, there were only so many seats, so the rest could only hold umbrellas. Qin, Alei and Xiao Jiao each brought some people, checked the other 3 directions, and then returned to the camp to prepare something to eat. Nowadays, these things like corpse worms are really extinct. Qin even suspected that it was the smell of zombies that prevented them from coming. Chapter 1004. After eating and drinking and arranging night watchmen, everyone went into their tents to rest. Except for some people, the others just went to a big tent with some sheets underneath. The girls basically squeezed together, while the boys could sleep anywhere. Nothing happened that night. In the early morning of the next day, there were more zombie bodies near the temporary camp, but no other survivors were encountered. Everyone packed up their luggage and continued on their way. Almost another day passed, and the group of people finally only had a few kilometers to their destination. But unfortunately, the road ahead was full of abandoned cars, and the semi-trailer could not drive in at all. Seeing this, everyone stopped at the intersection, waiting for Qin and Xiao Jiao to give orders. Looking at the dozen abandoned cars, Wang Lulin hesitated and said, "It seems that this is impossible to pass. How about finding something to move the coal?" Hearing this, Qin shook his head and said, "Almost 60 tons of coal. By the time we move it to the train station, we will probably be exhausted. And when we get to the station later, we have to save our strength to carry it." Hearing this, Xiao Kong was stunned and asked curiously, "Can't we just pour the coal into the steam train?" Hee. Xiao Jiao was amused by his words and said casually, "Do you know why steam trains will be eliminated?" "I don't know." Xiao Kong scratched his head. Qin explained, "Because this kind of train is not suitable for long-distance travel, the place where they store coal can only hold a few tons at a time, and they have to be replenished every time they run a certain distance. So we still need to load all this coal on the train?" Wang Lulin was dumbfounded after hearing this. "Why else do you think you can bring so many people? People from other camps haven't gathered yet." Xiao Jiao patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Keep your strength. You will be tired for a long time tonight and tomorrow." Looking at the abandoned cars in front of him, Qin turned his head and waved. Seeing this, Qi Hao stepped towards him and said calmly, "Speak." As soon as he said this, Yang Zi poked him with his elbow. "What are you doing? You took the wrong medicine." The next second, Qi Hao held Yang Zi's hand and said with a smile, "I've been addicted to reading novels recently. I feel that this is very pretentious. In the apocalypse, many people have lost their hobbies, but Qi Hao is not really affected. He used to like to read various military novels the most. After the zombies appeared, he searched for a lot of paper ones. Other people don't like to read them. Qi Hao kills time with books as long as he has nothing to do." Then he looked at Qin and said, "You want me to go to the front to check if other roads are passable, right?" "Yes, is it convenient?" Qin nodded. After hearing this, Qi Hao raised Yang Zi's hand and waved, saying, "I'm very happy." Seeing this scene, De Zhuang didn't react much. Although he hated those bad youths approaching his sister, Qi Hao was not bad. And according to Xiao Jiao, Qi Hao had never been in a relationship, and was not a playboy, so from many angles, De Zhuang was quite satisfied. What's more, he had known Qi Hao and his group for a long time, and both sides knew each other well. Of course, the most important thing is that Qi Hao looks careless, but he actually knows the importance of doing things. Even if he is in love with Yang Zi, they only hold hands. Soon Qi Hao carried his weapon, hugged Yang Zi and said goodbye, then put away his smile and rushed towards the road ahead. Seeing this, Jinyu turned his head and said, "Everyone, rest in place." Time passed by. Soon there was movement in front, and the next second, Chihao rushed out from the weeds, sweating all over his head and breathing a little quickly. Then Xiaojiu looked at his watch and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, it's almost 5 kilometers round trip, and it still took less than 18 minutes. Hearing this, Chihao stepped towards them and said, "I've looked over there are only abandoned cars on this section of the road." After listening, Jinyu clapped his hands and said, "Leave the horses to prevent them from being frightened. Get 2 cars to the front to unload the supplies, push the other abandoned cars away, and we will drive over from this side." After the voice fell, everyone moved quickly without any delay. At the same time, Jinyu arranged dozens of people to stand on the semi-trailer with bows and arrows, staring at the zombies around. As long as they approached within 30 meters, they would be shot and killed. In this way, the women stood in the middle of the team, and the men began to clear the roadblocks. However, as the car was pushed away, they fell down the slope and made noises. More and more zombies were attracted, and the girls also picked up bows and arrows and slingshots and joined the ranks of helping. It took a while to finally clean up, but a lot of bows and arrows were consumed. Everyone quickly went over to retrieve the arrows, and then drove away. It was almost evening when everyone finally arrived near the train station. There were already many people gathered here, and many cars were parked. However, when Chinyu's people came, some male survivors licked their lips and wanted to come up to help carry the luggage enthusiastically. Chinyu naturally saw these people, and they were basically the one-eyed man's men. He didn't let anyone take care of it. After all, it was not time to tear each other's faces. Secondly, the survivors of the one-eyed man did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, although the young man with a short haircut was not there, Chinyu was still alive. After everyone gathered together, they counted the number of people again. There were more than a dozen fewer than before. Some died on the road, and some died while cleaning up the abandoned train station. Now the total number of people is about 186. Of course, there are no people like Shang Wanjing here. The leaders of various forces gathered together to prepare for the meeting. However, there were 3 leaders on Chinyu's side, so Xiao Jiu and Feng Yi asked Chinyu to go over. They were not interested in listening to that. Chinyu did not refuse. After all, it was not a big deal. When he got closer, Zhang Liping looked at Chinyu and asked, "Did you bring the water pump and the generator?" "Well, they are all on the train. What do you want them for?" Hearing this, Zhang Liping laughed and said, "Are you stupid? How can a steam train generate steam without water?" Hearing this, Chinyu was also a little embarrassed. He had clearly explained to others about the coal loading of the steam train before, but he forgot another point. Then he took Zhang Liping's men to carry the goods, and then he didn't care about it anymore. Chinyu provided the equipment, and Zhang Liping and other camps provided diesel. After all, they were really poor now. Finally, a group of people held a small meeting, planning to let some people deal with the water and coal loading, and others to enter the city to search for supplies. Because the original storage place could not hold these dozens of tons of coal, it could only be stored in other carriages, and then the train was driven while the manpower was transported forward. Chapter 1005. There are 186 people, and only the camp where Chinyu is located has old people, children and women. For this, although the other forces are suspicious, they don't care too much. After all, carrying these people on the road is undoubtedly a burden. Chinyu asked Xiao Jiu to take some people to stay outside the train station to protect the supplies and girls. Although there are only a few old people left in the camp, they are not injured or sick after all, so even if they can't do any physical work on weekdays, Chinyu did not abandon these people. As a large number of survivors left, the train station square became much emptier. Only Xiao Jiu and his group were left. Chinyu, Zhang Yin, and Alei split into 3 groups and entered the abandoned city to look for various things that could be used, such as tarpaulins or advertising papers. They would spread them in the carriages, so that the coal slag would not be wasted. In this way, it took almost an entire night for everyone to complete the preparations. At around 5 in the morning, Zhang Liping had already finished adding water with her team, and began to think of ways to clean up the bodies on the tracks. Many of them were dried into jerky, and embedded in the stones. Later, Chinyu led people to search in various shopping malls in the city, and found many carts. A tarpaulin was placed inside, and the ground was paved. Then someone climbed onto the semi-trailer, and used a shovel to unload the coal. Although they could dump it directly, they had to move it all in before the rain, which was too difficult to accomplish. Even if they had more than 100 people who could take turns to replace them, manpower was not as good as machines, and the speed would be affected as time went on. So in order to avoid accidents, we could only use the old method, unloading and moving as much as possible. Everyone stood in line, and Chinyu selected those strong men to let them transport the goods. Of course, in order to prevent others from gossiping, Chinyu naturally went to the battle himself. Fortunately, there is no need to climb stairs to the platform here. According to John Liping, the steam train should have come here for inspection and maintenance when the zombies appeared. The zombies appeared just after the train stopped, because it takes 3 people to start it together. Although one person can try to start it, there is not so much time. Later, the car was left here for a long time. John Liping did not lie. Her people knew how to maintain it, and worked for several days to fix it. As they moved around the train station, zombies began to be attracted. In this way, one group of people were busy transporting coal inside, while another group of people patrolled around with weapons in hand, killing the zombies that approached. Then the girls came forward to drag the corpses, and piled them into a defense line to prevent them from approaching again. Almost no one was talking. Everyone was working, except for the survivors like the one-eyed man. Because the weather hadn't gotten cold yet, some girls were wearing short skirts and hot pants. Fengyi naturally wouldn't wear that kind of clothes when she went out at this moment, but the other girls didn't care. Pa! A man threw away the shovel in his hand, looked at his black hands, and said irritably, "Why do we work under the sun while those women sit in the shade and blow the wind? No, I have to call 2 people to give me a massage." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man walked towards him and kicked him directly in the buttocks. In an instant, the man fell flat on his face, and his face was made even darker by the coal slag. The next second, the one-eyed man said in a deep voice, "If you dare to ruin my big plan, I will hang you up and feed you to the zombies." Understand, understand. Although the man was kicked, he immediately woke up and stood aside with his head down. At the same time, the one-eyed man looked over there. His eyes were erratic. He had been defeated last time, and he had never been able to swallow this breath. And at that time, in order to let the other party relax his vigilance, the one-eyed man deliberately showed that his camp needed women very much. Sure enough, the man didn't think much and agreed directly. At this time, Chinyu came to the truck again with 2 carts in his hands. He looked at the one-eyed man over there, who smiled and waved, and continued to shovel coal on the ground. Chinyu saw all of this, and things were developing as he expected. The reason why these girls in the camp were still wearing skirts was Chinyu's suggestion. Of course, Fengyi and others were not aware of this. After all, if too many people knew about it, it might be exposed. Others did not think much about it. After all, they liked to wear cooler clothes and did not care about what others thought. Although this kind of clothing could easily bring danger in the doomsday, Chinyu had promised, so they were naturally happy. It was almost dark when they almost transported the coal to the carriage, and one section was filled directly. At the same time, the others took all their supplies and luggage and started to board the train. Entering the dirty and messy platform, Chinyu looked at the train with a retro locomotive and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, a lot of things might happen this time. The carriage was also different from the trains he had taken before. The seats were almost vertical, and many cushions had cracked. Chinyu wiped it with his fingers, and it was all dusty. Everyone stood in the aisle, looking at each other. Some didn't know how to sit down. It was too dirty. For most people, they have never ridden a steam train. Even Chinyu is the same. Before the end of the world, some people have ridden a green train. Seeing this, Chinyu put the luggage on the shelf and said, "There is still some water over there. Everyone can use an empty plastic bottle to collect some, drill a hole, and then wipe it with old clothes." Everyone nodded and started to get off the train. Then John Liping also led people to the front of the train. At this time, thick smoke had begun to rise over there. Because it was very dirty inside, Chinyu did not let Zhang Ying carry Ruiru in first, but stayed on the platform and waited until it was clean before carrying her in. Yu Feng held the bed to prevent him from wandering, while Wang Tianhai stood beside several children wearing a prosthetic limb. When the cleaning was finished again, it was completely dark. Zhang Liping asked people to stop working, and then found Chinyu and said, "Do you think we should rest for a night, or leave now?" Hearing this, Chinyu looked through the window and found that many survivors looked tired, and some even lay on the small table and started to sleep. Seeing this, he whispered, "Let's set off in the early morning, and sleep for a while to replenish our energy." Well, I asked people to cut off the carriages at the back. There are 7 carriages in total. Is that enough? Zhang Liping rubbed her temples and said, "Have you packed everything?" Chapter 1006. Zhang Liping curled her lips and said, "You ask me? How would I know these things? I have been staying in the front of the car." Hearing this, Qingyu took out the intercom and pressed it, asking, "Xiao Jiu Zhangyin, have we finished loading all the supplies?" A few seconds later, a response came from the intercom. "Food, water, and other supplies have been loaded into the car. I am still a little short here. The generator is a bit difficult to transport up." Zhang Yin's voice was a little heavy. Hearing this, Qingyu thought for a moment and said softly, "Carry it in through the window. If it doesn't work, knock down the window." After hearing this, Zhang Liping quickly shook her head and added, "The car windows cannot be damaged, otherwise when entering the tunnel, smoke will float into the car." Seeing her say this, Qingyu considered for a moment and said, "Before entering the tunnel, I will have someone block the car windows with cardboard." Zhang Liping couldn't help it. "Now the generator is no longer useful. Why do you still carry this thing? And secondly, why do I see that you have a lot of medical equipment? Those things are used to save lives. Maybe they can come in handy at a critical moment." Qingyu was very determined and basically refused to give in. Seeing this, Zhang Liping said helplessly, "Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow morning, so you can figure it out yourself. I'm going to sleep with my man." As she said that, she yawned and turned away. Qingyu ignored her and walked towards the carriages at the back. The second carriage in front was for Cole, the third was for Zhang Liping and her people, and the fourth was for Qingyu and his group. The fifth and sixth carriages were for other forces to share, and the last carriage was for all the supplies. Of course, weapons and food were kept by each of them. There were still many empty seats in the carriage where Qingyu was, which were reserved by Shangguan Jing for them. In the end, Qingyu did not ask anyone to knock down the car window, but Zhang Liping sent 2 people to help remove the window. This was also her initiative to show goodwill. After all, she and Qingyu had no grudges, and she was not provoked by the one-eyed man before. It was always good to have more friends. She also hoped that if she won later, she would be able to share more supplies. It was 6 o'clock the next morning. The train whistled and everyone slowly woke up. After a night, some zombies appeared from nowhere on the track and slapped some windows. Qingyu asked Feng Yi to take people to distribute some food to everyone, and then looked out the window. After a while, there was a strange noise in front of the train, and then it slowly moved. "How long will it take us to get there?" Lenny took the peeled boiled egg and handed it to Qingyu. Then she asked while eating. Hearing this, Qingyu took a bite of the egg and whispered, "The woman said that the train has been stopped for more than a year. It is not easy to start now. The speed is basically not fast. The speed is estimated to be around 40 kilometers per hour. Well, is that so?" Lenny nodded. When she ate, she was like a little squirrel, with her cheeks bulging, which was very cute. Although she didn't like eating egg yolks before, after the end of the world, she found that she actually fell in love with eating this thing. After all, most of the time, ordinary survivors don't have a chance to eat eggs. Lenny took out the water bottle and drank a sip, then handed it to Qingyu and said, "This way, we can arrive in about 18 hours. Qingyu took the water bottle without any hesitation, and he didn't mind Lenny drinking it. He took 2 sips of water, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, stared at the desolate houses outside the car window, and said, "If everything goes well, we can arrive in 18 hours, but I guess the road is not very peaceful." What's the matter?" Lenny was curious. Hearing this, Qingyu turned around, held her hand, and said gently, "Don't go to other carriages, just stay in your seat." "I can't say the details. Maybe I'm just overthinking." "Yeah, of course I won't walk around." Lenny nodded obediently. Qingyu put the water cup on the coffee table, stood up and nodded slightly to Xiao Jiu, who was leaning against the corridor. Then he walked over. Walking a little closer, Qingyu whispered, "How is it?" Xiao Jiu crossed his arms and said casually, "Those men kept looking over here, but they had the desire, but not the courage to touch the girl's arms. Since they didn't do anything rash, let's ignore them for now. I'm worried that this trip will go wrong." Qingyu whispered, "It's useless to think too much. We just need to deal with it as it happens." Xiao Jiu patted Qingyu and gave him a reassuring look. As soon as he finished speaking, the toilet door was opened and Xiao Yin walked out reluctantly. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Qingyu asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Yin waved her right hand in front of her nose, put her left hand on her waist, and said depressedly, "It's too dirty in here. I can't go to the toilet. If we have to sit for more than 10 hours, I can only go without food and water." Hearing this, Qingyu walked over and opened the door to take a look, and found that the ground was full of various dried feces, and even many yellow urine stains. A smell of urine hit me in the face, which made me speechless. He closed the door again, His body was shaken twice, and then he said, "I guess someone lived here for a while before. Why don't we go to other carriages to have a look?" "Forget it, those perverts are almost popping their eyes out." Xiaoling waved her hands, holding her stomach with a painful expression. If she had known the toilet was so dirty, she would have drunk less water last night. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu helped Xiaoling to sit aside, then raised his head and searched back and forth among the luggage bags. Then he looked at a green bag, walked over to open the zipper, and reached in to search inside. A few seconds later, he took 3 toilet brushes and a bottle of toilet cleaner and smiled at Qinyu. "We grown men can just find a tree to go to the toilet, but girls still have to be careful." Seeing this, Qinyu had to admire Xiao Jiu's meticulous mind. It seemed that Xiao Jiu had thought of this when he went into the city to search for supplies. In this way, Qinyu and Xiao Jiu put on disposable masks, and the two of them cleaned the toilet while discussing other things. It was just the right opportunity to hide from others. If Xiao Jiu's method is to counter the enemy's moves, then Qinyu's philosophy is to prepare for the rainy day. Before things happen, Qinyu likes to predict the possible dangers in advance and then respond. A few minutes later, Qinyu packed the garbage with old clothes, opened the window, and threw it out directly. Others were reading quietly in their seats, and a few were playing poker. But most of them were looking at the scenery outside the window, as if they were taking this journey as a tour. As long as you don't look closer, you can't see the zombies. In the doomsday, a steam train with thick smoke was running on the desolate track. It's just that the survivors in different carriages gradually had their own ideas in their hearts. Chapter 1007. In the 5th carriage. Compared to Qinyu, the survivors here are much more lively, but if you look closely, you will find that many people are standing on the seats, shouting something with red faces. They stare at a black cup on the table, and shout some numbers loudly. At the same time, there are more than a dozen cigarettes on the table. In the doomsday, gambling is also a way for some survivors to pass the time. As the cup was opened, 3 dice came into view. Some people were excited and blushing, while others were furious because they'd lost all the cigarettes. The one-eyed man sat by the window, glancing at the front car from time to time. About 3 minutes later, a young man who came out of the toilet came to him quickly, and said something with his head down. The one-eyed man tapped the table with his right hand and said, "Are you sure everything is arranged?" "Well, in order to let these guys relax their vigilance, we deliberately chose an address more than 100 kilometers away, just to make them cry out to the sky and the earth, but nothing will work." The young man's name is Tang Ming, and he has been with the one-eyed man for a long time. If either Qinyu or Long Jie showed up, they would find that they had not seen this guy last time. Then, the one-eyed man sat on the chair opposite and motioned the young man to sit down. Then he glanced behind him inconspicuously, and continued to tap on the table with his index finger. Tang Ming stared at it intently, and wrote down the tapping movements in his notebook. "Have you written it down?" the one-eyed man said lightly. "I've written it down." Tang Ming nodded and was about to stand up, but he thought about it, and sat down again and asked, "Brother Lei, if the plan fails, do you need to?" As he said this, he put his hand on his neck and made a horizontal movement gesture. Hearing this, Lei Jita pondered for a while, and said softly, "Those guys want to rob the survivors. I just provided them with information, but then again, the noise of this train is not small, and it can be seen from a long distance. Who knows it was us who did it?" At this moment, a young man who was playing cards stopped his hand slightly, and looked to the side subconsciously. His hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, so at this moment, he happened to hear something. Lei Jita smiled at him, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. But that smile, no matter how you look at it, has a hidden meaning. The next second, Tang Ming found something wrong, and tapped the dagger on his waist with his right hand, then stood up expressionlessly. He walked to the young man, put his left hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, we have a lot of cigarettes, and your lighter is pretty good, how about we change it?" Hearing this, the young man glanced at his boss, who was annoyed because he lost the game, and then waved his hand, "Go change your lighter." The boss said so, and he had no choice but to follow him to the back car. Then Lei Jita stood up and stretched, and stood in the aisle and walked towards the 4th car. He stood by the door, and said with a smile, "Brother, can you lend me a light?" Qinyu glanced at him, and said lightly, "I don't smoke." Before he could answer, Qinyu added, "Of course, I won't lend it to you even if I smoke." At this moment, Qinyu was deliberately intensifying the conflict. If anyone on this train was most likely to make a noise, then this one-eyed man was the first suspect. Strangely, the one-eyed man was not annoyed, but began to introduce himself. "My name is Lei Jita. Everyone usually calls me Brother Lei." After he finished speaking, Jinyu looked at the window at the connection of the carriages and said, "You are worthy of it?" "What?" Lei Jito was slightly stunned and did not react. Then Jinyu turned around and looked at him, and said coldly, "A boss like you who doesn't take the lives of other survivors seriously, are you worthy of being called brother?" I'm just a little older than him." Lei Jito had a fake smile on his face, but he was already furious. After a few simple words, Lei Jito returned to his seat in the carriage. Jinyu walked back a little, and then sat on the chair. The next second, Xiao Jiao frowned slightly and said, "You have already shown this attitude, but that guy is not angry with you at all. It seems that this guy is really problematic." Jinyu said thoughtfully. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Jiao was curious. "Think about it, we are allies in public after all, and we will have to work together for a long time in the future. If my attitude towards him suddenly changes, will ordinary people think about what happened?" "That's true." Xiao Jiao nodded and lowered his voice. "Unless these people think we won't get along for too long." Jinyu stretched out his hand to tear off the cracked leather on the seat and said, "The calmer he appears, the more suspicious I am of him. These people, just kill them." Xiao Jiao was silent for a while, and then said something shocking. Now he doesn't really want to guess whether the survivors outside can be trusted. After too many separations and deaths, Xiao Jiao has no good feelings for those forces that like to torture and kill survivors. In the past, he didn't want to take the initiative to provoke them, but now, Xiao Jiao really hopes that these people will die, and he has the strength to do so. If he can find those weapons and equipment before the end of the world, with Xiao Jiao's military quality and skills, even if he retired due to injuries, he will not take the people who attacked last time seriously at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiao Jiao and a Lei, plus Zhang Yin, as long as they are provided with enough weapons and ammunition, 3 people can start a small-scale war on this land. Hearing this, Jinyu shook his head and said, "They did kill a lot of people, but it has nothing to do with us directly, and the concept we have always developed is just for self-protection. Secondly, not interfering in the affairs of other camps in the Doomsday can save us a lot of trouble. At first, I plan to wait until the battle with the Savior sect, take this group of people to lead the charge, and then find a suitable opportunity to sell them out." Just then, Zhang Yin came over. "But it seems that I can't wait until that time. Is Ruirui awake?" Jinyu looked up at him and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head calmly and said, "The vital signs are stable, it seems that she is sleeping, but the good news is that no other equipment is needed for detection." Jinyu nodded and did not continue the discussion. After all, with the relationship between them now, there is no need to say some things every day. Everyone misses Zhang Rui very much, but in the end, they are willing but unable to do anything. As long as the situation does not worsen, it is already getting better and better. Chapter 1008. After a few seconds, Jinyu touched the ring on his hand and whispered, "I did overlook a detail before." "What?" Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin were puzzled. "With so many of us gathering together and going to such a far place, we must carry a lot of living supplies, even our partners." As soon as these words came out, the two of them also realized this instantly. Xiao Jiao, like De Zhuang, has shaved his beard now. He reached out and touched his chin, smiled bitterly, and said, "Indeed, we seem to have forgotten this. Aren't we a walking cake for others?" At the same time, Jinyu looked at the girls sitting in the middle area and said, "And they are quite attractive. But ordinary people can't stop our train, right?" Zhang Yin said. Xiao Jiao patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "It's not easy to stop, but it's easy to stop." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yin frowned when he heard this. Jinyu looked out the window and said sadly, "I hope it's not what I think." The next second, Xiao Jiao smiled and said, Xiao Yu, we believe that you must have made full preparations. After all, that Jing seems to have not boarded the train yet." Hearing this, Jinyu also smiled, "I really can't hide it from you." At this moment, it was about 100 kilometers away from the train. It was more than 7 o'clock in the morning. A group of people were secretly guarding beside a certain train track, discussing something. "Master Wu, why do I feel like we have been deceived? How could there be a train passing by in this deserted place?" The man wearing a green scarf was talking, looking at the entrance of a tunnel. Hearing this, another slightly older man replied, "You know nothing. You can't eat stinky tofu in a hurry. Be alert. Mr. Wu, you can't eat hot tofu, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man who interrupted was slapped on the head. "I don't know, do you need me to tell you? Hot tofu is not as delicious as stinky tofu." Except for the leader Wu Chunshan, who was 50 years old, the other 10 people were all strong men, and almost all of them wore the same clothes, which were basically green, and some even wore hats made of leaves on their heads. Unless you get closer, you can hardly see these people hiding on the hillside. And the several boulders next to them were painted green. The guardrail below had been destroyed long ago, and there was a gap of more than 10 meters. These people usually like to drive around and change places. When they encounter weaker camps, they rush in to rob them, replenishing supplies and searching for gasoline. All the men and the elderly feed the zombies, and the women stay with them as servants and do laundry and cooking, until the women die of illness, and some are even bitten by zombies while escaping. Because this group of people often change places after firing a shot, other forces rarely find their whereabouts. As luck would have it, they once provoked Legita. But unfortunately, the two groups were completely birds of a feather. At that time, Legita was openly afraid of these beasts, but he himself was not a good person. After a few interactions, the two sides became familiar with each other. And they even colluded with each other and killed many innocent people. Before Legita and these people were ready to launch an attack, they would send their men to follow them for at least 3 days. Until they confirmed that the survivors had no teammates and the ability to fight back, they would find a way to devour them. It's just that Legita is very smart. When he first dealt with those people, he deliberately put a piece of dried meat in his throat to make his voice a little different. It can be said that from the beginning, Legita had planned a way out. And except when he was in contact with that group of people, he wore a blindfold at other times. The two sides only stayed together for half a month before separating. When they left, the man called Wee left an item to thank Legita for sending a few women to serve him during this period. This thing is black in appearance and looks square, with many buttons on one side. In Master Wu's words, this thing is called a relay station. If the walkie-talkie uses this thing, the communication distance can even be increased to hundreds of kilometers. In this way, it will be more convenient for them to collude with each other. At this moment, they received the information sent by Legita, and after deciphering the Morse code, they ambushed here in advance. As time passed, Master Wu and others' legs became more and more numb, but they could not see any movement. Seeing this, Master Wu took out a picture and took the magnifying glass handed by his men. He followed the train route map and advanced step by step from the marked point, then frowned and said, "Strange, according to the route, we should go this way." As soon as he finished speaking, no one around answered him. Seeing this, Wee turned his head and found that 4 more people had appeared nearby. They each held a gun in their hands and aimed at the heads of others. The next second, Long Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, stepped forward and grabbed the route map and said, "Oh, that may be because this map is not for this railway." After saying that, he grinned at the people on the ground, and then knocked Wee unconscious with his gun. Then footsteps were heard from behind. Shang Wanjing changed into a white robe again, stepped forward with Long Dai, and said, "Tie these people up. We have to hurry over. Qin Yu and the others are almost there." "Okay." Long Jia waved his hand and turned to walk to the back. He handed the route map to Shang Wanjing and said with a smile, "Instructor, sometimes I really doubt whether you have opened the eyes of God, otherwise how can you predict what these people will do next?" Hearing this, Long Dai pondered for a moment and said, "The information sent by Qin Yu mentioned that he would take a train to the Jiashimen, but he suspected that someone had tampered with the road." "Yes, but there could be problems on every section of the road during this period." "How did the instructor guess that?" Long Jia was sweating all over because of his rapid running, but he didn't care about resting at this moment. Hearing this, Long Dai said, "Think about it. If there is a train going to the target area, and you want to know exactly when it will pass by, then don't you want to know which road they will take?" After saying this, Long Jia suddenly realized, no wonder the instructor asked me to take people to search those train stations, and finally spread these drawings in places where these people might pass by. As he said this, Long Jia turned around and kicked someone unconscious. These guys had just wandered around the manor camp recently. They wanted to come to investigate, but they were tracked by Shang Wanjing. Chapter 1009. Originally, most of these assembled forces were in the area of dozens of kilometers near the manor camp. But in order to make them ignore Shang Wanjing and others, Qin Yu chose a gathering point farther away. In addition, the train itself was far away, so no one was suspicious. Although some survivors were not happy, in the current environment, if they did not fight again, they would probably be swallowed up by other forces. No one was a fool. They were willing to help Qin Yu just to get an admission ticket for themselves. If you encounter danger in the future, you could also seek shelter. After all, if you want to get something, you must pay a price. Shang Wanjing did not let his men kill these people directly, but returned to the road behind the hillside first. At this moment, people like a Ling, Han Liyuan and others were also waiting here. This time, they probably dispatched only a dozen people. Although it was just a few, it was already the core force of the manor camp. Ling was still sitting on the pickup truck, swinging his legs, looking at the surrounding scenery boredly. But from time to time, she would look back at the car parked in the distance. "Are you done?" Han Liyuan walked a few steps toward Shang Wenjing and asked softly. "Yes, inform everyone to get ready to go." Shang Wenjing nodded, took out a few thin ropes from the pickup truck, and tied them to the door handles of the car. One rope for each door on the left and right. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Long Jie and his men also came back with those people. The leader was knocked unconscious, and was being dragged away like a dead dog. Plop! Long Jie threw the man to the ground, and then kicked him in the middle of his head, with a very accurate kick, almost hitting his nose completely. Pain came, and Master Wu woke up in panic. "Hand." Slav picked up the rope, squatted down and said expressionlessly. Those people looked at each other, not understanding what these guys were going to do. Seeing this, Long Jie raised his eyebrows, looked around, picked up a very dirty beer bottle from the ground, walked over and hit it on the spot. Immediately, a young man covered his head and screamed. The next second, Long Jie curled his lips and said, "If you don't need your ears, how about I cut them off for you?" After the words fell, the others gritted their teeth, stretched out their hands, and put them together. Soon someone came forward and tied them tightly with a rope. Ling and the others had already sat in the car. Long Jie patted the car body, and then the car started slowly. Seeing this, the two people with tied hands panicked. But because the rope was straightened, they had to run forward. Then Long Jie said, "It's almost 6 kilometers. Let's see if you can run over." This road has not been repaired, and there are many potholes. Even if the car is not driving fast, it is not humanly possible to catch up. Originally, according to Shang Wenjing's method, when the camp was targeted by some forces, he would usually just fight quickly and deal with the people who came to investigate. But after all, this group of people came to the nearby activities, and the miserable appearance of the women in their old nest was seen by Shang Wenjing. Then Shang Wenjing thought of what Qinyu said, so he asked Long Jie to find a way to get the blueprint, which happened to be placed together with a pile of rags. Unexpectedly, these people took the route map after just a glance. In this way, Shang Wenjing has sentenced this group of people to death. In the past, he would need more evidence to take action, but in today's doomsday, such a coincidence will not happen. Qinyu said that there might be an accident on the road, and here there is a group of strange survivors, and they are also interested in the train route map. Of course, the most important thing is that Shang Wenjing found that they occasionally talk on the walkie-talkie. But none of this mattered to Shang Wenjing. The train had been running for about 4.5 hours, and Qinyu stood up on time. Along the way, he had been concentrating on observing the surroundings, but nothing happened. Finally, when the train was about to arrive at the boarding point, Qinyu finally felt relieved. A few minutes later, a whistle sounded from the locomotive, and at the same time, the unique brake sound was heard. When the train stopped, Qinyu nodded to Zhang Yin, who stood up and walked towards the last carriage. It was not easy for horses to get on the train, so they blindfolded themselves and got on from the back, while Qi Hao was standing guard. It was almost noon, and the sun was very strong. Everyone was a little uncomfortable when they got off the train. Shang Wenjing and others had been waiting on the roadside for a long time. But strangely, there seemed to be 2 bodies on the ground, tied with ropes, and the others were sitting on the ground with a dying look. Qinyu turned around and said a few words to Xiao Jiu, asking him to bring people to help move things. Then he walked toward Shang Wenjing and found many wooden boxes over there, which seemed to be weapons and ammunition. "Where is Wei Yao? Why didn't she come?" Qinyu looked around and didn't see any extra people, so he asked curiously. Hearing this, Shang Wenjing said, "Some equipment can't be moved onto the train, so I asked her to take people by land." "Oh, what is it?" Qinyu's eyes lit up. When he said this, Qinyu was already looking forward to it, because if it couldn't even get on the train, it must be a more massive weapon. Shang Wenjing smiled slightly and said, "It's what you were thinking of." "How many are there?" Qinyu asked, placing his hand on the wooden box. At this moment, Long Jie came over, hugged Qinyu, and explained, 3 tanks, all brand new. The instructor taught them how to drive them, and also lent them Leander to prevent accidents on the road. Only so few. Qinyu smacked his lips. He thought there would be more weapons in the arsenal. Seeing this, Long Jie said happily, "You should be content." The arsenal there was almost moved because of the appearance of zombies. Later, because the building collapsed, The remaining ones could not be evacuated, so they stayed. As he spoke, Long Jia patted the wooden boxes and said, "There are some guns and shells in here. Although there are not many, they are rare." "Where is the ammunition?" Qin Yu asked again. "Some common models are available, about 3,000 rounds in total." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned and looked at the seventh carriage of the train. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he said, "In this case, the big machine gun should be useful again. This thing has been put aside for a long time. Fortunately, Brother Xiao knows how to maintain the gun." "What gun?" Long Jia put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder and asked in confusion. After hearing the model, he curled his lips and said, "It's okay, barely enough." Chapter 10:10. After saying this, Shang Wanjing came back with the horse and said, "If I had known you would make such an arrangement, I would not have let you take the horse away." As he spoke, he even reached out and touched the horse's face. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "The plan has changed temporarily. I don't want to kill too many people. Endless killing is meaningless." Shang Wanjing handed the reins to the person next to him and told him to lead it to a shady place. Then he said, "Although I feel that what you said is fine, I don't agree with this in the current environment. Everyone has different ideas, which is normal." Qin Yu said softly without much reaction. For him, it is enough to take care of himself. "What are you going to do with these people?" Long Dai led A Ling towards them. "Hi." A Ling waved her hand, looked at him with a pair of bright eyes, and asked in confusion, "Where is Sister Lin?" "Where is she? You didn't leave her at home?" In the fourth car. She seems to be sleeping." Chen Yu replied. Hearing this, A Ling turned around and said, "Sister Long, let's get in the car first. It's too hot outside. You go first." Long Dai let go of her hand, indicating that she still had some questions to ask. After she left, Chen Yu thought for a while and said, "These people are useless to me." After the voice fell, Long Dai and her brother frowned slightly. Even Shang Wanjing, who was directing people to move the boxes, turned his head and asked in confusion, "Are you not going to find out who the traitor is? I knew who was the problem from the beginning. Then why do you keep them around? Aren't you afraid of being shot in the back?" Long Jia couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked up into the distance. Lei Jita was also smoking outside with a few men, looking over here from time to time. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu said softly, "There will be sacrifices in war, and you know this better than me. Although it's wrong to say this, we don't have to sacrifice our own people." Speaking of this, he paused and added, "If we keep these people alive, more trouble will happen sooner or later. Secondly, we have people in the fourth and seventh carriages. If these survivors want to cause trouble, they should consider how many shots they can withstand." After listening, the three of them understood. Long Dai nodded and turned to walk towards the train. Then Qin Yu took another look at the people sitting on the ground and tied up. Without saying much, he patted Long Jia. Seeing this, Long Jia shrugged, went back to the car and took out a plastic bag, and then stood motionless under the shade of the tree. In the fourth carriage, Han Liyuan followed Shang Wanjing into the carriage, then turned around and whispered a few words, and walked towards a man sitting by the bed. "Hong Wu, long time no see." Hearing someone calling him, Hong Wu looked in the direction of the voice, and nodded with a smile. Han Liyuan sat down opposite him and muttered, "Why are you wearing sunglasses in the car?" As she said that, she wanted to reach out to take it. But the next second, Han Liyuan accidentally kicked something with her right foot. When she looked down, she saw a black dog lying under the table. Strangely, the dog didn't bite people, but looked very gentle, and even shrank its head. Han Liyuan reached out and touched it, and was surprised. "You also have a dog." Hong Wu hadn't seen Han Liyuan for a long time, and the two were good friends, so he should be happy at this moment. But Hong Wu could only hold the stick in his hand, and he didn't know what to say. Just then, Lin Yi came over, bent down, and patted Han Liyuan on the shoulder. Han Liyuan stood up and hugged Lin Yi. Then Lin Yi pointed to the area ahead, and motioned her to go over and talk. In the car, Qin Yu walked up to Shang Wanjing again and asked, "If Wei Yao goes by land, will there be enough gasoline?" "The inventory of 3 camps should be enough," Shang Wanjing said truthfully. After listening, Qin Yu nodded, looked at Zhang Liping who was checking outside the car window, and shouted, "Wait a minute before driving." Hearing this, Zhang Liping gestured. "The area here is not a platform, and there is a road passing by the track." Long Jia watched everyone get on the car, and Dong Jun also led the horse to the truck to go home, and then began to prepare. He first searched the pockets of those people's clothes, put the 2 walkie-talkies in his pockets, and then untied the rope and handed it to the person next to him. As for the living supplies in the group's lair, they had already been looted by Long Dai and his men when they came to ambush. She also untied the shackles of the girls, whose personal freedom was restricted, and they saw the light of day again. As the ropes were untied, the others were slightly startled, thinking that they were safe. One of them stood up and wanted to run, but his legs were weak, and he fell to the ground again in an instant. Seeing this, Long Jia smiled and said, "You have never exercised before, and suddenly you ran for several kilometers under the scorching sun, and your posture is not right. Your legs should not obey you at this moment." Long Jia's physical fitness is totally different from these people. He knows the limits of human physical fitness very well. Even if he takes off his shoes, runs under the scorching sun, and has his hands tied to affect his pace, it will take him about 20 minutes to run about 6 kilometers. That's right. When he was about to leave, he threw away all the shoes of these people. At this moment, the soles of everyone's feet were rubbed by stones and bled, which was shocking. In addition, the car was sometimes very fast, so they were basically dragged behind. That's why 2 people were dragged to death by the car. Long Jia would not have any sympathy for the survivors of such evil forces, and he even felt that it was not difficult enough. After all, only 2 people died. The next second, Long Jia took out the plastic bag from his pocket, which contained several firecrackers, about the size of a baby's arm. He then turned around and called a man, and took out a lighter from his pocket. Because of Long Dai, Long Jia has begun to quit smoking. Of course, the main reason is that his sister Long Dai asked a Ling to cooperate with her in a play. First, she deliberately drank some wine, then with red eyes and tears, she said aggrievedly that the instructor and Xin Yu did not smoke, why her brother could not quit. Just like that, Long Jia, who happened to pass by, heard these words, and seemed to be sensible in an instant. He actually quit smoking. When he really wanted to smoke, he would chew a piece of dried meat. In front of those people, Long Jia lit the firecrackers and threw them out. Suddenly, there was an explosion, attracting a lot of people's attention. What is he doing? Xin Yu was a little curious. Long Dai said lightly, "Cut the grass and root it out." Hearing this, Xin Yu took out the walkie-talkie, tuned to the same frequency as Zhang Liping, and said a few words. More than 10 seconds later, the train whistle sounded. Hearing this, Long Jia put the firecrackers in his pocket and said to himself, "Not bad, it can save a little." After that, he walked towards the train. At the same time, zombies began to appear in the haystacks on the roadside. Chapter 10:11. Seeing the zombies coming, the people on the ground helped each other to stand up, but they fell to the ground after running a few steps. Soon, someone was grabbed by the calf by the zombie. He looked back in horror and tried to kick with his other foot, but he couldn't use much strength at all. The next second, the zombie that had been hungry for a long time knelt on the ground, lowered its head, and bit his ankle directly, then raised its head suddenly, and tore off a large piece of meat in an instant. In just half a minute, almost all the remaining people were bitten to death by the zombies. That Wiggy was extremely cruel. He picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it on the back of the head of the person in front of him. Then he covered himself with the other person's body to confuse the zombies. But this guy was too naive. How could such an action be hidden from those people on the train? Xin Yu turned his head to the right and nodded slightly. De Zhuang put the unfinished cigarette on the empty can, reached out to take the bow and arrow from the shelf, aimed at the man hiding under the body, and then released his right hand. The arrow flew at a very fast speed and hit the man's thigh directly. In an instant, screams rang out, and the zombies slowly stood up from the ground and walked towards Master Wu. De Zhuang did not take his life directly, but was ready to let him be bitten to death by the zombies. There is no point in being merciful when dealing with the enemy. What's more, these people actually thought of prying a huge rock from the hillside to block the train, and they specially chose the location of the tunnel entrance. Because of the light, when the train came out of the tunnel, people could not see the front clearly for a moment. If they hit it at this time, it would easily cause a large number of casualties. After finishing the job and seeing those people being bitten to death, Xin Yu picked up the intercom again and asked Zhang Liping to set off. Soon the train started slowly, and Xin Yu walked to Shang Wanjing, who had just sat down, and asked, "After we left, did you meet a strange man in your camp?" At this point, Xin Yu paused for a moment and added, "In fact, you should have seen him. His name is Lao Chung, and he was from our place before." After saying this, Long Dai looked out the window and whispered, "You know what the rules of our camp are. Sister, don't be like this." Long Jia, who was sitting by the window, shook his head slightly, then looked to the left and said, "To be honest, no, we will not contact those survivors." Even if it is really Lao Cheng, we can't see his face clearly from too far away, and we may miss him. Okay, I know. Qin Yu nodded and turned away. He also knew that the chances were slim, so he just asked a question. If the time was shorter, Qin Yu would definitely lead people to find Lao Cheng himself, but they knew the news much later. At this moment, Xiao Jiao waved at Qin Yu. When he came closer, Xiao Jiao said, "Do you already know about this?" Qin Yu nodded. Xiao Jiao was not surprised at all. Although he emphasized not to tell Xiao Yin when he told her, Xiao Jiao knew very well that Xiao Yin could not keep a secret. The reason why he told Xiao Yin was that he wanted to wait for the right opportunity for her to tell others. With my tracking ability, you can rest assured. Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds, and then said, if there were really any clues nearby, I would have caught up with them long ago. Hearing this, Qin Yu told Ding Yu and her sister what they had said before. After listening, Xiao Jiao pondered for a moment and said, I've been to that area, but there's no clue. Have you ever been in that abandoned RV? Qin Yu asked. No, there are already 2 or 3 zombies inside. Xiao Jiao shook his head. When Xiao Jiao heard that Lao Cheng might still be alive, he blamed himself, so he searched alone in the wild. It was also because of his strong skills and survival ability that he could walk alone outside. The reason why he refused to give up was also because Xiao Jiao knew very well that if he could wake up after 2 gunshot wounds, it was enough to prove that the enemy had probably missed the target and did not injure important organs. At that time, he also realized that Lao Cheng's heart was probably on the right side. Based on Xiao Jiao's experience of many battles, no one could survive after being shot in the heart. Once this part was hit by a bullet, the mortality rate was only 100%, unless the heart was replaced on the spot. If the brain was shot, there might be a slight chance of survival depending on the power of the gun and the shooting distance. Of course, the most important thing is that people only have one head, but some people are born with their hearts on the right side. Xiao Jiao did not think about notifying others and everyone went to look for it together, but the camp had just been attacked, many people had experienced life and death, and they were busy repairing the walls and taking care of the wounded, so they could not leave at all. And they also had to prevent those people from coming back. What's more, what if they found a corpse in the end? After all, compared with other survivors, Lao Cheng was already one of the earliest teammates in the camp. Xiao Jiao has been under great pressure all along. The reason why he has a scruffy beard is not because he doesn't want to trim it, but because he doesn't want to waste a few minutes. After exchanging information with Xiao Jiao, Qin Yu didn't say much and remained silent. In the carriage, some people were smiling, while others were worried. After the train traveled for a while, Qin Yu said something on the intercom. A few minutes later, the train stopped, and there was also a group of people standing outside. They were Shen Meng and his group, about a dozen people. Although there were not many people, they were all carrying many bows and arrows and luggage. As Shen Meng boarded the train, the number of people in the carriage increased again. In the 5th carriage, Lei Jita looked at the people in front of him with a gloomy face. But since Long Jia appeared, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He returned to the train dejectedly before finishing his cigarette. At this moment, even if he had more courage, he couldn't be arrogant. Because Qin Yu looked easier to talk to, the young man, with a crew cut, was extremely fierce, and his skills were completely incomparable to ordinary people. Qin Yu looked at Shen Meng and asked if she had seen a strange man, but the answer was still the same. Qin Yu had also asked about other camps on the train. When he heard that he seemed to have seen them, he would take out his phone again to confirm. But apart from the Ding Yu sisters, there were no other clues. As the train went farther and farther, other survivors began to help transport coal. At the same time, Hui Yao and his group looked at the tanks on the flatbed transporter and prepared to set off. It was impossible to drive a tank to travel a long distance, but Zhang Wanjing temporarily asked Hui Yao's men to teach them so that they would not be difficult to deal with in case of accidents. Leander nodded to Hui Yao, and then got into an old car that he didn't know how many times it had been used. Chapter 1012. Hui Yao also sent out many people, because in essence, she has now completely offended the Savior sect. Either the Savior sect is destroyed, or all the people of Hui Yao are killed. The second situation is something she cannot accept in any way. With Hui Yao's smart mind, she can naturally think clearly about the seriousness of the matter, so she is ready to devote all her resources to the final battle. Although Xiao Yang's left hand was broken, he is also very self-aware. Hui Yao did not kill everyone, but had someone install a prosthetic hand for him, and also brought it with him. In this way, except for the old, weak, sick and disabled who stayed in the service area camp, everyone else followed Hui Yao to prepare for the journey. In order to prevent the threat of zombies, Hu Yao had people block the roads on both sides of the service area. Then, they were left with food and water that could last for about 2 months. During this period, if they could not grow vegetables and feed the animals, they would have to wait for death. This was also Hu Yao's utmost kindness. If she had not turned back after meeting Chen Yu, these people would have had to leave it to fate. As the convoy left, the remaining old men cut the ropes, and the rocks rolled down onto the highway, blocking the area. Hu Yao was driving, and Nana was holding 3 little birds in her hands, looking unhappy as if she was worried. Seeing this, Hu Yao reached out and touched her hair, turned his head and said, "Leander, you can take a break. We should be driving for a long time. Don't drive when you are tired, take a break after 7 hours, or change people." Leander pushed his glasses and looked ahead and said, "Well, don't worry, there will be someone else to replace you." Hu Yao naturally understood the dangers of fatigue driving. She repeatedly told those who drove the flatbed trucks that if anyone dared to be distracted and caused a car accident, there would be only one outcome, and that was death. After all, if an accident occurred and these tanks could not be transported over, how could they fight against the Savior sect? Just pack up and run away as soon as possible. Moreover, Shang Wanjing also said that Jiang Chen's weapons and equipment might not be inferior to this. If both sides were at a similar level, it would be impossible to crush them purely by equipment. However, this also indirectly reflects how important the supplies Hu Yao is carrying are. Even if they have them, they may not win. If they don't have them, they will die. Hu Yao is the first car, and she leads the way. Because they want to take the highway, but the road to the camp is not the same, they need to drive back more than 10 kilometers, then leave from a highway exit, and then take a few kilometers on the national highway. The reason why they have a precise route is mainly because they found a mobile phone with a map downloaded in advance. This was found in some abandoned trucks by Shang Wanjing, Hu Yao and Shen Ming, 3 camps working together. It was like an accident. Some drivers would worry about wasting traffic and immediately downloaded offline map packages, but it is very difficult to find such a package. Usually, as long as you are not traveling long distances, paper maps are enough. But many roads were not marked on the big map Shang Wanjing had before. If you follow it, you will have to consume at least half more gasoline. In this case, don't even think about going there. And the phone was very old, and there were a lot of fingerprints on a certain spot on the screen, so Hu Yao guessed that the password was 6/8. After charging, it was a bit boring along the way. Hu Yao took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the car interface and started playing music. About a few dozen minutes later, they had walked back a long distance. At this time, there were about a dozen zombies gathered at a pipeline on the side of the road ahead, surrounding them motionlessly. As the car appeared, the zombies looked back to the right, and then walked towards them. Seeing this, Hu Yao took out the intercom and said, "There are zombies." The transport truck driver stays in the car. The others take their weapons, and kill them in order. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed open the door and got out, and Leander followed closely. The two looked at each other and nodded, holding the knife and moving forward, while the others also used slingshots and arrows to cover. A dozen zombies were a piece of cake for a survivor of Hu Yao's level, not to mention that there was another person to help. After dealing with these, Leander turned around and returned to the car. After all, it was morning and the sun was very hot. Hu Yao squatted down and wiped the dagger. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly saw some bloody cloth strips on the ground. She turned her head and whistled, "Don't leave yet." Hearing this, Leander looked at his watch, continued to return to Hu Yao's vicinity, and said, "We have to rush over as soon as possible to prevent the instructors from getting into trouble." "What are you looking at?" "It seems that someone has been here." Hu Yao pointed to the place where the zombies had gathered just now. Hearing this, Leander walked a little closer. He stood under the pipe and picked up the dirty gauze that had been stepped on. At the same time, Leander took a look at the iron bucket next to him and moved it over. Then he climbed up, reached into the pipe and fumbled for a while, and took out a few more pieces of gauze with more blood. Hu Yao frowned slightly, walked forward and took it and smelled it, saying, "It looks like it was left there not long ago." Leander's expression was solemn. He stretched out his finger to dip a little blood, and then licked it with the tip of his tongue. This scene made Hu Yao feel sick, and she asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that this thing is contagious?" Leander didn't answer. He took out his water cup, rinsed his mouth and spit it out, and said in a deep voice, "There is a smell of gunpowder in this blood." "What do you mean?" Hu Yao didn't quite understand. Then she picked up the intercom and said, "Let the doctor come over." After the voice fell, a man in his 40s came over, also wearing glasses. This man was the doctor of Hu Yao's camp. Take a look. Is there anything wrong? The doctor took it, looked at it carefully for a few seconds, and said in astonishment, this man actually used gunpowder to stop bleeding, but this way, there will be infection. Hui Yao thought for a moment and said, in an emergency, maybe just to save lives. After that, she took the doctor back, but found that Leander did not follow. Then Hui Yao looked back and found that he did not speak, but looked at the bandage on the ground without saying a word. Seeing this, Hui Yao asked, what's the matter? Didn't you say you were in a hurry just now? Hearing this, Leander looked around and said, my senior brother and Xinyu said one thing before, that is, their family was attacked. Could it be that this person is from their camp? Hearing this, Hui Yao blinked and frowned. It's not such a coincidence, it's been so long. Leander has a very high IQ. He said that these are probably new injuries, and although the current location is a bit far from the manor, it is only about 30 kilometers away from Qinyu's camp. Chapter 10:13. Hui Yao thought for a moment, turned around and shouted, bring the dog here. As he spoke, a man opened the car door and appeared with a German shepherd. Leander was stunned and said in surprise, Miss Hui Yao, you really gave me a lot of surprises. I found this puppy by chance, and I have been training it. I brought it with me today. Hui Yao smiled, squatted down, touched the dog and said, baby, it's your turn to show your skills next. As soon as he finished speaking, Leander stepped forward and held the back of the bandage for it to smell. The German shepherd barked twice, and began to lower its head to smell the ground. While smelling, it also moved closer to a certain direction. Seeing this, Hui Yao asked the others to stay alert, and she led the dog and Leander to follow. About 3 minutes later, in a large abandoned trash can. As Leander opened the lid, the two saw a man lying inside. This man was very dirty, and there were many bugs crawling on his hair. The sudden appearance of light woke the man up. Although he was extremely weak, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the light. Leander frowned and pulled him out directly. The man wanted to resist, but he couldn't use much strength. He couldn't even stand steadily, and fell to the ground on the spot. The next second, Hui Yao stepped forward and pressed down his hand. He saw the man's face clearly. It seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. At this moment, the man murmured 2 words. Hui Yao. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Hui Yao stood up in shock, then picked up the intercom and called for help. At the same time, she quickly squatted down and together with Leander, directly used both hands to remove the garbage and bugs on the man's body. There were even a lot of maggots crawling on the man's left calf, which made Hui Yao vomit on the spot. But after vomiting, Hui Yao directly removed the bugs on his legs and asked others to carry him back to the convoy. The folding bed was placed, and the man was put on it. Even the doctor was shocked by the scene, but he did not dare to neglect it and immediately began to help. At the same time, someone took a towel and dipped it in water to start washing his body and face. As he became cleaner, Hui Yao also recognized who it was. When she led people to surround Su Dali before, she seemed to have seen this person in the woods, but she had never dealt with him. Instead, Leander shouted directly, I've seen him. Where? Hui Yao asked. Last time, when we went to attack Xinyu camp with the instructor, we drank together at night. Leander looked solemn, and after thinking for a long time, he said, those people seem to call him La Chung. At this moment, the doctor took a pair of scissors and cut open the clothes of the man on the folding bed, and several festering wounds came into view. Then he found an empty bottle of antibiotics and other types of medicines in his pocket. The doctor was stunned and said, this guy, he is not dead yet. Just like that, half an hour passed before everyone cleaned up the old city and treated the wound again. Almost 10 liters of water were consumed. But after all, he was from Qinyu's side, so Hui Yao didn't say anything more. At most, he could drink less next time, and there must be water on other people's side. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and said, this person's legs have begun to rot, causing many insects to eat his rotten flesh. The best result at present is amputation. After saying this, Hui Yao pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Leander and asked, what do you think about this? Hearing this, Leander said, he is Qinyu's friend, which means he is our friend. Hearing this, Hui Yao also understood. She looked at the doctor and said, do your best to save his legs. You can get any medical supplies you need from the car. The doctor looked bitter and said, this is also difficult. Before he finished speaking, Hui Yao shook his head and said, I am not discussing this with you. Then, she took out the gun from her waist, loaded it quickly, and pointed it directly at the doctor's temple, saying coldly, from now on, if he lives, you can live. The doctor took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to save your legs, your walking posture may be problematic, and you may need crutches for the rest of your life." Huiyao nodded and said, "That's fine." After that, she put away the gun. The others present were not surprised at all, because Huiyao was never a good person. The doctor called a few people to carry the unconscious Lao Cheng into the car, ready to try again. Similar to Qinyu, Huiyao also had a van with the seats removed, which was usually used as an ambulance. Seeing that they had been delayed for a long time, everyone got back into the car and set off again. Leander looked at the rearview mirror with mixed feelings. Because Lao Cheng now looked almost unrecognizable, and his weight was estimated to have lost dozens of pounds. About 15 hours later, the train was getting closer and closer to the destination, but it was still a long way from the headquarters of the Salvation Sect. The information Qinyu had at the moment did not provide the detailed address of the Salvation Sect, and they still needed to capture the survivors and interrogate them. It was already night, and the surroundings were pitch black, with only the moon still hanging high in the night sky. Qinyu came to the front of the train and found Zhang Liping, who was resting, and said, "Today, you have worked hard, and a little food is a thank you for your efforts." As he said that, he handed over a package in his hand. Zhang Liping turned on the flashlight, rubbed her eyes, and said, "You want to kill the donkey after it has done its job?" Hearing this, Qinyu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to tear off a piece of roasted rabbit meat, and ate it in front of the four of them. "Haha, just kidding." Zhang Liping tore the meat, and gave some to the others one by one. "How did you catch this wild rabbit? We tried so hard but couldn't." Qinyu heard the hidden meaning. He stood at the train driving platform and whispered, "After this is over, I will give you a nest of little rabbits." "It's a deal." Zhang Liping was very happy, and her tiredness was swept away. More than 3 hours passed. It was late at night. The train stopped at an abandoned station, and everyone did not get off the train, but planned to rest in the car for a night. Qinyu finally put his mind at ease at this moment, which was also calculated in advance, and he tried to arrive at night. After all, driving such a steam train in broad daylight, if it was discovered, it would be over. Although Qinyu felt that the Savior Sect might arrange someone to follow them, it was still far away, and this should not happen. As their car entered the station, a large number of zombies also surrounded them, surrounding the train. There were also many zombies on the track along the way, and most of them were smashed into meat paste. Chapter 10:14. In the second half of the night, the people in each carriage basically did not sleep well. Everyone was watching the windows on both sides vigilantly, fearing that the zombies would crack them. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, after a little light, the survivors took out longer weapons, and two people stood in front of the window at the same time, following the instructions, opened the window to reveal a gap. The zombie put its head in, and was pierced the next second. In this way, it took almost half an hour to kill these dozens of zombies. The reason why the speed was much slower was mainly because the light here was not very good, and it was easy to be attacked if you got off the train rashly. So later on, basically everyone knocked on the window while looking around, and only got off the train after confirming that there were no other zombies. No other train stopped in the abandoned station track, but many suitcases were left on the platform. Qinyu stood outside, looked around, then turned around and reached out to the back to pick up Lin Yi. There was no iron plate at the exit, and the light was not good, so you had to be careful when getting off the train to prevent falling into the gap between the train and the platform. Most of the suitcases on the ground have been opened. It seems that someone used to come here often. Xiao Jiu used his foot to push the pink box closest to him, and said casually, "Where are we going next?" Feng Yi had been sleeping during the day, so she was very energetic even if she didn't rest much at night. She walked towards Qinyu and asked. Hearing this, Qinyu looked at his watch and said softly, "It's about half an hour before dawn. You stay here first. I take a few people to check if there are any zombies in the waiting room." After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jiu, who was standing beside him. Xiao Jiu naturally understood what Qinyu meant and nodded slightly. At the same time, Zhang Yin and Alei pretended to walk a few steps in other directions without leaving any trace. Almost in an instant, they surrounded Lei Jida and others. As long as these people had any ill-intentioned actions, they would be shot into sieves by pistols within 3 seconds. The next second, before Qinyu could speak, Yang Yu raised his hand and said, "I'm so idle that I'm going moldy. Take me with you." Seeing this, Qinyu nodded, called 2 more people at random, and walked towards the exit according to the route. Because it was not an important matter, there was no need to bring anyone powerful. The reason why he went to check the waiting room was mainly because there were many people on Qinyu's side. Counting Shang Wenjing and Shen Meng, The number of people was more than 200. So many people walking in the abandoned city was undoubtedly a waste of life. If there were more than a dozen corpse dogs, it would cause panic among the crowd. After all, not everyone could calmly deal with all crises. So in order to avoid any accidents, Chinyu planned to place these people in one area first, and then select 50 people with higher alertness to go into the city to find survivors and get more information. Currently, Chinyu knew very little about Pawnee Bay, so he did not plan to contact them. Of course, the most important thing was that he could not find the location. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu and his companions returned to the platform. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, bring your supplies, weapons, and ammunition, and go to the waiting room first." As soon as he finished speaking, Leijita and a few of his men walked towards the wooden boxes. Just as he was about to lift them, his right hand was suddenly held by someone. In an instant, he felt as if his hand was fixed and could not move at all. Xiaojio said calmly, "We can lift these ammunitions, so you don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Leijita laughed and said, "More people can save some energy. Why be so polite?" After speaking, his left hand continued to reach the edge of the wooden box. Since Leijita had never met Xiaojio, he naturally didn't know who he had offended. The next second, Xiaojio raised his eyebrows and was ready to throw this guy out. Just then, Chinyu came over and said, "It just so happens that I still have a few boxes that I can't move. Sorry to bother you." Hearing this, Leijita looked at his wrist that was pinched red and stepped back half a step. At that moment just now, he almost felt that his wrist was about to be crushed by someone. Soon, Leijita and his group carried a few square wooden boxes and left, and their pace was even faster. "What's in there?" Xiaojio and Chinyu lifted the wooden box containing bullets and walked outside. Batteries and the like. "Huh? Why bring this?" Xiaojio didn't think of what these things were for at first. He thought they were grease balls. Chinyu explained, "This is what Shang Wenjing brought. I don't know what he did with it." Long Dai was walking in front with a box of shells. When she heard the conversation between the two of them, she turned around and said, "It's used as ammunition for the catapult. When the batteries are shot through by arrows, they will ignite by themselves, and there is no way to put out the fire. You can only wait for them to burn out by themselves. The instructor calls this thing a battery fireball, which is much more powerful than that grease ball." Then Chinyu remembered something and asked curiously, "Where is the catapult? Why didn't I see you bring it with you? Did you forget it?" "It has been disassembled into parts, and is in Hui Yao's place. They brought it here." "Okay." Chinyu nodded and continued on his way with the box. Then Long Dai seemed to guess what Chinyu was thinking and continued to explain, "Although there are only about 3,000 bullets and some shells here, the majority are in Hui Yao's place, so there is no need to worry. It's okay, just make your arrangements." Chinyu didn't say much. After all, Shang Wenjing and his group were good at fighting. Professional things should be left to professionals. Chinyu would not be naive enough to think that he could match them. After being trained for so long, Chinyu was already very satisfied that he could catch up with Zhang Yin and Yang Yu. And if he really went to the battlefield, Chinyu's chance of survival might not be as high as theirs. Just because of this, he almost lost half his life. As for Shang Wenjing's words that he might be able to catch up with a Lei, Chinyu just took it as a comfort to himself. There weren't many zombies outside the train station here. Most of them were wandering around the nearby roads. As for the waiting room, it was completely empty, except for the luggage and packages left everywhere. It seems that when the zombies appeared, these people reacted quickly and ran away. Chinyu put down the wooden box and looked at the blood on the pillars and said, a long time had passed, and the blood had already changed color. The waiting room was very empty, with about a dozen areas. Chinyu and his teammates picked some cleaner ones and let them rest here. Then he began to select people. Chapter 10:15. Of course, without any surprise, the 50 people just happened to include Leijita and his lackeys. Just as Chinyu finished speaking, he saw a group of campers coming over aggressively. The next second, a wine bottle hit Leijita's head. This directly ignited the atmosphere. Others drew their knives and were about to fight back. Chinyu took a gun and fired a shot at the top of his head, saying in a deep voice, "Are you fucking itchy?" The gunshots made the others quiet down instantly, but they still looked at the other group with anger. Leijita, on the other hand, seemed extremely calm. He reached out and touched the broken glass on his head, and there was still some blood flowing down his hair. Chinyu frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the fight suddenly broke out. Maybe the plan would be affected. Although he didn't like Leijita and his group, he had to put the overall situation first at this moment. Yu held a gun and looked at the other group of people and said coldly, "Reason?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Xiao Huan is dead." As soon as the voice fell, the other two dragged a corpse forward. At the same time, Xiao Jiao came forward with a flashlight, opened the collar of the corpse, looked at it, and said, "The trachea and artery were cut. It seems that he died a few minutes ago." Then he looked at the temple of the head, where a screwdriver was inserted. Because the head was damaged, it did not become a zombie. Seeing this, Yu asked, "Who did it?" The middle-aged man pointed at Lei Jita and shouted, "It was his man, a man with long hair and tattoos on his hands." "Hey, don't spit blood at me. We don't have any brothers with tattoos on their hands?" Then Lei Jita also sat on the chair and sneered, "You bastard, you are here to accuse people just because you lost a few cigarettes, right?" Yu stretched out his hand to stop the middle-aged man who wanted to rush forward, and said to Lei Jita, "Let your people line up and stretch out their hands." After the voice fell, Lei Jita waved his right hand, as if he had been prepared in advance. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin shook their heads and said, "There are people with tattoos, but they don't have tattoos on their hands." The middle-aged man didn't believe it, so he went to check it out, but he didn't see that face again. He yelled a few words in a rage, and then led people to walk out of the station, trying to find the murderer. After they left, Xiao Jiao stood beside Yu and said in a low voice, "The hands of the body have traces of being tied." "Yeah." Yu nodded slightly, looking at Lei Jita and his group without saying anything. The next second, he walked towards the team of the middle-aged man, who was smashing things to vent his anger. This guy was not furious because someone died, but because the young man named Xiao Huan had his throat cut right under his nose, causing him to lose his dignity. He was fine when he got off the bus, but he died after walking through that passage. Then Yu said something to him, and the middle-aged man snorted coldly and stopped making trouble. Yu asked the accompanying doctor to bandage Lei Jita to prevent this guy from finding an excuse to stay later. Just as everyone was eating their food, Lei said softly, "I know who did it." "Oh." Yu turned his head to look at him. Lei took a bite of the biscuit and swallowed it, saying, "That guy should have learned martial arts for a few years and received training. He has the shadow of a killer, and is not very weak. Who will win if you meet him?" Yu thought about it and said, 10-0. Lei wrapped the remaining biscuits and put them in his pocket, saying expressionlessly, "In 10 seconds, I can kill him." Hearing this, Yu nodded and said, "In this case, you and Sheng Wanjing stay in the waiting room, and Brother Xiao and I will take people to find out the news." "Yes." Finally, after a simple arrangement, Yu changed his plan temporarily to solve the problem and planned to select another 50 people, led by Dazhuang and Yang Yu. In this way, there were only about 100 people left in the waiting room, mostly women, the elderly, and children, and the strength was greatly reduced. Lei Jita hid the murderer, and he must be planning something else. Yu would not leave such a person behind him. After about 5 minutes, the two teams carried their weapons and gradually left the waiting room. Of course, the weapons and ammunition were not touched. Yu, accompanied by Zhang Yin and Xiao Jiao, a total of 53 people, ran towards the south of the city. They walked through the abandoned shops and streets, but did not find any survivors. There were also few zombies, and the roads were not very crowded. The deeper into the city, the more Yu frowned, because it looked so much cleaner here. It looked like someone was specifically maintaining the streets. The city here is very large, even though it is now abandoned, but Yu and dozens of people walked for half a day and only checked less than 1/10 of the area. 12 o'clock noon. A group of people sat on the roadside to rest. Everyone was exhausted, except Yu and the other 3. Lei Jita only brought about 30 people this time. According to this guy, some died on the road, so there were only so many people. Yu was naturally too lazy to expose him on this point. The remaining 20 were selected from Shenming and the camp in the villa area, just to let this guy relax his vigilance. Speaking of which, where did all the zombies in this city die? Why can't you see a few on a street? On the contrary, there are more zombies at the train station. Someone started to shout. Hearing this, Yu glanced at the abandoned building in front and said, "Who has the map we just found?" "Here." Shenming's subordinate raised his hand, then took it out of his pocket and handed it over. Yu spread it on the ground, first found the location of the train station, and then followed the route in his mind to locate their current area step by step. After reading the map, Yu whispered, "If we take the train station as the starting point, it is about 40 kilometers away, which is Pawnee Bay." "How do you know?" Zhang Yin asked curiously. "Because it's written on the map." Yu answered. Xiao Jiao squatted down and said to himself, Panyi Bay. Those people who were released last time were from Panyi Bay, right? Well, according to the time, they have returned here a long time ago, but no survivors were found in the city, so they either returned to the base camp or went to find the Salvation Gate. Chun Yu said after a moment of consideration. After he finished speaking, the others looked at him as if they didn't understand. Seeing this, Chun Yu stood on the road and said in a deep voice, If I'm not mistaken, it should be like this. Civil strife broke out in Panyi Bay, causing a group of people to leave, but not all of them left. The area here is not far from the city. Although there is only one road on the map and the rest is sea, it is not difficult for zombies to get through. Chapter 1016. Just then, there was a sudden explosion in front. Xiao Jiao's hearing was not bad. He and Zhang Yin looked at each other, and they stood up at the same time and blurted out, There are shells. Chen Yu had never been a soldier, so he didn't know much about these sounds. To him, it sounded like explosives, but Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin could hear the difference. Then everyone stood up quickly and rushed forward. A few minutes later, an abandoned overpass. Qin Yu and his men hid on the bridge, using the opaque part of the fence to cover their figures, and then looked at the street in front. It seemed like two groups were fighting, but Qin Yu felt as if the people inside were being beaten unilaterally. A dozen people outside were guarding the corner, shooting blindly from time to time with guns, looking at Qin Yu with a pity for the bullets. Can you hit anyone like this? Chun Yu muttered. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao whispered, On the battlefield, except for snipers who can kill one by one, most of the time, they rely on fire suppression to advance, and there is no chance for you to aim at the enemy and shoot. Then Zhang Yin added, Think about it, by the time you finally aim at someone, the enemy's stray bullets may have already flown over, so basically they just fire a few shots and then retreat. The clothes those people in front of them were not anything special, they were not armor or other clothes with obvious features, so Qin Yu and the others could not recognize which faction they were. But this group of people seemed to have plenty of ammunition, as if they were not worried about wasting bullets at all. At this moment, Qin Yu thought of something and turned his head and said, Lei Jita, don't you want bullets? There are plenty of them down there. As long as you can eat them, I leave them all to you. Hearing this, Lei Jita pretended to be dumb and said, What are you talking about, buddy? When did I want bullets? Then why did you bring a hammer when you were going to lift the box? Isn't it to pry open the gap? As soon as this was said, Lei Jita pretended not to hear it. Then Qin Yu urged again, There are only a dozen people. They are shooting now, and can't pay attention to their backs at all. You can take your men to sneak over and take care of them in a few shots. Lei Jita was very hesitant. He took the binoculars handed over by his men and carefully looked at the environment behind those people. He did not see anyone else. The battle was going on over there, and they were still changing magazines. Lei Jita glanced up and found that dark clouds had appeared. It was estimated that it would rain next. He gritted his teeth and led his men down. Qin Yu nodded slightly to the other 20 people, and the others also nodded in understanding. With just such a small number of people, it should not be possible to kill Lei Jita and his men. Xiao Jiao said earnestly. I know. Then why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that Lei Jita will shoot at us after he runs out of bullets? You know in a moment. Qin Yu kept it a secret, and didn't say it clearly. About 3 minutes later, Lei Jita and his group had quietly moved to a position about 20 meters behind those people. He raised his right hand, waited for the right moment, and gave an order. Go! As soon as he finished speaking, 50 people started shooting in an orderly manner from all corners. Some of the people in the front used pistols, and the other 20 used hunting rifles and bows and arrows. Of course, these people all followed Qin Yu's instructions. At this distance, it was difficult to kill people with a hunting rifle, and even the bow and arrow were deliberately shot off center. As expected, there were still 5 or 6 left after a round of shooting. The group turned around in shock, and one of them instantly saw the leader Lei Jita, and threw 2 smoke bombs. After all, they were ordinary people in the Doomsday, and had never really fought in a war. In Xiao Jiao's opinion, they were full of loopholes. Lei Jita and the others just pulled the trigger with their guns, without considering the flaws of their bodies. Smoke rose. Because Qin Yu and the other 2 were on the bridge and far away, they could barely see the movements of those people. One of them picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted something loudly, and then he and his teammates quickly got into the sewer next to them. At the same time, a propeller suddenly rose from a farther distance. An armed helicopter quickly flew over here. Seeing this, Qin Yu also picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, Everyone, retreat, retreat quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them ran quickly towards the exit of the bridge, fearing that they would run too slowly. Xiaojiu looked back again and said in a deep voice, "They even have a helicopter. These people are too powerful." Lei Jita saw that there were only a few people left. He wanted to silence them, but he heard the call on the intercom again. He did not believe it at the first time, but suspected that Qin Yu deliberately tricked him to leave. As for the other 20 people, they ran away directly. At this moment, the people on the ground also saw the helicopter hovering 2 kilometers away. The next second, an air-to-ground missile flew out and accurately hit the area where Lei Jita and others were. The powerful explosion instantly tore several people into pieces. Lei Jita reacted quickly, his body suddenly burst out with strength, and quickly hid in the shop next to him. The electric poles on the street collapsed, ruthlessly crushing 3 people to death again. At the same time, in an abandoned house, a survivor looked outside with a dusty face, rolled his eyes, stood up and ran to the back. Qin Yu and the other 2 looked at the lethality caused by the missile, looked at each other, and understood each other's thoughts. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice, "No ordinary camp can get such a thing as an armed helicopter, and it is equipped with a pilot." After he finished speaking, Zhang Yin checked his pistol and said seriously, "Just think of these guys as the savior sect." At this moment, Qin Yu did not respond, and picked up the telescope again to look at the street. More than 200 meters away, the visibility was very low due to smoke and dust. After a few seconds, he said, "Don't make enemies with other forces before the last step, even if this helicopter is really from the savior sect." Qin Yu understood that Xiaojiu and Zhang Yin wanted to rob the helicopter, and at the very least they planned to shoot it down. If they went back to the train station to get the equipment, it would not be impossible to do so. This was not because the 2 of them had changed, but mainly because there were at most 2 forces in this city. The armed helicopters that could appear here were either from Pawnee Bay or from the savior sect, but these 2 were likely to be in the same group. So Xiaojiu and Zhang Yin had other ideas. But Qin Yu was very clear about one thing at the moment, that is, they did not know how strong the enemy was. There was indeed hatred between the 2 sides at present, but if the interests were sufficient, there was still a chance to sit down and talk. The 3 of them hid behind the abandoned car, and were about to get up when the second shell followed. This time, the helicopter pilot accidentally aimed at Qin Yu and the others. Chapter 10:17. As soon as the missile left the bottom of the helicopter, Xiaojiu's eyelids jumped, and he subconsciously pushed his hands towards Qin Yu and Zhang Yin. Xiaojiu still remembered the previous explosion. Although the power was not the top air-to-ground missile, once it hit, there would be no survivors within a radius of more than 10 meters. That is to say, even though Lei Jita hid in the shop next door, he was probably dead at this moment. At this moment, a lot of information flashed through Xiaojiu's mind. At this moment, his mind was calculating rapidly, like a humanoid computer. At human speed, it was impossible to dodge the missile with legs, but the other party was launching it from a 2-kilometer area, which undoubtedly added a glimmer of hope. And there was another very important detail. Xiaojiu roughly knew the speed of such missiles, which was about 1.3 Mach. Converted to a simpler way, it was about 500 meters per second. A distance of 2 kilometers, at most 4 seconds, but if they wanted to be safe, the 3 of them needed to leave the explosion area and run more than 10 meters away. Otherwise, the gravel would penetrate their bodies. For the 3 people at this time, running 30 meters in 4 seconds is basically not a difficult task. But the problem is that they are now in the city, with various obstacles blocking the route. All this happened in a flash, and Xiaojiu only took about half a second to think of a countermeasure almost subconsciously. He planned to do his best to push Qin Yu and Zhang Yin out, and use his own life in exchange for the chance for the 2 of them to survive. If it were someone else present, this time, Xiaojiu would definitely die. Fortunately, Qin Yu had already undergone a transformation, and Zhang Yin was not an ordinary survivor. Almost the moment his shoulder was touched, Qin Yu reached out and grabbed Xiaojiu's collar, and at the same time, he kicked the abandoned car on the side of the road with his right foot. With such a strong force, the abandoned car was moved a little outside. With this force, Qin Yu opened a door for himself and Xiaojiu. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiaojiu certainly would not sit and wait for death. He also kicked the trash can on the side of the road with his left foot, and the 2 ran forward quickly. At the same time, Zhang Yin rolled to the right side of the road, and the Desert Eagle instantly appeared in his hand. He knelt on one knee and held the gun with both hands. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. He predicted the trajectory of the missile, and quickly pulled the trigger 3 times in succession. 3 bullets flew over almost one after another, and one of them just hit the missile fuse. With the influence of external objects, The missile exploded in the sky above the three people, instantly collapsing the window glass and facilities on both sides. When Zhang Yin pulled the trigger, Qin Yu had already reached out, his muscles tensed, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength, and actually pulled Zhang Yin up with one hand. The three of them were much ahead of the other survivors in terms of reaction ability and physical speed. Before the bullets hit them, they had already turned their backs and rushed forward again. When the explosion sounded behind them, the three of them hid behind two abandoned cars in almost the same action, and protected their vital parts with both hands. After a few seconds, dust flew up, Xiao Jiao shook his head, and cleaned up the broken glass in his hair. "How are you injured?" Qin Yu didn't bother to check, but asked quickly. Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin shook their heads and glanced at the departing helicopter, their eyes full of hatred. The next second, before they could say anything, Qin Yu said in a deep voice, "Next, do as you say." Although Lei Jita and his men launched the sneak attack first, Qin Yu and his men were just spectators, and were far away. The first missile had killed most of the survivors. If they didn't use a telescope, the helicopter crew couldn't see Qin Yu and his men clearly. Without confirming whether the other three were accomplices, he directly identified the others as a group and then killed them. This behavior is undoubtedly equivalent to declaring war, and Qin Yu has never been the kind of person who retreats again and again. If it were in the wild, Qin Yu might think that the other party's counterattack was not wrong, because the survivors who could appear together were mostly from the same camp. But it was different in the city. It was very likely that other survivors would come in to search for supplies at any time. Of course, Qin Yu also realized one thing, that is, the reason why this group of people launched missiles without any scruples was perhaps because they knew very well that there were no other survivors in this city. This information is enough to prove that this helicopter belongs to the Savior sect. Only these people would not take other people's lives seriously. Only the Savior sect would not choose to clean up Qin Yu and his men even though they had armed helicopters. When you are confident enough in your own strength, you will not take ants seriously. The three of them got up from behind the abandoned car and did not go back to the train station to get their equipment. Instead, they quickly ran towards the first explosion site to rescue the wounded. As soon as they approached, the ground was filled with a large number of human tissue fragments, and even many fallen electric wires were hung with long strips of flesh and blood. With Chen Yu's current vision, he could naturally recognize what those things were. They quickly moved the wounded outside, and at the same time, other survivors who were lucky enough to escape also rushed up to help. Qin Yu walked into the shop whose wall was blown down. Lei Jita was kneeling in the middle of the room, with a few little finger-thick iron wires piercing his body. He had turned into a zombie. Qin Yu took a deep breath, reached out to take out the knife from his waist, and stabbed the corpse again. Originally, he planned to let those people remember Lei Jita's face, and when the two sides fought later, Lei Jita would definitely be liquidated. But Qin Yu had no idea that the other side had an armed helicopter. He had been in the Doomsday for nearly 2 years, and this was the first time he saw this thing. After a long time, they even forgot that they could still operate this thing. About 10 minutes later, all the wounded were rescued. 30 of Lei Jita's men were wiped out. 8 of the other 20 were cut by sharp objects produced by various explosions, resulting in serious injuries and death. Even so, among the remaining 12, 2 had their legs broken by the explosion, and the others were only slightly injured. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao went to the abandoned house next door to find 2 bed boards, and then asked 10 people to divide into 2 groups and carry the wounded to the train station. Zhang Yin walked behind to prevent someone from following secretly. Because of the 2 explosions, the zombies that were originally scattered in the city were attracted here, and Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao ran to the front to deal with them. But after walking a few dozen meters, the 2 wounded on the bed board fainted due to excessive blood loss. Chapter 1018. Seeing this, Qin Yu stopped the others, took a look at the injured part, and quickly said, "We must stop the bleeding immediately." After that, he rushed into a restaurant, found 2 porcelain chopsticks, and then returned to the roadside to give them to each person, adding, "Put this under the hemostatic rope, rotate clockwise, and tighten it a little." It would take too long to return to the train station at this moment, at least 2 hours. Xiao Jiao also knew the emergency hemostatic method on the battlefield, and the first aid kit he brought was not damaged, so the most important thing at this time was to find a safer temporary shelter. A group of people ran quickly on the street, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. Although they were getting farther and farther away from the conflict point, they did not find any area. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran out of an abandoned house in front. It seemed that she ran out by smashing the glass door with a fire extinguisher. Others immediately looked at her nervously, and even Qin Yu took out his gun. The girl who appeared in front of everyone was about 18 years old, very dirty, holding a box in her hand. Because her skirt was caught by the door handle, she fell to the ground. 5 or 6 zombies came out of the window behind her and staggered towards her. The girl reacted quickly, cut off her skirt with a knife, and then ran quickly to other streets. Qin Yu and others wanted to go straight, but the girl rushed out of the abandoned house on the right in front, and then ran straight to the left. All this happened in just a few seconds. Qin Yu originally thought that this person would shout loudly, but he didn't even look at them, as if he was afraid of being caught up. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu frowned, thinking of the shooting of the group of people on the street before. He glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was also thinking about something at this time. Then Qin Yu quickly said, "Everyone, hide in the house next door first." After the voice fell, everyone acted in an orderly manner according to the order. Qin Yu hid behind an abandoned car on the right, picked up a piece of rearview mirror fragment from the ground, rubbed some sweat on his fingers, then wiped the mirror, and then put it at the rear of the car. About half a minute later, a group of people appeared again at the place where the girl ran out before. The moment they saw them, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin took out their guns. Because these people were wearing similar clothes to those on the street before, and their pants were almost all camouflage. But the strange thing was that these people were not running, but walking, and they looked like they were not in a hurry. After they disappeared at the intersection ahead, Xiao Jiao walked to Qin Yu and whispered, "It seems that this group of people are chasing the girl, but the speed is too slow." Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a few seconds, but couldn't figure out the reason, then turned around and said, "No matter what, let's go to the bell tower in front. There shouldn't be many zombies in it, and we can check the surrounding environment." After that, everyone set off again. But after running for 2 minutes, they met the girl again. This time, the girl had blood on her shoulder, but she still didn't beg Qin Yu and others to save her. At that moment just now, Qin Yu couldn't help but think that they had a grudge against that team, if they hadn't been busy treating the wounded at this moment. With Chen Yu's personality, he would probably take Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin with him to deal with the 6 people. This girl is different from the others. Zhang Yin looked at her limping back and said, "Yes, she was dying, but she was still holding the box," Xiao Jiao said on the side. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but just waved his hand and asked people to continue hiding. He didn't know the girl and had never seen her before. Although she was very beautiful, it was not enough for Qin Yu to lend a hand. When they arrived at the bell tower, they were killing several zombies nearby and were about to break the lock to enter when the girl appeared again. This time, the girl was obviously more seriously injured, and an arrow was stuck in her right shoulder. Because she ran with her head down, the girl did not see Qin Yu and others. She lay directly on the ground and hid herself under a scrap car. The girl only needed to turn her head to see the group of people behind her. Qin Yu asked others to take the wounded into the bell tower first, and then he, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin hid outside. This time, the group of people appeared faster, only about 10 seconds apart. The leader was a muscular man, with a face full of flesh, holding a bow in his hand. It seemed that the injury on the girl's shoulder was caused by him. "Little girl, tell me, you clearly know how important you are. You can live a good life by following Brother Chen, so why do you go to great lengths to escape?" The muscular man touched his big bald head and grinned. There was no response after he finished speaking. Although the girl began to tremble under the car, she did not make a sound. The next second, the muscular man put away his smile and said in a deep voice, "Fong Xian, I give you one last chance, come back with me immediately." Although Brother Chen asked me to take you back, he didn't say whether you were half dead. He just ordered me not to touch you, but my brothers may not. When saying this, the muscular man was obviously trying to scare the little girl. After all, even if he had 10 more courage, he would not dare to take advantage of Brother Chen's words. More than 10 meters away, Qin Yu frowned. Zhang Yin glanced at him and whispered, "What are you thinking about, Xiao Yu? Think about it, what kind of people are important to the camp nowadays?" Hearing this, the two thought for a moment, and Xiao Jiao said softly, "Either a doctor or a bullet maker. Of course, it is also possible that some boss's woman escaped." Although that's what they said, the 3 of them knew very well that the girl's thin arms and tender flesh were most likely not the second type. As for the third type, according to what the bald man said, it can also be ruled out. In this way, the result is obvious. At this time, Qin Yu and others were in need of doctors, but they were all hesitating whether to save people. After all, the previous incident of being hit in the face by a missile had not been resolved, and now there was another incident. If the other party sent out a helicopter again, the situation would be serious. Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin were silent. They naturally realized this. At least with the first aid kit, it would not be difficult for the two people in the bell tower to stop the bleeding. At the same time, those people were getting closer and closer to the abandoned car, and even in order to scare the little girl, 3 of the men began to untie their belts. Seeing this, Jinyu said in a deep voice, "Saving her will not change the end of this world, but her world may be changed because of it." After that, the 3 of them took out their pistols and loaded them, and began to slowly approach from the back. At this time, Jinyu, who was sweating profusely, did not realize what Fang Xian's appearance would bring to himself and others. Chapter 1019. There are 8 people in the team that appeared here at this moment. Xiao Jiao squatted in the corner, looked at Jinyu and Zhang Yin, pointed his right palm diagonally in front of him twice, then pointed his thumb towards himself and extended 2 fingers again. Because Jinyu is not a soldier, he is probably not familiar with the tactical movements in those troops, so Xiao Jiao optimized it so that he can see it more clearly. The previous instruction meant that 3 people shot from 3 directions at the same time, and each person had 2 targets. If they don't fight, it's fine. But if they do fight, they must end the fight as quickly as possible. Secondly, their equipment has been greatly improved. They have the weapons in the arsenal, and the 3 of them are carrying silencers. Of course, the others don't know about this. Then Jinyu nodded to Zhang Yin, and he moved to the right. Zhang Yin stayed in the middle, and Xiao Jiao went to the left. Because they had a high degree of tacit understanding, it only took about 10 seconds to complete this series of preparations. The muscular man and others almost surrounded the abandoned car. When he bent down and lay on the ground, making faces at the girl inside, Jinyu and the other 2 also took action. In an instant, the 3 of them held a gun in almost the same action, holding the gun handle with their left hands, aiming at the 2 closest people with their right hands, and quickly pulling the trigger. With the silencer, the gunshot became lower, but not completely inaudible. Before those people died, they seemed to have only heard a gunshot, and then they felt their heads hit hard by a heavy truck, and they staggered on the spot. With almost no reaction, they lost consciousness. Since Jinyu and his team fired at almost the same time, the 3 consecutive gunshots were mistaken by the remaining 2 as one shot. Moreover, they were very familiar with this kind of gunshot. When they heard it, they almost instantly recognized that a silencer was installed. Before the muscular man could react, he and another teammate were the only ones around. He exerted his leg muscles and ran wildly into the alley. He was not a fool. When he suddenly heard the gunshots, he subconsciously thought that Fang Xian had led them into a trap. But Brother Chen gave another order to capture them alive. The muscular man did not dare to hold Fang Xian hostage to save his life, so he almost prepared to run on the spot. At the same time, Zhang Yin fired his 3rd bullet, hitting the last man's heart. The man had just raised his gun in his right hand and had no time to fight back, but he was shot first and fell to the ground with an expression of unwillingness to die. Seeing that the bald man ran away, Jinyu cursed secretly, put his pistol in his pocket, and prepared to chase him. But the next second, Zhang Yin whistled, shook his head slightly, and then pointed at Xiao Jiao. Seeing this, Jinyu stood up and looked across. The muscular man just ran into the alley, and the smile on his face only appeared for a second, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the left. He reacted quickly, smashing the bow with his left hand, and then pulled out the gun from his waist with his right hand. Being able to lead the team to carry out the mission, the muscular man's close combat ability is completely incomparable to those small fry just now. He quickly retreated to the back, pulling away from Xiao Jiao, and raised his right hand to prepare to shoot. Nowadays, the survivors basically load their pistols directly in the wild, which greatly saves time. Seeing this scene, Jinyu couldn't help but be moved, because this is exactly what Xiao Jiao had said in the basement, that is, within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. The enemy will not stand stupidly, and wait for others to close the distance. As long as they retreat while pulling out their guns, they will win anyway. As expected, the muscular man looked ahead and said with a grim face, "Go to hell." But before he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao kicked the can on the ground, predicting the shooting angle of the muscular man, and they can hit his gun muzzle. After all, if he wanted to shoot, he would definitely need to aim the gun roughly, because there might only be one chance to shoot. At this moment, Jinyu had countless opportunities to shoot and attack, but Zhang Yin did not make any move. Seeing this, Jinyu had to suppress his impulse and watch quietly. When they can hit the man, Xiao Jiao had already rushed to him like a hungry wolf. The muscular man's eyelids twitched wildly, and he raised his right hand again, but someone grabbed his wrist and moved it up a little. At the same time, the bullet flew out of the muzzle. Xiao Jiao seemed to know that he would fire this shot, and his head moved a little to the right in advance. The next second, Xiao Jiao held the dagger in his right hand, and quickly swept across the throat of the man in front of him with lightning speed. Plop! The pistol fell to the ground, and the muscular man covered his neck with both hands, with a terrified expression on his face, stepping back step by step. Because Xiao Jiao was very strong, the tip of the dagger was completely inserted into him for almost 4 centimeters. Then Qin Yu and the other man walked towards him. Zhang Yin glanced at the man with a violent chest rise and fall on the ground and said, "Are you ready to test your close-range ability?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao, who had just killed a person, seemed to be fine, and said softly, "The last time I fought with Ghost, he seemed to have let me off a bit, so today I want to try to reactivate my body functions to see if there is any regression." Then he turned his head and looked up, muttering, "I heard that man is as good as Ghost. I want to see where the gap between me and them is." When saying this, Xiao Jiao had no expression, his face remained calm. The reason he was eliminated in this election was mainly because he was too tall. With a height of 1.9 meters, it is difficult to enter the special forces under normal circumstances, unless some aspects can make up for the shortcomings. And Xiao Jiao happened to be such a person. But unfortunately, Fang selects people from the special forces, and the assessment requirements are even more difficult. Even if he stands out with excellent results, his height still leads to elimination. After all, he can't become shorter, but those who are second only to Xiao Jiao can gradually catch up through training. This matter has always been a regret in Xiao Jiao's heart. As a soldier, he has been working hard since he knew the existence of that place. Zhang Yin seemed to see what Xiao Jiao was saying. He didn't say anything, but walked over and patted Xiao Jiao on the shoulder, then took out a knife and stabbed it into the head of the corpse on the ground. At this time, Qin Yu still didn't see the girl crawling out, and then he lay on the ground and found that she had fainted. Seeing this, he went in and dragged the person out, while Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin stayed to clean up the battlefield. Of course, they wanted to pretend that this place was attacked by zombies to prevent anyone from finding something wrong. For Xiao Jiao, doing this kind of thing is simply handy. There were a total of 4 pistols, all of which were looted by the 2 of them. Then, they waited for a while, until the zombies came over smelling the blood, and then they entered the bell tower. Chapter 1020. The bell tower here should have existed for many years. The space is not very large, but there are stairs to go up. The others huddled in the first floor area, which was a bit crowded because there were too many people. Seeing this, Qin Yu called out 4 people who were not seriously injured and asked them to go to the roof to watch the surroundings to prevent the enemy from coming. At this moment, the 2 wounded lying on the bed were still unconscious, and one of them even had his calf bones exposed. But fortunately, the legs were not completely blown off, otherwise they would not have survived even these 10 minutes. Qin Yu held the girl and put her on the stairs. Because there was an arrow on his shoulder, he could only lean sideways. At the same time, Xiao Jiao took the first aid kit and began to treat the 2 people urgently. At this moment, Qin Yu looked at them with great concern, because these were all his own people, and no matter who died or was injured, it was something that everyone did not want to see. Seeing this, Zhang Yin pushed open the windows, making the light inside the bell tower a little better. He whispered, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao Jiao has also learned first aid, but they have learned how to save their lives in an emergency. Well, it's good that they survived. There will be a camp to support them in the future." After these words came out, the remaining 6 people were even a little moved. They squatted aside and helped Xiao Jiao seriously. No one backed down because of the terrible wounds. Then Qin Yu looked at the girl lying on the stairs and said, "It's difficult for ordinary people to deal with penetrating wounds. I go find an abandoned car to see if I can take E over and take care of these 2 wounded people." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and a weak voice sounded in the bell tower. No need. The girl had already woken up, but she had been pretending to sleep. Unexpectedly, the man actually carried her in. Thinking of this, the girl actually had some rough ideas. The other party chose to save people, and did not take advantage of her unconsciousness, which barely showed some of his character. Seeing the 2 men looking at her, the girl actually did something that stunned them. She sat up, raised her right arm, and then took the arrow off. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, the girl explained herself, "The blood on the arrowhead is from my body, but it didn't penetrate. I picked up the meat from the place where you exploded before. Aren't you afraid?" Qin Yu frowned and looked at her. This person is really young. At Lin Yi's age, to have such medical attainments, he is already a genius among geniuses. He doesn't think that the girl in front of him is also a genius. The next second, the girl turned her head to look because the wound on her left shoulder was still bleeding, and then her face showed some pain. But she soon calmed down for a few seconds and said, "What's so scary about corpses? Some living people are much scarier than them." "Your name is Fong Xian?" Zhang Yin also asked from the side. After the voice fell, the girl did not answer, but sat there with her head down. She bit the clothes on her shoulders with her teeth and was about to tear them, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. Seeing this, Jinyu thought about it, took off his t-shirt and threw it to her, saying, "The zombies outside are eating those corpses. There is no way to find other clothes. For the next half an hour, we can only stay in this building." Fong Xian raised her head. Her hair and face were covered with dust, but her eyes looked bright. She endured the pain and put the gray t-shirt over her clothes, then said, "How do you know what I'm going to do?" Hearing this, Jinyu said, "I've learned a little about how to deal with wounds. Your clothes and wounds are stuck together, so they must be cleaned up." "Oh!" She took the small box off her neck, then left only a little gap, and reached in with her right hand to explore. Seeing this, Jinyu was too lazy to look at it, and continued to go to the location of the two injured people with Zhang Yin. In the following time, they did not have any communication with Fong Xian. After all, Jinyu and others are now in a difficult situation, and it is uncertain whether they can survive. Bringing back a survivor is completely meaningless. There are quite a few doctors in the team. Even if this girl is also very powerful, Jinyu still trusts Lin Yi more. At least, Yi has a talented girl A Ling by her side. With the two of them, it is enough. Fong Xian didn't seem to want to follow them, so after treating the wounded on her shoulder, she sat in the corner with her box, holding her legs with both hands, without saying a word. Time passed by, and the zombies outside had almost eaten everything, and the corpses were basically eaten to pieces. Their clothes and pants had long been cut by Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin with knives. As long as the corpses were damaged, ordinary people would not be able to recognize who they were. The two wounded had also been treated. Their legs were definitely gone, but it was not difficult for them to survive. The next step was to take them back to the train station and continue to clean their wounds to prevent infection. Fong Xian originally thought that she and these people would be separated from each other forever, but a man's voice made her look up in surprise. "Xiu Yu, take these guns with you." Zhang Yin handed the looted pistols to Qin Yu, who took them and thought about it, intending to give these guns to others first. At this time, the girl who was originally sitting in the corner hesitated and said, "What's your name?" After saying this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at her, and found that the man was also staring at him with an expectant expression on his face. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not answer, because in another minute, they would be separated from this girl, so there was no need to know her. When he distributed the guns to the four people, the girl stood up with her hands on the wall, and shouted again, "Is your last name Qin?" Hearing this, if Qin Yu had not been sure that she was an orphan without any relatives, he would have suspected that he had heard it wrong. Then Qin Yu turned around and looked at her, and whispered, "So what, we can't know each other." The next second, Fong Xian was so excited that she almost cried. She subconsciously limped forward and stuttered, I know her." Qin Yu ignored her, and turned to open the door of the bell tower. Suddenly, Fong Xian grabbed his clothes, suppressed her excitement, and said excitedly, "I know Xiao Yao, her name is Li Yao. You are familiar with each other, right?" After the voice fell, everyone stopped where they were. Qin Yu's hand stopped in midair. He quickly turned his head to look at the girl behind him, and hurriedly asked, "Where is the person?" At this moment, Qin Yu did not doubt whether what the girl said was true or false, because she guessed his last name, which could only mean one result, that is, this girl named Fong Xian had heard it before. Under the doomsday, the number of human beings has decreased sharply. Generally speaking, it is difficult to meet survivors with the same name.